Si Nan awoke from her slumber, only to discover a cold pistol nestled in her arms, while her recently changed undergarments had mysteriously vanished. The sound of her son's rhythmic snoring resonated in the air, accompanied by the flickering of a jade pendant resting against her chest. This very pendant seemed to connect her to a post-apocalyptic world. Amidst the ruins of this desolate existence, the warrior Chi stared at the inexplicably materialized women's lingerie in his hands, swallowing hard. Through the jade pendant, he issued a trade request. In exchange for an entire bank vault, I seek 30 tons of pure water. Following this, countless powerful figures in the wasteland emptied gold stores, banks, and museums, offering rare treasures from other realms, all in hopes of collaborating with the esteemed boss Si. Yet, when faced with such unprecedented wealth, Si Nan hesitated, burdened by the absence of anyone to care for her family. A certain magnate promptly volunteered, offering a 24-hour interdimensional nanny service. From that moment on, Si Nan was free from worries, thriving in the business realm through her shrewd dealings across two worlds. Chapter 1. A gun in the bed. Having already given birth to 2 children, it is indeed a stroke of luck for her that the butcher from the neighboring village fancies her. Wu Shufan murmured, "Mother, the butcher from the neighboring village is of the same generation as I am, a full 20 years older than Nan. Wu Zhenbong exclaimed in disbelief. What of age? He does not need Si Nan to bear him children. What does he seek then? Wu Zhenbong replied sarcastically. Wu Shufan wished to retort that what he desired was irrelevant, as Si Nan had already proven her worth by bearing 2 children, retaining her youthful beauty. After all, the butcher offered 30,000 as a bride price, which would greatly assist in funding the new house for her younger son. However, she hesitated to voice this outright. Who does not know that the butcher from a neighboring village is a tyrant, prone to domestic violence? He has married 3 wives. One hanged herself, another was beaten into disability and sent to a mental hospital, and the last fled on their wedding night. Are you sending Nan to her demise? Wu Zhenbong scoffed. Do you only care for your daughter, disregarding the well-being of our entire family? The Genhua family has 2 daughters needing to marry. Wu Shufan snapped back, her temper flaring. Noticing her eldest son's increasingly grim expression, she moderated her tone, muttering, it's her own fault for being reckless, getting involved with a wild man and bearing 2 illegitimate children. Having become a disgrace, she dares to return to the village and embarrass us. I will not stand for it. If you do not marry Si Nan off today, I will hang myself at your doorstep. Wu Shufan's expression was filled with resentment, yet she dared not raise her voice, fearing the disgrace of selling her granddaughter would reach the neighbors, leaving her utterly humiliated. In the kitchen, Si Nan overheard every word clearly while preparing lunch. Her grandmother had never favored her eldest son's family. Suddenly feigning concern for her marriage was hardly genuine. It was merely about the bride price, as Si Nan was taken aback that her beloved grandmother would be so biased towards her younger son, even willing to send her to her death for his benefit. She silently placed the cooked dishes into a steamer to keep warm, added a thick log to the stove to heat water, and then carried 2 bowls of food outside. Seeing Si Nan standing before her like a specter, Wu Shufan felt a twinge of guilt and hastily concocted an excuse to retreat. As she walked away, she muttered, "Did I say something wrong? You've already disgraced yourself. Must you drag our entire family through the mud? You're nothing but a wilted cabbage now. If you won't marry the butcher, do you expect to wed the Jade Emperor? Anyone willing to introduce you would be laughing behind her back." In the living room, Wu Zhenbong sat alone, silently smoking. After a while, Si Nan broke the silence. "Dad, I forgot to tell you, I've rented a place and will be moving out in the next couple of days." Her voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Wu Zhenbong shot her a fierce glare. "Move out? Do you think renting costs nothing? How much money do you have to throw around? Can you support yourself, let alone your 2 children?" Si Nan felt the sting of his words. Her father had a way of striking precisely at her vulnerabilities. Since returning home in disgrace with her twins, she had been subjected to mockery and ridicule. Though she was unfazed by the taunts, she loathed her own helplessness. She had always been a rebellious spirit. Her pregnancy had been an accident, yet she had no regrets. Especially after giving birth to a pair of beautiful, intelligent twins, her resolve only strengthened. What good were men? If given the choice again, she would still choose to bear children without a husband. Yet the world did not share her perspective. In society's eyes, an unmarried mother was a disgrace. Marrying a 40-something widower was deemed a stroke of fortune. Otherwise, her life would be bleak. Si Nan refused to accept this notion. She had savings, skills, education, and a willingness to work hard. Why should she be denied a good life simply because she was raising 2 children? Yet reality was harsh. The complications of her twin pregnancy had severely hampered her mobility, leading to an early hospital stay and near-tragic decisions regarding her children's futures. After giving birth, Si Nan found her confidence utterly depleted. She had hoped to work to earn money postpartum, but managing 2 premature, frail twins alone rendered her incapable of securing stable employment. Thus, she had no choice but to return home, relying on her parents' support. In the intervening years, while caring for her children, she had also set up a stall selling lemon tea and cold dishes at the night market, generating some income. However, that income was insufficient to sustain the twins, let alone save anything. Even though Si Nan harbored lofty aspirations, the lack of funds rendered her paralyzed. Her earlier declaration of moving out had been an impulsive outburst. As a member of the Moonlight tribe, with just over 1,000 to her name, after paying rent, she would be left with barely enough for lemons to sell at her stall at night. This realization crushed her spirit, rendering her unable to argue back. That's enough. Your father isn't dead yet. No need to heed your grandmother's nonsense. Wu Zhenbong shot Si Nan a glare. What are you still standing there for? The food is getting cold. Do you wish for your children to starve? Tears welled up in Si Nan's eyes. As she quickly turned away, they began to flow uncontrollably. Yet, given the state of her life, tears were the most futile response. She swiftly wiped her eyes, composed herself, and entered her room with a smile plastered on her face. Upon opening the door, her son Bao Gu rushed towards her, beaming, "Mom, I have a gold chain for you." Si Nan's expression turned to one of astonishment. It was indeed a real gold chain. "Where did you get this gold chain?" Bao Gu pulled half of a jade pendant from his pocket. "I sold chicken feet to the deity in the pendant, and the deity gifted me this." "A deity within the pendant?" Bao Gu and Bao Nyo nodded seriously. The child's innocent imagination brought a smile to Si Nan's face. She suspected that her parents had given her the gold chain and decided to inquire later without overthinking it. She watched as her children finished their lunch and played games to digest. Caring for children was a physically demanding task, often requiring her to exhaust her mental faculties to answer their endless questions. After an exhausting session of play, Si Nan felt utterly drained. With a night market to attend, she often stayed up until past 2 in the morning, which left her completely fatigued. She managed to lull the twins to sleep in their beds, and as soon as she lay down, she fell into a deep slumber. Initially, she planned to set an alarm for an hour of sleep before heading to the fields to pick lemons. To her astonishment, halfway through her rest, she suddenly felt a cold object in her bed. The icy sensation jolted her awake, and upon lifting the covers, she was stunned to find a gun lying beside her. Unfamiliar with such things, she tentatively touched it, knocking on the metallic surface. The solid feel confirmed that it was indeed a real firearm. But how could this be possible? How could a gun simply appear in her bed while she was sleeping? Just as her thoughts spiraled in disbelief, the objects in her room suddenly vanished. Along with her bed, Thun was unexpectedly thrown to the ground, and before she could collect her thoughts, a large bed suddenly appeared, crashing down upon her. Fortunately, the bed was high enough that she managed to roll out from underneath it without much delay, only to be greeted by the sound of snoring. However, the snoring was not the main focus of her attention. Instead, it was the peculiar phenomenon that accompanied her son's snores. Objects in the room would vanish and reappear in a seemingly endless cycle, akin to a magic trick. The only distinction was that with each disappearance and reappearance, items occasionally diminished or increased in number. For instance, there were firearms, a large military backpack, and oversized combat boots, all evidently belongings that did not belong to her. Chapter 2. Even deities cannot eat for free. Cheer began to suspect that his space had undergone a mutation. Ever since his abilities had been enhanced, a playful system had manifested within his space, randomly producing items that did not belong to him. For example, the firearm he had placed on his bedside had inexplicably transformed into a piece of women's lingerie. Cheer was taken aback. Their mission focused on the seed vault of an agricultural university before the apocalypse, but they had been betrayed by a traitor and surrounded by a horde of zombies in an abandoned mall that he had hoped to scavenge for food in the supermarket, only to find it had long been stripped bare. The remnants of life indicated that it had once served as a temporary refuge for survivors during the initial days of the apocalypse, until supplies were completely exhausted. Now, escape was impossible as a sea of zombies surrounded them. For the past 2 weeks, they had been fighting for their lives, and the food and water they had brought with them had run out 3 days prior. Without any source of energy, the brothers were severely depleted. If this continued, it seemed likely that he and his comrades would meet their end here. Unexpectedly, his spatial abilities had leveled up at this critical moment. Previously, his space could only store resources, but now it had acquired a whimsical system that, despite being somewhat chatty and noisy, could exchange food and clean water for. Currency.It was a timely boon. The playful system did not recognize the currency of this world but had a penchant for gold. The mall contained numerous abandoned jewelry shops. They were trapped in an area that had been ground zero for the zombie outbreak 3 years prior. The city had fallen overnight, and millions of zombies occupied it, while countless resources lay buried in the ruins, untouched by those too frightened to venture forth. One could easily find a treasure trove of gold and silver in any wealthy neighborhood, as well as in various malls, shops, art galleries, and logistics warehouses. In the apocalypse, gold bracelets and chains were unwanted. They hindered combat, and it was far better to stockpile ammunition that, if the system accepted such items, here could easily amass a fortune to alleviate their hunger. However, he had not anticipated that the playful system would be somewhat mischievous. It had forgotten the terms of their agreement, playfully transforming his gun into women's lingerie and seizing his gold jewelry, claiming he could choose 2 items from the resources in his space. Just as he was about to make a selection, he heard the familiar sound of snoring, and then the resources in his space abruptly vanished. Moments later, they reappeared once more, as if he were toying with a dog, gazing at the pile of gold he had scavenged and the hungry men awaiting his food conjuration. He felt a surge of frustration. Yet, the spatial system was intangible. It could only be heard, rendering him powerless to express his ire. Resigned, he informed his brothers, "We've encountered a minor issue. It seems we will have to wait a bit longer for the food exchange." "What issue? Is it that gold cannot be exchanged? I just saw a few jade shops. Shall we try with jade instead?" Cheer felt somewhat embarrassed. He could hardly confess that the reason they could not exchange was that the whimsical system had taken a nap. Clearing his throat, he calmly fabricated a response. "It's not that gold cannot be exchanged. It's likely the space has just upgraded, and the exchange system is still being refined. We may need to wait a little longer. Oh, that's fine then, as long as we can exchange." His brothers nodded in understanding. Yet they did not disperse, instead gathering around Cheer, sitting expectantly on the ground. Cheer couldn't help but wonder if he would be besieged should he fail to produce food and water from the system today. This motley crew surely lacked the audacity to gang up on their captain, didn't they? Si Nan, having led a rather uneventful life, enjoyed reading novels. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could her son have awakened some extraordinary power? When Sibyl woke from his slumber, he was greeted by the curious gaze of his mother. Without much thought, he broke into a broad smile and presented her with a large gold chain he had pulled from beneath his blankets. "Mom, do you think we've encountered a deity?" he asked. "Is it true?" Si Nan replied, astonished. "Yes, I saw in the jade pendant," he declared, revealing the pendant hanging around his neck. It was the very item left behind by his father. Naturally, Si Nan had given it to him. Not anticipating that they were twins, she had kept her own jade pendant for her daughter. "How can one see a deity within a jade pendant?" Si Nan asked, examining the pendant closely. "No one else can see them. Only my sister and I can. Inside, the pendant is a big room where the deity sometimes rests, and we can see them," Sibyl explained earnestly. Bob nodded vigorously, her small voice chiming in, "Yes, yes. We spoke with the deity this morning, and they said they were hungry, so we brought them food." Si Nan's expression turned quizzical. No wonder the leftovers in the refrigerator had vanished, along with the dishes. So, there truly was a space within that jade pendant. Moreover, if her suspicions were correct, it was connected to another person's space. She had previously inspected the backpack, which contained an array of peculiar weapons and several empty bottles labeled type a nutritional solution, seemingly not products of her world. The deity her children spoke of could very well be a being from another realm. How utterly surreal. She had once found such tales enchanting in novels, but now that it was happening in her own life, Si Nan felt an unsettling chill. "So that deity can also see us through the jade pendant?" she inquired. The twins shook their heads, looking somewhat disheartened. "They can't see us because we can't enter the room, but the deity can. They think we are a system because they can't see us, and they can only hear us when we wish to speak to them." "What a silly deity!" With a sigh of relief, Si Nan relaxed. Since the deity could not see them, perhaps it would be best to feign ignorance? After all, the connection to her son's jade pendant was a tenuous one in this age of rampant deception. Her family, consisting of the elderly, children, and herself as the sole adult, was particularly vulnerable. She was often too busy earning a living to keep watch. The elderly and children were easy targets for swindlers, and if they fell victim to trickery, they might find themselves sold without even realizing it. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. Who knew who, or what, might be on the other side of that space? Thus, the great deceiver began to plot, intending to frighten the entity on the other side of the children's space, convincing them that they were not a deity, but rather a monstrous creature disguised as one, preying on children. They should not engage with it. But Subibai blinked innocently. "The silly deity is just good-looking. They aren't clever at all. They even try to trade me the gold chain for food." As he spoke, Silverbird eagerly hopped down from his bed, rummaging through a toy basket to retrieve a black garbage bag. From within, he pulled out a gold chain and handed it to Nan, proudly declaring, "I'm not foolish. Even if they are a deity, they cannot eat for free. If they do not give me the gold chain, I won't feed them." Si Nan glanced at the heavy golden chain in her hand, marveling at its apparent authenticity. How could that person trade a bag of golden chains merely for the leftovers from their refrigerator? Chapter 3. Striking it rich, a complicated expression crossed Si Nan's face, as it certainly sounded like her son was a grand deceiver. "Moreover, mother, while you were speaking just now, the fairy was conversing with Bao Niu in the space, and Bao Niu divulged everything to him." "What do you mean?" Si Nan quickly turned to the side, where Meng Niu was nibbling her fingers. Unbeknownst to her, Bao Niu had taken Bao Ji's jade pendant and, noticing her mother's gaze, hurriedly climbed up to embrace Si Nan's neck, showering her with slobbery kisses. "Mama, Bao Niu loves you the most." Indeed, the little one had revealed everything she could. As expected, not long after, Si Nan received a letter proposing a collaboration. The vigorous and robust handwriting succinctly outlined the situation. The man was in a post-apocalyptic world, severely lacking in food, medicine, and other essential survival supplies, as well as weapons and energy. He deduced that Si Nan's world was abundant in resources and thus hoped to establish a partnership with her. If Si Nan agreed to collaborate, he could offer gold, silver, jewelry, luxury items, various collectibles, and even treasures from museums in exchange. To demonstrate sincerity, he included a pair of gold bracelets as a deposit. Was fortune finally smiling upon her? Having already been sold, playing dead was no longer an option. Nevertheless, Si Nan hesitated, opting instead to take a golden chain and the gold bracelets to a jeweler. Upon inspection, they were indeed genuine. The two bracelets weighed a total of 60 grams, while the chain alone weighed 80 grams, which, at the current market price of 605 yuan per gram, amounted to a staggering 84,700 yuan. She had counted. There were still 19 more chains in Bao Ji's trash bag. Averaging 70 grams each, she could potentially sell them for at least 800,000 yuan. She was on the brink of wealth. With a heart full of excitement, Si Nan sold the gold without a moment's hesitation. The moment the funds were deposited, she felt a sense of unreality wash over her. If the collaboration succeeded, she would no longer need to sell at the night market, constantly evading the city management. She would have the capital to engage in legitimate business. In that case, her mother would no longer have to toil daily at the factory, and her father wouldn't need to drive at his age. Just yesterday, Si Jinbong had driven to a neighboring province to deliver goods, returning overnight to save on accommodation expenses. By the time Si Nan returned from her stall, it was already past midnight. After freshening up and preparing the cold dishes for the next day, she was finally ready for bed by 3 or 4 in the morning. Yet her father had not yet returned. It was truly exhausting. She pondered. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Having resolved her thoughts, Si Nan wasted no time. She promptly hopped on her tricycle and headed to the wholesale market. She purchased 10 boxes of self-heating hot pot, totaling 1,300 yuan. 3 boxes of purified water, 24 bottles each, amounted to 96 yuan. 2 boxes of Red Bull cost 240 yuan. She also bought 2 boxes of instant noodles, 3 boxes of chicken sausages, a box of apples, and 2 large bags of freshly made pancakes, 20 with meat filling, 20 with chive filling, along with a pot of tea eggs, for which the owner charged her 100 yuan. Finally, she decided to buy 2 large water buckets with built-in faucets, filling the tricycle to the brim. In total, she spent over 2,000 yuan. Only when the tricycle could carry no more did she return home, laden with supplies. Aside from the difficulty in acquiring weapons, everything else was merely a matter of trading. This business was exceptionally easy to manage. Upon her return, Chun Xiujuan was at the factory, while Si Zhenbong was outside, playing in the mud with the 2 children. The middle-aged man, although disapproving of the children's messy play, affectionately dug up a large bucket of mud from the fields for them to enjoy. Seeing Si Nan return with a loaded tricycle, he frowned and exclaimed, "Weren't you supposed to be picking lemons? At this point, have the lemons turned into superhumans? Today is a big day. I won't be setting up a stall tonight." Si Nan replied mysteriously, just as she prepared to pull her father aside to discuss matters. From a distance, she noticed her grandmother and a neighbor approaching. Quickly, she maneuvered the tricycle into the shed, and while no one was watching, she called her son to gather everything back into the space. As she finished writing a note to hand to her son, her grandmother barged in with an angry demeanor. "Curse it! Just because you have a bit of money, you squander it recklessly. Have you ever paid a single cent in rent or utilities while living in your father's house? You dare buy a pile of useless junk." Wu Shufan pointed an accusatory finger at Si Nan while simultaneously rummaging through the shed. She never scolded Si Nan for not contributing to the household expenses because, previously, when Si Nan's mother worked at the factory, she was often away from dawn till dusk. During those times, Si Zhenbong managed with whatever he could find to eat. Wu Shufan had worried about her eldest son's household, even going over to cook for them on occasion. But since Si Nan returned and took on all the household chores and meals, she had become a frequent visitor at mealtimes. Whenever she saw Si Nan preparing a good dish, she would take a large bowl and scoop away half of it to take back to her younger son's house. At the younger uncle's home, it was just the couple eating, yet Wu Shufan would still take half of the food and then return to the elder son's house to fight over leftovers with the 2 children. Such behavior made it awkward for her to chastise Si Nan for eating for free. Despite that, Wu Shufan kept a close watch on Si Nan. Whenever Si Nan spent even a penny of her own money, it felt as though she were stealing from her. Observing her grandmother's actions, Si Nan instantly understood. Without needing to ask, it was evident that the villagers had seen her stockpiling goods in town. Upon hearing the news, her grandmother had rushed over to see what she had bought. Regardless of what it was, even a bottle of water would end up being taken to her younger uncle's house. Even if it was something insignificant, she would use it as a favor to curry favor with the village women. Under the guise of Si Nan, an outsider married into the village, she was expected to maintain good relations with the village women by sharing her possessions, ensuring that they would appreciate her kindness. What a farce. Her grandmother often snuck in and took away many of her belongings when Si Nan was not paying attention. Those women, having received her gifts, had never failed to gossip about her behind her back. After rummaging for a long time without finding anything, Wu Shufan glared at Si Nan. "Where are the things you just bought?" "What things?" Si Nan feigned ignorance. "Don't play dumb. I just saw you return with a whole load of items on the tricycle. Where did you hide them?" "Grandma, are your eyes failing you? Look, the tricycle is right here, and the shed is this big with no other doors. You could see everything at a glance. If I had bought a whole tricycle full of items, would I have the ability to make them vanish into thin air?" Si Nan replied lightly. "I clearly saw it. Yes, I saw it too. If you don't believe me, go ahead and search. Whatever you find is yours." Si Nan shrugged. Everything had been hidden away by her son in the space. If they found even a hair, she would concede. However, Si Zhenbong had just seen everything. Yet he said nothing. He simply shot a strange glance at Si Nan and Bao Ge before walking over to pick up Bao Ge and, with Bao Niu in tow, strode away. Ultimately, Wu Shufan dug through the shed in vain, her frustration boiling over as she scolded, "You're about to get married, so stop spending money like a fool. Otherwise, you'll bring 2 burdens with you, and your in-laws will look down on you. Then you'll blame us for not raising you properly." "Huh. When did she ever say she was getting married? Chapter 4. Shufan, please stop dangling. Si Nan's expression darkened as she was about to retort. Wu Shufan exclaimed, "Oh dear, my big mouth. This matter hasn't even begun yet. It's merely that the young man from the neighboring village, Chun, asked the matchmaker question. But my granddaughter, with her lofty ambitions, looks down on him and hasn't even agreed yet. TSK, she already has 2 children. The man isn't picky about her past, and yet, does she aspire to marry a prince?" Aunt Xiao scrutinized Si Nan with disapproval. Encouraged by the support, Wu Shufan grew bolder. "Alas, I tell her, one must recognize their fate. People in our village should live pragmatically. Yet she believes herself to be a university student, thinking she has transformed from a mountain chicken into a phoenix. Whatever I say, she refuses to heed. Nan, this is unacceptable. As the saying goes, having an elder in the house is like having a treasure. Your dear grandmother would never harm you. It's all for your own good. You cannot make her worry." Si Nan, infuriated, laughed din disbelief. For a few thousand yuan in bride price, her grandmother was pressuring her to marry a man in his 40s? "Aunt Xiao, I heard your eldest daughter got divorced a few months ago. My grandmother speaks of a good family. I'd be embarrassed to burden others with my 2 children. Why not let my grandmother introduce me to your eldest daughter?" Si Nan said with a cold sneer. Aunt Xiao's expression soured. Si Nan ignored her and continued. "I hear that Chun is quite wealthy and can offer a bride price of 100,000. How much?" Aunt Xiao thought she had misheard. 100,000. Although Chun is somewhat older, in his 40s, that hardly matters. Your daughter is young. Who knows? She might even outlive him and inherit his wealth. Are you insane? 100,000? Aunt Xiao clearly latched onto one piece of information, thinking Si Nan had lost her mind. A used item worth that much? Impossible. Don't listen to her nonsense. Wu Shufan interjected hastily, but was interrupted by Si Nan. "My grandmother's Chun is the butcher from the neighboring village. If he has that much, Aunt Xiao, why not inquire for yourself?" Si Nan proclaimed loudly. "Bah, I wondered which Chun it was. So it's the butcher from next door. My daughter will marry anyone but that abusive scoundrel. What are you thinking?" Aunt Xiao exclaimed angrily. Si Nan, resigned, felt aggrieved. "Yet my grandmother insists it's the butcher from the neighboring village. She promised a bride price of 100,000 for a daughter-in-law from our family. What nonsense!" Wu Shufan, realizing her scheme was exposed, dropped the facade. "So what if it's the butcher? If a man is willing to take you, that's a blessing." Si Nan shrugged. "But I'm not blessed. I lack that fate. This great opportunity is better left for my 2 younger cousins from my uncle's family. Aren't you always worried they might be burdened by me and not find husbands? This is a splendid chance. Regardless, the bride price would be borrowed to support your younger son, so it's only fair that the one selling their daughter should be from your uncle's family. Why do you always target the eldest son's family? Is it because the eldest son is adopted, and only the youngest is your biological child?" Wu Shufan's face changed dramatically, her finger trembling as she pointed at Si Nan, speechless. Si Nan didn't care, having long wanted to scold her. How can one be so biased? Oh, this is a grave sin, a crime. Unable to argue back, Wu Shufan exploded in tears, pointing at Si Nan and cursing. "Who told you to be so reckless, getting pregnant by a wild man and bearing 2 illegitimate children? You've made yourself a disgrace. And yet you dare to return to the village and bring shame upon us. I've never seen someone so selfish, disregarding the lives of our entire family. The Jinhua family still has 2 daughters to marry off. What more do you want? A disgrace like you should be grateful anyone wants you. Regardless, whether you want it or not, you will marry today. If you refuse, I'll hang myself at your doorstep." Here we go again. Wu Shufan had threatened to hang herself before, and each time, her parents caved in, fearing the villagers would label them unfilial. It was one thing to scheme over material possessions, but now they were plotting against her, arranging a marriage that resembled human trafficking, sending her to her doom, and treating her like a commodity. How could she endure this? "Grandma, do not accuse me of being unfilial. You want me to marry that old widower, which is tantamount to wishing for my death. Since you wish for my demise, let us sever ties from today forth. You needn't worry about me. I have no grandmother with such a black heart," Si Nan declared with a stern face. Wu Shufan was taken aback by Si Nan's newfound defiance. With her eldest son hiding at home, refusing to come out, she felt humiliated and truly returned home to fetch a rope, crying and yelling that she would hang herself at her eldest son's door, causing the neighbors to flock outside to witness the spectacle. Si Nan cast a silent glance at her. The next moment, she clapped her thighs and joined in wailing, "This is outrageous! Villagers, let us deliberate. My grandmother, in her greed to gather funds for my uncle's new house, heartlessly seeks to sell me to the mentally unstable butcher from the neighboring village. When my father disagreed, she threatened to hang herself at my eldest son's home. Is this how a grandmother and mother should behave? If I must marry, I'd rather not live at all." Si Nan snatched the rope from Wu Shufan and dashed outside. Wu Shufan, taken by surprise, soon heard someone shout, "Shufan, stop hanging. Your granddaughter is running to hang herself at her uncle's house. Hurry and see." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Shufan cursed angrily. Originally, she intended to scare her eldest son's family with her theatrics, a tactic that had worked before. Who would have thought her granddaughter would take it so seriously? Threatening to hang herself? The most infuriating part was that as she ran, Si Nan yelled that it was because her uncle and aunt had incited her grandmother to take her life, thus she would give her own life at their doorstep, drawing the attention of the entire village. When Wu Shufan reached her younger son's house, Si Nan had already hung the rope from the window and was preparing to go through with it. Wu Shufan screamed in horror, nearly collapsing. The villagers rushed to help, but Si Nan shouted, "If anyone dares to touch me, I will accuse them of assault. Tonight, I will hang myself at whoever's doorstep." Her resolute determination frightened the villagers into silence. Her uncle and aunt, taking an afternoon nap, woke to the commotion, realizing the noise was emanating from their doorstep. They hurried out to see their eldest niece hanging, nearly causing them to faint from shock. The aunt was the first to react, screaming as she rushed to bring Si Nan down. By then, Si Nan's neck had already formed a visible bruise. The surrounding villagers murmured among themselves, "What a cursed thing! What a black heart! To hang yourself at your uncle's doorstep. If you want to die, why not go far away?" Wu Shufan cried on the ground. At that moment, Chun Xiujuan returned, and upon seeing the bruise on her daughter's neck, her heart shattered. Hearing Wu Shufan's words, she instantly went mad. Chapter 5. The eldest grandson's powers. This life is unbearable. My only daughter was driven to hang herself and nearly lost her life. And that old woman dares to say, "Why not die far away?" When that old hag threatens to hang herself at her eldest son's house, does she not think about dying far away? Chun Xiujuan screamed, rushing into her uncle's kitchen, grabbing a kitchen knife and thrusting it into her uncle's hands, shouting for him to kill her and her daughter, so they wouldn't have to incite their old mother to plot against the eldest son's family. Her uncle, frightened, dropped the knife, exclaiming, "This is unjust. When did I ever encourage my mother to scheme against you? You didn't." Chun Xiujuan struggled against the crowd, running up to her uncle and gripping his leather coat, demanding, "If you didn't, then where did this coat come from? This is a gift that my family member, Nan, purchased for her father with half a month's salary in the year she graduated. Why is it now adorning your person? Furthermore, the leather shoes you wear, the lipstick your wife applies, the gold chain she wears, the computer used by your son, and even the kitchen knife you just discarded, all belong to my family. After enduring such humiliation for many years, even the gentlest of individuals can reach their breaking point. It was one thing to be taken advantage of in small matters, but now you dare to exploit her daughter? Do you truly believe she is a mere ghost?" Chun Xiujuan trembled with rage, glaring fiercely at her brother-in-law and his wife. "You may not have instigated this, yet those are my family's possessions. Whenever my family acquires something of value, it seems to automatically make its way to your household. If you were truly decent people, would you not realize that my possessions have been pilfered by some specter and fail to return? How can you use them so shamelessly without fear of retribution? After benefiting for decades, you still wish to erect a monument of virtue, portraying yourselves as innocent? How disgraceful!" The villagers unanimously agreed that Wu Shufan and her brother-in-law had gone too far. Despite Wu Shufan's attempts to argue, she could not withstand the collective voices of the community and ultimately retreated with her younger son and his wife, hiding from view. After such a commotion, the Si family finally found a moment of peace. Once home, Chun Xiujuan tenderly applied medicine to her daughter's wounds. You should have known better. How could you expect your grandmother, who is as cunning as a fox, to truly hang herself? Let her make a fuss. You need not join in. What we do if something truly happened? It's fine, Mom. I was just scaring them. The rope that Grandma used is so flimsy that it would snap with a gentle tug. How could it possibly cause harm? Besides, I still have a utility knife in my pocket. But what if? Chun Xiujuan's concern grew. You and your father are all we have. If something were to happen to you, what would become of us old folks and the two little ones? As she spoke, tears began to flow. Despite her fierce demeanor today, she was still shaken. The mere thought of what could have happened filled her with dread. She felt deep remorse, blaming herself for not recovering fully after her first pregnancy and for the miscarriage that occurred during her second pregnancy. If only she had been able to bear a son, her daughter would not have suffered such indignities. Unable to suppress her anger, she glared fiercely at Si Nan. What on earth are you doing? You talk a big game, yet when your daughter is bullied by your mother, you merely hide away like a coward. Upon seeing his wife in tears, Si Nan faltered. Yet he still muttered, "It was your daughter who signaled me to hide with the child so as not to frighten him. I thought she was just trying to scare them. Who knew she would act so recklessly?" He shot a fierce look at Si Nan. Under the pressure of our two elders, Si Nan could only acquiesce, repeatedly assuring, "Yes, yes. It was my recklessness. But with responsibilities weighing upon me, how could I afford to perish? Besides, we are on the cusp of prosperity. I could not bear to leave this world now." Chun Xiujuan, while crying, swatted at her daughter. "What nonsense are you spouting? Always with your yes, yes, yes. Don't you find it ominous?" Seeing her mother finally breaking free from her negative emotions, Si Nan smiled and swiftly changed the subject. "Mom, I'm serious. Our family is about to strike it rich." "Child, have you lost your mind?" Chun Xiujuan responded with concern. "Oh dear, it is too complex to explain right now. Finish your meal and join me upstairs. I have something to show you." After dinner, Si Nan lulled the child to sleep and led her parents upstairs. Stopping at her bedroom door, her expression shrouded in mystery. "Mom and Dad, before you enter, I must prepare you for what you are about to see." The couple, puzzled yet compliant, nodded in agreement. "What you are about to witness may seem rather unbelievable, but do not be alarmed. Our ancestors' blessings protect us, and nothing will go awry." Si Nan made a gesture with her fingers, indicating something astonishing might occur. It may be somewhat beyond the realm of scientific explanation. Chun Xiujuan chuckled. "What on earth are you talking about?" As Si Nan opened the door, her mother's voice abruptly ceased. They beheld the once simple and bright bedroom now brimming with items, resembling a storage facility. Yet, in the next moment, everything vanished into thin air. Moments later, it reappeared as if by magic. The couple stared wide-eyed, speechless. "This is the miraculous ability of your grandson," Si Nan stated earnestly. She had no intention of concealing from her parents that her son had awakened a unique gift, connecting him to another world. Not only were her parents the only people she could trust in this life, but they also often helped her care for the child and would inevitably notice something amiss. At just 3 years old, Si Bebe was still mastering control over his gift. Particularly while asleep, when he snored, all items in the room, except for living beings, could be transformed at will. Preparing her parents in advance would help mitigate any potential mishaps. Additionally, she shared the proposal of collaboration from the man in the otherworld. He explained that their world had been in a state of apocalypse for 3 years, experiencing extreme weather patterns that disrupted production and led to severe food shortages, alongside an array of zombies and mutated creatures resulting from laboratory leaks. Survivors were preoccupied with evading danger, leading to the abandonment of countless valuable items from the civilization that had preceded the apocalypse. For instance, precious artifacts from museums, luxury items from upscale villas, and clothing, shoes, bags, watches, and jewelry from warehouses and shopping malls lay discarded amidst the ruins, destined to decay and rust into true waste. Why not salvage these items and transform them into treasures? Anything surplus could be sold. Si Nan furrowed his brow, skeptical of the value in items retrieved from the ruins. What can possibly be sold from such debris? That may not be the case. Si Nan revealed her account balance with a mischievous smile. This is what I earned from selling scrap today. Over 80,000. Chen Xiujuan's eyes widened. This is just from selling a gold chain and a pair of gold bracelets. Gold? He wishes to trade gold for our food? Is he not a fool? Chen Xiujuan exclaimed, equally astonished. Gold is precious. Regardless of his sanity, trade is free, and we stand to profit. Si Nan replied with a beaming smile. No. Si Jinbong maintained a stern expression of disapproval. Why not? Si Nan queried, bewildered. This is a golden opportunity for prosperity. Chapter 6. The entire family becomes merchants. These items were salvaged from the ruins of the apocalypse. Who knows if they carry any viruses? Si Jinbong insisted stubbornly. We may be poor, but we hold our heads high, refusing to take advantage of others or earn money through unscrupulous means. Dad, I am your flesh and blood. How could I be malicious? Si Jinbong scoffed. Who knows? Who dares to question the identity of the father of my twins? Si Jinbong raised an eyebrow. Si Nan, why bring that up again? Si Jinbong gaznikired, recalling how she had described her college boyfriend, their relationship being stable, and their plans to introduce their families upon graduation. However, the man had suddenly been diagnosed with a terminal illness, with only 3 months to live. To preserve their love, you bravely underwent artificial insemination, giving birth to twins? Yes. Is there anything wrong with that? Si Nan retorted. Despite being premature at just over 4 pounds, they have thrived, surpassing the health of typical children. They eat well and are far less prone to illness than others. Their physical resilience is remarkable. Tell me, does that resemble the offspring of someone on the brink of death? The twins, moreover, were strikingly handsome. Moreover, the character of the spirit is astute, inheriting commendable traits. Si Jinbong harbored grave suspicions that his daughter had succumbed to carnal desires, fixating on the admirable genes of another, ultimately resorting to cruel abandonment of her father in favor of her offspring. Undoubtedly, she epitomizes the archetype of a negligent woman. Si Nan remarked, reflecting on past events, expressing a twinge of guilt. Ah, that man is inconsequential. He is dead regardless, so why dwell on him? Si Nan promptly redirected the conversation to matters of significance. In fact, she had contemplated her father's earlier concerns. After all, the first to be affected by such exchanges would be the children, followed by themselves. Thus, the safety of the children must be prioritized. The man had also mentioned in his letter that their greatest peril stemmed from extreme natural disasters, not viruses. Viruses predominantly arise from laboratory leaks caused by such disasters, and post-apocalypse, these locations have become contaminated zones. However, aside from the polluted areas, resources in other regions remain secure. Si Jinbong interjected coldly, questioning the existence of the zombie virus. Chen Xiujuan recalled the grotesque zombies depicted in short videos, feeling a wave of trepidation. She expressed her concerns, stating, Nan, this situation could escalate dramatically. It is better to be overly cautious than to underestimate it. Your father is right. We, as simple country folk, may not fully grasp these matters. What if we encounter true danger? We cannot afford to be greedy. Si Nan could empathize with her parents' worries. They were honest, hard-working rural individuals, particularly in an era where cautionary videos warning against scams proliferated on social media. The elder generation preferred to err on the side of caution, willing to forego countless opportunities rather than risk the slightest misfortune. Yet, Si Nan was unwilling to relinquish this chance for prosperity. Hence, she patiently analyzed the situation for them, even presenting the man's letter for their perusal. Zombies and mutated creatures emerge from contaminated zones, indeed possessing a potent transmissibility. But transmission only occurs through bites or scratches from zombies. Under normal circumstances, contact with zombie blood does not result in infection. Thus, it is improbable that such threats could infiltrate their world. Furthermore, before sending the items, he had purified everything with his abilities. After lengthy discussion, her parents remained somewhat apprehensive. Si Nan, feeling somewhat drained, casually remarked, if you doubt it, once the children awaken, we can inquire. Both Bao Gu and Bao Niu have seen him. You often claim they're astute little ones, capable of discerning character accurately. They consistently praise him as a beautiful celestial being. How could he possibly be a villain? Upon hearing this, Si Nan suddenly slapped his thigh, startling the mother and daughter. "What are you doing?" Chen Xiujuan glared at him in confusion. Si Nan, exuding confidence, declared, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Anyone who can win the affection of our precious ones cannot possibly be a bad person." Chen Xiujuan pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, affirming that their children were indeed extraordinary. Si Nan quipped, "In the end, a mere preference from a 3.5-year-old twin holds more weight than all our deliberations." The grandparents exhibited an extraordinary bias towards their own grandchildren. Si Nan lay back, contemplating. Si Nan shifted the subject, asking, "So the items you brought back on the tricycle today are meant for him? He offers you gold worth thousands, and you present him with a mere tricycle's worth of goods?" He regarded the dealings with a disdainful air, viewing merchants with skepticism. Si Nan countered, "How much can a tricycle hold? He is exchanging gold for a trifling amount. Is that not excessively exploitative? Where's the exploitation?" Si Nan retorted, feeling the necessity to recalibrate their perspectives. "Mom and Dad, first and foremost, you must understand this is a matter between two worlds. Gold is valuable here, yet over there, it is as worthless as a pebble, discarded without a second glance. It is even less valuable than a bottle of mineral water. Their true currency consists of energy, food, medicine, and water." He offered me a pair of gold bracelets akin to stones, while I provided him with 3 entire boxes of pure water and 2 boxes of Red Bull. Additionally, other food items that are in short supply in his world. Si Nan continued, "He only exchanged a bag of gold chains for leftover food with Baoge. If these 2 righteous elders were to discover this, they would be filled with guilt, likely feeling compelled to compensate Qiyu with all the produce from our garden to ease their conscience. Furthermore, I also procured 2 100-liter water buckets. Our home possesses a natural water well, does it not? Tomorrow, I shall fill them with sweet, refreshing well water. Does that not make me a conscientious merchant?" Si Nan eyed his daughter skeptically, suspecting she had only thought of the water buckets after feeling cheated on bottled water, revealing a tendency towards frugality. Si Nan asserted, "In conclusion, do not solely focus on the thousands I earned. The food and water I provided him could potentially yield substantial value in his world. We are engaging in a mutually beneficial exchange." Si Nan pondered for a moment, then decisively proclaimed, Nan is correct. We have no reason to feel guilty. After all, we are conducting business, not charity. What is the point of laboring without profit? In the past, our honesty has only led us to toil as mere laborers. Yet, horses can be ridden, and kind-hearted individuals can be taken advantage of. From today onward, we shall become shrewd merchants. Chen Xiujuan interjected, "Do you realize, dear husband, how loud you are?" The term shrewd merchant does not carry the most favorable connotation. However, the specifics of this endeavor necessitated careful deliberation. Si Nan stroked her chin, contemplating thoughtfully. Chapter 7. Do not allow honest individuals to lose heart. The goods required by the other party necessitate monetary procurement on our part. Without selling the exchanged items, we lack sufficient funds. Thus, we must devise a strategy for monetizing the acquired goods in advance. Relying on gold for long-term transactions is far too conspicuous. Should Uncle Ma's hat draw attention, questioning the origin of our gold, we would be at a loss for explanations. If the secret of Bao-Ji's space were to be revealed, we could find ourselves embroiled in unforeseen complications. Si Nan concurred, affirming that Nan was right. The secret of Bao-Ji's space must remain known only to our family. It must never be disclosed to a sixth party. The children must also be cautioned not to speak of it outside. Yet, how to realize this remains a mystery to us. Chen Xiujuan lamented. Si Nan waved his hand, turning to Si Nan. Your mother and I have labored tirelessly our entire lives. We lack business acumen. You are our only university-educated child, possessing a sharp mind. Nan, you should outline the specific arrangements and strategies, and your mother and I will support you wholeheartedly. The couple turned in unison to face Si Nan, even the typically sharp-tongued patriarch adopting a demeanor of compliance. There is no denying that the sense of being trusted by one's parents is truly delightful. However, Si Nan remained skeptical. Will they genuinely heed my guidance? Will they fully cooperate with my plans? Meanwhile, on the other side, Chi remained oblivious to the developments unfolding with Si Nan. After placing the letter into his space, he felt a lingering anxiety. The notion of depending on a child from another world and an unfamiliar woman for his survival seemed ludicrous. The absence of a response likely indicated the answer. However, he could understand the hesitation. An enigmatic man from another world abruptly intruding into one's life would undoubtedly seem jarring. Thus, it was reasonable for her to require time to process and contemplate their potential collaboration. Yet, he lacked the luxury of time. Chi discreetly surveyed his pale-faced companions. Those who had been lively moments ago now lay sprawled like dead fish. An ominous atmosphere permeated the air, as if each individual were ensnared in a silence teetering on the brink of death. Chi polished the makeshift spear in his hands, his gaze gradually growing steely. Even in death, he would not succumb to indignity. As he rose to summon his comrades for one final, vigorous effort while they still had a modicum of strength, suddenly, a plethora of supplies materialized in the space around him. There was purified water, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and Red Bull. There were also sausages, apples, tea, eggs, and pancakes. Remarkably, the tea, eggs, and pancakes were still emanating warmth. Accompanying these provisions was a corner of a torn cardboard box, adorned with the flamboyant characters spelling out transactional. The nonchalant tone of the note was evident, yet Chi felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Even the exclamation mark on the note appeared exceedingly endearing. His brothers were saved. Thus, during the period of silence from the other party, it was not hesitation that ensued, but rather an immediate effort to gather supplies for him. A smile crept upon Chi's lips. He would remember this act of kindness. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately distributed the purified water, tea, eggs, and pancakes among his brothers. "Boss, this pancake is absolutely delicious," exclaimed grinning foolishly. "After the apocalypse, I've forgotten how long it's been since I tasted such delectable meat pancakes. All I could smell was the stench of rat meat." Following the apocalypse, extreme natural disasters had rendered farming impossible. During times of famine, people had resorted to gnawing on tree bark. With rodents, wild cats, wild dogs, and various other animals left with nothing to eat, they had turned to consuming the decaying flesh of zombies and mutated meat contaminated by laboratories, ultimately transforming into grotesque monsters. In fact, most wild animals were inedible. As for domesticated livestock, that was merely a distant thought. For humans to have even a morsel to eat was a blessing. There was no surplus food to raise livestock. In most cases, survivors could only purchase synthetic nutritional liquids from the black market to stay alive. That concoction had a strong chemical taste, making it impossible to savor. It was merely a means to prolong life. Living in such a world, consuming meat was an extravagant luxury. However, now they were relishing fragrant, warm meat pancakes. There were even eggs, and tea eggs at that, not to mention the pure, tasteless water. "I feel as though I'm dreaming," the Don mumbled, wolfing down his food. "That'll being me. Am I about to starve to death? And is this just a hallucination?" The two had no time to entertain him. Even in a dream, one must eat their fill first. He finished a pancake in just 2 or 3 bites and reached out for more, only to find that everyone had paused, eagerly gazing at the food before them, desperately swallowing but resolutely suppressing their desires. There was only so much food available. They had no idea how long they would be trapped or if rescue would ever come. But as long as they were alive, there was hope. To avoid finishing this meal and having nothing for the next, they had to conserve. Eat up. Only when you're full will you have the strength to fight your way out. Chi tossed a large pancake toward the two. The two adeptly caught it, nearly in tears with excitement. "Thank you, boss. You are magnificent." Chi concealed the smile in his eyes, thinking it was she who deserved the gratitude. Without the supplies she had sent, they would likely have become fodder for zombies. Thus, this was not merely a transaction. It was a life-saving grace. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised that he had thought a pair of gold bracelets could only procure a few buns and a bottle of water. He had not anticipated such a generous bounty of supplies. He recalled the young child mentioning that their entire family lived in a valley, leading a modest existence, relying on farming and hunting for sustenance. Though the town had goods for sale, descending the mountain for procurement involved treacherous journeys, making it exceedingly inconvenient. Furthermore, items in the town were exorbitantly priced, affordable only to the ultra-wealthy. The child's mother could hardly bear to buy anything in town. Now, without uttering a word, she had managed to procure so many supplies for him, which must have been no easy feat. He pondered for a moment, recognizing the importance of gratitude. One must never allow honest individuals to feel disheartened. After finishing the pancake in his hand, he departed from the abandoned supermarket. Just as Chi Yu left, the Dong and several brothers quietly formed a circle. "Did you all just see that?" The Dong whispered, a look of disbelief on his face. "See what?" the brothers asked, bewildered. The smile. It appeared on the boss's face several times just now. "How would you all have missed it?" The group replied. "We were too busy eating and had to remain vigilant. Who had time to observe that?" The Dong shook his head, exasperated. "You all. Alas. It seems I am the only one truly concerned about the captain." The brothers exchanged glances, their fists tightening. What an outrageous affront. How dare anyone tarnish their sacred, untouchable flower of the apocalypse? Just as they were about to retaliate, the Dong quickly halted them, saying, "Let's stick to the matter at hand. Speak. I read in a book that if a man can't help but smile, he must have someone special in his heart. I see the captain's expression. It seems he's been secretly dating behind our backs." Chapter 8. If you gift, gift well. Frog quirks, could it be? Who possesses such great influence to have won over our boss, the high and lofty flower? By the way, I just saw the boss head toward the women's clothing section on the 3rd floor. The brothers' eyes ignited with a fervent curiosity. At that moment, the usually silent Lao He, who was cleaning his sniper rifle, coldly interjected, "You all are well fed and have the audacity to gossip about the boss behind his back. Are you seeking death?" The others suddenly recalled something, gasping sharply, immediately falling silent. However, their compliance lasted no more than 3 seconds. "I need to relieve myself. Who wants to go?" "I'm in need too. Shall we go together?" "Let us go." The Dong said gravely, "I'm not in a hurry, but I worry about the boss going out alone. Could it be dangerous? I need to support him." The group gasped, falling into a moment of silence, contemplating whether to deal with this troublesome green tea or to go witness the spectacle firsthand. Ultimately, they decided to spare him for now, prioritizing the latter. 3 minutes later, Lao He, clutching his sniper rifle, found himself encircled by the brothers, feeling as though he was under duress. "Lao He, quickly tell us what you saw." "Dadong gurjit inaasht, don." Lao He slowly maneuvered his sniper rifle, his voice devoid of emotion. "The boss has entered the clothing section, silently eliminating a few zombies, and is now in a clothing store." He added, with a tone of resignation, "I remember this store was a luxury brand before the apocalypse, specializing in women's clothing." The group's eyes lit up. It was confirmed. The boss had indeed encountered romance, even while besieged by zombies. He had not forgotten to bring gifts for his sister-in-law. That must be true love. Chi Yu was unaware of the wild speculations his subordinates were conjuring. He had initially presumed that the economy of that world was underdeveloped, and that sending items from his world might cause trouble for the woman's family. Yet, upon seeing the self-heating hot pot, he realized he had overthought it. The economy of that world was likely not lagging. It was merely that the woman's family lived in a valley and was relatively poor. Moreover, her wardrobe contained only a few beautiful garments, crammed with diapers and children's clothing. The few pieces of women's clothing appeared to reflect styles similar to those before the apocalypse in this world. With that in mind, he felt less apprehensive. 3 years prior, a sudden earthquake struck the city in the dead of night. The government organized a rapid evacuation of survivors, but unexpectedly, a zombie virus erupted, transforming the entire city into a domain of the undead overnight. The mall had not suffered damage during the earthquake and was situated at the center of the virus outbreak. After the disaster, it had not been pillaged by survivors, remaining relatively intact. When Chi Yu and his group entered, the mall's doors and windows were firmly shut, except for the supermarket on the basement level, which had been looted. Most other shops had their shutters drawn. This indicated that the mall was still stocked with abundant supplies. Unable to repay the life-saving grace, he thought it better to select some fine items to present to his benefactor rather than let them rot away. He, however, lacked an understanding of women's aesthetic preferences, though he vaguely recalled that the items sold in this shopping mall were rather expensive. Before the apocalypse, shopping here was a symbol of status. Choosing the expensive was always a safe bet. Despite the dilapidated state of the world, Chi-Yu believed that selecting gifts for others should still maintain a standard. Most of the supplies left in the supermarket bore signs of prior use. Bringing them back to the base for sale at the black market grocery store could yield a profit, but it felt too shabby to present to a life-saving benefactor. Not to mention that even the clothes displayed in the store had gathered dust for 3 years, rendering them too filthy in his eyes. If one were to give a gift, it must be of high quality. Chi-Yu went directly to the store's warehouse, discovering that despite 3 years of apocalypse, the goods inside were largely intact, merely covered in a thin layer of dust. After undergoing purification through his abilities, they appeared brand new. Unsure of what style Si Nan and the others might prefer, he found the process of opening and selecting items cumbersome. Instead, he decided to purify all the goods on the shelves and collect them into his space, adhering to a principle of abundance for options. After emptying the entire stock of women's clothing from the first floor, he proceeded to the 4th floor, where bags and shoes were located. He discarded shoes that had been tried on, but collected bags, taking them along with the shelves. Initially, Chi-Yu would make selections, but soon he realized something was amiss. The quantity of styles on the display boards in some stores was evidently greater than those in the warehouse. It turned out that limited edition items were directly showcased in the VIP area, and the warehouse held none. This simply could not be overlooked, since he was already here. Adhering to the principle of leaving no stone unturned, Chi-Yu returned to purify and collect all items from the shelves. He thoughtfully prepared notes to categorize which items were brand new and unopened from the warehouse, and which were display items collected along with the shelves. Since he had already taken the shelves, he saw no reason not to also take the display cabinets, cash registers, decorations, and mannequins, making it more convenient for his benefactor during selection. After all, being a high-end mall, many stores featured VIP rooms with meticulously crafted sofas and furnishings. The young child's family lived in a remote valley, making the procurement of large furniture inconvenient. Perhaps these stylish and well-made sofas could be useful to them. Moreover, don't children love to play house? A one-to-one replica of a cash register and VIP room could serve as a delightful playhouse for the child. If all else fails, they could be chopped for firewood. Emphasizing a philosophy of not leaving empty-handed, Chi-Yu took advantage of the spatial upgrade, which now spanned dozens of acres and was connected to the child's space, which was even larger and entirely empty. It seemed wasteful not to store anything in such a vast area. After collecting clothing, shoes, and bags, Chi-Yu proceeded to the men's section, gathering all sorts of clothing. Shoes, handbags, belts, and ties. He had heard that the child's mother was often busy with work, with the grandfather taking care of the child during the day and driving at night, which must be exhausting. He just happened to spot a golf equipment store, but was unsure whether the other party enjoyed the sport. Regardless, he decided to collect the items anyway. After all, he was already here. He did not neglect the outdoor gear store, fishing tackle shop, or ski shop. What if something was suitable? Once he left the mall, finding such a complete and well-stocked supply again would likely prove difficult. Better safe than sorry. Chi-Yu had begun collecting from the 3rd floor, and only remembered that he seemed to have forgotten about the 2 children. That simply would not do. If the children started causing a ruckus, he would have trouble managing them. Chi-Yu swiftly navigated through the mall to the 2nd floor, where most of the children's supplies were located. He certainly could not miss out on clothing and shoes. The items in the mother and baby store were well packaged, and although he was uncertain of their usefulness, he collected all of them into his space. He also did not overlook the toy shop, Lego store, various DIY craft stores in the children's area, and the stationery store. Finally, he made his way to the jewelry section on the 1st floor. However, he only took the gold bars before turning to the adjacent jade store, intending to leave the remaining array of gold items for his brothers to collect. In the past, items such as gold, jade, luxury watches, and jewelry were often discarded on the roadside without a second glance. Carrying them was cumbersome and hindered combat movements. Now, everything had changed. These gold and jade items could be exchanged for food, so he would save them for his brothers. Ultimately, these gold items would find their way into his possession. Chapter 9. Politeness is not a vice, The boss emptied the entire mall. But why didn't he take those few gold shops? Didn't he say that gold could be exchanged for supplies with the system? The two asked, puzzled. Huh. The dong raised a finger, lightly brushing aside his greasy bangs. I know the boss best. Before he could finish, Lao He interjected, that's what the boss left for us. What do we need those gold pieces for? We have no system, no space. Carrying that stuff would just be a nuisance. Datolookid foolishly perplexed. Just as Lu Cha Dong was about to speak, a nearby brother immediately covered his mouth and glanced at Lao He. Lao He's voice, half-hearted and lethargic, drifted over, we might not have a system, but the boss does. The two blinked, about to ask, so what? When suddenly he heard a noise behind him and instantly fell into a combat-ready stance. To his surprise, the newcomers turned out to be fellow teammates. Although they were called teammates, they were merely taskers who had joined halfway. Because Chi Yu was exceptionally powerful, the missions he led had yet to fail, and the casualty rate was low, attracting many taskers to join him. However, in a vast forest, all kinds of birds could be found. The Dong and the others exchanged glances, noticing the newcomers acting suspiciously, and thus chose to remain hidden. Po ye, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to take the gold? The key is that we have no use for it. Who says we have no use for it? The captain has an exchange system. These gold pieces can be traded for supplies. Do you understand? Huh? We need to take gold to exchange. What else would we do? Do you think Chi Yu is a saint who will support you for nothing? The reason he gives us food is that we are of use to him. He needs us to charge into battle and escape this hellhole. Once we return to the base, do you think he'll still share supplies with you for free? Damn, so that's what Chi Yu is like. I was still treating him as an idol. How pretentious. Anyway, if we take the gold, it will end up in his hands. It will be better for him to collect the gold directly and share the supplies with us. What? You think this is just a matter of showing off? Young brother, your words reveal your naivety. You don't understand the complexities of human nature. I don't understand. I joined the team because I took him as an idol. I never expected him to be like this. He only sees us as pawns and doesn't consider us brothers at all. If he truly saw us as brothers, as the captain, shouldn't he directly share the supplies with us? Even a little supply he hesitates to give, yet expects us to follow him into danger without hesitation. As they listened to the whispers gradually fade, the Dong and his group nearly bit their gums in frustration. If it weren't for Lao He keeping an eye on them, they might have rushed out to give those two a beating. TMD, are they the boss's sons or grandsons? And the boss is supporting them? What audacity! That don't spot. The space is the boss's ability, and using that power consumes the ability user's essence. If the boss is willing to let them exchange, they should be grateful, yet they still want to take advantage of the boss. Damn it, don't hold me back. I'll take care of them. Feeling idle? A cold voice suddenly sounded from behind. Chi Yu had appeared behind them without their notice, despite them being on high alert the entire time. Boss, enough. If you have time to waste, you might as well hurry and collect the gold shop. Chi Yu said indifferently. The Dong wished to articulate further, yet upon observing Lao He's silent yet decisive actions, he hastily accelerated his pace, muttering curses under his breath. That wretched scoundrel! I shall empty the gold shop, leaving not a single gold button behind. Hearing this, the other comrades swiftly joined in the endeavor. Chi Yu, arms crossed, stood vigilantly, ensuring they remained discreet to avoid attracting the attention of the zombies. He had no intention of hoarding the spoils for himself, yet he was not inclined to act as a benefactor either, even though his allies were generous. Exchanging a handful of broken chains for a plethora of resources, he would not simply distribute these provisions for free. Should his brothers require assistance, they could barter with him. He was willing to engage in transactions at exceedingly low prices, akin to a mere 30% of black market rates, but he would never share without compensation. This was a matter of principle. In a post-apocalyptic world, he never overestimated human nature. He retained the gold, knowing that Si Nan would undoubtedly accept it. As for other items like watches and jewelry, he was uncertain of their acceptability. Nevertheless, he preserved a considerable amount, opting to only take collectible and limited edition pieces. After all, the few gold shops were inadequate for equitable distribution. It was prudent to leave ample bargaining chips to avoid conflict. Should Si Nan refuse the watches and jewelry, he intended to keep them as gifts or tokens, For as the saying goes, a gift is never unwelcome. Nurturing relationships was paramount, and bestowing gifts was ultimately a sound strategy. Meanwhile, Si Nan and her parents, each cradling an insulated cup, crouched on the rooftop, strategizing on how to operate as shrewd merchants. No, rather, how to adeptly manage this newfound venture. This sudden windfall must be secured, Si Nan proposed. What if we set up a recycling station? It may be laborious, but it avoids drawing attention. Occasionally, we could sell some valuable items, claiming they were retrieved during our collection of waste, leaving the original owner's identities shrouded in mystery. That sounds promising. Your father frequently drives around collecting goods. We can assert that he made connections during his travels. Chun Xiujuan concurred. Si Nan nodded in agreement, envisioning a scenario where they could accompany Bao Gu to gather scrap, then discreetly transfer their stock from the space to the truck, presenting it at the recycling station as a mere formality. They could even hire a few workers to sort through the reclaimed items. However, Si Jinbong interjected, furrowing his brow. You cannot rush into this. From the outset, you're contemplating too many details. We are merely farmers, lacking experience in business. If we rent a space and hire workers without assurance of success, we could incur significant losses from wages and rent. Chun Xiujuan hesitated upon hearing her husband's concerns. Si Nan felt exasperated. She had anticipated such a response. Just moments ago, they had promised to heed her thoughts, yet now they were quick to dismiss her ideas. Every time she expressed herself, they seemed to undermine her enthusiasm. Sensing the tension, Chun Xiujuan swiftly attempted to mediate, suggesting, "Let us rest for now. We can deliberate on business matters later. There's no rush." No sooner had she spoken than a resounding noise echoed from below. Si Jinbong's immediate reaction was to assume an intruder had entered, instinctively seizing a hoe and rushing toward the twins' room. To his dismay, he found the door barricaded, unyielding to his attempts. The anguished cries of the twins resonated from within, shattering the hearts of the three outside. Si Jinbong, having failed to force the door open, disregarded his shoulder's pain and hastily secured a hatchet at his waist, whispering, "You two stay here and keep watch. If anyone emerges from within, you must hide. I will climb through the window." Climb through the window? But this is the second floor. Si Nan protested. The adjacent window's ledge was barely wide enough for a hand, requiring him to step on 2 air conditioning units to leap across, all without any safety measures. What if he slipped? It was far too perilous. Si Jinbong glared at her, exasperated. What about the children? Are we to abandon them? Si Nan remained composed, reasoning that it was unlikely a thief would choose to target the poorest family in the village. However, Si Jinbong, upon hearing the children's cries, was frantic, unwilling to heed her logic. How can you claim to be a mother? Those children are terrified. Are you not concerned? Si Nan retorted, "Is there any logic in this? They're her own flesh and blood." Yet, Si Jinbong's concern had clearly clouded his judgment. Si Nan felt drained. It was challenging to console children through a door, and their cries only escalated with the adults' frantic voices outside, amplifying their distress. With the situation deteriorating, Si Jinbong was resolute in his decision to climb through the window, prompting Si Nan to suggest, "Perhaps I should go. You're back." Si Jinbong shot her a fierce glare. "I am in my prime." Yes, she quickly amended. "But such labor should be left to the younger generation." "What do you mean, younger generation? A girl should not climb through windows." "Stay put," he admonished sternly. Si Nan felt a headache coming on. Her father was obstinate, leaving her no recourse. Surely, she could not allow him to climb at his age. Resigned, she suggested, "Then let us call the police." "Absolutely not." Chun Xiujuan interjected, panic rising. "If Bao Ji's secret is uncovered, and they take him for experiments, what then?" Si Nan raked her fingers through her hair in frustration. Calling the police was utterly out of the question. It was a trivial matter that should not involve the authorities. Doing so would merely squander their resources. The children's mournful cries echoed painfully, while her father insisted on climbing through the window, and Chun Xiujuan, distressed by the children's wails, stomped her feet in desperation, simultaneously trying to console them while crying profusely herself, fearing she would choke on her tears. Si Nan was overwhelmed, who said that ordinary life was devoid of excitement. Every moment was fraught with challenges. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Si Nan resolved to pacify her parents first. Mom, Dad, please remain calm. There's no need to worry. It is likely that Bao Gu accidentally blocked the door with something. If we can soothe him, he will move it, and the door will open. However, the children's cries were so intense that they were beyond reason. Chen Xiujuan wept, heartbroken by the children's anguish. If they continue crying, they might injure their throats. That would lead to fever and further complications. Si Nan internally scoffed. Children were not that fragile. Chen Xiujuan ignored her retorts, wiping her tears while urging Si Jinbong. Come on, can you not manage this? You have yet to get inside. Mom, please calm down. Your cries only frighten the children more. They will not settle down if they hear you. Before Si Nan could finish, Chen Xiujuan, in her panic, turned her ire toward her daughter. Perhaps you should find a man to marry tomorrow. Without a strong young man in the house, we cannot even manage to climb through a window. Si Jinbong, who had just dragged over a ladder, was caught off guard. Si Nan felt a wave of indignation wash over her. How dare you say that? This is simply absurd. As if only men can scale windows. I will go. With sleeves rolled up, she exuded determination. Stand back, everyone, she commanded, her resolve formidable. She was ready to climb through the window. Immediately. Oh, I understand. Marriage may not be feasible, but romance certainly is. After all, you are still youthful and beautiful. Perhaps you can entertain several suitors, reaching out to them when needed. Just as she contemplated this, the door that had already been unlocked creaked open. Otherwise, Ms. Chen Xiujuan, in her agitation, might have arranged a matchmaking session for Si Nan on the spot. Si Nan wiped the sweat from her brow, just as she was about to enter, when the door was unexpectedly thrust open. In an instant, the tearful Chen Xiujuan transformed, exclaiming, "My precious darling," as she rushed into the room, left on the windowsill. Si Jinbong met her gaze. Nan, lend me a hand. I think I might have strained my back, he said with a hint of frustration. Don't worry. Life is all about the ups and downs, Si Nan replied, as she helped Si Jinbong into the room. Both were taken aback. Her bedroom was crammed with an assortment of shelves and goods, with mannequins of various shapes interspersed throughout. No wonder the children were frightened. Those mannequins, illuminated by the night lights, appeared like demons emerging from hell, truly unsettling. Si Nan's heart ached, and she yearned to embrace her children and assure them that their mother was present. However, before she could act, she was once again pushed aside. Si Jinbong, who moments ago had complained of his back, strode forward. Oh, my little darling, don't be afraid. Grandpa is here. Come here for a hug. The affectionate tone slipped out unconsciously. The couple each wrapped their arms around the twins, soothing them gently. Si Nan felt, at times, that she was superfluous in this family. Helpless, she picked up a small note that had fluttered to the ground, realizing that her provision had saved the lives of the man and his team. He claimed he could not repay such a life-saving grace. Consequently, he had cleared out the stock from them all as a small token of gratitude, anxious about whether it was sufficient. Si Nan glanced at the cluttered bedroom. Her bed was sagging under the weight, and the assembled wardrobe purchased for over 100 was in disarray, with items scattered across the floor, creating a scene of chaos. Fortunately, she had not gone to bed too early. Otherwise, her delicate frame might have been crushed beneath it all. This small token of gratitude, who could dare say it lacked sincerity? After much effort in calming the children and clearing the space, every corner of the 3-story little villa, including the rooftop, balcony, backyard, and even the newly repaired pigsty, was packed to the brim. That night, the family would have to squeeze into one room. After all this, Si Nan was utterly exhausted. The generosity of her partner, who had emptied an entire mall, was entirely unexpected. Yet, the sudden wealth was not so easily enjoyed. The crux of the matter was that once the children stirred, chaos would ensue. In the midst of slumber, should a weapon unexpectedly appear, the pressure would be overwhelming and could even prove fatal. No, this simply would not do. Si Nan hastily took pen and paper to write a letter. Chapter 11. The unthoughtfulness of the gift-giver Chi Yu was discussing the breakout strategy with his comrades when he unexpectedly received a reply from Si Nan. The world must still be in the evening, right? Receiving a letter so late, did his gift contain any issues? Chi Yu's expression grew serious as he concentrated on the spatial communication. And upon seeing Si Nan's first line of heartfelt thanks for his gift, expressing her astonishment, he exhaled in relief, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. Glancing further, he noted several more lines of text. He immediately halted the meeting, standing up, instructing, "You all continue discussing the breakout plan. Compile a list of necessary supplies for me, and I will find a way." The meeting resumed 20 minutes later. His comrades, seeing his serious demeanor, became solemn. "Boss, is something amiss? What could be more important than our battle strategy right before the fight? Is it possible that a horde of zombies is approaching? The more formidable the ability user, the sharper their senses. The slightest rustle in the environment would not escape their notice. Some could even hear sounds from several kilometers away." The captain abruptly interrupted the meeting, a rare occurrence. Chi waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's nothing. I'll handle it. Continue your discussions." What a jest. A letter from an ally overseeing resources and energy in another world was of utmost importance. Even if the sky were to fall, that would take precedence. They had discovered 2 helicopters on the rooftop of a 5-star hotel across from a mall, but some teammates were injured and needed to evacuate using those. Unfortunately, there was no fuel, so they needed to negotiate a trade with Si Nan for a supply. If possible, they also wished to exchange for several vehicles and some combat gear. It was uncertain how easy it would be to procure these items. If Si Nan refused a trade, then all battle plans were in vain. The future quality of life for Chi Yu and his comrades hinged on Si Nan's decision. Could this not be regarded as crucial? Once Chi Yu departed, the Dong and a few others swiftly gathered. "Did you see that?" the Dong asked mysteriously. "See what?" His brothers looked puzzled. The boss actually smiled. "Did you not notice?" The brothers responded. "Is that the main point? Shouldn't our focus be on the upcoming battle strategy?" The Dong shrugged, both proud and resigned, indeed. "It seems I'm the only one truly concerned about the boss's love life." His comrades exchanged glances, tempted to chastise this sarcastic character. Yet, it appeared he had uncovered something significant, so they held back, for the gossip was indeed enticing. "You are all a bunch of inexperienced fools. Here we have a cool and serious man engaged in a pre-battle meeting, and yet he suddenly smiles and even pauses the meeting? Why?" Dutto, following up on Adong's remarks, asked in confusion, "Why?" The Dong sighed, shaking his head, deciding to be the good guy and share the news. "I heard the new second-in-command who recently parachuted into the base possesses mental abilities. The boss's current romantic interest must be her. That is quite possible. A mental ability user can transmit messages to specific individuals through thought, and they also have a messenger alliance, which facilitates communication among them. It's akin to walking signal towers and human communication devices. If the line is connected, even miles apart, they can send information to the designated recipient. Thus, the reason the boss smiled so charmingly must be that he received a message from the second-in-command." The Dong clapped his hands, confidently asserting, "It's highly likely." No wonder the second-in-command had shown such concern for their journey before their mission commenced, inquiring multiple times. It turns out she was concerned for the boss. If that were the case, they might just be saved. Now that the captain was in contact with the messenger, support could arrive swiftly. Upon hearing this, the brothers rejoiced. The boss is formidable. The second-in-command is reliable. They exclaimed, "Brothers, if we manage to escape this ordeal, we must repay the life-saving grace and assist the boss in winning over his beloved as a token of gratitude." However, the Dong felt a headache coming on, realizing that without him, the entire team would remain single for life. "Isn't there a sizable bookstore nearby? How about we bring back some reference books for the boss?" "Good idea, let's go." Little did Chi Yu know that his subordinates had concocted an entire drama behind his back. Finding a secluded spot, he finally took out the note to read. The strokes were slender and upright, resembling the elegant and precise script of a refined lady. The note conveyed that the young child referred to her as a single mother, a role that was undoubtedly challenging. After a brief acquaintance, she quickly demonstrated her decisive and efficient demeanor, her words straightforward and forthright, evoking a sense of admiration in Chi Yu. However, as he continued reading, he noted a shift in the tone of the letter. Si Nan expressed that her living space was limited and could not accommodate such an abundance of items. She requested that he refrain from placing anything in the storage for the time being, as she needed time to prepare an alternative location for these supplies. Chiyu pondered deeply, furrowing his brow. He realized his oversight. In his eagerness to offer gifts, he had neglected to consider the recipient's convenience. The storage of such a considerable amount of supplies indeed posed a challenge, and managing them would be cumbersome. Should thieves take notice, security arrangements would be necessary. He regretted that his gifts were merely trivial items, their value reliant on quantity rather than substance, inadvertently creating trouble for his benefactor. This was indeed a lapse in the understanding of the gift giver. After much contemplation, Chiyu decided to express his apologies and ensure a smooth collaboration. He retrieved a piece of the 200 grams of gold bricks he had recently acquired, along with some jade artifacts, and sent them along with a note. My apologies, Miss C, for my lack of foresight. This gold brick and jade can serve as an apology. Please sell them, and see if the proceeds are sufficient to rent or purchase a larger space for these items. If there are any excess funds, perhaps you could consider hiring 1 or 2 security personnel. If the funds fall short, please let me know, and I will find a way to provide you with more gold. I hope this does not cause you further inconvenience. Chiyu sent the letter with sincere intent and waited patiently for a response from Si Nan. After a prolonged silence, he surmised that she was likely preoccupied. Late into the night, was she perhaps dealing with the complications his gifts had brought? This thought stirred a feeling of guilt within him. It seemed he needed to visit the museum before leaving this city of ruins. He recalled that several national treasure-level collectors resided here before the apocalypse. Henceforth, he resolved that his future gifts must be genuine treasures. At that moment, Si Nan, unaware of Chiyu's letter and the gold he had sent, was preparing to leave, intending to rent a storage unit that very night. I recently read in the news about human traffickers who target solitary girls at night. There are also various schemes to lure young women to secluded places. It is perilous for you to go out alone at night to inspect a warehouse, Chan Xiujuan remarked, her brow furrowed with concern. Chapter 12. Do you wish to be my father? What era is this for such audacity to exist? Si Nan, exasperated, thought to herself that perhaps Chan Xiujuan had watched too many short videos, fearful even of a mere vegetable. However, she merely said this to placate her. In truth, Si Nan never underestimated human nature. Even in times of peace, one coexists with countless demons disguised as humans. Therefore, she always prepared herself before venturing out. The agent showing the property is an old classmate of mine. I just checked, and he said we can view it now. Rest assured, I will be cautious. But it is so late. Can't this wait until tomorrow? Chan Xiujuan remained unconvinced. When Bao Ge snores, his golden finger goes uncontrollable. If all these items suddenly materialize, what if they hurt someone? I can't very well ask Bao Ge to stay awake, can I? To ensure her own future peace of mind and avoid being crushed by randomly appearing supplies in the middle of the night, she resolved firmly that no grain of sand should remain in her son's space overnight. Since Bao Ge has released the items, can't we wait until tomorrow to rent? Chan Xiujuan suggested. Si Nan shook her head, explaining that when he snores, not only does he scatter items about, but he also randomly swallows things. Thus, anything in the jade pendant space or the room is unsafe while he sleeps. To avoid prolonged complications, it would be wise to address the matter promptly. Si Jinbong recalled the large bed that had been crushed and felt a pang of anxiety. Had it not been for the bunk beds accommodating the twins below, the top bunk supporting the shelves, the twins might have been harmed tonight. He immediately agreed, saying, Nan Nan is right. I will accompany her. Si Nan considered bringing the children along as well. Given the abundance of items at home, should Bao Ji's golden finger go awry, she worried her mother would be unable to handle the situation alone. The backseat of the large truck could accommodate them for the night. Si Jinbong concurred. It was indeed safer to bring them along. Tomorrow, they would need to rearrange Bao Ji's sleeping quarters, replacing the bed with tatami mats for a more suitable sleeping arrangement. Of course, each issue must be resolved in turn. The immediate priority was to secure a warehouse and properly store the overwhelming pile of goods filling their home. At a warehouse 3 kilometers from Si Nan's residence, Hao-yu remarked, why the sudden enthusiasm tonight? Not even heading to the bar, but instead conducting a viewing at this late hour? He chuckled, you wouldn't understand. I have a date with a beauty tonight. Ah, no wonder you're so eager. Which kind-hearted soul would venture out at such a late hour to inspect a warehouse? His friend laughed meaningfully. See how you smirked, tossing his bangs aside. This cursed charm of mine is unavoidable. You see, my old classmate may have given birth to twins, but her social media is filled with unedited photos radiating confidence. Moreover, her figure and face appear even more alluring than before. Really? Show me a picture. Quiet now. I've received a message. She wants my location. All right, look at you. So impatient. Just wait. You'll see her in person soon enough. How you? Don't worry. I won't forget your share. Single mothers can be quite lonely. The two exchanged knowing glances, bursting into laughter. Shortly thereafter, Si Nan arrived at the warehouse, driving a large truck. Oh, you even brought the big truck, her friend teased, nudging you. Keep quiet and hide your sleazy demeanor. Don't spoil my good fortune. They quickly adopted a professional demeanor, appearing quite competent. Although they claimed to be inspecting the premises, the two agents' eyes were glued to Si Nan, darting back and forth. Si Jinbong narrowed his eyes and stepped forward to interrupt their gaze, forcing a smile as he said, "You two are quite dedicated to your work. Coming out this late for a viewing." You responded with a grin. "Oh, it's an old classmate calling, so I have to help, no matter the hour, right? Nan Nan? Is it really so intimate to call her Nan Nan? Are you that familiar?" Si Jinbong scoffed, warning, "It's not that close. You and Nan Nan are merely elementary school classmates. You didn't play together back then, and after adding each other on WeChat at a reunion, you hardly kept in touch. It's more polite to address her as Miss C." Being a man, he could see through the young man's intentions. Regardless of his ulterior motives, he would keep watch. They should focus on their work, and perhaps he might offer a slightly higher commission later as compensation for the late-night viewing. Regrettably, Yu thought otherwise. He secretly criticized that Si Nan, so beautiful, was blind to choose such an old man as a partner. Driving a large truck, he looked pitiful and domineering, yet overly controlling. Yet he concealed his thoughts well. When Si Nan and Si Jinbong separated to inspect the property, he took the opportunity to pry. "Si Nan, your taste seems lacking. You have decent conditions yourself. Why settle for an old man as a father figure? Can he even support you?" Si Nan shot him a sidelong glance, amusement dancing in her eyes. "What? Do you wish to be my father? What a joke." Yu instinctively straightened his back. I'm not better off than that old man. If you were with me, you wouldn't have to work anymore. Instead of accompanying an old man to inspect warehouses at this late hour, you could avoid the danger of late-night escapades. You see how exhausting it is. In the future, I will provide for you, ensuring your sustenance and shelter. Not only will I fulfill your needs, but I shall also grant you a monthly allowance of 1,000 yuan to spend at your discretion. Just be candid with me. Can that old man truly satisfy you?" Si Nan's expression darkened as she retorted coldly, "I'm afraid you have overstepped your bounds." Yu chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. "It was merely a jest, after all. We are old classmates, aren't we? No need to take it so seriously." "Oh, does that mean the intermediary fee for old classmates is waived, and the rent can be discounted to a mere one?" Yu's demeanor shifted abruptly. "Now you're being unreasonable. Work and personal matters are entirely distinct. One cannot conflate the two." Si Nan scoffed, issuing a warning. "Then I suggest you maintain professionalism. Should you continue to speak frivolously, do not blame me for being impolite." Yu scoffed inwardly, thinking, "What are you pretending for? Messaging me late at night to entice a man to view the warehouse? Do you truly believe you are so irresistible?" However, upon further reflection, he understood. After all, her benefactor was still around, explaining her need to maintain appearances. Fine. He would play along and change the subject. "By the way, what do you intend to store in the rented warehouse?" Si Nan was reluctant to engage. The glint in Yu's eyes made her want to strike him. Had she not initiated the warehouse viewing, she would have turned and walked away upon their first encounter. "Do not misunderstand. It's not that I am prying," Yu explained with a chuckle. "It's just that the landlord has high expectations for tenants, and I worry about potential complications with the warehouse rental." "Rest assured, we are a legitimate company," Si Nan replied with a smirk, matching his earnestness. "However, I am merely an employee. I am unaware of what the boss intends to store. I am simply responsible for running errands." In a sense, She spoke no falsehood. While cross-spatial transactions may be niche, who could claim she was engaging in anything illegal? Chapter 13. Is this woman poisonous? Moreover, Si Nan had not anticipated that she would empty an entire shopping mall for her. What would he next bring to exchange for resources? Who could say? When Si Nan remained tight-lipped, Yu had no choice but to redirect the conversation. Your boss seems rather inconsiderate, sending a young woman to inspect a warehouse at such a late hour. Isn't he worried about potential dangers? Si Nan waved her hand dismissively. What is there to fear? Our company prioritizes employee safety. What kind of decent person would send their staff to a warehouse at night? Just as Yu was about to laugh, he heard Si Nan continue. Before I left, our legal department had already investigated your establishment and confirmed it was a legitimate business, which is why I felt secure coming here. Yu chuckled inwardly, pondering the absurdity of having legal counsel for such a trivial matter. Does your company even have more than 3 people, including the boss? With such a level of professionalism, it is laughable. Additionally, regarding the viewing broker, he thought, oh, old classmate, the requirements for your professional credentials, graduation photos, mobile number, social media accounts, and home address have all been thoroughly investigated by our IT department. If anything were to happen to me, or if I were to go missing for more than 5 minutes, our legal department would notify the authorities and hand over all materials. Yu let out a disdainful snort, clearly doubting her claims. Let me share a little secret, Si Nan said nonchalantly, akin to a market vendor discussing vegetables. It's all because our legal department's sister was recently hurt by a scoundrel. Now she perceives all men as her adversaries. Just moments ago, she had received a message from her, stating that she was currently at the entrance of his residential complex. Should Si Nan go missing, she would promptly gather a team to knock on every door in search of her. Alas, Si Nan mused. A woman scorned by a cad is truly formidable. It is simply too chaotic. Yu's expression turned serious. Indeed, there were quite a few reckless young people these days. To assure him, Si Nan opened her messaging app to show him the conversation with her legal department. The screenshots contained all of his information, even his private accounts on social media. What the hell? Is this woman dangerous? Yu's amusement vanished. Do not be alarmed. Our IT department is simply quite skilled. However, you need not worry. We conduct these inquiries solely for the sake of safeguarding our employees during late hours. As long as I remain unharmed, none of this information will be leaked. Si Nan offered comfort. In truth, the identities we assume in public are self-imposed. The so-called IT department was merely a friend she had paid 200 yuan to assist her in researching online during her time at the market. Having spent years at night markets, Si Nan was no fool. Who would dare venture out at night without taking precautions? Even in a peaceful society governed by law, she never overestimated human nature. As it turned out, Yu was taken in by her words. The more nonchalant Si Nan appeared, the less certain he became of the truth behind her statements. Ultimately, he dared not act recklessly. But you really summoned me out here at night, just to inspect a warehouse? Si Nan was speechless. What else would it be? No, I mean, as a woman raising 2 children, don't you find it exhausting? Don't you ever consider relying on a man? Yu pressed on. Si Nan cast him a disdainful glance. Are you suggesting yourself? Why not? Am I not a viable option? He chuckled. With just 1,000 yuan monthly allowance, how could you possibly think you could support me? Si Nan's frosty gaze swept over Yu, her eyes seemingly capable of piercing through him, prompting him to involuntarily take a step back. You speak of not needing to work, of providing for me, but what? You want me to live in a single room in a village with you, giving me a mere 2 or 300 yuan for groceries each month, expecting me to be a free housekeeper, cooking and cleaning, while you benefit from my labor. I've always wondered, how is it that your head is larger than others? Perhaps you consumed too much melamine as a child. To Yu's astonishment, a woman who appeared aloof and lazy could unleash a tirade like a machine gun, leaving him utterly speechless. His embarrassment morphed into anger, nearly causing him to explode. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Just as he thought he might finally find an opportunity to respond, he witnessed Si Nan exclaim in frustration, delicately resting her hand on her forehead. Ugh, I feel so disgusted. It feels like my spirit has suffered 1,000 points of damage. I must ask the legal department if emotional distress counts as personal injury. Do not worry. This is not a significant issue. I will persuade the legal sister not to report it. It will merely be a way to vent my frustrations, Si Nan said, her slender fingers rapidly tapping on her phone keyboard as she reassured He Haoyu. A chill ran down He Haoyu's spine. He felt utterly uncomforted. What do you mean by that? These two lunatics couldn't possibly intend to expose his private accounts and ruin his reputation. That would not do. He had numerous wealthy women on those accounts, and if they found out, it would be disastrous. They would not hesitate to destroy him. Sister, my queen, I was wrong. I promise never to make such jokes again. Please, grant me another chance. Si Nan raised an eyebrow, observing He Haoyu nearly on the verge of tears. She scoffed inwardly. Gotcha. Indeed, the guilty are the easiest to manipulate. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the distant staircase. Not wanting to worry Si Nan swiftly composed herself, re-emerging as the cool and aloof individual she had been moments before. Let us hope you do not disappoint me, she said, her expression tranquil, as if the threatening woman from moments ago had merely been a figment of his imagination. He Haoyu thought, her mood changes faster than a blink. In truth, He Haoyu felt more anxious than Si Nan. He feared that if Si Zhanbong discovered his clandestine actions, he would be in for a beating, and he quickly became compliant. The truth proved that acting mad could cure all ailments. Human beings are inherently flawed. Although Si Nan has thwarted He Haoyu's nefarious intentions, he remains dissatisfied deep within. Particularly, when Si Nan expressed her discontent after viewing the first warehouse and insisted on inspecting several more, He Haoyu's face was a canvas of impatience. On their way to the second warehouse, He Haoyu could no longer restrain himself and began to complain incessantly. Damn it, just because she earns a few hundred in commission, she thinks she can treat me like a beast of burden. The poorer one is, the more trivial matters they have to contend with. Brother, what's the situation now? I just helped you dismiss that old man. Haven't you reached an agreement? Is she asking for too much? Bah, does she even have the audacity to demand a high price? He Haoyu spat disdainfully, dismissing a woman who had been deceived after only a few years in the city, likely already used and discarded by others. She ended up giving birth to twins, and no one wanted to take responsibility. She could only return to her family like a stray dog, burdened with children. I suddenly have an epiphany, a moment of clarity. I fear she might be infected and transmit something to me. Upon hearing this, his brother chuckled. Hey, how go if you're not interested? Could you let me have a go? I fancy this model. Chapter 14. Unless the other party takes the first move. She is sick. Do you want her to? What is there to fear? Aren't there preventive medications? His brother appeared indifferent. He Haoyu's expression darkened. Don't be foolish. As a brother, I advise you not to provoke this woman. She is not only ill, but also quite unhinged. I find her rather charming. Bah, don't be deceived by her seemingly gentle demeanor, appearing languid and as if she passively listens to everything. That's all an act. You should have seen her change from serene to furious. Even an Oscar-winning actress couldn't match her versatility. Really? Do I look like I'm joking with you? He Haoyu thought to himself that if he weren't being blackmailed by her, he wouldn't even bother catering to her. So, are we just spinning our wheels today? His brother felt somewhat unwilling. Damn it, what bad luck. Even if we can't indulge, we can't let this opportunity slip away. We must secure this rental agreement today. After we finish viewing this one, let us have her sign a contract. Thus, after finishing the second viewing, He Haoyu produced the contract and directly handed the pen to Si Nan. Old classmate, which of the two warehouses you just viewed do you prefer? Let's sign the contract now, and we can hand over the keys immediately. What does this mean? Is this a forced sale? Seeing Si Nan's cold stare, He Haoyu forced a smile. Si Nan, we are old classmates. Do you really think I would deceive you? The warehouses currently available in the market are scarce, and these two are the best options. If you don't like either, looking at other options will be a waste of time. Trust me, if you genuinely wish to rent, just choose one from these two, and you won't regret it. I won't hesitate to be honest. I have several old clients looking to rent too, and I have appointments tomorrow. You're lucky to have come first and viewed them tonight. If it weren't for our old friendship, I wouldn't have shared such excellent resources. I would have reserved them for my loyal clients. He Haoyu spoke earnestly, attempting to appear genuinely concerned for Si Nan. However, Si Nan saw through his insincerity. If she weren't in such a hurry to rent, she would bother to switch agents and waste her time. People tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. Although His unethical behavior disgusted her, Si Nan had her means of dealing with him. As long as he provided good listings, she could tolerate him. Si Nan casually turned her phone and glanced at him, stating that neither of the two warehouses was suitable due to their remote locations, which would likely not receive approval from her boss. Let's look at other options. He felt displeased, but had no choice but to continue showing her around, as if to validate his earlier claims. The subsequent warehouses they viewed seemed deliberately chosen for comparison, each one more dilapidated and increasingly distant than the last. See? I wasn't lying. I told you. These are the only listings available on the market right now, and you didn't believe me. You insisted on wasting time. I selected the best options for you to avoid unnecessary hassle, yet you remain skeptical. I can't help that. You feigned a look of grievance. In reality, he was quite pleased. Even if she held leverage over him, he could afford to be negligent without breaking any laws. If she was dissatisfied, what would she do to him? He had recognized Si Nan's urgency to rent. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. How could she offend the agent and expect to access his valuable resources? Dream on. If Si Nan were wise, he might have considered recommending her some exclusive listings. But now, he was keen to watch her fret and falter, inevitably leading her to seek his assistance when she failed to meet her company's expectations, at which point he would have ample opportunities to regain his pride. After all, in this area, he possessed the most warehouse resources. Old classmate, I'm not afraid of you checking around. In this district, few agents deal with warehouse listings. Most focus solely on residential properties or storefronts. Even if you sought another agent, they would eventually have to approach me for collaboration since they lack listings. I am the only one specializing in warehouses and factories, and virtually all exclusive listings are in my system. You exuded confidence. Excuse me. Si Nan was inherently stubborn. Since Hao-Yu was not genuinely interested in making a deal, she saw no reason to waste her time. When Hao-Yu realized he could not pressure her into signing, he resorted to being unreasonable. If you don't sign, that's fine, but since I've shown you several warehouses tonight without a signed contract, you ought to compensate me for my time. Si Nan found it amusing that he thought she was naive, as if she had never encountered such situations before. I've never heard of an agent demanding a fee for viewings without a signed contract, she said coldly, although she recognized his motives were impure. If he had genuinely done his job, she would not have hesitated to show him a bit of gratitude. However, his lackluster efforts, combined with his demand for payment, were truly insulting. You may not have heard of it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You simply lack experience in business and don't understand the rules. How-Yu adopted a shameless demeanor. Is that so? Then I'll call the mayor's hotline and inquire. Si Nan pulled out her phone and added that she might also check with the business bureau to see if such practices adhere to legal standards. How-Yu rolled his eyes, thinking she was trying to intimidate him. Who knows? Maybe the customer service ISNT even working at this hour. To his surprise, Si Nan remained calm and added, "Oh, I almost forgot. I suppose the customer service ISNT on duty right now. I'll just call the legal department at your company and ask for assistance in reporting a case of extortion." Damn, another threat? After a night of fruitless efforts, How-Yu was irked by Si Nan's repeated intimidation. Frustrated, he decided to take a hard stance. What? You're trying to renege on your promise. He pointed an accusing finger at Si Nan, his expression menacing. Who do you think you're scaring? Let me tell you, I have connections. Go ahead and report me. And see if anyone even cares. As How-Yu's finger approached Si Nan's face, Si Jinbong shouted angrily, "What are you doing? You want to fight? Old man, you better keep your distance. This doesn't concern you." Si Jinbong's temper flared, and had it not been for Si Nan holding him back, a confrontation might have ensued. At his age, how could Si Nan allow Si Jinbong to engage in a brawl? Against someone like How-Yu, who was all bark and no bite, she felt no fear. The thugs she encountered at the night market were far more formidable. Of course, Si Nan was a cultured person. She would prefer to settle matters verbally rather than resort to violence, unless provoked. As was the case now, How-Yu attempted to slap Si Nan's phone out of her hand, but she had been prepared, swiftly retracting her phone and countering with a kick. She let out a cold laugh and forcefully stepped on Yu, who was attempting to rise, pressing him back down to the ground. With a slight pressure from her foot, Yu found himself unable to move. Did he think he could bully her simply because she was a woman? He had no idea of her ancestry and dared to act arrogantly before her. It was only then that Yu realized he had encountered a formidable opponent and repeatedly apologized for his transgressions. As the clock struck 10, time was of the essence for Si Nan, who, disinterested in further conversation, commanded him to leave. The two quickly departed. Upon returning to the car, Si Nan regarded her with an odd expression. "Why do you look at me like that? When did you become so formidable? What s with that peculiar gaze?" "My dear father, have you watched too many dramas and now suspect I've been possessed?" "I simply work hard every day and have become stronger," Si Nan replied. What she dared not reveal was that since she became pregnant with twins, her physique had transformed remarkably. Not only had she gained strength, but many other changes had occurred as well. For instance, before her pregnancy, she would easily catch colds or cough with the change of seasons. However, after conceiving twins, with the exception of a hospitalization due to complications in the latter stages of her pregnancy, she had not suffered from any minor ailments. After giving birth, her body recovered at an astonishing pace. Even the scars from her cesarean section and old blemishes vanished mysteriously. Moreover, despite her late-night market stall endeavors, which would typically leave one looking haggard, she appeared unaffected. Regardless of how exhausted she felt each day, a single night of sleep would restore her vitality. Remarkably, she never used skincare products or cosmetics. Simply resting would rejuvenate her skin, making it appear supple and hydrated. Si Nan found this phenomenon quite astonishing. However, she had never shared this with anyone. She feared being beaten or, more absurdly, having someone capture her for her extraordinary attributes. Of course, these were merely digressions. Si Nan, on the other hand, had no suspicions. Many women in the village could carry heavy loads and walk several kilometers without losing their breath. Still, he felt a pang of concern for his daughter. "I think it's better if you don't pursue this business," Si Nan suddenly suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Why?" Si Nan furrowed her brow, puzzled by his sudden change of topic. Si Nan's expression grew serious. They had only just begun, and they hadn't even secured a venue yet. Yet they had already encountered such troublesome individuals. As they moved forward, they would surely face even more formidable challenges. And he and her mother would not be able to assist her. As a woman, how could she manage alone? Chun Xiujuan, who had also been unable to sleep, felt a wave of sadness at her husband's words, recalling the restless nights spent caring for their two grandsons. She chimed in, Nan, perhaps it's best to let it go and return those items. We don't need to live extravagantly, as long as we are safe and sound as a family. That's enough. After all, we've made a decent profit from selling gold. We should save that money for the children and not be too greedy. It was the difficulties in securing a venue, compounded by the misfortune of encountering troublesome people, that made her parents reconsider. Although Si Nan understood their concerns, they were worried about her and the two grandsons. They could endure hardship themselves, but they couldn't bear to see their daughter and grandchildren suffer even a little. Yet, she felt frustrated. If life were affluent, it would be different. However, they had been living in poverty like donkeys in a production team, toiling daily for meals. Finally, an opportunity for prosperity had arisen. If they could sell those supplies for a handsome profit, what could be wrong with that? Why should they return them? Was there ever a journey devoid of obstacles? It was not in Si Nan's nature to retreat at the first sign of trouble. Moreover, what if they encountered troublesome individuals? She was more than capable of handling them. Why should she give up? Si Nan pondered for a moment, her gaze resolute as she addressed her parents. Dad, you may still be able to work, but how many ointments have you applied to your back? You think we don't notice just because you don't mention it? I can smell it from a distance. And Mom, you used to thread a needle with your eyes closed, without your reading glasses. Can you still see clearly? You're not getting any younger. How many more years can you work? If your health deteriorates, medical expenses will be considerable, right? My two children are only 3.5 years old. I need to provide for their education in the future, and that requires money. If I don't strive now, how can I support you in retirement and raise two children? We don't need you to worry about our retirement. Just save that gold for the children's education. Chen Xiujuan interjected. Now, that compulsory education is free. We can still make ends meet. Mom, times have changed. The country has long moved past mere survival. It's about development now. If individuals fail to keep pace with the times, they will be left behind, Si Nan explained patiently to her parents. Compulsory education may be free, but how much does it cost to cultivate talent? Are you aware of the fierce competition in today's society? In the past, poor academic performance could still land a factory job, but now factories are automated. Technology is advancing so rapidly. By the time Baoga and Baonyo grow up, who knows what the world will be like? But one thing I know for certain is that I will not allow my children to be mediocre. Compulsory education is merely for basic literacy. If I have the means, I will ensure my children develop specialized skills. Even if my children struggle to excel, as a mother, I must work hard while I'm young, accumulate some wealth, and provide them with a safety net for the future. When the topic shifted to the education of their grandchildren, Si Zhenbong and Chen Xiujuan suddenly straightened up. As Si Zhenbong's expression grew grave, he raised his hand to slap his thigh, but Si Nan and Chen Xiujuan quickly restrained him. What are you so excited about? The children are still asleep. Chen Xiujuan whispered. Si Zhenbong reluctantly lowered his hand. What I wanted to say is that Nan is right. It's fine for us old folks to endure hardships, but we must save more for the children's future. In summary, relying on their father was out of the question. Si Zhenbong silently cursed that unreliable man, resolutely deciding that they must strive to provide for the children's future. Meanwhile, in another corner, the atmosphere surrounding Qi Yu was tense. He glared at the foolish individuals before him, unable to comprehend how his subordinates could be so incompetent. Seeds, fertile soil, and greenhouse planting equipment could easily be exchanged with Si Nan, and given the abundance of resources there was no need for haste. They could wait until he returned to make the exchange. This meant he could free up space in his private quarters. Thus, Qi Yu instructed his brothers to gather supplies, promising to help store them for the journey back. They could sell them in the black market later and earn some extra cash. However, these fools seemed to have lost their minds. They refused to collect useful pots, pans, and other kitchenware from the supermarket, nor did they want clean, used bedding or warm supplies such as cotton pillows. Instead, they brought back a pile of books, including titles like The Overbearing CEO Loves Me, Widow Soft and Fragrant, The End Times Military King Pampering His Wife, President Gu Calling You Cold and Distant, Chasing His Wife to the Grave, and President Qi. Did you pursue your wife in style today? What nonsense was this? Qi Yu typically refrained from cursing, but when he did, the oppressive atmosphere he radiated could terrify anyone. His subordinates shrank back, awaiting judgment. Suddenly, they heard a series of sneezes. Si Nan had not anticipated that renting a warehouse would be such a convoluted affair. While she appeared composed when comforting her parents, internally, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Si Zhenbong had driven around the town, but nearly all the real estate agencies had closed for the night. The once bustling streets were now eerily quiet, devoid of even a soul. Chen Xiujuan felt somewhat disheartened. Perhaps it was best to find a hotel to rest and reassess the situation tomorrow. Si Nan, however, was not insistent on renting today. It was merely that without proper arrangements, she could not find peace of mind. Wu Shufan possessed no other remarkable talents, save for her keen perception, which she employed daily to scrutinize her eldest son's family. Having faced a setback at the hands of Si Nan today, Wu Shufan would undoubtedly refrain from provoking her again in plain sight. Yet, deep down, she harbored resentment, and given her unwillingness to suffer losses, it was unlikely she would let this matter rest. One could only speculate how she might be covertly observing their family. My concern lies with Baoge, who is still young and may not always be able to mask the situation thoroughly. If his grandmother were to discern anything amiss, it could lead to considerable trouble. Si Nan dared not take such a risk. After a thorough discussion, Si Zhenbong had come to a realization. He had previously been too narrow-minded, overly cautious in his endeavors, nearly hindering his daughter's progress. It was no wonder he felt like a mere beast of burden, laboring for most of his life without achieving anything of worth. Fortunately, his daughter had found success. Now, whatever Si Nan proposed seemed entirely reasonable to him. He pursed his lips and gestured dismissively, stating, Nan is correct. My mother is indeed difficult to deal with. We must expedite this arrangement to avoid prolonged complications. However, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Where could they possibly find a warehouse to rent? Chen Xiujuan inquired. Si Zhenbong contemplated suggesting they compromise by summoning He Haoyu to rent the previous space. But Si Nan was not in favor of settling. Dad, I understand what you want to say, but consider those properties we viewed earlier. They were quite remote, and the last one was flanked by graves. Even if we are not afraid of having neighbors who might disturb us at night, security would still be an issue once the warehouse is filled with goods. But you just searched online, and every warehouse available in this vicinity lists He Haoyu's number. He has monopolized them. We have no choice but to seek him out, Si Zhenbong countered. Engaging him would be futile. He is a quintessential petty individual. If we approach him, he will merely take advantage of the situation and will not genuinely assist us. As the saying goes, one should refrain from speaking ill of others by day and avoid discussing ghosts by night. Just as those words left his mouth, a familiar figure appeared. He Haoyu had just returned the keys to the store, locking the door while muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, that wretched woman clearly instigated this. Messaging me late at night to provoke me. The audacity, renting a warehouse, and being so picky one might think she was securing a palace for her royal ascension, when in fact she is merely collecting junk. He was infuriated, feeling insulted by a woman who, despite her age and lack of appeal, dared to flaunt herself before him. Why are you pulling at my clothes? Don't touch me. I'm going to call someone to deal with that vile woman. She will regret crossing me and will have to kneel before me, begging for mercy. Just then, he turned around only to be met with the furious visage of Si Zhenbong, who had parked his car right outside the store. In the passenger seat, Si Nan raised an eyebrow, her mocking gaze suggesting she was contemplating how to deal with him in an amusing manner. How troublesome, he thought. Why must this family be so difficult? Si Nan had little interest in stepping out of the car. There were plenty of individuals like He Haoyu in the world. However, Si Zhenbong exited the vehicle with great force, slamming the door behind him. What else could she do but follow suit, playing the role of a bodyguard? Si Zhenbong, his voice booming, confronted He Haoyu. You just mentioned wanting to harm someone. Care to repeat that? Though He Haoyu felt intimidated. Recalling how he had recently inquired about Si Nan's background and realized he had been outsmarted, he could not suppress his anger. If only he were not outmatched. He would have sought revenge. Instead, he retreated nervously. What are you doing? There are cameras everywhere. If you lay a finger on me, I will ensure you face consequences. Si Zhenbong glanced at the surveillance camera across the street and suddenly chuckled. Thanks for the reminder. All your words have been recorded. You better pray for my daughter's safety. For if she loses even a single hair, I will come back for you. He Haoyu scoffed dismissively. You think I care? Your precious daughter has been enticing me behind your back, and you don't even know the extent of her promiscuity. She claims to check the warehouse at night, but she's really just soliciting customers. What a disgrace. You still regard her as a treasure. It's laughable. If you report me, she will be the first to be arrested. Curiously, the once empty street was now crowded with onlookers, intrigued by He Haoyu's accusations. Many cast judgmental glances at Si Nan, their expressions filled with disdain and lewd curiosity, while some recorded the incident on their phones or attempted to contact her for further details. Si Zhenbong was incensed, almost shouting, Isn't spreading false rumors illegal? Had it not been for Si Nan restraining him, he would have charged at He Haoyu. Si Nan, unfazed, remained calm, having recorded the entire exchange and promptly notified the authorities. The police arrived swiftly, and upon seeing them, He Haoyu appeared bewildered. Why had she called the police? Is this person insane? It's just a verbal spat. Why would she involve the authorities? Fearing Si Nan would become erratic, He Haoyu rushed to the officers. Officers, you're just in time. This woman is a prostitute. She has diseases and intends to spread them to others. You must arrest her. Si Zhenbong, furious, retorted. Who are you calling a prostitute? I will sue you for defamation. This is common knowledge in Qing Shi village. Even her own grandmother has admitted it. Everyone in the village knows her reputation. They refuse to associate with her. She approached me, attempting to seduce me, throwing flirtatious glances my way. I found her repulsive and did not oblige. I never anticipated her to resort to threats. My colleague and I barely escaped. They followed us here. Officers, please take her away. She is clearly unstable. In Chapter 17, it was evident that Wu Shufan was protecting He Haoyu. He rambled on, but Si Nan did not even spare him a glance, only raising her hand when the officers inquired who had made the call. Officers, I reported this, as he incited a public disturbance, verbally insulted me, and threatened me, all while fabricating rumors about my character and orchestrating an obstruction of traffic, severely disrupting public order. She courteously provided evidence, including screenshots of her conversations with He Haoyu, the recorded video, and comments from the live stream. Ah, thank you, mobile surveillance, she remarked. And soon enough, notifications from the live stream flooded in. Seeing the comment section filled with derogatory remarks, Si Nan smiled, relieved that the evidence was ample. He Haoyu had assumed his obstinacy would lead to the police dismissing the matter as a personal dispute, ultimately forcing her to settle privately. However, to his astonishment, the police decided to take action, charging him and the instigating social media influencer with inciting a public disturbance. It was then that He Haoyu realized the gravity of his mistake, hastily apologizing to Si Nan. Si Nan, must you be so resolute in this matter? We merely exchanged a few heated words. You were not truly harmed in any substantive manner, so why this pettiness? Si Nan cast a cold glance in his direction, remaining silent. He Haoyu, anxious and grinding his teeth, exclaimed, I have already apologized, yet you cling to this grievance, insisting on escalating it to the police. Is this truly entertaining? Am I still to be blamed here? Si Nan could not help but smile. Truthfully, I had little desire to engage with you, but had it not been for our intervention, you would have already sought to harm me. Thus, it is not that you have caused no actual harm. Rather, you were merely fortunate to be interrupted. Impossible, you must have misheard. It is all a misunderstanding. A flicker of guilt crossed He Haoyu's eyes. Who can discern if it is a misunderstanding? In any case, as it stands, the event did not transpire, and the truth remains as he narrates. Si Nan shrugged. Regardless, she had engaged in profound self-reflection. This situation was indeed her fault. Some individuals, akin to venomous serpents, do not express gratitude when spared but instead turn back to strike. Therefore, when dealing with such people, one must exhibit no mercy. It is imperative to adopt a fierce and relentless approach, instilling fear within them to deter future provocations. She turned her back to the police and the surveillance cameras, revealing a hint of a maniacal smile visible only to He Haoyu, a smile that sent chills down his spine. Her icy voice slithered through the air like a serpent's hiss. I believe you have misjudged me, thinking I am some benevolent soul whom you can mold at will. I offered you a chance, which you squandered, and now you dare provoke me. This is merely a small warning. Should you dare cross me again, I shall not be so accommodating. Si Nan cast a final, frigid glance at him, her eyes piercing like ice picks, immobilizing He Haoyu in place. In the moment she turned away, she concealed her emotions, adopting a demeanor of innocent defiance. Officer, words can wield fear. Rumors are swords that can slay in silence. I extended an olive branch, yet he not only failed to retract, but escalated his actions. Had I not overheard his call to enlist others to harm me, provoking my father to confront him, this situation would not have arisen. You see, there is surveillance footage to verify my claims. And now, observe his brazen insults and slanders before you. Does he appear repentant? My family are law-abiding citizens, and encountering such a rogue instills genuine fear, compelling us to seek the assistance of law enforcement. Thus, we shall not settle this privately. The police, having reviewed the evidence provided by Si Nan, had already surmised the gist of the situation. Considering the behavior exhibited by both parties, they ceased further discussion and promptly escorted He Haoyu and the attention-seeking influencer away. As a party involved, Si Nan was obliged to accompany the authorities for questioning. The commotion led to the father and daughter exiting the police station well past 1 in the morning. The warehouse rental was rendered impossible. Si Nan instructed her parents to drive home, urging them to take Bao Niu back to sleep while she and Bao Ge would spend the night in the car. Wu Shufan possessed a spare key to their home, although prior to their departure, Si Jinbong had taken precautions by installing a new lock on the iron gate. Nonetheless, Si Nan remained uneasy. Once dawn broke, she needed to hasten Baoga to retrieve the substantial amount of goods from their home, lest they be exposed. Fortunately, Si Nan remained vigilant. She roused Baoga at around 5 in the morning, just as she believed it was early enough. Baoga had barely finished moving the goods back into the space when they heard Wu Shufan's voice from downstairs. Si Nan, come out. Si Nan broke into a cold sweat, narrowly escaping detection. She hurriedly carried Baoga back into the room, repeatedly instructing him to remain hidden. In a flurry, she checked every corner to ensure no traces were left behind before daring to descend the stairs. The house was filled with goods, and Si Nan, uneasy, had opted to sleep in the living room the previous night. At the sound of the lock being tampered with, he nearly had a heart attack, leaping from the sofa in alarm. Before he could regain his composure, he saw Wu Shufan entering with the spare key, boldly striding in. Only upon witnessing the living room, which had been filled with goods now cleared away, did he exhale in relief. "Mother, what are you doing? It is not yet dawn," Si Nan retorted irritably. "What kind of old lady breaks into her son's home before sunrise? Do not call me mother. I will not tolerate such filial disrespect. What were you doing while your daughter nearly drove me to my demise yesterday?" Wu Shufan spat. "If you were truly filial, you would expel your promiscuous daughter from our home. It is bad enough she brings shame to our village, but now she has to disgrace us in town as well." "What are you talking about?" Si Nan furrowed his brow, contemplating the immediate need to change all the locks in their home and install surveillance cameras. Fortunately, Nan had the foresight. He and his wife had initially planned to stay at an inn in town, but Si Nan insisted on returning home, concerned for their belongings. Otherwise, if Wu Shufan had seen the house full of goods, who knows what chaos would have ensued. "What do you mean by that?" Wu Shufan interjected, hands on her hips. "I ask you, did you cause a scene at the police station last night? Did you imprison the suitor of the great aunt's granddaughter?" What a convoluted connection. Yet Si Nan understood that Wu Shufan was attempting to defend a Hao Yu. His expression instantly hardened. "Last night, Nan was harassed by a rogue. The police intervened, stating that the scoundrel was causing trouble, and took him away. Is that what you are referring to?" "What rogue?" "That is the suitor of your great-aunt's granddaughter." Wu Shufan evidently sided with Hao Yu. Hao Yu truly possessed the audacity to exploit such a tenuous connection. Si Nan scoffed. "What nonsense. I know him as a rat." Wu Shufan was taken aback. When had her eldest son dared to speak to her so boldly? Realizing her son's tone, she became furious and seized a broom, aiming to strike Si Nan. At that moment, Si Nan descended the stairs, quickly intervening by pushing Wu Shufan aside, glaring at her with disapproval. Chapter 18. Merely writing a letter of understanding, Wu Shufan stumbled back, exclaiming, "Heavens! Are you attempting to murder me?" Si Nan snorted coldly. "Good people do not live long, while calamities persist for millennia. With your age and wisdom, dear grandmother, it would take at least 10,000 years to kill you. Since we have torn the facade, I shall no longer feign civility. Regardless of age, I will not be disrespected. There is a saying, do not strike the face. Yet you, dear grandmother, would strike your own son for the sake of a nameless rogue. Is this behavior befitting a mother?" A flicker of guilt crossed Wu Shufan's eyes, prompting her to change the subject. "I will not entertain these trivial matters with you. You came at the right time. Your great-aunt sent me a message early this morning, stating that it was all a misunderstanding, yet you insist on imprisoning him. Hurry, go to the police station and write a letter of understanding to have him released." Si Nan coldly replied, "I will not go." Wu Shufan clutched her chest and turned to Si Nan, trembling with indignation. "Look at your daughter. What kind of attitude is this when speaking to her elder?" "Excuse me," Si Nan interrupted. "Wu Shufan, you may be advanced in years, but it seems you have forgotten that I publicly severed ties with you yesterday. Therefore, spare me the pretense of elder authority. I am no longer connected to you." "Thank you. You think you can sever ties at will? As long as you bear the surname Si, you will obey me." Wu Shufan bellowed, her face contorted with rage. She intended to grab a glass vase from the table to shatter it for emphasis, but, upon looking around, realized that all the furnishings had vanished, leaving only a bare sofa. Confusion washed over her. Last night, after being berated by her younger son and his wife, She had spent the entire night on the phone with her great-aunt and was exhausted enough to fall asleep without moving anything. A calamity has befallen. A thief has invaded her home and stolen all her belongings. Just as she was about to explode in anger, she reconsidered and realized that the only items left at her eldest son's house were mere trifles, which held little significance. However, the elder aunt had mentioned that if Si Nan were willing to write a letter of understanding to withdraw the case, she could receive 30,000 yuan. In that instant, the weight of priorities became clear. Si Nan was unaware of the scheming thoughts swirling in Wu Shufan's mind, yet she instinctively sensed they were anything but benign. She coldly reminded her, "What does the matter concerning Si Jinbong have to do with you, a Wu? If my memory serves me right, those were your exact words. When my mother married into this family, just a few days later, in order to make space for your youngest son, you took it upon yourself to divide the household, forcing the eldest couple to reside in what was then the pigsty. It was only through the intervention of the village elders, with my grandfather funding it and the uncles providing labor, that this 3-story brick house was built. I distinctly recall you loudly declaring at the village in trance that neither the people nor the bricks within this house had any relation to you. Those were your own words." Wu Shufan was momentarily taken aback. How could this young woman intertwine her words so? She had never uttered such statements regarding the house. Furthermore, at that time, Si Nan had returned with 2 children out of wedlock, becoming the subject of ridicule for the entire village. Was it wrong for her to clarify relationships to protect the reputation of her youngest son's family? Times change, and who could have known that this young woman would bear such a grudge? Seeing that the hard approach was ineffective, Wu Shufan, motivated by the prospect of 30,000 yuan, softened her tone. "Si Nan, you are a mother now. How can you be so petty? Holding on to such trivial grievances until now is quite shameful. If your children were to learn such pettiness from you, their lives would be ruined." Si Nan cast her a calm glance, realizing that the elder aunt had promised her quite a few benefits. Unfortunately, writing the letter of understanding was out of the question. Why must you be so stubborn? It's merely a letter of understanding. It won't cost you your life. Wu Shufan exclaimed, stamping her feet in frustration. "And is there any fault in what I said? It is your own lack of decorum that invites gossip. How can you blame others? If anyone is to be blamed, it is solely you. What indiscretions has Nan committed?" Si Jinbong slammed his palm on the table. "Mother, I merely have some words that are difficult to express to you, but I am not dead. I ask you, why is Nan the subject of gossip throughout the village? Do you truly believe I am unaware? 98% of that gossip has originated from you. In other families, they fear their family scandals being exposed, yet you're the one who seems to fear that your granddaughter's reputation is not scandalous enough, spreading rumors and tarnishing her name." Every time Si Jinbong recalled Haoyu's accusation that his daughter was selling herself, especially with her own grandmother's admission, it ignited a fury within him. That was Nan's own grandmother. Wu Shufan had never witnessed Si Jinbong in such a state, momentarily forgetting how to respond. It was not until she heard him darkly state, "From now on, do not visit my home. Since you do not regard our family of 3 as kin, let us sever ties entirely." "What did you just say? This is outrageous. You unfilial son, now that you have succeeded, you wish to abandon your elderly mother? I will sue you," Wu Shufan shouted. Si Jinbong pressed his lips together, remaining silent for a moment before continuing. "My father passed away early, but I recall him reminding you several times that as the eldest son, I would inherit the majority of the family land and property. Several uncles are aware of this. Yet at that time, you said I was busy driving outside and would not return to farm. Hence, you gave me nothing. Aside from the pigsty I currently reside in, everything went to my younger brother, whom you expect to support you in your old age." At that moment, Wu Shufan forgot all about the promised 30,000 yuan, for the land and property left by her husband were what truly held value. As her eldest son suddenly brought up this matter, every nerve in her body became alert. "What do you mean by you will inherit the majority? My husband said that was to be left for my old age. Whoever will take care of me in the future shall receive those assets." Si Jinbong scoffed internally. His father had been in a muddled state when he supposedly made those claims, and there was no way to verify them. He was too lazy to argue further. "I no longer want anything. Let it all go to my younger brother. In the future, let him take care of you. That shall be my contribution to your old age." From this day forth, let us sever all ties, and do not visit my home again, as if I no longer exist as your son." Upon hearing this, Wu Shufan's eyes lit up. "Really, everything? You are speaking truthfully. I will go find Uncle Quan right away." Her eagerness suggested that the existence of her son was of little importance to her. Si Nan felt a chill within, and silently acted to substantiate his words. He changed his shoes, donned his coat, and prepared to accompany Wu Shufan to handle the necessary procedures. Wu Shufan felt a sense of triumph. She had not anticipated such unexpected gains today. Of course, she calculated that even if she agreed to sever ties now and relied on her youngest son for support, Si Nan could not truly abandon her. These matters were all ephemeral. Spoken words could change at any moment. As long as she remained Si Nan's mother, she could still visit her son's home for a meal, take something back, and if she ever felt unwell, her eldest son would still be obligated to take her to the doctor. Such trivial matters could Si Nan truly turn his back on? Unless he wished to forsake his standing in the village and did not fear the gossip of others. It was wise to have everything recorded in the name of her youngest son, providing legal protection. That was the reality. Wait. Chapter 19. Ruining the reputation of the younger uncle, let us sign a written agreement. Si Nan's cool voice interjected. Wu Shufan glared at her fiercely. What business is it of yours when adults are speaking? You are merely a troublemaker, always stirring up chaos. Si Nan ignored her, having cultivated a strong mindset throughout her upbringing. Without flinching, she stated, since the land and property left by grandfather are entirely given to the younger uncle, it would be prudent to sign an agreement to avoid future misunderstandings. What do you mean? Are you implying that I would backtrack? Wu Shufan refused to acquiesce. Si Nan shot her a glance. Wu Laotai, you know exactly what kind of person you are. I need not elaborate further. If you do not sign the agreement, then the land and property will not be relinquished. You say will not be relinquished? You, a married woman, have no say in this matter. Wu Shufan was infuriated. She is my own daughter. This is my home. What is wrong with my daughter speaking in her own house? Si Nan slammed his palm on the table. This is absurd. I am your mother. This is my son's house, and I have no right to speak? Seeing Wu Shufan begin to make unreasonable demands, Si Nan coldly remarked, Wu Laotai, let me remind you, I have not registered for marriage. My child and I are registered under my father's name, and in the future, it will be my child and I who support my parents. Legally, that property was left to my father by my grandfather, and, as my father's only daughter, that property will eventually be passed down to me. If I do not agree, who could take it away? If you wish to be unreasonable and escalate this to court, I also have my arguments. Si Nan understood that Si Nan's significant concessions were aimed at severing ties with Wu Shufan to protect his son. While she felt a surge of gratitude, it was also accompanied by discomfort. It was unfortunate that she had been incapable in the past, relying on future endeavors for success. Now, she could not allow Si Nan's concessions to go to waste. She took a firm stance, stating, in addition to you, Wu Laotai, the younger uncle must also sign a written agreement, as he is the one ultimately receiving the assets. It would be unjust for him to benefit without any acknowledgement. Wu Shufan, upon hearing that her youngest son would also be involved, could no longer stand firm and rushed at Si Nan, aiming to scratch her face. You troublemaker. You seem to thrive on chaos. If it weren't for you, our family would be just fine. How could it have escalated to this point? Now my eldest son wants to sever ties with me, and you are still unsatisfied. Do you wish to drive me to my grave? Si Nan was furious, wanting to smash something, but finding nothing around, he simply removed his shoes and threw them away. Unfortunately, the noise was too insignificant to drown out Wu Shufan's wailing. In the next moment, the mysteriously vanished glass vase containing the rich bamboo reappeared. Si Nan was momentarily stunned, then seized the vase and smashed it onto the floor. Wu Shufan was startled, finally falling silent. In our household, it's now Nan who calls the shots. If you continue to create a scene, then don't speak to me. I will consult a lawyer and reclaim everything that belongs to me. Only then did Wu Shufan shut her mouth and rush outside to call her younger son. Initially, she intended to speak with her son in person to discuss whether to sign that ridiculous agreement. However, she worried that if she left, Si Nan might go back on his word, so she remained to keep watch. Si Nan could easily discern Wu Shufan's ulterior motives, but chose to ignore her petty scheming. Taking advantage of the moment, he quickly downloaded a template for the agreement and modified it according to the actual circumstances. Uncle arrived promptly, but as soon as he entered, he adopted a tone of earnest persuasion. Elder brother, now that second sister has married off, it's just the two of us brothers left in the family. Why can't we discuss matters properly? There is no need to make things so unpleasant. Discuss? You've oppressed this honest man for decades. Have you ever bothered to discuss anything with me? The moment you speak, it's as if I am in the wrong. Si Jinbong retorted with sarcasm. That is not my intent. Certainly, Mother has made mistakes over the years, and you have endured quite a bit of injustice. Si Jinhua glanced disapprovingly at Si Nan before continuing, but she is in her 60s, uneducated since childhood. Unlike Nan, who graduated from university, is cultured, and has seen the world while working in a big city. She is merely a somewhat narrow-minded village woman. What can you expect from her? Even if her actions and conduct are lacking, she is still our mother. What family is without its frictions? Why must we escalate this to such a severe rift? I understand your grievances, but to put it bluntly, Mother is already in her 60s. How many more years does she have left? As her sons, can't we be a little more accommodating? At this, Si Nan couldn't help but laugh aloud. Si Jinhua was speaking passionately when he was suddenly interrupted, creating an awkward atmosphere. Only Si Nan maintained his composure, looking sincerely at Wu Shufan and solemnly reminding her, "Old Lady Wu, your favorite youngest son just cursed you to die early. How can that be so unfilial?" "Is that what he meant?" Wu Shufan queried. "Is that what I meant?" Si Jinhua retorted. Si Nan paid no mind and continued to play the role of a concerned observer, defending Wu Shufan. "You always think of him. Whenever your elder son's vegetables grow particularly lush, you pick them for him. Yet now, even the land and property left by grandfather for your elder son have been schemed away. He enjoys the benefits, but pretends to be virtuous, lecturing his elder brother and cursing you to die early. TSK, truly inhumane." Si Jinhua felt his face flush at Si Nan's words. "You wretched thing. Your grandmother said you were a troublemaker, and she wasn't wrong. When the elders are speaking, when did it become your place to interject? If it weren't for you, our family wouldn't be the laughingstock of the entire village." Si Nan merely cast a cool glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "It appears uncle is a reasonable man. If that is the case, then let us not sever ties. We won't sign the agreement either. Let us treat the previous understanding regarding transferring the land and property to uncle as a mere joke." Si Jinhua's expression changed, and he remained silent. However, Wu Shufan immediately jumped up, exclaiming, "No, how can you go back on what was already agreed upon?" Si Nan feigned difficulty. "Old Lady Wu, I know your heart is entirely with uncle, but you must consider him as well. Your actions could ultimately tarnish his reputation. How could a person as principled as uncle possibly take advantage of his elder brother's property? He surely wouldn't agree to sign." Si Jinhua shot a cold glance at Si Nan, who feigned ignorance. Sighing lightly, he continued, "Over the years, due to your obstinacy, Old Lady Wu, you have forced uncle to occupy our family's land for decades. Who knows how tormented he has felt? Just think, under your oppressive will, uncle, knowing you have little time left, would rather not go against you, not wanting to upset you, yet he is forced to endure this torment, perhaps feeling guilt every day and never sleeping soundly." These words were originally intended as a script by Si Jinhua. However, he did not anticipate that when spoken by Si Nan, they would sound so jarring. Wu Shufan also did not foresee that Si Nan, typically cold and reticent, could be so acerbic. Moreover, he was quite the dramatic performer. Just as she was about to speak, Si Nan suddenly grabbed her hand, startling her greatly. "This won't do, Old Lady Wu." Si Nan's expression was grave. "If this continues, uncle might succumb to depression. Severe depression can lead to death. Every year, how many people take their own lives because of it? You cannot allow uncle to die young. How dare you speak like that? Your son is not dead yet." Wu Shufan quickly shook off Si Nan's hand, retaliating fiercely. Si Nan shrugged. "I am merely being sincere with you. If you don't wish to hear it, there is nothing I can do. Si Jinhua, capable of speaking? Who doesn't have a mouth?" Having been interrupted by Si Nan, Si Jinhua ceased to play the role of the agreeable one. Si Jinbong, witnessing this dramatic exchange, felt a sense of pride at his daughter's excellence in defending him. Enough. Since Jinhua has come to mediate, I find merit in what he just said. I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken such divisive words. Si Jinhua and Wu Shufan breathed a sigh of relief. It was high time to stop the idle chatter and proceed with the paperwork, which was the main concern. Just as the two were about to rise, Si Jinbong abruptly pulled them back down. I deeply reflect on my wrongs. This relationship shall not be severed. As for the land and property left by our father, it must not tarnish Jinhua's reputation. Let us settle everything today. I'll call the uncles over to witness which properties belong to me and which belong to Jinhua, so everything can be clarified at once. I want to quibble over the land that Jinhua has cultivated for over 20 years. I'll simply accept a small rent, as if I were leasing it to him. What? The properties that were promised to be given are now not being given? You want to take away what Jinhua has? And on top of that, you expect to receive rent from him? How outrageous! Si Jinhua frowned, but remained silent, while Wu Shufan was the first to oppose vehemently. No. Is this how an elder brother behaves? Just a few acres of land, and you want your younger brother to farm it for a few years and pay rent? Have you gone mad with greed? Old Lady Wu, such words are quite divisive. Uncle just said that your actions over the years have been excessive, causing my father considerable grievances. It is only fair that some compensation be made. Si Nan imitated Si Jinhua's role as a mediator, earnestly attempting to reconcile. As a family, we must strive for harmony. If you continue to act unfairly, not only will my father suffer, but uncle will also feel guilty, and he surely will not agree. Si Jinhua thought to himself, what nonsense. Are you a mind reader? What do you mean you want to agree? Can't you see he's been silent this whole time? What is the point of constantly bringing him up? He realized that he had seen through the tricks of Si Nan and her father. All this talk was merely an attempt to coerce him into signing the agreement. Tired of this farce, he scoffed. You two need to put on such a show. Since elder brother insists on severing ties, I have done my part in persuading. Perhaps it is true that elder brother is simply distant from our family. I shall say no more. You may proceed as you wish. Hastily, he wanted to complete the paperwork and be done with speaking to these shameless people. Si Nan rolled her eyes. It was only a matter of time before the facade was shattered. Did he really think he could play the nice guy and slip away with an advantage? She directly asked, so what is Uncle S' stance? Please clarify. This ambiguity, what does it mean? Si Nan shook her head, casting a contemptuous glance at Si Jinhua. It is truly baffling. You are merely two brothers, yet discussing matters seems to be such an arduous task. After so much talk, there is still no resolution. Was all this dialogue not intended to resolve an issue? Is it merely a pretense to establish a facade of moral superiority? Si Jinhua glared at Si Nan and retorted. Did he even speak? It has been Si Nan who has been making sarcastic remarks all along. As the ancient saying goes, only women and villains are difficult to deal with. Yet, Si Nan is not only a woman, but also a villain. He had already tacitly agreed not to engage with her. And yet here we are, still dragging this out, seeing Si Jinbong's fury simmering beneath the surface. While he refrained from expressing it due to his image, Si Nan felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, one must use magic to defeat magic. She sighed softly, feigning concern. The crux of the matter is that this property cannot continue to be ambiguously occupied by her uncle. It tarnishes his reputation. Furthermore, there is the issue of Elder Wu's retirement. Since we are addressing it, let us resolve it comprehensively. If you do not wish to sign the agreement, do you expect to benefit from my family's property without consequence? Not a chance. So, shall we adhere to grandfather's will, clearly delineating the property and jointly supporting Elder Wu? Or shall the eldest brother relinquish all property to the youngest, thereby placing the sole responsibility of supporting Elder Wu upon my uncle, as per her wishes? It is a simple choice. Is it truly difficult to decide, uncle? Si Jinhua responded, it is not a hard choice. Did we not agree on this before coming here? We can proceed directly. Why must you compel me to declare my stance? Fine. An agreement, right? He can sign that, surely. After all, familial ties cannot be severed by mere paperwork. What is the point of such formalism? The issue is, where's the agreement? Oh, it is in Si Nan's hands. Si Jinhua, cast her an annoyed glance, urging her to hand over the agreement. His expression resembled that of a reluctant woman, coerced into submission. Si Nan could not tolerate his duality. If it is such a burden, then do not sign. After all, it is not she who is desperate to acquire the property. She is concerned for her father. How dare Si Nan take such advantage and still lecture her father? If she does not expose his hypocritical facade today, relieving her father of decades of pent-up resentment, she would not forgive herself. Uncle, why are you looking at me? What is your choice? Regardless, our family is amenable. My father is willing to make the utmost concession. He can forego the property, which demonstrates sufficient sincerity. Now, it rests on your decision, Uncle. Do you intend to support Elder Wu? If so, what are your conditions? Please feel free to voice them for discussion. Or perhaps you are particularly filial, acknowledging Elder Wu's favoritism over the years, so you wish to forego my father's claims and directly support her? That would be the best outcome. It would spare our family from the discomfort of mutual disdain towards Elder Wu. Wu Shufan interjected, "Is it necessary to speak of mutual disdain? I merely ask if you are being polite." Si Nan responded with a reassuring glance. Rest assured, if that is the case, our family cannot remain entirely unresponsive. We can contribute a monthly sum of 1 or 200 yuan for fruit expenses. Uncle, why have you fallen silent? Si Nan was increasingly agitated by Si Nan's insistence. He found it intolerable that he was expected to explicitly acknowledge a position. He had never encountered such an aggressive, uncouth descendant. Yet, Si Jinbong seemed oblivious to the need for discipline, even encouraging. "Jinhua, weren't you quite articulate just now? Why have you fallen silent when it comes to your stance? Or do you truly despise Mother and have no intention of supporting her?" Chapter 21. Who leaked the news? Si Jinhua did not refrain from speaking because he was unwilling. He was genuinely enraged, so much so that he was at a loss for words. Si Nan, of course, would not be so gracious as to wait for him to compose himself. After all, Elder Wu had always been detested, and it was reasonable for his uncle to want to distance himself from her. Si Jinhua thought, "When did I ever say that?" Before he could voice a rebuttal, Si Nan continued, Since Uncle finds himself in such a predicament, we cannot continue to press you. After all, my father is the eldest. Perhaps you should transfer all the property left by grandfather to our family, and we will take on the burden of supporting Elder Wu ourselves." Si Nan spoke with an air of indifference, yet her expression conveyed disdain. Wu Shufan widened her eyes. "Why do you not seize it? This heartless creature dares to scheme against our family's property, unafraid of divine retribution. Ugh, I would never want your family to support me. I fear I would not live to enjoy the blessings," she exclaimed, jumping up. Si Nan shrugged. "Who would willingly consume excrement? It is merely your younger son who is caught in a dilemma. He does not wish to be the villain, but also refuses to bear the burden of supporting you. Our family is left with no choice but to endure it." "When did I ever say that?" Si Jinhua's face turned pale with anger. He feared that if he did not speak soon, Si Nan might label him with an even heavier burden. "Si Nan feignet surprise, oh, uncle. Are you not pretending to be dead?" Si Jinhua was momentarily speechless. Then he heard Si Nan mockingly say, "I thought you were truly so shameless, wanting to gain without giving and refusing to support Elder Wu while planning to play the mute, waiting for Elder Wu to become the villain, assisting you in scheming and robbing, while you maintain a facade of virtue, claiming to be coerced into enjoying the benefits." Si Jinhua's anger flared as he glared at Si Jinbong, wishing to admonish him for how his daughter spoke to their elders. Was there not a shred of decorum left? Yet Si Jinbong appeared unfazed, even beaming with pride, as if relishing the defense his daughter was providing. The words Si Jinhua had intended to say stuck in his throat. With the facade shattered, Si Jinhua, filled with indignation, could no longer pretend. He slammed his palm on the coffee table and scoffed. "Do not cast baseless accusations at me. I will heed my mother's words. Whatever she says goes. A family with an elder is akin to having a treasure, if you despise her. I am not one of you ungrateful descendants." Si Nan and Si Jinbong exchanged glances, both understanding the disdain in each other's eyes. If he does not despise her, then so be it. We certainly do. So, how shall we handle this matter now? Please do tell. Si Nan waved her hand, impatiently inquiring. Wu Shufan rolled her eyes. What is there to discuss? Did we not agree this morning that Jinbong would transfer all the property left by his father to Jinhua's name? He will keep the room he currently occupies, and I do not expect support from you. It will all be upon Jinhua. However, Uncle has not expressed his stance. We are a loving family, and we do not resort to coercion. The crucial point is that Uncle must also be agreeable to this arrangement, Si Nan stated calmly. Si Jinhua snorted. Whatever my mother decides is fine with me. I have no objections. Very well. Si Nan sighed lightly and placed the agreement before them. Then let us proceed with the signatures. At this point, both Si Jinhua and his mother dared not create further disturbances, hastily picking up the agreement and pen, meticulously examining each word, as if fearing there were hidden traps or that Si Nan and her father might retract their words. Si Nan observed this with a sense of irony, and in a deliberately earnest tone, she cautioned, Uncle, now that our family has transferred all the assets left by grandfather to you, we only hope that you will not betray our expectations. Please take good care of Elder Wu. Do not engage in any unscrupulous dealings. Wu Shufan rolled her eyes. You can rest assured. Jinhua is not the kind of ungrateful wolf you describe. Si Nan raised an eyebrow. Who knows? Regardless, I have made my warning clear from the outset. If Madame Wu Shufan encounters dizziness, fever, or faces hardships in the future, and no one attends to her needs, should she come to us, I shall be compelled to take this agreement and file a lawsuit against you, my uncle. Uncle, consider carefully before you affix your signature. Si Jinhua, indifferent to her words, confirmed the agreement was in order and hastily took up a nearby pen, swiftly signing his name. He no longer feigned amiability, his expression darkening as he coldly inquired if they could proceed with the formalities. Si Jinbong offered no further commentary. Si Nan, refusing to wear the new shoes presented by him, swaggered past Si Jinhua like a proud rooster, carefully avoiding the shards of glass on the floor, retrieved his old cloth shoes, and marched towards the door. To his surprise, upon opening the door, he found a throng of onlookers gathered outside, eager to witness the spectacle. Bagu occupied the forefront, directly confronting Si Jinbong. With an awkward smile, she straightened her posture and declared, Jinbong, have no fear. We have witnessed today's events with clarity. You are truly unfortunate to be burdened with such a mother and brothers. Even if you choose to sever ties today, we stand by your side, ready to confront the forces of malice. The other villagers echoed her sentiments, expressing disbelief at Si Jinhua's duplicity. He had always presented himself as virtuous, distancing himself from the wrongdoings of Shufan, yet he was the true villain, wielding her as a pawn. Today, the veil had been lifted, revealing his hypocrisy as he feigned innocence, claiming he was compelled by Shufan to endure the benefits. Indeed, the entire village of uncles and brothers recognized your plight, and should Wu Shufan dare to harass you again, we shall rally to your defense, drowning her in our words. Wu Shufan stood dumbfounded when had so many people gathered at the door. She had cautiously avoided their notice. Who had leaked the information? How infuriating that it was Ba Gu's loose tongue. This woman, who relished gossip, had infiltrated every circle within 10 miles, often mingling with groups of dance enthusiasts. Upon witnessing Ba Gu's excitement, Wu Shufan realized her fate was sealed. Before long, the entire village would know, including the young people studying or working away from home, that Si Jinhua had exploited his elderly mother to seize his elder brother's land and properties, all while refusing to provide for her, revealing himself as a hypocritical scoundrel. Si Jinbong followed Si Jinhua and his mother to complete the formalities. The curious villagers gradually dispersed, while Si Nan began cleaning the glass shards from the floor. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air behind her. Si Nan, you are truly despicable. Turning around, she encountered a young woman clad in a crop top and ultra-short shorts, accompanied by a pudgy young man. Though short in stature, the boy bore a soft, delicate complexion and was adorned in designer attire, exuding an air of affluence. Initially, Si Nan did not recognize her. Who could this be? It was not until the young woman crossed her arms and disdainfully remarked, Your family is unwilling to care for grandma, yet you try to place the blame on my father. How hypocritical. Don't you feel any guilt for your actions? That Si Nan realized the identity of her cousin, Si Yin, who was now a university student after a semester in the city. 6 months prior, Si Nan had been an arrogant country bumpkin, but university life had transformed her into a trendy young woman, heavily made up, which explained Si Nan's failure to recognize her. Curiosity piqued. Si Nan wondered how Wu Shufan would react to her granddaughter's new appearance. Previously, Si Nan had been chastised for wearing knee-length skirts, accused of being indecent and leading others astray. What would Wu Laodai think upon seeing her most accomplished granddaughter dressed so provocatively? Of course, this was merely a personal whim of Si Nan's, and not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that the morning's commotion had left her without breakfast. Her child was still waiting upstairs, and, after clearing the glass shards, she needed to prepare a meal and check the warehouse for any orders from her benefactor, leaving her no time to deal with Si Nan. Casting a cold glance at Si Nan, Si Nan dismissively turned her attention back to the task at hand, finding a cardboard box to dispose of the glass shards, sealing it and labeling it with a bold warning. As she opened the door to discard the rubbish, she noticed the two still loitering at her doorstep. "Step aside," she said curtly. "What kind of tone is that? Where is your courtesy?" Si Nan retorted, "Angerflering." Si Nan shot her a look, nudged the door shut with her foot, and used the box containing the shards to push past them. "Your filthy box, just stay my mio-mio," Si Nan shrieked. "You country bumpkin, you owe me compensation." This was a luxury item she had painstakingly acquired, costing her several hundred yuan. Mimicking her tone, Si Nan replied, "You country bumpkin, you owe me." Rolling her eyes, she added, "As if you're not a bumpkin yourself. First, tidy up those loose threads on your outfit." Yan wanted to retort, accusing Si Nan of being a rustic country girl who only bought cheap knockoffs and had never encountered luxury goods, let alone ridicule her for an unfinished hem. However, before she could speak, the quiet, pudgy boy could not hold back his laughter any longer. "Sorry, I couldn't help it," he chuckled, struggling to suppress his amusement. Si Nan's face burned with embarrassment, yet she dared not confront Jiang Chailin, directing her ire at Si Nan instead. It was her fault. Si Nan had become the benchmark against which she was measured, and now she was the one left humiliated. How unfair. Si Nan clicked her tongue, asking what she was glaring at her for. If she had the power to make herself miserable, who was to stop her? Disinterested, Si Nan tossed her old box aside with a haughty eye roll, elegantly turning to head towards the trash bin. She had expected the two to leave after being humiliated, but upon returning from discarding the rubbish, she found the pudgy boy still standing at her door, looking somewhat awkward upon seeing her. Upon closer inspection, Si Nan had brazenly entered her home, filming and taking pictures throughout. Jiang Chailin quickly intervened. "Sister, I just advised her that the owner is not home and that she should wait for you to return before entering," but she would listen. He recognized this behavior as impolite, but Si Nan insisted that rural customs did not adhere to such formalities, claiming this was her uncle's house and thus akin to her own home. Jiang Chailin thought to himself that she should be more considerate, especially since her family had just severed ties with Si Nan's. As Si Nan prepared to ascend the stairs, Si Nan's sharp command rang out. "Who permitted you to enter?" Si Nan, seemingly oblivious, continued filming, even playfully directing the camera at Si Nan, as if they were playing hide and seek from across the sofa. "Hey, everyone, this is my cousin. Don't let her fierce demeanor fool you. She's actually a pitiful soul. Once a top student, she fell into bad company and ended up having twins, raising them alone by selling goods at market. Who would go mad under such circumstances?" Si Nan's gaze darkened. Her compassion had fostered this audacity. In a swift motion, she leapt over the coffee table, snatched Si Nan's phone, and tossed it into the refuse bin. Do not inquire how a refuse bin materialized so conveniently in the empty living room. The matter at hand is akin to nurturing a luxuriant bamboo plant in a glass vessel. An illusion. Have you lost your mind? My latest model of smartphone. With a piercing scream, Si Nan exclaimed, but before she could finish her words, Si Nan yanked her hair and flung her out the door. Still in a daze, the refuse bucket appeared kindly at Si Nan's feet. After a brief moment of surprise, Si Nan lifted the bucket and doused Si Nan with its contents. "Here, your latest smartphone. Returning it to you." Si Nan was on the verge of madness, frantically jumping in an attempt to rid herself of the remnants of yesterday's meal clinging to her hair, face, and clothes. Si Nan, you're insane." "Indeed, I am mentally unwell, Si Nan replied nonchalantly, brushing off a few loose strands of hair with a flirtatious smile. As a single mother raising 2 children, who wouldn't he go mad? I warned you early on, do not provoke me. I have an allergy to insufferable people, and once it flares up, I become exceedingly irritable. If action is required, I will not hesitate. Si Nan was nearly breathless with rage. Si Nan paid her no mind, executing a stylish turn before slamming the door shut. Let the insufferable find their own misery. I am not obligated to assist. Si Nan, in search of solace, turned only to find Jiang Chalin gazing starry-eyed at the direction in which Si Nan had vanished, devoid of any attention for her. Wow, your sister is incredibly stunning, he exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Excuse me, what did you just say? Si Nan questioned, bewildered. Was she imagining things? Jiang Chalin was her classmate. Rather than intervening when she was bullied, he praised her tormentor's beauty? So, she was deserving of such treatment, was she? Unable to bear it any longer, Si Nan burst into tears and ran away. Jiang Chalin, absorbed in his admiration for the heroine, took a moment to realize his predicament. Darn it, I do not know this place. Si Nan had abandoned him, and her phone rang from within the refuse pit, where it lay beneath a few wilted vegetable leaves. Jiang Chalin hesitated. Should he fabricate an excuse to knock on the heroine's door for directions? Surely, he wouldn't incur her wrath? Although he had been brought to the village by Si Nan, they were not well acquainted. Meanwhile, Si Nan ran home in tears, finding her aunt watering flowers while humming a tune. She plunged into her aunt's embrace, weeping profusely. Mom, that impoverished Si Nan has coasted through life on her good looks and feigned innocence, effortlessly garnering everyone's favoritism. Whenever I ask her to run an errand, everyone labels me the wicked stepsister, rushing to her aid to berate me. What wrong have I committed? Why is the world so against me? She has no malicious intent. She is merely spoiled by her affluent family. Is it a crime to be born into better circumstances than Si Nan? Chapter 23. Praised the young master for his brilliance. Her aunt nearly choked on her breath from the overwhelming stench. Just as she was about to scold Si Nan for her madness, she recognized the familiar tone of her voice. It dawned on her that her daughter had mentioned bringing home a super wealthy classmate to prepare for a weekend social event. Hence, this foul-mouthed lunatic was her own little princess? Seeing her daughter in such a disheveled state and weeping so heartbreakingly, her aunt's heart shattered. She wished to console her, but when she opened her mouth, she inadvertently shouted. Si Nan froze. Mom, do you hate me too? No, how could I? Her mother protested. It's just a natural response. I couldn't help it. It's my fault. Mom, with this diversion, Si Nan regained her composure and noticed several village girls loitering nearby. These women, claiming to be out with their children, were merely gossip mill operators, clustering to exchange the latest rumors. Her aunt ceased watering the flowers, hastily covering her face as she pulled Si Nan back inside. After a shower, the mother and daughter finally sat down to speak. Her aunt presented the pastries and fruits she had prepared in advance, puzzled. Didn't you say you would bring a classmate home? Why are you alone? Recalling the events, Si Nan felt aggrieved, tears glistening as she lamented. She stole everyone's attention. What? In broad daylight. She behaves so shamelessly? Her aunt was astonished. Si Nan scoffed disdainfully. It's as if she has never seen a man before. She acts all flirtatious at the sight of one. She must be after my classmate because of his designer attire and noble appearance, attempting to secure a wealthy partner. As she spoke, Si Nan could not suppress her anger and tears any longer, stamping her feet. But he is my classmate. Even a rabbit knows not to eat the grass near its burrow, yet she insists on pursuing him, intending to harm me. If this spreads back to school, how will my classmates view me? Mom, I refuse to return to school. I'll be laughed at. Her aunt, unaware of the truth, and even if she did know, she would only think her daughter was innocent and that Si Nan was at fault, patiently reassured her. Why are you so anxious? Si Nan has become a faded flower, reduced to a village girl raising children. Your classmates are not fools. They will hardly fall for her. But on their first meeting, Jiang Chalin still favored her, joining in their ridicule of me. He witnessed Si Nan's initial mocking and sarcastic demeanor firsthand. With that fox-like face of hers, which man would not be drawn to her? Wealthy city dwellers are easily captivated by novelty, while they may not marry her. Some lecherous men may keep her as a pet mistress. If word gets out that I have such a sister, what will happen to my reputation? Si Nan felt a profound sense of injustice. Was there truly a favored child of fortune in this world? Did only their family have the insight to see that Si Nan was nothing but a black-hearted white lotus? Her aunt, annoyed, tapped Si Nan on the head. How have you grown up with such naivety? If you go out alone, you'll surely be bullied. Mom, why you keep tapping my head? You made me foolish. Her aunt glared at her. I'm not criticizing you. You are youthful and vibrant, mingling with the elite at school, socializing with wealthy young ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that the epitome of success? Why compare yourself to a faded flower? Don't forget, our family has severed ties with theirs. Even if people find out, they will commend our wisdom in cutting off relations with such a disgraceful family. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Si Nan's eyes as she feigned ignorance. But what if some blind, unreasonable people insist on tarnishing our reputation? Her aunt, exasperated, reassured her, enough. You're simply timid. Over such trivial matters, when your grandmother returns, we will have her speak to them. If they remain obstinate, we shall have her chase them out of the village, ensuring they never cross paths with us again. This issue will be resolved. But what if they refuse to leave? Si Nan pressed. They have no male heirs and originally had little land to begin with. Now that they refuse to take the farmland and properties left by the old man, why would they linger in the village? Her aunt scoffed with pride, taking her daughter's hand. Aren't you interested in that house belonging to your uncle? You wanted to collaborate with your classmates to renovate it into a countryside inn, didn't you? Si Nan nodded eagerly. Yes, my uncle's house is on the edge of the old village with very few neighbors. Not only is there ample space in front, but it also boasts a vast expanse of farmland, perfect for converting into a guest house. I specifically went to take videos this morning for my classmates, and they were very pleased. As she spoke of this venture, Si Nan straightened her back with pride. How many in the village could claim to be like her, embarking on a business venture with classmates before even graduating from university? My classmates are well off. They suggested coming over for a weekend team-building event to purchase that house. Who knows? We might even make a profit. Her aunt frowned upon hearing this. Are you all foolish? Why buy a dilapidated house? When they built that rundown structure, it cost them hardly anything. If you were to negotiate with them, they would likely demand an exorbitant price. What should we do then? Just rent it instead. Auntie spoke earnestly, analyzing the situation. Renting a house for 20 or 30 years in the village is hardly worthwhile. With a monthly rent of 400 yuan, that's barely over 4,000 yuan a year. Your uncle's family is steeped in poverty. Even if they were given hundreds of thousands, they wouldn't know how to spend it wisely. Suddenly becoming wealthy might lead them to develop undesirable habits, which would ultimately harm them. In your entrepreneurial endeavors, you must learn to manage costs. Renovations, road repairs, and operations all require funds. Wouldn't it be wiser to retain some cash instead of squandering it on housing? In that moment, a glimmer of insight sparkled in Si Nan's eyes as she playfully leaped into Auntie's embrace, showering her with compliments. Mother truly understands business. Your daughter will heed your advice. While Si Nan was preoccupied with her own schemes, Si Nan remained oblivious. After preparing breakfast, she called out to the upper floor, announcing mealtime, and turned to fetch the dishes. However, upon her second turn, an exquisitely crafted redwood dining table had mysteriously appeared in the empty dining room. Si Bei stood casually to the side, hands in pockets, his eyes clearly conveying, "What do you think? Isn't this impressive?" His devoted little fan, Si, was not about to let her brother down, her tiny hands applauding vigorously. "Brother is truly amazing." Si Bei then cast a proud glance at their mother. Yet, Si Nan maintained a calm demeanor, urging everyone to wash their hands and eat. Si Bei's expression faltered, and he quietly climbed into his seat, finishing breakfast in silence. Once the dishes were cleared, Si Nan gathered the children for a serious discussion. "I must ask you both while your mother and grandfather were conversing downstairs. Did you eavesdrop from the stairwell?" Fearful of incurring Si Nan's wrath, Si rushed over, clinging tightly to her mother's leg with teary eyes, exclaiming, "Mama, I'm sorry." Si Bei still sulking, finally whispered, "Mama, I'm sorry too. We were just worried you and Grandpa might be bullied, and we wanted to protect you." Si Nan's heart melted. She embraced the two children, saying, "Mama knows how much you love her." However, today's actions were misguided. With a gentle sigh, she continued, "Have I not mentioned that brother has the ability to make things disappear? And this must not be discovered, especially by the elder and uncle's family?" The twins nodded solemnly. "What would happen if someone found out?" Si Nan inquired. CCC immediately raised her hand, declaring, "I know. They would call bad people to take brother away to a secret laboratory where he would be experimented on with needles and knives." With each word, Si Bebe trembled slightly. Yet, Si Nan did not refute CCC's words, asking instead, "So, have you both ensured to protect yourselves and each other?" The twins, recalling their mischievous antics with the glass vase and waste bucket, averted their gazes in guilt. Chun Xiujuan, feeling for the children, stepped forward to shield them, saying, all right. They're just kids. You can't scare them like this. It was my idea. I got carried away and asked brother to perform for me. If you must say something, direct it at me." With that, she shot Si Nan a disapproving glance and whisked the two children away, her expression suggesting that she found Si Nan's parenting approach rather dull. With a soft sigh, Si Nan quietly tidied up, preparing to leave. She had no intention of being the joyless parent. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have joined Chun Xiujuan in applauding her son. However, the implications of brother's abilities were too significant. In a society filled with ordinary people, the sudden emergence of someone with extraordinary capabilities could lead to unforeseen consequences if exposed. In today's hyperconnected world, a single indiscreet photo or video could spread like wildfire, drawing unwanted attention to brother. The mere thought of someone forcibly taking brother away sent chills down Si Nan's spine. She reflected on her humble beginnings as a rural girl, possessing neither wealth, power, nor influence, merely fortunate to have been born in a prosperous era that allowed her to pursue higher education. How could she possibly safeguard her child? When her parents suggested she stop worrying and simply rely on selling gold for a modest income, Si Nan withheld certain thoughts, not wishing to burden them with her fears. Yet, she understood clearly that having a son with unique abilities was a blessing. To protect him, she must not only earn money, but also strive to accumulate influence for future contingencies. Last night in the car, she had been restless, contemplating the path ahead. Now, two potential directions emerged. The first involved renting a warehouse to establish a second-hand marketplace, gradually accumulating wealth. The second option, as Chiyu had mentioned, involved acquiring rare artifacts and artworks from museums. If leveraged wisely, these could quickly elevate her into high-end markets and help her build valuable connections. Perhaps she could create a private club and collection gallery, assuming a managerial role in public. Both paths could be pursued simultaneously. Yet, she understood the challenges ahead. The journey to the summit was fraught with obstacles. With resolve, Si Nan committed to testing her limits as a village girl. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Chailin, who had been sulking in the shade, witnessed Si Nan stepping out and felt as if a goddess had descended. Sunlight enveloped her, radiating brilliance. Her determined gaze resembled that of a general preparing for battle, flanked by countless troops. The aura she exuded was simply unparalleled, an idol, unable to contain his excitement. Jiang Chailin dashed forward, grinning as he approached Si Nan. Si Nan's brow furrowed. Why was he still here? Was he perhaps stalking her? Idol? No. Heroine, please do not misunderstand. I'm not a bad person, Jiang Chailin stammered, scratching his head in embarrassment. It's just that Si Yin left me and ran off crying. The village's alleys are like a maze. I didn't know the way and couldn't wander off, so I just sat here waiting to be found. Si Nan understood immediately. Their home was somewhat isolated, and the old village houses were closely packed together. There were no main roads leading from the village, only narrow alleys. Even Si Nan herself, after extended absences for school, would sometimes get lost upon returning home. Observing his pitiful demeanor, and recalling how he had shown some decorum when Si Yin trespassed, she replied coolly, "There's a mountain path over there. It's somewhat winding, but if you follow it, you'll find the main road. You should head that way." This path had not originally existed. Si Nan's family had gradually forged a route suitable for trucks. Seeing her gesture, Jiang Chaolin eagerly asked, "Sister, are you planning to go out? I'm afraid to walk that mountain path alone. May I accompany you?" Si Nan cast him a sidelong glance, reluctant to walk alongside a stranger. Besides, that route would likely soil her shoes, and she intended to make a respectable appearance in town. Thus, she planned to catch a bus at the village entrance. Jiang Chaolin, with his keen eyesight, observed the direction in which Si Nan's body leaned and surmised that she intended to head to the village. He promptly remarked, "I drove here. My car is parked at the village entrance." Si Nan nodded in response and decided to accompany him. "All right. Thank you, sister." Jiang Chaolin immediately flashed a charming smile and nodded enthusiastically. However, Si Nan was not particularly inclined to walk too closely beside him, striding ahead with her long legs at a brisk pace. Jiang Chaolin trailed behind, his joyous demeanor unmistakable. If Si Yan were present and witnessed Jiang Chaolin's eager, dog-like behavior, she would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief. Who was unaware of Jiang Chaolin's notorious reputation for being difficult, despite his seemingly affable and approachable exterior. He was known to keep his distance from others at school, with classmates eagerly vying for his attention, while he merely maintained a facade of politeness. Now, not only was he dutifully following Si Nan, but he also actively sought conversation, unfazed by her curt replies of and oh. At last, upon arriving at the village entrance, Si Nan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the prospect of solitude, and promptly made her way towards the bus station. Yet, before long, Jiang Chaolin reappeared in his car, stopping in front of her. "Sister, are you going out? How about I give you a ride as a thank you for helping me earlier?" Chapter 25. Si Nan's heart fluttered no, thank you. Si Nan offered a polite yet distant smile, returning her attention to her phone as she searched for rental listings. Having severed ties with her relatives to avoid negative energy that could diminish her fortune, she wished to steer clear of anything or anyone associated with her uncle's family unless absolutely necessary. Sensing Si Nan's aloofness, Jiang Chaolin felt it inappropriate to press further and reluctantly drove away from the village in a dejected manner. Unbeknownst to Si Yan, who remained unaware of Jiang Chaolin's departure, she reluctantly indulged in desserts upon her aunt's urging, regaining her spirits before finally abandoning her spoiled demeanor to seek out Jiang Chaolin with the leftover cake. However, upon inquiring with a nearby aunt who was watching children, she learned that Jiang Chaolin had already left with Si Nan, which left her feeling unsettled. Rushing to the village, she found, to her dismay, that Jiang Chaolin's pink Hummer was nowhere to be seen. Fuming, she returned home to dry her phone and immediately called Jiang Chaolin, only to discover she had been blocked. Panic set in as she realized how petty Jiang Chaolin was being for a mere triviality. All she had done was exhibit a minor display of feminine temperament. He could have simply ignored her, but to block her was utterly lacking in grace. Yet, a moment of reflection led her to reconsider. Jiang Chaolin was not that kind of person. Surely, Si Nan was behind this, scheming against her. Si Yan, unwilling to truly offend Jiang Chaolin, hurried home to borrow her aunt's phone, desperately messaging him to explain her innocence while revealing Si Nan's sordid past, hoping Jiang Chaolin wouldn't be deceived by her. Meanwhile, Jiang Chaolin had driven back to the city, only to glance at his backup phone and be taken aback by Si Yan's barrage of messages. Was this woman unwell? Did she suffer from a split personality disorder? No wonder the heroic sister wished to avoid him. She must have mistakenly believed he was allied with that lunatic. Jiang Chaolin felt sullied by the mere association. As for Si Nan, she was unconcerned about the developments between Jiang Chaolin and Si Yan, with Si Zhanbong needing to handle the property rights documentation for the land. She was left to seek out a real estate agent to view potential venues alone. However, following the events of the previous night, she had gained notoriety within the real estate community. After inquiring with several agencies, not a single agent was willing to show her properties. They avoided her as if she were a harbinger of misfortune. Eventually, a young lady confided in Si Nan that the agent who had accompanied her to view properties with Haoyu was spreading rumors about her, claiming she was a fraud, not genuinely interested in renting, and that her identity was fabricated. In truth, she was merely a poor village girl with a venereal disease. Using the guise of viewing property to lure agents out, intending to spread her affliction as a form of malicious revenge against society. Si Nan found the situation amusing. It was indeed true that spreading a rumor was effortless, while dispelling it required considerable effort. Fortunately, with no agent willing to assist her, she resorted to renting a shared car to scour the area for warehouses or factories with rental signs posted, calling each one listed with a contact number. After several calls, she noticed a troubling pattern. Many of the numbers were duplicates. Ultimately, the landlords who had agreed to meet her all conveniently canceled. Si Nan realized that all the numbers listed were likely agents. Her own number had been flagged by them. The agents had no intention of actually showing her properties. They were merely toying with her. Exhausted and frustrated after a day of fruitless efforts, she pondered who she had offended to provoke such treatment. Did she inadvertently cross a deity? All she desired was to rent a warehouse. Why was it so arduous? Yet, she remained undeterred. Surely the agents could not monopolize the entire rental market. Si Nan refused to succumb to superstition. There had to be a landlord willing to rent out their space in this vast town. Perhaps fortune favored the diligent. As evening approached, Si Nan successfully reached a landlord who happened to be on site. He instructed her to take a secluded path to enter through the back door. Upon hearing this, Si Nan felt a twinge of apprehension, particularly at the thought of venturing down a quiet, obscure route leading to the back entrance. Nevertheless, compared to the humiliation and mockery she had endured from the agents, coupled with the disappointment of a day wasted, her resolve was fueled by a sense of defiance. With determination, she opened the map application, mentally preparing for the worst, resolved to flee at the first hint of danger. Upon arriving at the back door, she discovered an unexpected sight. Behind the venue stood a private residence. The back entrance led directly to the main gate of the estate, which featured a vast yard, a sprawling vegetable garden, and even a chicken coop. "Hello, are you Miss C?" A booming voice called out. Si Nan turned to see a middle-aged man standing at the entrance of the estate, his demeanor serious yet seemingly respectable. She relaxed her foot from the gas pedal, smiled, and replied before shutting off the engine and exiting the vehicle. "My apologies. I didn't expect someone to come view the property so soon after putting up the sign. We're in the midst of moving today, so it's a bit chaotic. However, if you're interested, I can show you around," Huang Debin explained. While Si Nan assessed him, Huang Debin was also evaluating her. Initially, he had intended to dismiss anyone associated with the agents. But observing Si Nan, though young and driving a shared car, which suggested she was not a wealthy landlord, he noted her determined gaze and decisive demeanor, indicative of a tenacious spirit. Having encountered numerous individuals in his years of business, Huang Debin perceived no misjudgment in his assessment of her character and thus offered to show her the property. Si Nan nodded politely, expressing her gratitude. Huang Debin remarked that while the interior was somewhat disarrayed, the premises had been well maintained, designed as a dust-free workshop. Both the flooring and walls, along with the lighting, were in pristine condition. "We originally processed agricultural products here, but as our business expanded, we had to relocate to a larger facility. If you're interested in renting the adjacent restaurant, the residential property behind, and the several acres of land can all be bundled together," Huang Debin stated. Si Nan swallowed hard, momentarily feeling as though she had overstepped. Her initial intention was simply to rent a small warehouse. However, after experiencing a setback for a day, she relaxed her requirements, considering not only warehouses but also factories, workshops, standalone buildings, and industrial parks. Anything available for rent was on her radar. In the end, she found herself in quite an unexpected place. She inquired with someone who operated a recycling station, asking if they had any single-story workshops available. To her surprise, this location boasted an independent production workshop, a warehouse, a cold storage facility, and a 3-story sales showroom facing the main road, alongside a separate dining club. With a warehouse secured, a second-hand marketplace established, and a clubhouse acquired, all of her diverse needs were met in one fell swoop. In the future, if she needed to procure any materials requiring refrigeration for Chiyu and Baoga was unavailable to deliver promptly, she could utilize the cold storage to ensure the freshness and quality of the traded goods. The key feature was also a private residence and several acres of land. It was undeniable that Si Nan was utterly captivated. Chapter 26. May I ask, how is the rent calculated? Si Nan timidly inquired. 20 yuan per square meter. Huang Debin replied, holding up 2 fingers, indicating that the factory covered over 5,000 square meters. However, if you take the entire space, I can offer you a discount. This is my own land, and the rent is negotiable. The main point is that I don't want to lease it in sections, as that would be too troublesome. The rent amounted to 205,000 yuan, over 100,000 per month, exceeding $1 million annually, excluding utilities and property management. Si Nan calculated in her mind, swallowing hard. Yet, she maintained her composure, believing that as long as her expression remained neutral, others could not discern her true feelings. After all, isn't that how leading actresses portray their characters in short dramas? Feigning calmness, she continued, so, what would be the lowest possible rent for the entire space? The minimum is 18, which includes management fees. Utilities would be self-managed. As for the several acres of farmland, consider it half sold, half given, at 5,000 a year, all included. This amounted to approximately 90,000 a year. If Si Nan were to rely solely on the second-hand marketplace to cover the rent, she would never dare to entertain such a notion. However, her business extended beyond that singular focus. Her main endeavor was transdimensional trade, with her primary client being the affluent Chiyu from another world. Earlier that morning, she had noticed that her usual bag felt heavier than usual. Upon inspection, she discovered a 200-gram gold bar and a collection of jewels inside, accompanied by a note. It was a subsidy from her benefactor, intended for her rental space. As a gesture of goodwill for the previous day's shipment, a token to compensate for any oversight in his previous gift. One could only wonder where such a considerate and generous benefactor could be found. Si Nan was profoundly touched by his sincerity and vowed that from that moment on, her benefactor's orders would be treated as sacred decrees. No matter how difficult the materials were to procure, she would fulfill her tasks at all costs. A 200-gram gold bar, simply given away. Based on today's gold price of 615 yuan, it equated to 123,000 yuan. Having woken up to unexpected goods yesterday, and then to a windfall of 120,000 today, Si Nan suddenly felt emboldened. If her business could cover the rent, she would consider herself capable. Of course, in business, one must still negotiate. She did not wish to touch Baoga's little treasury. After deducting this month's living expenses, she only had 85,000 in cash and the 200 grams of gold, totaling approximately 208,000 yuan. This meant she could offer a maximum of 2/3 in cash and 1/3 in gold, not exceeding 693,333 yuan. Mr. Huang, you see, I am genuinely interested in renting, and I am prepared to take the entire space. However, this rent is rather steep. Si Nan maintained her composure. I have researched the local market, and the maximum price per square meter is around 8 yuan. How can it be the same? Huang Debin's expression soured, thinking she had come to mock him. He quoted 20 yuan, yet she countered with 8. It was more than just a half cut. If he hadn't recognized her sincere intent to rent, he would have thrown her out on the spot. Look at the configuration and decor of my factory. It is incomparable to those dilapidated places. It is conveniently located near the highway, allowing direct access to the city within an hour. If it weren't for my own business expanding, I would never part with it. The implication was clear. This was a prime location. Whoever rented it would prosper. My boss's business is just starting out, and the rent is too high. He certainly cannot afford it. Reporting this would be futile. Huang Debin shot her a glance, indicating she should leave. But Si Nan quickly added, I see that, Mr. Huang is meticulous, just like my boss, both in their conduct and their work. To put it frankly, my boss, while not a neat freak, has exceedingly high standards for work. For instance, in this space, there should not be a single hair on the floor. Even a speck of dust in the corners would warrant a wage deduction and an order for thorough cleaning. If you rent this excellent space to someone who does not cherish it, it would be dilapidated in a few years. It would be far better to rent it to us. I guarantee that aside from normal wear and tear, it would remain indistinguishable from its current state even after a decade. Si Nan was not joking. Her son could vacuum up even the tiniest speck of dust, and the next day, all the garbage and dust would be neatly collected in the trash can. He was indeed a walking vacuum cleaner. Even the peachkin bottles used by Si Nan for tea had been found in the trash several times. Huang Debin appeared somewhat swayed, though he concealed it well. He pursed his lips and shook his head, saying, "No need to say more. 8 yuan is absolutely unfeasible. How about this? We are genuinely interested in renting. I just sent the photos to my boss. Although he is abroad, he fell in love with this space at first sight, saying that upon seeing it, he felt as if he had found a kindred spirit. In these times, there are not many entrepreneurs who conduct their business with such diligence and sincerity." Huang Debin's spirits lifted with the praise. After all, he was indeed a conscientious entrepreneur. The price was set at 68,000 yuan, inclusive of management fees and the adjacent farmland. "If that works for you, we can sign the contract immediately." Huang Debin calculated in his mind. At 68,000 yuan, the price per square meter was over 12 yuan, which did not seem unreasonable. "Never mind. I see that you young people are not having it easy starting your businesses, and your boldness in conduct resonates with me. 68,000 it is. Let us sign the contract now, and I will hand you the keys." Huang Debin declared with enthusiasm. What a delightful surprise. Si Nan beamed with joy, already contemplating how to sweeten the deal with the landlord. But the landlord had brought it up himself. Soon, the contract was drafted, and Huang Debin instructed his assistant to print it and deliver it. "May I ask a rather bold question?" Si Nan suddenly appeared somewhat peculiar. "Can the rent be paid in gold?" "What?" Huang Debin thought he had misheard. Si Nan pulled out the gold bar from her bag and stated earnestly, "My boss has a peculiar fondness for accumulating gold. This is the earnest money he asked me to bring, totaling 200 grams, which, based on today's gold price, is worth 123,000 yuan. If you accept it, once the contract is signed, you can take the gold bar, and I will transfer the remaining 13,000 yuan to you on the spot. Of course, if you find the gold bar cumbersome, I can also transfer the 68,000 yuan deposit to you first, and I will handle the declaration process, which should take a day or two before the remaining amount reaches your account. It is entirely up to you." How could there be a choice? Huang Debin naturally preferred the gold bar. Gold prices had been rising recently, and Si Nan had calculated based on today's price. So would tomorrow's premium be pure profit? The subsequent processes went smoothly, and as the last truck of Huang Debin's moving company departed through the back door, he waved cheerfully to Si Nan from his luxury car. "Sister, I'm leaving now. Remember to message me when you open up. I'll bring you a flower basket." "Absolutely. Brother. Safe travels." Waving farewell to Huang Debin, Si Nan promptly returned the rental vehicle. It was a jest. After all, the charges were incurred by the minute. Not a moment longer would she allow herself to be burdened by unnecessary expenses. Simultaneously, she reached out to Si Nan, informing him that she had secured a venue, urging her parents to prepare their belongings and bring the children over. They were moving into a new home. Chapter 27. Shopping at the supermarket upon their reunion. Si Nan guided her parents to the newly rented premises. Si Nan and Chun Xiujuan stood in astonishment. Was this truly the warehouse they had agreed upon? They inquired if this place could even be considered on the same level as a mere storage facility. As Si Nan showed her parents around, she shared her grand plans. The building adjacent to the road would serve as a second-hand marketplace, while the nearby independent yard, equipped with a back door leading to a private courtyard, would function as a personal collection museum and clubhouse. The assorted items salvaged from the ruins were a motley collection, and she envisioned 2 dust-free workshops, with the remaining production areas dedicated to assembly lines for sorting and packaging. She had decided that the 2 dust-free workshops would focus on processing agricultural products. Considering the dozens of acres of land behind them, along with a chicken farm, they could even construct a pig pen to raise a dozen native pigs and dig a fish pond for breeding fish fry. This would not only ensure self-sufficiency, but also allow them to sell surplus to Boss Chi. After all, as country folk, while they may lack expertise in other forms of production, agriculture, pig farming, and raising chickens, ducks, geese, and fish were their forte. As for the private residence, it had originally been the owner's abode, and they would be residing there henceforth, facilitating the management of the warehouse and business. The space was fully furnished, requiring only minimal arrangement before they could move in that very night. They could then venture to the supermarket to procure essentials and select an auspicious day for their housewarming. Ready to start cooking, Si Nan was filled with excitement, and upon hearing about their new home, the children, thrilled by its spaciousness, cleanliness, and splendid decor, dashed about exploring, unable to be restrained. However, her parents remained apprehensive. Nan, this place must be rather expensive to rent, Chen Xiujuan queried. Not at all. The owner is quite amiable. He had his own large factory, and this venue was a land of fortune for him. Initially reluctant to lease it out due to concerns about unruly tenants ruining his good luck, he sought someone to manage it. I reasoned that hiring someone would cost him, so it was better to rent it to us at a reasonable rate, allowing us to manage it while he still profits, Si Nan explained, partly in jest, hoping to quell their worries. As expected, upon hearing that they would be assisting the owner in managing the venue to offset part of the rent, her parents felt more at ease. Nan, the owner must be a good person to trust us. We must take great care of the place and not let it fall into disrepair, Si Zhenbong admonished with a serious demeanor. Rest assured, Dad. I understand, Si Nan assured him. However, she realized that managing such a vast area would be beyond her solo capabilities, thus suggesting a division of responsibilities. I will oversee the marketplace and clubhouse, while the production of crops, the fish pond, and the livestock will rely on your expertise. Farming a few dozen acres? Leave that to your mother and me, including the children. We can all pitch in, Si Zhenbong declared confidently. I must remind you both of something important, Si Nan said, her expression turning grave. You are no longer mere workers. This is our family business, which means you are now business owners. With ownership comes the responsibility of management. While we may need to hire help for farm tasks, we cannot do everything ourselves just to save money, lest we lose sight of the bigger picture. She understood that her parents, being inherently honest, were not cut out for the shrewdness of business dealings. They often prefer to shoulder burdens themselves rather than risk burdening others, a trait that, while admirable, was impractical at their age. All right, seeing Si Zhenbong and Chen Xiujuan nod earnestly, Si Nan decided to trust them this once. Fortunately, by September, the children would be of age to attend kindergarten, alleviating some of her responsibilities during the day. Yet, she knew that with Bao-Ji's current situation, enrolling him in kindergarten would pose its own challenges. However, new troubles arose daily, and there were still months until school began, so there was no need for haste. Thus, Si Nan wore a mysterious smile, declaring, from now on, this will be our new home. Who wishes to join me in decorating it? Me. The twins eagerly raised their hands high. The family joyfully selected their rooms and discussed how to arrange their new home, each face radiating happiness. Si Nan led the twins to choose a mother-child room. Although labeled as such, its layout resembled more of a children's room, complete with a play area adjacent to the bedroom, where both walls and floors were padded for safety, allowing the children to rest comfortably after play. It was as if this room had been custom designed for Bao Ge. Si Nan couldn't help but reflect on her fortuitous encounter with Huang Debin, realizing that sometimes the initial turmoil leads to the best outcomes, as it is merely a matter of filtering out the unsuitable to discover the ideal. In the future, this room would be entirely Bao Ge's sanctuary, a space where he could roll to his heart's content. The children, overjoyed, immediately began to roll around in delight, especially CCC, who, despite her round physique from a life of eating and sleeping, attempted to emulate Bao Ge's rolling but lacked the agility, producing a comical slow-motion roll that left Si Nan both exasperated and amused. Thanks to Chi Yu's efforts in emptying the entire mall, aside from food, Bao Ge's space was sufficiently stocked. After allocating the rooms, the family happily ventured to the warehouse. They instructed Bao Ge to bring out all the items in the space, allowing everyone to choose suitable pieces to take back for decorating. Truth be told, this experience of shopping at home, particularly with a zero-cost spree, was simply delightful. Even the sofa and curtains were swapped out multiple times before they settled on a set that satisfied everyone. Naturally, the best items were chosen for their own use first, with any surplus designated for sale, generating some supplementary income. The quality of the items Chi Yu had sent was impeccable, each piece exquisitely designed and radiating an air of luxury. Initially, They had planned to go out for everyday necessities and dinner. However, lost in their merriment, they completely lost track of time and had no choice but to order takeout. After a night of bustling activity, they finally managed to arrange their new home to a satisfactory degree, allowing the family to enjoy a peaceful night's rest. In the following days, Si Nan busied herself with organizing the marketplace and clubhouse. The warehouse was equipped with everything from mannequin models, display stands, and shelves to a reception area with sofas, a VIP zone featuring a large Wangwali tea table, and even a welcome mat at the entrance and signs advertising promotions. As a savvy businesswoman, Si Nan was committed to frugality, ensuring that anything salvageable from the warehouse, even a half-used pen, was utilized rather than spending a single cent on new supplies. At last, the clubhouse and marketplace were fully set up. It was then that Si Nan suddenly realized she had not received any procurement orders from her benefactor, Boss Chi, in several days. Was he safe in this tumultuous world? Chapter 28. Chi takes care of the children, remotely returning to the subject at hand. Chi has been quite occupied of late. He is engaged in nurturing the children on behalf of Si Nan, replenishing his energy. This is due to Si Nan's explanation that her country imposes stringent regulations on weaponry, making it difficult to procure arms. Consequently, Chi refrains from putting her in a difficult position. The lack of weaponry is not critical, as the majority of his team comprises supernatural beings. In the apocalyptic world, their powers serve as formidable weapons. However, utilizing these abilities significantly drains the physical stamina of the users. In an era marked by extreme resource scarcity, even those endowed with supernatural abilities often rely on nutrient solutions to sustain their basic existence. Such solutions suffice for ordinary individuals, but fall short for the exceptional. If supernatural beings depend solely on these nutrients for an extended period, their physical condition would inevitably deteriorate. In such circumstances, using their powers would exhaust them rapidly. And if they cannot secure a quick victory in battle, they are left with little hope of survival. Thus, supernatural powers serve as a trump card for their wielders, not to be recklessly deployed unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, despite the prevalence of supernatural beings in the apocalypse, such powers remain elusive. That was the past. Now, Chi lacks for nothing. Initially, he intended to negotiate with Si Nan for a fresh batch of supplies specifically to bolster his brother's nutrition in preparation for the impending battles. He had even prepared a shopping list. However, unexpectedly, 10 banquet tables appeared in his space. It turns out that Chi had cleared out an entire shopping mall for Si Nan, prompting the couple, Si Zhenbong and his wife, to feel a sense of obligation. They discreetly arranged for Si Zhenbong to complete the property rights procedures and subsequently ordered 10 banquet tables as a gesture of gratitude for Chi. At that time, Wu Shufan had also considered mooching a meal, but Si Zhenbong ignored her entirely, opting instead to pack an entire truckload of goods. Infuriated, Wu Shufan cursed for several days, planning to give Si Zhenbong the cold shoulder until he came to apologize, unaware that the Si family had already moved away that very day. Si Nan was oblivious to the banquet tables. That evening, when ordering takeout, she made an extra 50 orders, too lazy to carry them herself, and instructed Bao Ge to deliver them directly to Chi Yu. As a result, Chi Yu has been living in abundance these days, with an excess of fresh meals that he cannot finish. Fortunately, his space has preservation capabilities. Otherwise, the leftovers would have gone to waste. There was no need for further exchanges. Moreover, in the following days, Chun Xiujuan prepared meals in the factory cafeteria, taking advantage of a large stove to cook for an additional dozen people each day, fearing that Si Nan would think she was not mercantile enough, and secretly ensuring that Bao Ge delivered the meals to Chi Yu. Consequently, the standard of living for Chi Yu's team saw a remarkable improvement. Even so, Si Zhenbong felt it was insufficient. After all, if it weren't for the generosity of their benefactor, they would not have been able to operate this factory or reside in such spacious villas. Thus, the large water barrels previously purchased by Si Nan were utilized by Si Zhenbong daily, with Bao Ge filling them with water before sending them back. With an ample water supply, Chi Yu even found the time to allow his brothers to take turns showering, preventing the stench of zombies and blood from lingering on them, and risking infection from mutated bacteria. Free from concerns about food and clothing, Chi was preoccupied with replenishing his energy, eagerly awaiting the moment his brothers fully recovered to break free from them all. Initially, he was quite relaxed until he heard that their allies were moving to a new home, dealing with numerous matters, preparing to establish a factory, and farming dozens of acres of land. The three adults were busier than spinning tops, and the two children could only accompany them to the fields. The warehouse had a canopy, picnic mats, tents, and a complete set of equipment. They set it up in the fields, surrounding it with a fence, and provided the children with a couple of shovels to let them play in the mud. But how long could the children stay there? Before long, they grew bored and scampered off to find Chi-Yu in the space, eager to chat. With their comings and goings, Chi-Yu, having nothing better to do, decided to take care of the children remotely on behalf of Si Nan. There was no choice. After all, their mother was a workaholic. Moreover, Chi-Yu's space was linked to Bao Ji's space. So, no matter where Chi-Yu was or what he was doing, as long as the children called out to the jade pendant, he would immediately hear them. The key was Bao Nyo's adorably innocent voice, which frequently asked him, "Chi-Yu Papa, can I call you Chi-Yu Papa? Because I don't have a father. Everyone else has a father, but I do not. Now even Mama only cares about work and doesn't love Bao Nyo and Gugu anymore. Bao Nyo is so pitiful. Who could resist such a heart-wrenching plea?" Chi-Yu found himself unable to refrain from responding to comfort her. Thus, during the day, Chi-Yu taught the children martial arts and physical training in his space. At night, when they couldn't sleep, he would tell them bedtime stories. The sweet, soft voice of CCC rendered Chi-Yu utterly defenseless. Even though he was not adept at storytelling, the tales he could share from his own experiences were hardly suitable for children. He could only discuss topics like astronomy, science, and mechanics, areas in which he was somewhat knowledgeable. He could not tell if the children would comprehend. Nevertheless, as soon as he began speaking, they would quickly fall asleep. On this particular day, Chi-Yu gauged the time, realizing it was time for the children to take their afternoon nap. Just as he was preparing to tell a story to lull them to sleep, a preset trap was inadvertently triggered. It turned out that one of his subordinates, a fire-type supernatural being, had been enjoying the good food and sleep lately, enhancing his physical condition. Feeling restless, he secretly went to the second floor, opened a window, and launched an attack on the zombies in the street with his powers. Unfortunately, a mistake revealed the team's hiding spot. The zombie king immediately summoned a horde of zombies for an assault. The glass doors of the mall could not withstand the pressure for long and soon collapsed under the onslaught, waves of zombies pouring in through every opening. Outside the building, countless zombies surrounded them like a swarm of ants. Those unable to enter began to accumulate, quickly spreading to the third floor. As Chi-Yu and his brothers broke out from the supermarket, the glass on the first and second floors was already obscured by the mass of zombies. "Damn it, my claustrophobia is flaring up again." The two could not help but complain. "Less chatter, hurry upstairs," Dadong replied, giving him a hard shove. At that moment, a timid voice emerged from the team. "We can't escape. How are we supposed to fight so many zombies? We're doomed. Panic is contagious." As soon as these words were spoken, the team's morale plummeted. Chi-Yu strode over and kicked the individual to the ground. "If you want to die, you can stay here and wait for it. Don't drag others down with you." A flicker of darkness crossed the person's eyes, but it was quickly masked as he feigned weakness. "I'm sorry, boss. I was just a bit scared." Li Pao quickly stepped forward to plead, "Boss, San-Air is young." He didn't mean it. Chi let out a cold laugh. "At a critical moment, you waver the morale of the troops, and you say you didn't mean it? Do you really think I know nothing? Fortunately, now is not the time for such discussions." He shot a cold glance at Zhang, saying before fixing his gaze on Li Pao, "Keep an eye on him. If he pulls any tricks, don't blame me for being ruthless." Li Pao's expression darkened as he repeatedly assured, "I'm sorry, boss. I will keep a close watch on him." Only then did Chi-Yu sweep his gaze over the others. "I have provided you with ample food and drink these past few days, not to feed the zombies. If you don't want to die, show me your fighting spirit and fight your way out. Kill, kill, kill." Chapter 29. Smash a little bag on the zombies' heads? Si Nan, having extracted information from Bao Ge, learned that Chi-Yu had not appeared recently because he had been tied up by their daughter. Their benefactor was remotely caring for the children. A certain cheeky little one even called him Papa. Her expression was hard to read. After all, Not everyone is fond of little children. If she disturbed him, it would be quite an offense. Fortunately, the little girl was aware of her misdeeds and lay straight in bed, pretending to be asleep. Si Nan sighed lightly. Sometimes she felt quite helpless. Who asked her to raise such a little tyrant? The family rules passed down from our ancestors dictate that, unless the sky falls, one must not educate children while they're eating, sleeping, or studying. Seeing the children lying down, Si Nan had no choice but to relent. She adjusted the air conditioning temperature, tucked the children in, and prepared to leave their bedroom quietly. However, just as she turned, she heard Bao Nio's glum voice. "Manga, can you tell me a bedtime story?" Si Nan was somewhat taken aback. "What's the matter? Uncle Chi usually tells us bedtime stories every noon and night to help us sleep, but he didn't come today." Si Nan keenly caught the significance of didn't come. Although their interactions were limited, she believed that Chi Yu was not someone who would easily break a promise, even one made to a child. Could something have happened? After all, her wealthy father lived in a world fraught with peril and had previously inquired whether she could procure some weapons and gear. Si Nan pondered for a moment and reassured. "Bao Nio, don't worry. Uncle Chi is not an ordinary person. He is a formidable special forces warrior who usually fights monsters. If he is late, it's surely isn't intentional." Bao Nio and Bao Gu immediately grew anxious. "Did a monster come? Is Uncle Chi busy fighting monsters?" Bao Gu asked. Si Nan solemnly nodded. "When Uncle Chi is in battle, he must not be distracted. Otherwise, he could fall victim to a monster's ambush. Therefore, we must not disturb him at this time, understand?" The twins nodded earnestly. "Good. Now, Bao Nio, you need to sleep by yourself. Mama has to think of a way to support Uncle Chi, so no fussing, okay?" Si Nan instructed. Bao Nio tightly pressed her lips together and nodded vigorously. Si Nan kissed her chubby forehead, tucked her in, and then swiftly carried Bao Gu downstairs. As they walked, Si Nan attempted to contact Chi Yu, but for some unknown reason, there was no response. This only deepened her ominous premonition. Si Jinbong and Chun Xiaozhuan were at the door preparing nutrient fertilizer when they noticed Si Nan's anxious demeanor and quickly inquired, "What's wrong? Something must have happened to Chi Yu. We need to find a way to help him get some equipment." Si Nan hinted. Si Jinbong, understanding the gravity of the situation, immediately dropped his hoe and rushed to fetch the car keys. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly turned back, picked up the hoe from the ground, and handed it to Si Nan. "Take this first, see if it can help. There are still a dozen new ones in the shed. Take those too." Si Nan nodded, holding Bao Gu in one arm and the hoe in the other, running towards the shed. The life of her wealthy father was her own, and she could not allow him to come harm. The hoe was delivered, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. If the enemy was exceedingly powerful or numerous, what could a hoe accomplish? Si Nan furrowed her brow. "What should we do? Should we buy dozens of chainsaws from the street?" Si Jinbong suggested. He had seen it done in zombie movies, where the protagonists wielded axes or chainsaws, the latter appearing far more imposing. However, Si Nan shook her head. While chainsaws were better than hoes, if they faced thousands of zombies, even with chainsaws in hand, they would still be outnumbered. They needed to devise a means to acquire formidable weapons. Guns and cannons would be ideal. But where can we obtain those? Si Jinbong scratched his head. Si Nan contemplated for a moment, then exclaimed, "In ancient times, there weren't any guns or cannons. Yet our ancestors had numerous strategies to win battles against overwhelming odds. For instance, fire attacks, or using rolling stones and logs. Then let us get some kerosene. And by large stones and logs." Si Jinbong reacted quickly. As a truck driver, he knew where to procure such materials in bulk. The four of them immediately split up. Chun Xiaozhuan stayed home with Si, while Si Nan and Si Jinbong set off with Si Bei to gather supplies. However, Si Nan wondered if kerosene would be subject to purchase limits. Buying too much might draw unwanted attention. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "Dad, let us first go to the grain and oil wholesale market. Fire attacks don't necessarily require kerosene. Vegetable oil or lard will suffice. And flour. The power of a dust explosion should not be underestimated." Si Jinbong pursed his lips. "The grain and oil wholesale market may not be cheap. I'll take you directly to the factory." All right. This was a man who had frugality ingrained in his very being. It was fortunate, as Si Nan didn't have much money. Coincidentally, they encountered an acquaintance. The factory Si Nan took her to belong to Huang Debin. Not only that, but Huang Debin also owned an oil mill. This significantly simplified Si Nan's tasks. Upon hearing that Si Nan urgently needed to procure a large quantity of flour and peanut oil, Huang Debin immediately instructed the workers to open the warehouse and load the goods onto the truck without hesitation. Si Nan purchased 10 tons of flour in one go, along with another 10 tons of peanut oil, which Huang Debin arranged to be delivered to Si Nan's factory. Si Nan was deeply touched and asked Huang Debin how much it all cost. Huang Debin waved his hand dismissively. "No rush. Take it first. I'll have the factory send you an invoice later, and I'll personally collect from you. You don't need to worry about the price. I won't let you down. Brother Huang, you are so generous. I certainly trust you," Si Nan replied gratefully. In the end, Huang Debin didn't even collect a deposit or require her fingerprint, allowing Si Nan to leave. Si Nan marveled at Huang Debin's generosity. No wonder his business had flourished and expanded to a larger factory. In contrast, her own small stall seemed rather petty. Of course, while she reflected, Si Nan didn't dare waste any time. After having Bao Gu send the flour to Chi Yu's space, she hurried to the gravel pit. Si Nan looked at Si Jinbong with a hint of helplessness. "Is this what people use to build houses?" "Yep," Si Jinbong replied, looking at her with a somewhat disdainful expression. "Has this child really become foolish from studying? She doesn't even recognize the gravel used by common folk to build houses." Si Nan retorted, "The key point is that in ancient battles, they used catapults to hurl massive stones. What harm can these small pebbles do? Will they just bruise a zombie's head?" Si Nan felt a twinge of apprehension. "Forget it. Since large stones are hard to find now, we should be picky about the small pebbles. Didn't the teacher teach us that quantitative change leads to qualitative change? We can just use small stones to bury the zombies." Fortunately, with her perspective broadened, Si Nan no longer felt restricted. She purchased 1,000 tons of gravel for 65 per ton, totaling 65,000 yuan, and had it directly shipped to the factory for payment later. Then she bought sand, cement, and bricks. Ultimately, she acquired 30 truckloads of sand at 300 per load, costing 39,000 yuan. Cement was 380 per ton, and she bought 200 tons for 76,000 yuan. The bricks were 36 each, and she purchased 100,000 bricks for 36,000 yuan. All of it was sent straight to the factory with cash on delivery. On the return trip, she bought over 300 barrels of kerosene from various places. And Si Nan didn't have time to tally the expenses. However, when she returned to settle the accounts, she realized she was short on cash. Fortunately, she had access to an instant loan app on her phone. Just as she was about to proceed, Chen Xiujuan snatched the phone from her and, without hesitation, used the couple's savings to pay for the expenses. Afterwards, Chen Xiujuan tapped Si Nan on the forehead and scolded, "Which good person borrows money to spend their future earnings? Do you think those lenders are good people? The internet warns that if you can't repay the money, your personal information will be sold everywhere. Those debt collectors will hound you relentlessly, trampling on everything in their path." The news disseminated online reveals the tragic plight of many honest individuals who, facing temporary financial difficulties, fall victim to unscrupulous debt collectors, leading to debilitating depression. Ultimately, the last straw breaks their spirits, and they succumb to the unbearable humiliation, taking their own lives. Our family is not in dire straits. Why should we endure such torment? Si Nan, feeling the weight of the words spoken, remained silent. Nevertheless, a pang of sympathy for my parents arises, as this is their life savings. It seems imperative to expedite the establishment of the second-hand market and the club, ensuring a steady cash flow. Chiyu initially intended to wield his supernatural abilities in battle, leading his comrades to safety. However, for reasons unknown, their powers appear to be suppressed. Could it be that the Zombie King has evolved its mental control? Yet, this is not the time for contemplation. With their advantages stymied, they are left to engage in close combat to fend off the relentless zombie attacks. Fortunately, Chi Yu's team, forged through countless battles, has significantly enhanced their physical prowess during this period of recuperation, rendering them capable even in close quarters. However, the sheer number of zombies is overwhelming. Soon, the lower levels of the shopping mall succumb to the horde. Chi-Yu's blade begins to dull from the relentless combat. And, just as it seems they may be rendered useless, Si Nan sends over a dozen hoes and a large whiteboard typically used for meetings, inscribed with bold, uppercase letters inquiring about their predicament and offering assistance. Perhaps Chi-Yu's silence was due to interference, prompting her to add a flurry of question marks. A smile suddenly breaks across Chi-Yu's face. Despite everything, she has managed to deduce the situation. Those hoes represent the only available weapons at her disposal, and she suggests he make do with them while she contemplates further strategies. She even thoughtfully notes her concern that the message might be too small to see, encouraging him to write any request directly on the large whiteboard. It must be acknowledged that she is truly clever and astute. Her immediate response to his temporary absence is commendable. Having such an ally is indeed a blessing. Just when he needed it, help arrived. Chi-Yu eagerly distributes the hoes. Wielding a hoe designed for farming, he becomes a formidable force, akin to a deity of death, dispatching zombies with lethal efficiency, ensuring none come close. The quality of the hoes sent by Si Nan is genuinely impressive. Each strike results in the destruction of a zombie's skull. Remarkably, the wooden handles, seemingly unremarkable, withstand relentless blows without so much as a crack. Even Dong and the others become invigorated, brandishing their hoes and shouting, "Here comes old pig," as they plunge into the horde, quickly turning the area into a scene of carnage, as if aided by divine intervention. Ultimately, armed with the hose provided by Si Nan, Chi-Yu leads his brothers through a bloody path to the rooftop. As they ascend each floor, Chi-Yu instructs his team to seal the stairway entrances, attempting to slow the zombies' advance. Once they secure the sole exit to the rooftop, reinforced by abilities from the wood, earth, and metal elements, they finally catch their breath. Chi-Yu promptly retrieves a bucket of water, allowing his brothers to wash off the putrid remnants of the zombies, meticulously checking for injuries, sparing no detail even for the slightest wound. Afterward, he distributes food to replenish their energy. Previously, they had endured injuries and the potential hazards of zombie blood, but now, with resources available, he refuses to leave any safety risks unaddressed. Standing alone at the rooftop railing, Chi-Yu gazes down at the densely packed horde of zombies surging upward like a swarm of carnivorous ants, their putrid stench filling the air and making it difficult to breathe. The shopping mall towers 9 stories high. For the moment, the zombies cannot reach them. However, the Zombie King has already identified their location, and remaining in one place is not a viable long-term strategy. He must devise a means of escape from the rooftop. As he ponders this, he suddenly notices a multitude of white bags filling the space. Upon closer inspection, he realizes they are all bags of flour. Initially, he does not think much of it until the space fills with more supplies: peanut oil, kerosene, sand, gravel, cement, bricks, and even a concrete mixer and excavator. In that instant, Chi-Yu seems to grasp Si Nan's intent. He quickly gathers all the oil barrels, directing his brothers to throw them from various points of the building. As the barrels plummet from the 9th floor, they shatter upon impact, spilling their contents across the street. The Zombie King, having lost its sense of smell, is oblivious to the danger, dismissing the barrels as ineffective against its minions. How pitiful the remnants of humanity appear. Thinking such minor losses could serve as consolation for the pitiful creatures, the Zombie King scoffs internally, closing its eyes and continuing to command the advancing horde. At that moment, a piercing gaze locks onto it. The Zombie King squints, following the gaze to meet the eyes of the man standing atop the building. In that instant, it experiences an unsettling sensation. The coldness in the man's gaze is more chilling than its own. It is as if this man has emerged from the depths of hell itself. How intriguing. Have these outdated remnants of humanity, having languished in despair for too long, become so numb that even the approach of death fails to evoke fear? Or is this man simply too formidable, unafraid even as thousands of zombies tear him apart? Instinctively, the Zombie King leans toward the latter conclusion. Alas, such a powerful figure should not belong to the remnants of humanity. A flicker of sympathy and pity arises within the Zombie King for Chi-Yu. Yet, who could blame him for possessing such a valuable life? A smirk of determination emerges on the Zombie King's lips as it issues a mental command, urging the horde to accelerate their assault. However, just then, a deluge of powder descends from above, enveloping the surrounding streets under the control of a wind user. In that instant, the Zombie King notices a smile tugging at the corners of the man's mouth. Something is amiss. Chapter 31. Some accounts must be settled regrettably. By the time the Zombie King realizes this, it is too late. Chi Yu's team has successfully constructed a protective barrier using their abilities. Once everyone is safely inside, a fireball is hurled from above, crashing down. At the moment the dust cloud encounters the fireball, a resounding explosion erupts. The deafening blast triggers a chain reaction, sending shards of glass and dismembered zombie limbs flying like bullets in all directions. Countless zombies ignite, consumed by flames, which in turn spread to others, creating a fiery inferno. In the blink of an eye, the streets, once teeming with zombies, transform into long serpents of fire. The deafening roars of the zombies echo from within the flames, presenting a scene reminiscent of countless demons clawing their way out of a hellish blaze, instilling fear in all who witness it. At that moment, Chi Yu and his comrades burst forth from the protective barrier, ready to counterattack. The pent-up frustration of his brothers, accumulated over the past weeks, ignites in an instant. Most notably, Chi Yu is elated to discover that the mysterious force suppressing their abilities has vanished. Unshackled, Dedong and the others charge forth like unleashed tigers, unleashing a torrent of powers that rain down upon the still wounded zombies, mercilessly hunting them down. Chi Yu's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the Zombie King from the beginning to the end. Certain accounts needed settling. If one were to assert that this time, the team led by Chi Yu was besieged by the horde of zombies without a hint of conspiracy involved, he would vehemently refuse to believe it. After all, if there were not a multitude of grievances, why would the Zombie King fixate on them so intently? Was it truly just for the meager sustenance provided by a mere handful of living souls that he commanded an army of hundreds of thousands of zombies to pursue and attack them for more than half a month? One might argue that the lives of those few individuals would hardly suffice to satiate the hunger of such a vast legion of the undead. What ulterior motives lay behind this? Who was orchestrating it all? Perhaps only by capturing the Zombie King could the truth be unveiled. As the Zombie King prepared to flee, Chi Yu immediately launched a hidden arrow that embedded itself in the steel structure of the opposite building. In a swift motion, he traversed the rope and retrieved his longbow and the final arrow from his spatial storage. This arrow had been specifically reserved for the Zombie King. Unfortunately, the Zombie King proved exceedingly cunning. Even with half of the surrounding zombies obliterated or reduced to fiery remnants, he still managed to utilize them as meat shields. Chi Yu could find no opportunity to strike. However, to let the Zombie King escape unscathed was out of the question. Through the residual images reflected on the steel of the opposite building, Chi Yu diligently tracked the Zombie King's movements. The moment he landed, he utilized his physical strength to shatter the glass, which had splintered like a spider's web, and with a deft roll, he rose to his feet and sprinted through the derelict office building, once again locking onto the Zombie King's trail. He released another hidden arrow and slid down the rope from one building to another. Thus, Chi relentlessly pursued the Zombie King through numerous streets, leaving the latter bewildered. This man was relentless. Did he have a tracking radar installed on himself? How could he possibly not shake him off? It was utterly absurd. As he witnessed his incapacitated minions falling one after another, the Zombie King felt an unprecedented surge of fear. He could not comprehend it. Despite having the upper hand in this battle, even if he merely surrounded his prey without engaging, he could still deplete their strength, ultimately reaping the rewards without effort. Just when victory seemed within his grasp, Chi Yu delivered a devastating blow. The perplexing part was that despite having been besieged for so long, Chi Yu's team, which should have been out of supplies and exhausted, was still alive and kicking. How could they have the energy to utilize their supernatural abilities? It defied logic. And where did those barrels and powders come from? The Zombie King was enveloped in an unprecedented frustration. Ahead lay a vast plaza, and he crouched in the corner of a building, pressing himself tightly against the wall, afraid to make a move. For if he dashed out now, he would undoubtedly become a living target. With Chi Yu's archery skills, he would surely meet his demise. At this juncture, the Zombie King had no choice but to reveal his hidden cards. Unknown to many, his powers stemmed from the energy supplied by the crystal cores within other zombies. In other words, the more zombies surrounding him, the stronger his abilities became. Now, however, his reserves had been depleted and incinerated. Yet, it mattered little. The city was teeming with millions of zombies. Even if Chi Yu had consumed hundreds of thousands, what of it? Chi Yu had just revealed his own trump card. If he could escape now, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But he was determined to pursue relentlessly. Those foolish minions believed victory was assured, foolishly expending their supernatural powers without restraint. Truly, they were a hopeless bunch. Once his reinforcements arrived, their energy would undoubtedly be drained. At that point, they would all become mere fodder upon his chopping block. He longed for the demise of that detestable man. The Zombie King clenched his teeth, consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Yet, despite all his calculations, he could not foresee that Chi Yu's spatial abilities connected to another world, one that was not lacking in resources. It is well known that zombies cannot drive cars, let alone fly. The Zombie King could only mobilize zombies from other areas on foot. Even though zombies do not tire, the journey would take at least 1 or 2 hours. Within that time frame, Chi would have already reunited with his team and laid out a grand feast comprising 3 full tables, with an average of 5 or 6 individuals per table. Regardless of the exhaustion from their powers, they could feast heartily and replenish their strength. Simultaneously, Chi Yu sent 21-kilogram gold bars to Si Nan. 10 bars were designated to cover previous expenses, while the remaining 10 were to procure flour, oil barrels, bricks, gravel, and cement. If possible, he also hoped to exchange for some bows and arrows. He awaited the arrival of supplies, prepared to rest while others toiled. On another front, Si finally managed to contact Chi Yu. Upon learning that the benefactor had indeed been besieged by hundreds of thousands of zombies, the family was understandably alarmed. Si had no concept of such a staggering number, leading him to secretly search online. The moment he did, he was left with a tingling sensation on his scalp. Would the supplies they had sent be of any use? After all, they had cobbled together what they could, and it appeared rather haphazard. Si Nan also felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She had accurately predicted the situation. Fortunately, her quick thinking had saved them. Otherwise, the benefactor might have perished, leaving her, who had already drained her parents' savings and spent her own to rent a factory, in dire straits as well. Fortunately, Chi replied to Bao, stating that they had temporarily achieved victory. However, the battle was far from over, and the fate of the benefactor remained uncertain. Chapter 32. Logistic soldiers are also soldiers collaborating with partners from the apocalypse proved to be a significant psychological test for honest individuals. As they awaited the outcome of the battle, the family sat in the living room, the tense atmosphere palpable enough to be felt. Even the children sensed it. Chi Yu had emptied several toy stores for the twins, leaving Si Nan with all of it. The second floor was entirely transformed into a toy room for the twins. Yet they chose not to play, obediently sitting beside Si Nan, anxiously awaiting news without uttering a sound. However, upon hearing the news of Chi Yu's interim victory, not only Si Nan, but also Si Jinbong and Chun Xiujuan were filled with exhilaration. After all, they had personally participated in this battle, though not on the front lines. But in the logistics, the feeling of fighting alongside was the same. Logistic soldiers are also soldiers. Thus, upon seeing the 20 gold bars sent by Chi Yu, with half designated for their previous expenses and the rest for continued procurement, the 3 sprang into action as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Si Jinbong had retained the contact information for the sand and gravel yards, as well as the brick and cement factories. The moment he received the order, he swiftly contacted them to arrange for deliveries. One of the stone yards indicated they did not have enough stock on hand, but had just received a shipment of large stones that had yet to be unloaded, indicating that crushing them into gravel would take time, and asked if the delivery could be delayed. Upon hearing this, Si Nan realized that large stones were preferable. A single blow could obliterate a zombie. She instructed the stone yard to forego unloading and to send over every last one they had. Meanwhile, Chun Xiujuan took charge of meal preparations. knowing that one cannot fight effectively on an empty stomach. Preparing a banquet would take too long, and the process was cumbersome. It was better to indulge in hearty meat feasts instead. Hence, she promptly contacted her good sister, Chuegua, who had 300 free-range chickens and had been considering selling them to supplement her household income. Later, she fell prey to a rumor, believing that she truly intended to marry off her daughter. She even mentioned sending 300 free-range chickens as a dowry to Si Nan. After all, whether she bought from one person or another, it was better to support her good sister. 300 free-range chickens would be easier to manage if Chuegua enlisted a few more friends to help slaughter them. And then they could be sent to the factory to be made into soy sauce chicken, swift and convenient. Subsequently, she planned to prepare a braising base. Using the 50 large pig trotters she procured that morning, utilizing the cafeteria's large pot. Since she was at it, she decided to buy several dozen jine of pork and beef at the market, along with some eggs to complete the feast. Meanwhile, Si Nan was not idle either. She reached out to Huang Debin, requesting an additional 100 tons of flour and 100 tons of pure sunflower seed oil. Once this was settled, she needed to step out and liquidate a few gold bars. Today, the gold price had soared to 677 yuan. One gold bar could fetch 677,000 yuan, and 20 bars would amount to an astonishing 13.54 million. Over 10 million would surely be insufficient for weaponry, but it would be ample for flour, oil, and construction materials. Thus, Si Nan did not need to sell all her gold. Selling 5 bars would leave her with over 3 million in cash, which she estimated would suffice. As she prepared to take her tricycle out, she received a call from Huang Debin. "Hello, Si Nan. I was wondering why you suddenly ordered so much flour and oil. Is it urgent?" Huang Debin's voice came through the phone. Si Nan remained composed. "Yes, our family is engaged in international trade. We handle both domestic and foreign orders, as long as they are legal and compliant. Today, we received a substantial order that needs to be dispatched immediately. Is it that urgent?" Huang Debin's voice noticeably rose by a couple of decibels. "Do you have enough cash on hand?" Si Nan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Huang Debin's concern. Was he worried that they were ordering too much and might not be able to pay? Thankfully, Huang Debin soon clarified his intentions. "I'm not one to beat around the bush. Let me be straightforward. If you find yourselves short on cash and plan to pay with gold bars, you might as well sell them to me." After all, he had no shortage of cash, and wasn't he interested in other investments? Accumulating some gold was a wise decision. He would buy the gold from Si Nan at the recycling price, which was more favorable than the market price he would encounter at a gold shop, where it would be over 100 yuan more per gram. Even at a bank, the price would exceed the recycling price by several dozen yuan per gram, making it more advantageous to buy from Si Nan. It was a win-win situation. Naturally, he wasn't certain if Si Nan would agree to sell, but it never hurt to ask. "Of course, I'm just inquiring. Don't overthink it," Huang Debin quickly added. Just as his words faded, Si Nan replied, "I will sell." "What?" Huang Debin was momentarily taken aback. Si Nan cleared her throat and began her earnest act. "Brother Huang, you are a righteous elder brother, and I will not hide anything from you. In truth, my boss is quite young and has spent years abroad. Recently, some changes occurred at home, prompting him to venture into business on his own. He doesn't possess much cash. It's mostly what was left behind by his family. The company is just starting up, and whenever funds are needed for operations, he has to sell off some assets." Si Nan's tone was so sincere that Huang Debin believed her. He immediately responded, "No wonder I thought you were so young. But Si Nan, I can assure you, you're a person of great potential. Your boss is wise to have you manage his business." Si Nan humbly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Huang, for your recognition. It is my honor. Little sister, I have faith in you. I too have walked the path of hardship to get here. Business is about relationships. I admire young people like you who possess determination and courage." After laying the groundwork, Huang Debin finally got to the point. "In the future, if you need cash flow or intend to sell gold, come to me. Consider my support for you young people." "Thank you, Brother Huang." Of course, Si Nan was no fool. She understood that few who achieve great success in business are naive. No one would act with pure altruism without expecting something in return. Huang Debin's willingness to assist Si Nan stemmed from his belief that she was worthy of help. Providing support during a talent's low point was a means of earning goodwill, and it was a mutually beneficial situation. Si Nan felt fortunate to encounter someone like Huang Debin. With the conversation reaching this point, Si Nan casually mentioned, "Actually, my boss has not only hoarded gold, but also possesses many personal collections. We plan to display some of them at the club, hoping to make like-minded friends. Brother Huang, if you're interested, feel free to visit us often." Huang Debin readily agreed. Due to prior commitments, he arranged for an assistant to personally collect the gold from Si Nan. Selling the gold bars to Huang Debin gave Si Nan a sense of security. After today's discussions, a clear path to liquidate gold and collectibles was established, resolving the cash flow issue, which meant that the supplies needed by Qi Yu would no longer pose a problem. Si Jinbong even found inspiration from short videos and impulsively purchased 200 gas canisters. The only thing left to procure was arrows. In this era, arrows were not common commodities, where could one buy arrows? If time had permitted, Si Nan could have procured them online. However, with time pressing, the only option she could consider was an archery range. Immediately acting on her thoughts, Si Nan searched online for the nearest archery range and drove her tricycle from place to place inquiring. To her dismay, all the locations indicated by the navigation were closed, leaving her somewhat speechless. She resolved to order a batch of bows and arrows online to stockpile in the warehouse. Not only bows and arrows, but also large knives, spears, swords, halberds, and shields. Any emergency supplies needed for the end of the world, whether weapons, medicines, or canned goods, should be prepared. However, that was a matter for another day. For now, the priority was to procure arrows, as they were specifically requested by the benefactor. Si Nan was determined to find a way to acquire them. Since she could not find any in her own town, Si Nan rented a shared car to venture into the neighboring town. Her town was quite large, predominantly focused on agriculture and ecotourism, attracting visitors primarily for its natural scenery, so the absence of archery ranges was not surprising. However, the adjacent town featured hot springs and had developed numerous residential complexes over the years, attracting many who sought to escape the city. It also housed several sizable e-commerce industrial parks, likely offering better living amenities. Although Si Nan found only one archery range, her instincts told her that this time she would not leave empty-handed. Indeed, fate smiled on those who persevered. However, upon her arrival, the owner was absent, and the staff were hesitant to make decisions on their own. Regardless of Si Nan's persuasive attempts, they refused to sell her the arrows. Si Nan resolved to wait patiently in the reception area for the owner's return. The staff, likely perplexed by her persistence, had never encountered such a tenacious individual who would not take no for an answer. After some time, they ultimately contacted the owner several times. Eventually, the owner instructed them to hand the phone to Si Nan. Si Nan began her performance. "Please, I beg you, sell me some arrows. My boss suddenly assigned me a task to test our staff's adaptability, and if I cannot complete it before the end of the day, I will lose my entire performance bonus. I'm just a struggling worker, and I lost my husband early on. Now, I am solely responsible for supporting 2 children and 2 elderly relatives. If my performance bonus were to be entirely deducted, what would happen to my family, young and old? Next month, I fear we might not even have enough to eat." As Si Nan spoke, her voice choked with emotion. The staff at the archery range, witnessing her distress, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. She, too, was a weary beast of burden, a single mother bearing the weight of her family's responsibilities. It was no wonder she fought so fiercely, enduring the scornful glances of others, refusing to abandon her post. Ultimately, with the support of the archery range employees, the boss reluctantly consented, albeit with an increase in the fee. Without a moment's hesitation, Si Nan agreed. During the payment process, the staff defended her, privately lamenting their boss's greed. Working as a laborer was already burdensome enough, yet they had to become a mere cog in the boss's scheme, enduring disdain and hardship. She wondered if the extra money would even be reimbursed. If not, would the employees have to cover the cost themselves? How utterly frustrating. The world seemed as dark as a crow's feathers. There appeared to be no decent bosses around. In response, Si Nan dared not retort, merely offering a strained smile. In truth, she did not feel the archery range owner was at fault. After all, it was entirely normal for a business to seek profit. They were under no obligation to assist her, regardless of her plight. Eliciting sympathy was one thing. If the other party agreed, it was only reasonable for her to pay a little more. It was unjust to morally bind others to her misfortune. Finally acquiring the arrows, Si Nan first returned them to the factory before proceeding to return the vehicle. As she passed a gas station, she suddenly recalled Chi Yu mentioning energy shortages in his region, where gasoline and diesel were highly sought after commodities. Although Chi Yu had not explicitly asked for fuel this time, since the thought crossed her mind, she decided to purchase 3 metal barrels for oil after retrieving her tricycle. The owner, displaying great enthusiasm, inquired if she was preparing for a long-distance road trip. Si Nan casually replied in the affirmative. The owner then discreetly informed her that gasoline was a controlled substance. Without proper documentation, she would not be able to purchase fuel at the station with her barrels. Si Nan quickly understood and lowered her voice to ask, "Do you sell A4 paper here? I need to buy a sheet for a certificate." "I do, but it's a bit pricey, 200 yuan per sheet." "Do you want it?" "Yes." However, upon reaching the gas station, she discovered she had been misled. Having a certificate was insufficient. She would need to visit a designated gas station, which was not located in their town, but rather in the city. Si Nan was left speechless. Fortunately, a kind attendant at the gas station privately advised her that if she went to another gas station in town with her ID and barrels, it would suffice, albeit a longer route. Since she was already out and had purchased the barrels, Si Nan estimated the tricycle's battery life and figured she could make the trip to refuel and still return home. Thus, she decided to handle everything in one go before heading back. On her way home, Si Nan received a call from Si Nan, informing her that Chi Yu had found a helicopter and planned to transport the injured team members back to base, but they were lacking fuel and hoped to exchange some. At that moment, Si Nan was unaware that helicopters use kerosene, unlike cars. She felt fortunate for her foresight, but upon returning home and checking online, she realized her ignorance. Poverty had indeed limited her understanding. After confirming with Chi Yu and consulting Huang Daibin, she quickly instructed Si Nan to take Baoge to purchase aviation fuel. By the time Baoge returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock, well beyond his usual bedtime. Chen Xiujuan was deeply concerned and could not help but express her dissatisfaction. A child of just over 3 years was in a crucial growth phase. How could they endure such turmoil? If an urgent need for supplies arose in the middle of the night, it would be manageable for the adults. But what about the child? Si Nan, too, felt remorseful, recognizing her oversight in not making adequate arrangements in advance. While reflecting on this, she could only reassure her mother. The truth is, neither our side nor Chi Yu's is accustomed to the sudden changes in resource sharing, so it is natural that some things may not be handled perfectly. I will write a letter to Chi Yu, suggesting that we both keep some emergency supplies on hand to minimize any disruption to Baoge's rest. After some thought, Chen Xiujuan took out the 2 gold bars Si Nan had given her earlier from a hidden pocket in her undergarment. "Take these and see how much you can exchange them for. I saw an elderly lady who travels everywhere in a vehicle that can be slept in. I believe it's called a camper. Tomorrow, inquire about the price of such a vehicle and see if we can buy one. If we must take Baoge out, it would be more comfortable for him and less taxing." Chapter 34. A decision made, is it not normal? Si Nan expected to be lectured by her mother, but to her surprise, Chen Xiujuan handed her the gold bars directly. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Chen Xiujuan shot her an annoyed glance and huffed, "I am not an ignorant parent." Si Nan felt warmth in her heart. She realized that whether in entrepreneurship, as a daughter, or as a mother, she was not exceptionally competent and often found herself somewhat scatterbrained, relying on clumsy methods to persevere. Ultimately, today's events stemmed from her inadequate planning, leading to the day's chaos. Yet, neither her parents nor Baoge showed any signs of blaming her. Even Si Nan, usually sharp-tongued, had remained silent, supporting her throughout the ordeal. Baoge, exhausted, could barely keep his eyes open and offered no complaints. While Chen Xiujuan grumbled a bit, her actions still showed her support. "All right, stop being so dramatic," Chen Xiujuan said, unable to bear Si Nan's gaze. Her eyes reddening like a little rabbitess. "You're grown up now. Don't act like a child." Si Nan could not help but chuckle. "What can I do? You only have me as your daughter. If I don't act spoiled, who else can? Who cares? I have two precious grandsons, Qin Xiujuan replied, though the smile at the corners of her eyes could not be concealed. I will check out the camper tomorrow, but you should keep these gold bars for yourself. They are meant to be returned to you and Dad as your retirement fund, Si Nan said. King Sujunavd, Fina, you said it yourself. This is my and your father's money. I can use it however I want. Does it concern you? She added, why are you nagging like an old woman? Your father and I are still young and do not need retirement yet. Keep those gold bars for business. Earn more living expenses for me. And I will enjoy life as a queen at home. That was called long-term investment. Do you understand? Si Nan could not help but smile, realizing she could not argue with her mother. It seemed that watching short videos every day had its advantages. Even her mother, a rural woman with only a primary school education, understood the concept of long-term investment. Oh, by the way, Qin Xiujuan suddenly added, if you have extra money, buy a car for yourself. It will be more convenient for you to travel alone. She scrutinized Si Nan's somewhat haggard face. Otherwise, you will be out in the sun and rain every day, and people will mistake you for my younger sister. Si Nan. Qi was unaware of the situation on Si Nan's side. He initially thought preparing all the necessary supplies would take several days. To his surprise, Si Nan had everything ready in just one day, including items he had not even considered, such as gasoline, diesel, and a medical kit, along with various batteries. Given this, he felt he could not let her efforts go to waste. Once he dealt with the zombie king, the remaining zombies in the city would be as scattered as sand, posing no threat. At that time, he would lead his brothers to clear out the remaining supplies in the city. Aside from what his brothers had, everything he had collected would be sent to her. Boss, it's a bit strange. Why do I feel that the number of zombies attacking us is decreasing? Cleaning them out feels as easy as chopping vegetables. Could it be that the zombie king has already perished? The voice of the Dong echoed through the intercom. Do not let your guard down. This zombie king is cunning and difficult to deal with. He might be hiding somewhere, secretly plotting against us, intentionally making us lower our vigilance. Chi Yu reminded calmly. Received, received, received. At this moment, hiding in a sewer, the already weakened zombie king would certainly spit in disdain if he knew what Chi Yu and the others were thinking. After the annihilation of hundreds of thousands of zombies, the zombie king had gradually summoned over 10,000 zombies for reinforcements. However, as the number of zombies around him dwindled, his mental control weakened, allowing him to command only a few thousand zombies at a time. Who could have known? Chi had set traps everywhere, spreading wet concrete all over the streets. Once the zombie horde arrived, fire and water elemental users would immediately dry or drain the concrete, causing the zombie army to be instantly sealed in place, turning into mere targets. Before they could free themselves, a barrage of small stones rained down like bullets, annihilating the zombie horde in an instant. The methods of sealing with concrete varied, with some being obliterated by dust explosions, others crushed by falling bricks, burned by fire attacks, or used as targets for elemental users to practice their abilities. Some were even brutally dispatched by elemental users wielding hoes in various flamboyant styles. The zombie king was nearly at his wit's end. Who, after all, was the true schemer? He initially thought Chi Yu's trump cards had been exhausted. But little did he know that Chi Yu had more than one up his sleeve. He even doubted whether they could be called trump cards at all. What kind of trump card is inexhaustible? If something can be used endlessly, does it still qualify as a trump card? The charade of being on the brink of depletion was likely to mislead him. The goal was to wait until he gathered the zombie army into a tight formation, making it easier to wipe them all out. Now, in the area occupied by Chi Yu and his group, zombies were continuously being cleared away. To conserve his dwindling strength, the zombie king had no choice but to manipulate the remaining zombies to hide. Who could understand, he wondered, who had seen such a cowardly zombie hiding from humans? The proud zombie king just hoped Chi Yu would hurry and leave with his people. He no longer wished to play this game. However, Chi Yu refused to depart. Even with the zombie king actively manipulating the zombies to evade confrontation, many were still being uncovered one after another. The zombie king could clearly feel that with each zombie he lost, a portion of his strength was siphoned away. The sensation of being slowly executed was utterly despairing. Chi Yu was unaware of these thoughts. Had he known the zombie king's predicament, he would surely exclaim, unjust. Who could have guessed that the zombie king was such a weakling, relying solely on other zombies for sustenance to regain strength? They were merely taking the opportunity to scour for the zombie king's whereabouts while gradually collecting useful supplies. But who could have foreseen that zombies were hiding everywhere, in closets, under beds, beneath chairs, behind curtains, in office lockers, under reception desks, and even inside refrigerators? Even the mannequins in clothing stores were disguised zombies. It was utterly absurd. As a normal reaction, upon seeing a zombie, isn't it only natural to raise a weapon and slay it? Chapter 35. A gift from Chi-Yu's father the next day. Si Nan received a letter from Chi-Yu early in the morning. The zombie king had gone missing. The crisis had temporarily subsided. To express his gratitude for her and her family's assistance, Chi-Yu mentioned he had prepared a small gift for her. Upon hearing this, Si Nan immediately turned to Bao Gu with a look of concern. Bao Gu, did you sleep well last night? Zibai Bai, munching on corn, nodded vigorously. However, Si Nan noticed his drooping eyelids and pursed her lips, quickly picking up Bao Gu and hurrying outside. Hey, where are you going? The child hasn't finished breakfast yet. Si Jinbong furrowed his brow. I'm taking Bao Gu to the restroom, Si Nan replied loudly. Si Jinbong rolled his eyes, thinking that if they needed to use the restroom, they could go to the toilet. Their family's multi-billion business relied heavily on Bao Gu, who was no longer just Bao Gu. He was now the esteemed Bao Zong. How could they take him to relieve himself at the entrance? Did Bao Zong have no dignity? But then, he suddenly recalled something and hurriedly picked up Bao Nyo to follow. Chun Xiujuan, carrying a plate of steamed buns and eggs, quickly asked, where are you going? Aren't you having breakfast? We're just going to let Bao Zong relieve himself, Si Jinbong said as he walked. Chun Xiujuan was speechless. What was so interesting about Bao Gu relieving himself? This is absurd. Shortly thereafter, an excited shout from Bao Nyo rang out at the entrance, startling Chun Xiujuan so much that she nearly dropped the plate, causing an egg to roll off the table. She hurriedly steadied the plate and walked toward the entrance, thinking that they were just a bunch of country bumpkins who had never seen a big snake relieve itself. But the next moment, Chun Xiujuan was left dumbfounded. This is... Si Nan was about to speak when Bao Nyo beat her to it. Grandma, this is a gift from Chi-Yu's father for us. A gift? Chun Xiujuan swallowed hard. Si Nan could only nod numbly. The scene before them was too shocking, causing them to overlook Bao Nyo's reference to Chi-Yu. In his letter, Chi-Yu mentioned that while searching for the zombie king's whereabouts in the city, he had heard Bao Gu sighing repeatedly. Upon inquiry, he learned that it was because he felt sorry for his mother, who braved the elements on her tricycle to gather supplies. Feeling guilty, Chi-Yu took the opportunity to collect some attractive and intact vehicles during his search for the zombie king and decided to send them to her. How did that original passage in the letter go? Before the apocalypse, this city was one of the most developed cities in our world, with luxury vehicles abound. It was as if you could kick a foot and hit one. Unfortunately, after the apocalypse, most were ravaged by zombies and natural disasters. I apologize for my efforts in scouring the city, and I managed to collect over 300 beautiful, undamaged cars. The quantity and style may be limited, but I hope there are some you will like. Si Nan could only think, isn't 300 vehicles considered scarce? If it weren't for the factory's spacious parking lot, designated for large trucks, or the large drying area in front of their private residence, there would be nowhere to store these 300 vehicles. The key point was that these cars were extravagantly luxurious. Although there was one practical model among them, aside from that SUV, the rest were all sleek and flashy supercars. What did Chi-Yu say? I found several tank-like off-road vehicles, but since your area is in peacetime, I don't know if they can be driven on the road. So I took the liberty of leaving them behind. These sports cars are more suitable for driving in peacetime. Moreover, the roads in the apocalypse have been damaged by natural disasters, leaving them a waste. Si Nan's gaze fell upon the only luxury SUV that wasn't a sports car. The entire vehicle was gilded, and the craftsmanship involved techniques such as engraving, filigree, enamel, and inlaying precious stones. Just the rearview mirrors were encrusted with gems, resembling the golden crowns of ancient nobility. Chun Xiujuan murmured, even the emperor's sedan in the television dramas ISNT, this extravagant. One could not help but wonder, would driving such a car on the road not invite accidents? A mere brush could cause a gem or golden bead to fall off, resulting in a significant loss. Si Nan chuckled. suspecting that Chi Yu may have misunderstood the phrase suitable for peacetime. It is unclear from where he derived the conclusion that these vehicles are suitable for her to drive. Si Nan let out a soft sigh. Noticing that Bao Gu had fallen asleep while gnawing on corn, she made up her mind and reached out to pat his face numbly. She instructed him to put the cars away and return them all to the warehouse to sleep. In recent days, the factory had been recruiting, and new faces had been coming in daily for interviews. She feared that if someone saw them, they might attract unwanted attention. At that moment, Si Nan wished she could transform the warehouse into a fortified bank vault. Jiban also shared this sentiment. However, he acted more swiftly than she did, promptly pulling out his phone to call Huang Dabin. "Hello, Mr. Huang. Do you have time to come by today? We would like to discuss some renovations for the warehouse." Huang Dabin had been considering visiting the factory in the coming days, and fortuitously, he was available today, so he agreed. Fortunately, with Jiban overseeing factory matters and Chun Xiu taking care of the household and children, Si Nan felt at ease. While Bao Gu slept through breakfast, Si Nan penned a letter to discuss the essentials with Chi Yu, but found it could not be done at that moment. Seizing the opportunity of a free morning, she finished breakfast and went to inspect the vehicles. It was no jest. Si Nan would not drive any of the cars Chi Yu had sent unless absolutely necessary. Particularly, she would not take out the SUV without a convoy of 70 or 80 black cars for protection. She wished to avoid being targeted by opportunistic scammers. However, the idea of purchasing two vehicles seemed impractical to her. The key issue was that the RV was far too large, restricted in many areas, and could not be driven into the city during the day, making it rather inconvenient. Thus, after researching the matter, she decided, after consulting with Chun Xiu, to buy a single nanny van. Initially, Si Nan intended to purchase a second-hand vehicle, but she met with Chun Xiu's firm opposition. Chun argued that they were unknowledgeable about cars and would not be able to identify any potential issues with the used vehicle. The prospect of traveling in a car every day while feeling anxious was unappealing. It was wiser to invest in a brand new vehicle for safety and brand assurance. In essence, it was a case of novices learning through experience. While other expenses could be minimized, safety was not one of them. Si Nan was persuaded. She meticulously prepared a strategy regarding the brand, model, retail price, recent promotions, and complimentary offerings for the new vehicle, as well as how to conduct inspections to ensure it was not a test drive vehicle. With thoughts of home weighing on her mind, she did not dare to linger too long. She took a taxi directly to the 4S dealership, inspected the vehicles in person, and took one for a test drive before placing an order. Uncertain if it was due to her wearing the outfit Chi Yu had gifted her, though merely a t-shirt paired with jeans and sneakers, it was evident that the quality was exceptional. The salespeople, unable to recognize the brand, assumed it was a bespoke label. Coupled with Si Nan's cool demeanor, they did not dare to be negligent. The entire car purchasing process was remarkably smooth. In less than 15 minutes, Si Nan emerged from the 4S dealership. This demonstrated the truth behind the saying that one S attire can significantly influence perceptions, proving to be quite time-efficient in the end. As she awaited the vehicle pickup, she hailed a taxi to wait by the roadside. To her dismay, fate had other plans. Chapter 36, Si Nan typically would not behave so rudely. "Oh, why is there such a foul odor here? It turns out a large fox spirit is standing around." A shrill voice called from behind her. Si Nan did not turn around, but caught sight of Yin emerging from a nearby cafe through the wide-angle mirror, accompanied by two stylishly dressed girls. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you have any manners?" Seeing that Si Nan ignored her, Yin became flustered and angered, stepping forward to push Si Nan, only to be deftly dodged, resulting in her losing her balance and stumbling forward. She, unfortunately, was wearing stiletto heels, and one heel became caught in the grating of a storm drain, causing her to fall awkwardly. Si Nan typically would not display such rudeness unless provoked. "Oh, who is this? Which dog is so eager to make a mess?" Si Nan mimicked Si Yin's tone, her expression exaggerated. "Senior, are you all right?" One of the girls rushed to assist Si Yin, noticing that her knees and palms were scraped, and her foot was twisted, casting a disapproving glance at Si Nan. Another girl jumped in front of Si Nan, pointing and accusing her. "How can you be so cruel? You made her fall and are here gloating." Si Nan found it amusing. Which school do you attend? Didn't your institution conduct health checks before enrollment? The girl clearly did not understand Si Nan's words, staring blankly at her without a response. Si Nan shook her head, guessing it was not a reputable school. Otherwise, how could they recruit such inept individuals? One simpleton was already unfortunate, but there were 2 or 3 more with poor judgment. The education at that school must have been lacking, producing students with distorted values. You, Zhang, he was so furious she stomped her foot. Are you insane? How can you insult people? Si Nan rolled her eyes. Did I insult anyone? You just personally attacked us, calling us disabled, and now you want to argue? Si Nan shrugged. If you weren't blind, you would have missed the fact that this mad dog was biting indiscriminately. It seems even heaven couldn't bear to watch and directly caused her to fall. What do you mean, you? This is called self-sabotage, also known as retribution for wrongdoing. Do you understand? The blind and foolish have no right to be moral judges. This is a principle of social civility. Didn't your school teach you that? It was laughable that they had witnessed the entire incident, yet rushed in without discernment to play the fool, having never seen such self-debasement. With arms crossed, Si Nan maintained a detached demeanor, her cool gaze hovering over the trio like a deity surveying lesser beings encroaching upon her space. In all honesty, she had no intention of looking down upon them. Yet, given that all 3 stood under 155 centimeters, the 2 in towering heels seemed even more diminutive, while one without heels stood shorter than her. Standing at 165 centimeters, Si Nan merely wished to engage with them at eye level, but inadvertently. It appeared as if she was gazing down upon them. Feeling a bit guilty, Si Nan realized she should not bully the disabled. Just then, her taxi arrived, and she chose to ignore them and walked away. Shortly after, the classmates arriving to pick up Si Yan and her companions appeared. The boy in the driver's seat noticed Si Yan sitting awkwardly on a stone curb and approached with surprise, asking what had happened. Upon inquiry, Si Yan's eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her face, presenting a pitiful sight. Seeing this, the boy said, "Let us talk in the car." The 3 girls nodded obediently. Si Yan assumed that given her predicament, the boy would be gallant enough to carry her into the vehicle, but she was mistaken. He was just a straightforward male. He simply turned to open the automatic door and stood there, unmoving. Oh no. Eventually, he moved to the trunk, retrieved a few plastic bags, and laid them on the seat. Si Yan stared at him in disbelief. What did this mean? Did he find her dirty? Did he fear she would soil his car? The boy was sincere. He scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as he explained. Si Yan, please don't misunderstand. I'm not rejecting you. It's just that the stone curb you sat on was a bit dirty. There have been reports online of many stray dogs and homeless drunks possibly having urinated there, and I found it somewhat unappealing. Si Yan was left speechless. Initially, she hadn't thought much of it, but after hearing the boy's words, her tears flowed even more freely. She wore an exceedingly short skirt today. How should that be addressed? The boy felt a sudden wave of panic. Why did she weep as if she had been wronged? He hastily glanced at the other 2 girls, asserting, "This is not my concern." Johan, is Yan truly a girl? Could you please remove that plastic bag? It appears rather disrespectful. He could hardly stand by and watch. After all, they were classmates. Why must it be so awkward? At most, they could simply wash the car later and disinfect it. No way. Johan shook his head resolutely, defending his own safety. How do we know if those people are healthy? I have a cleanliness obsession. Is that wrong? I simply cannot tolerate it. If you do not wish to ride in my car, then take a taxi. The 2 girls exchanged glances, clearly torn, as they looked at Si Yan. Evidently, they preferred to accompany Johan in his luxurious vehicle. If they took a taxi, only Si Yan would be left to return alone. The humiliation on Si Yan's face was palpable as she gazed incredulously at Johan. She never expected Zhang would speak up for her, yet he remained so indifferent, showing no camaraderie among classmates. Frankly, it was evident that he looked down upon her for being from the countryside. She could not believe that if it were someone like Xia Jiyu, the wealthy young lady, Johan would exhibit such an attitude. However, the villagers now knew she was attending university in the city, mingling with a group of affluent young ladies and gentlemen, planning to return to the village to start a guest house business. Initially, her connection with Si Nan had made her family the subject of ridicule. But now that Si Nan was poised for success, bringing wealthy investors back to the village to develop accommodations, it would surely boost the local economy. Thus, the villagers who once scorned her family had drastically changed their attitudes. If those gossiping women saw her taking a taxi alone, they would surely concoct stories about her. Gritting her teeth, Si Nan ultimately decided to endure this humiliation. Once she earned her fortune and soared to greatness, she would ensure that Si Nan and those petty rich second-generation individuals would be made to kneel and beg for her forgiveness, especially Si Nan. If it were not for Si Nan, how would she have fallen? If she had not been injured, how could she have sat on that filthy stone stool? The subsequent humiliation would have been avoided entirely. Suddenly, an idea struck Si Nan, and her eyes lit up. She almost forgot. In a few days, it would be the Qingming festival. Perhaps she would not have to wait long. Soon she could compel Si Nan to kneel and apologize. In the factory, Si Nan was unaware of the schemes brewing in Si Nan's mind. She encountered Si Zhenbang and Huang Debin as they emerged from the warehouse. Si Nan Meizi. Huang Debin waved at her from a distance, his enthusiasm almost unrecognizable. She recalled their last meeting when Huang Debin had been rather composed. "Ah, sister, your place looks fantastic. Although you merely changed the decor, it feels like it has elevated to a whole new level. I would not have guessed this was a factory store. It could easily pass for a luxurious five-star mall. When I arrived, I almost thought I had taken a wrong turn." Huang de bin pires exuberante. Si Nan was taken aback by his unusual enthusiasm, responding with a polite smile. "Brother Huang, you flatter me. I possess no artistic talent. I merely arranged a few items that looked pleasing. If anything seems amiss, please do not mock me for being uncouth. If that is the case, as a farmer, I have even less authority to comment." Huang de bin vestit. Si Nan felt a sense of strangeness, maintaining a composed demeanor while engaging in pleasantries. Despite her outwardly cheerful disposition, she preferred to keep her distance from others. After all, they were not that familiar. She could manage polite enthusiasm, but excessive warmth made her feel socially anxious. Thankfully, Si Zhenbang was present to divert Huang Debin's attention. Si Nan merely needed to smile and nod in response. Otherwise, the atmosphere might grow awkward. The trio chatted for a while longer before Huang Debin reluctantly waved goodbye, cheerfully draping his arm around Si Zhenbang's shoulder. "Brother, we agreed that after the opening, you must drink a few with me. I will bring the wine." "Of course. Whoever cannot hold their liquor is a little dog." Si Zhenbang replied. "Who fears whom? It is settled then. As for the warehouse renovations, since you are renting the space, you may do as you please, as long as it is convenient for you. I have no objections." After bidding farewell to Huang Debin, Si Nan found the experience somewhat surreal. She had to admit that she preferred the previous version of Huang Debin. His current exuberance was almost overwhelming. She recalled their first encounter, where he had been stern and serious, clearly viewing her as a young novice. Although he referred to her as sister, he maintained a sense of distance, recognizing her potential and choosing to befriend her. Such distance was preferable. However, today, Huang Debin seemed eager to form a closer bond with both Si Nan and Si Zhenbang. The problem was that while he called her sister, he also referred to Si Zhenbang as brother, effectively elevating her status to that of a grandmother, which left her feeling somewhat apprehensive. Without a doubt, Si Nan suspected that the influence of the vehicles in the warehouse had played a significant role in Huang Debin's change in demeanor. Who knows what he speculated about her boss's identity? Thus, Si Nan's status had seemingly soared alongside her father. Who could have imagined that her behind-the-scenes boss was merely a 3.5-year-old child? "Nan, I suddenly feel a bit lightheaded." Si Zhenbang's disoriented voice reached her ears, startling Si Nan, who rushed to support him. "What is wrong? Do you feel unwell? You must be exhausted from all the recent upheavals. Please sit down. I will call for an ambulance." Si Zhenbang waved his hand dismissively. "It is not that serious. Do not overreact. This is no laughing matter. If you feel unwell, you must see a doctor." Si Nan frowned, her tone serious. "Enough. If I say I am fine, I am fine. Why are you so anxious?" "Really?" Si Zhenbang shot her an exasperated glance. "When I said I felt dizzy, it was not that kind of dizziness. I am in my prime. My health is excellent." Still unconvinced, Si Nan scrutinized his complexion. Considering all the recent family issues, moving, and late-night disturbances, she genuinely worried that her parents' health might deteriorate under the strain. Although Si Nan had not spoken about the family troubles, Si Nan was aware of his inherent filial nature. Otherwise, he would not have been dominated by Wu Shufan for most of his life. She feared he might be harboring unspoken concerns. From a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, suppressed emotions could indeed harm one's health. Si Nan believed he was not foolish. Wu Shufan had never favored him, so the severing of ties was merely a formality. What was there to be upset about? He was simply feeling a bit disoriented. Just a few days ago, he had been an ordinary truck driver, and now he was casually linking arms with a billionaire, planning to drink until they were intoxicated. Was it so hard to adapt? He scoffed at her overreactions and turned away. Si Nan thought to herself, her father was indeed endearing despite his occasionally sour disposition. Recently, Wu Shufan had been quite imposing. Now, who in the village was unaware that her younger son was on the verge of success? Even the village head greeted her with a smile, and who would dare to utter a word about the previous disgrace involving her elder son? Moreover, the plague of misfortune that plagued the elder son's family has fled, out of sight, out of mind. The crux lies in the fact that once the younger son's family flourishes, they will not come to seek favors. Thus, Wu Shufan was elated, filling her pockets with sunflower seeds and strolling through the village with a beaming smile. Not long after, as she approached the village entrance, the residents, who had previously hurled insults at her, waved at her from afar. The obsequious smiles on their faces were increasingly irksome, yet they brought her immense joy. Is this not a classic case of the wheel of fortune turning? Oh dear, why is it so lively today? It seems everyone has come to gawk at the luxury cars. Goodness, I must say, you all appear like country bumpkins who have never seen wealth. Perhaps you should control your drooling. We wouldn't want the urban tycoons to ridicule you. Wu Shufan waved her hand grandly, pointing at the line of luxury vehicles parked at the village entrance, proudly declaring that this splendid display was brought back by her beloved granddaughter, Yan. Although none of these cars belonged to her family, it was undoubtedly her exceptional granddaughter who afforded this village the opportunity to witness such grandeur. Ampagu could not help but roll her eyes. What era are we in? Who has seen a car? However, a glimmer of amusement crossed her eyes, prompting her to approach with a smile. Clapping her hands together, she exclaimed, "Oh, Shufan, I always say you are the luckiest person." Chapter 38. Wu Shufan does not deserve it. Wu Shufan sensed something amiss in Ampagu's laughter, momentarily pausing her seed cracking, yet she dismissed the thought. Spitting out a seed shell she had inadvertently consumed, she proudly retorted, "Well, that's just fate. Some are born lucky." Ampagu and Suegu exchanged glances, unable to stifle their laughter. Indeed, it is all about destiny. However, they chose not to say more, merely offering polite chuckles in response. Feeling disheartened after a few exchanges about luck, Wu Shufan continued her seed cracking, wandering off to another spot to boast about her fortune. Ampagu watched her retreating figure, rolling her eyes once more. What is she so proud of? Others see her as a jester, yet she struts about with arrogance, unable to discern right from wrong. It is truly amusing. Is it not ironic that Wu Shufan, blinded by her own ignorance, constantly praises her hypocritical son, who is honest and kind-hearted yet has been bullied by her and even driven out of the village? Is this not a case of enjoying good fortune without the merit to do so? I cannot comprehend her. Yan's so-called investments, which are nothing but illusions, are merely a facade. A few wealthy classmates camped in the village, pitching tents on the mountain for a few days of leisure, and she flaunts it as if it were a grand achievement. Unbeknownst to her, the truly capable one is Si Nan, who endures daily slander and insults from her. How ironic. Alas, enough of her. Let us return to the matters at hand. Is it true what you've mentioned about Shujun hiring workers? A nearby aunt inquired eagerly. Oh dear, who has the time to deceive you? Ampagu replied. Si Nan has caught the attention of a young foreign boss who has requested her assistance in managing a newly opened factory in the country, even providing her with a lavish private residence as accommodation. Suegu, who had delivered chickens there, remarked on the exquisite decor, claiming it was even more splendid than a palace. Su nodded vigorously, insisting, I am not exaggerating. You will see for yourselves during the interview. Then you must reserve a spot for me. The ant exclaimed. Of course. Of course. I wouldn't invite anyone else, but Yunjia, you are meticulous in your work. I specifically came to ask you. If you decline, I will drag you along anyway. Aunt Bagoo chuckled. Then I shall certainly go. It would be foolish not to seize such an opportunity. The ant replied, and the group erupted into laughter. Returning to the topic, the truly fortunate ones are indeed Jinbong and Xiaojuan. It is evident that the heavens are just rewarding the honest with blessings. It was once said that everyone mocked Jinbong for not having a son, but now, it seems that one daughter is worth more than 18 sons. Without a word, she has brought her parents to live in a grand residence, enjoying the fruits of their labor. Suigu smiled, adding, Jinbong and Xiaojuan cannot remain idle. Fearing their daughter may struggle managing such a vast factory alone, they insist on helping, which has led Si Nan to employ them as supervisors. Rumor has it that if the factory flourishes, the foreign boss will grant Si Nan shares. At that point, Si Nan will truly become a significant owner. It is worth noting that the child resembles her parents, honest and low-key, shunning the spotlight, unlike some who flaunt their connections incessantly. Suigu scoffed. Their pride is taller than a goose's neck. What a wonderful sisterhood they share, having raised such an outstanding daughter. She takes pride in their achievements. Indeed, monumental matters cannot be settled in a day. Si Nan has likely been planning this for some time. Yet, they are genuinely dedicated to their work and only thought of their relatives in the village when the factory required additional hands. Alas, some people are blind, mistaking the dross for jewels. If it were not for Wu Shufan's outrageous behavior, attempting to sell Si Nan to the neighboring village butcher for a mere 30,000 yuan, Jinbong's family would never have severed ties with her. Who could argue otherwise? If not for her, Wu Shufan would be reveling in prosperity alongside them. Still hoping for good fortune? Bah! A person like Wu Shufan is a scourge, akin to a vampire. Does she deserve to enjoy the fruits of others' labor? The heavens are not blind. Ultimately, Shufan brought this upon herself. Such actions are not those of kin, but of enemies wishing harm upon their own. Seeing that everyone concurred, Aunt Bagoo felt reassured. Some matters are best discussed in private. Can we truly expect someone like Wu Shufan to discern right from wrong? Aunt Bagoo remarked, surveying the group with her keen gaze. In my opinion, Si Nan is wise to maintain a low profile. Otherwise, dealing with such a relative would not only bring misfortune upon her, but also disrupt the factory, creating chaos. Would they still want to operate? Suegu immediately echoed her sentiments. If the factory shuts down, where else could we find such good employment? Everyone knows Jinbong and his wife are honorable. As long as we work with them, they will ensure we do not suffer. Indeed, Aunt Bagoo and Suigu agreed. Such an opportunity should never be disclosed to Wu Shufan. With that, Suigu and Aunt Bagoo exchanged knowing smiles. Si Jinbong and Chun Xiaojuan held them in high regard, which is why they enlisted their help in recruiting from the surrounding areas. Moreover, they offered compensation, 100 yuan for each suitable candidate hired, 300 for a competent supervisor, and 800 for a manager. This new factory has numerous positions available, from agricultural workers, warehouse staff, and clerical roles to security guards, chefs, and cleaning staff. Si Jinbong stated that Si Nan intended to hire a manager for the 3-story retail space, 3 supervisors, and at least 3 salespeople on each floor, along with a sales anchor for the live streaming sessions. There are 5 workshops in total, requiring 1 factory manager, 2 or 3 supervisors, and at least 20 to 30 employees for each workshop, including 56 supervisors. Additionally, there will be over 10 security personnel and several agricultural workers, with plans to hire 5 cleaning staff. All told, that amounts to at least 200 positions. And this is merely the beginning. Various departments may increase their staffing as needed. This signifies a long-lasting venture. The crux is that it requires no office hours. Suegwa can work from home and simply take people to the factory for interviews when the time comes. This is indeed a lucrative business. The other day, when Tegua returned with chickens, she had already conferred with her husband about him applying for the position of security captain, as he had previously served in the military and is quite robust. Moreover, he could recruit a few comrades to join him. However, she would need to enlist additional help, as Tsuegwa alone would surely be overwhelmed. Therefore, Si Nan suggested that she team up with Bagu. Tsuegwa and Bagu instantly resonated with each other and promptly set their plans into motion. Little did they know, midway through a conversation with Yin Shun, they encountered Wu Shufan, which led to the current predicament. Fortunately, both women were astute individuals, well aware that they could not allow Wu Shufan, the troublemaker, to sabotage their endeavors. As the outside vehicles returned, the group exchanged knowing glances and tacitly dispersed. Chapter 39, a long-awaited encounter with an interesting individual. Si Yin initially believed that the gathering of village women at the village entrance was to welcome her. An involuntary smile of triumph spread across her face. She instinctively straightened her posture, discreetly concealing the plastic bag beneath her, just as she was about to step out of the car with regal arrogance. The vehicle had yet to come to a complete stop when those village women began to scatter, seemingly departing upon her arrival. This was clearly a sign of disdain. Si Yin felt a rush of indignation as all the grievances of the day surged to the forefront of her mind. In a fit of anger, she stomped her foot and, stifling her sobs, dashed homeward, completely oblivious to the three individuals trailing behind her. Lu Shanshan had extended her hand, intending to assist her injured senior, only to witness Si Yin sprinting away, leaving her and Zhang Yi exchanging bewildered glances, both understanding the shock and disapproval reflected in each other's eyes. Zhou had not anticipated such turmoil. Upon exiting the vehicle, he approached the trunk to assist Zhang Yi and the others with their luggage, only to be astonished to discover that they had brought no camping gear whatsoever. Merely 2 suitcases. Zhou was at a loss. Were they planning to seek lodging from Heishan Lao, who goes camping without even carrying a tent? He regretted being preoccupied with purchasing snacks and drinks at school, neglecting to inspect their belongings, which had allowed them to load their luggage onto the vehicle unexamined. Had he noticed earlier, they could have made a pit stop in the city. Now they had arrived at Shankhala, while other classmates had already ascended the mountain. Where could they procure a tent now? Si Yin and Zhou emerged with expressions of disbelief, pondering if there were any stores in town that sold camping equipment. Yet, Si Yin's figure had disappeared from sight. Where is Si Yin? He furrowed his brow. She ran home in tears. Lu Shanshan remarked awkwardly. What is this? Zhou thought he must have misheard. Wasn't Si Yin the one organizing and planning this group outing? If she had fled, how would they manage? Didn't the others already head up the mountain? Zhang Yi suggested. Should we find someone to come down and fetch us? Exasperated. The issue is that you don't even have a tent. How can you go camping? Why don't you post in the group chat to see if anyone is willing to share? If not, you might as well skip the mountain this time. Let's stay at Si Yin's place tonight and figure out if we can order a tent from Dog Dong for delivery tomorrow. Zhou clearly showed signs of impatience. Though they were all members of the Photography Association, they were essentially a collection of familiar strangers brought together by a shared passion. This was their first group outing, and who could have anticipated encountering such an unreliable organizer? Zhang Yi and Lu Shanshan wore expressions of embarrassment, with a hint of resentment simmering beneath the surface. Before we set out, we asked Si Yin what we needed to bring, but she insisted we only needed personal items, Zhang Yi explained. Fed. Disinterested in the conversation, his cold gaze suggested he perceived them as somehow unworthy, as though they were trying to entice the boys during the group outing. Zhang Yi's expression soured. Clearly, Si Yin had taken it for granted that as girls accompanying the group, they should not have to prepare tents and camping gear. Wasn't that the responsibility of the boys? She assumed the organizer would have everything sorted, so she felt no need to prepare. Little did she know, she had been led astray by Si Yin. How unfortunate that she had defended Si Yin earlier, only to discover her unreliability and be misunderstood as insincere. Zhang Yi seethed inwardly, denouncing Si Yin repeatedly, while simultaneously lamenting in the group chat about their plight due to Si Yin's misleading guidance and abandonment. Fortunately, Jiang Chailin responded, informing them that he had seen a factory surplus store near the highway exit, which might have camping supplies, urging them to check it out. Zhou had no choice but to drive them there. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Chailin promptly turned his car around. In truth, he had no idea what the store sold. having merely noticed workers installing a sign that read, "Don't ask what we sell. We have everything. With a bit of luck, you might even find a dragon chair. This place is truly magical." He had been curious about the extent of this magic. Additionally, he wished to avoid early awkward exchanges with those familiar strangers. Were he not the vice president, he would have preferred to skip this absurd team-building event altogether. The last time he walked alongside Si Nan, he had been misinterpreted by his idol, which left him feeling wronged. Yet beneath it all, Jiang Chailin felt a flicker of anticipation. Perhaps he might encounter his idol once more. It had been far too long since he had met someone so captivating. What Jiang Chailin did not expect was the sudden surprise that awaited him. As he parked his car at the factory surplus store, he spotted a familiar figure beneath the sign. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than his long-cherished idol. Perhaps this was the cruel hand of fate, allowing him to cross paths with her here. He saw her resting her chin on one hand, intently studying the sign, lost in thought, unaware of Jiang Chailin's approach. "Sister, what a coincidence!" he exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise. Si Nan was jolted from her reverie, taking a few seconds to recognize the rotund figure before her, promptly furrowing her brow and instinctively scanning her surroundings. Alarmed, Jiang Chailin hastily waved his hands in explanation. "Sister, please don't misunderstand. I'm not at all familiar with Si Nan." Si Nan raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Jiang Chailin quickly added, "I swear, it's true. We merely coincidentally joined the school's photography association. I'm the vice president who doesn't team manage anything, and she's the newly appointed officer. This outing was organized by the association, and she volunteered to invite everyone for camping. Unfortunately, the president couldn't attend that day, so I was coerced into coming along to scout the location. Had I known she was like this, I would never have walked with her," he assured her earnestly. "I promise I'm not lying." The little chubby boy rambled on, and Si Nan found it rather amusing. In truth, they were not well acquainted, and there was no need for him to elaborate. Jiang Chailin scrutinized Si Nan's expression, noticing her guard had lowered, and a smile broke across his face. "Well, we weren't close before, but perhaps we could become friends in the future. I've never encountered a heroine as brave as you. The way you handled Si Nan was nothing short of spectacular. I even replayed it several times at home, hoping for another chance to witness your prowess." Si Nan cast him an expressionless glance. What could it possibly mean? Does it imply that this gentleman has developed an insatiable appetite for gossip, hence his desire to befriend her? Is it so that he may indulge in the latest news at his convenience? Chapter 40, Soft Opening. Little Fatty, that's rather presumptuous. She maintained a stoic demeanor. Firstly, she was not a performer for his amusement. Secondly, she did not wish to be haunted by apparitions at every turn. What gallantry! Are you cursing me to step into misfortune daily, while engaging in battle with it for your entertainment? What kind of friend is this? Bah, who would desire such a relationship? Although Jiang Chailin did not intend to laugh, he found it impossible to suppress his amusement. Her words were simply too delightful. He made up his mind instantly and unilaterally decided that he would indeed pursue this friendship. Si Nan chose to ignore him, rolling her eyes in silence as she turned to head towards the factory. Perhaps the child of a wealthy family had seen too much of the world, leading to his peculiarities. As a child of humble means, she felt they were worlds apart. Yet unexpectedly, the little fatty followed closely behind her. "Sister, do you know anyone in the store?" Si Nan wished to disregard his inquiry. Unperturbed, the little fatty continued, "Sister, do you know what items are for sale here?" Si Nan shot him a disinterested glance, as if contemplating something profound. "I have a few classmates who forgot their camping gear and are looking for a place to purchase some supplies. However, it seems this store isn't officially open yet. Do you know anyone here? Could you help me inquire if we may enter to buy something?" As soon as he finished speaking, Si Nan performed a complete change of expression. "You wish to buy something?" The little fatty nodded eagerly. "Our store hasn't opened yet, and all items are at retail price without any discounts, so it might be a bit pricey." She raised an eyebrow, taking precautions in advance, though she was a businesswoman who enjoys being scorned. Regardless, she had laid her cards on the table. "Price is of little concern. We are in urgent need. The key issue is that I want to see if there are any dragon thrones for sale." Heh. Jiang Chailin's curiosity was piqued. "Is that so?" Si Nan tilted her chin slightly. Might I inquire about the entrance fee? Huh, there's an entrance fee? It wasn't supposed to be the case. However, you are quite special, she assessed Jiang Chalin seriously. After all, you hardly seem like someone genuinely intending to purchase anything. It's after working hours. Who in their right mind would want to work overtime? Jiang Chalin pondered and found her reasoning quite valid. If he spent half the day with her and ended up buying nothing, it would be a complete waste of his time. My time is quite valuable too. Of course. The decision lies with you. Si Nan displayed the QR code, branding herself as a cunning merchant, adopting a willing-to-fish approach. Ironically, she was quite sincere in her dealings, leading Jiang Chalin to perceive a clear and fair pricing system. He inexplicably felt that the items for sale must be of exceptional quality. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code. Sister, may I timidly ask how much the entrance fee is? Si Nan waved her hand nonchalantly. It's up to fate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chalin became excited, and with a swift motion, he transferred 888. Ba Shirba, Si Nan was taken aback, surprised to discover he was indeed a naive fish with deep pockets. Sister, I just want to ask if this sincerity is enough to see the dragon throne? Jiang Chalin inquired. The dragon throne? Believe it or not, there is indeed one. Si Nan's eyes sparkled with delight. Come on, sister will take you inside for a casual browse. As she spoke, she rummaged through her pockets, extracting a large set of keys, finally selecting one with a sales tag. Just as she was about to crouch down to unlock the door, Jiang Chalin offered, Let me handle it, sister. The rolling door could be a bit heavy. However, he underestimated Si Nan's strength and overestimated his own. After a prolonged struggle, he was unable to lift it. Seeing this, Si Nan effortlessly pulled it open. Once inside, she flipped the electrical switch, illuminating the entire space. Jiang Chalin was suddenly struck with awe. Just as the promotional material claimed, this was indeed a remarkable store. Though it was said to be selling factory surplus, it had an array of items available. To call it a five-star shopping mall would not be an exaggeration. The quality of the items was truly exceptional. Jiang Chalin, a boy who typically despised shopping, found himself unwittingly filling his cart with a plethora of items. Yet he was still unsatisfied, marveling at every turn. Wow, this shoe design is utterly unique. I adore it. This clothing feels incredibly luxurious to the touch. And this bag, I just know my mother will love it. Upon checking the price tag, he was astonished to find it only $80,000. Yet the design and quality rivaled that of a $1 million limited edition. It was a one-of-a-kind piece. Wow, that backpack is simply exquisite, he exclaimed, captivated. Previously, he had coveted a similar style, but none matched his taste as well as this one. And the price was astonishingly low. The one he had previously seen was priced at $780,000, which he had refrained from purchasing, intending to take his mother shopping for her birthday next month, while using his father's card. Now, this one was priced at only $70,000, a price he could not refuse. Was this a form of boasting? Given the design and craftsmanship, it could surpass numerous luxury brands available on the market. Even when compared to contemporary top-tier luxury items, it held its own. However, he realized he was unfamiliar with the brand name on the tag. Jiang Chalin, not one to shy away from inquiries, asked politely, Sister, what brand are these items? I've never heard of them before. Of course you haven't, as they are all obscure names whimsically created by my boss, Si Nan replied earnestly. She had researched and discovered that these brand names were virtually untraceable in this world, with most bearing no resemblance to existing brands. Occasionally, there were some similarities, but they were in entirely different categories. The crucial fact was that some brand names and logos were directly printed on the products, leaving her no choice but to make up stories. Obscure brands. These obscure brands are remarkably high-end. Jiang Chalin was taken aback, feeling as though he had unexpectedly ascended the ranks of brand loyalty for the first time. He even felt a sense of pride in acquiring such obscure brands. However, that was not the main point. The priority was to make swift selections. He had to pick out everything he liked before Johan arrived. That guy had always been a thorn in his side, constantly competing with him for items. He was a troublesome old man. He must take the initiative. Achoo! Johan, who was driving, suddenly sneezed multiple times. He pondered whether that eccentric Si Nan was causing trouble again. Previously, The president had mentioned that this area had a pleasant environment and wanted to collaborate with Si Nan on a homestay project. It seemed he needed to find time to chat with the president to dissuade her from such an idea, especially to avoid teaming up with someone as reckless as Si Nan. Chapter 41. I want to report. As he contemplated this, the car arrived at the location Jiang Chaolin had shared. From a distance, he spotted a tall, elegant young lady with a cool demeanor pushing a shopping cart at the supermarket entrance. Johann couldn't resist stealing another glance, and he noticed the young lady smiling as she approached him, slightly bending to inquire, "Hello, may I ask if you're Mr. Zhou?" Yes, Johann nodded, feeling a bit foolish. He thought to himself that while she appeared aloof, her charming eyes sparkled like stars, which was truly captivating. Sun's lips curved into a professional smile as she informed the customer that Mr. Jiang had reserved 2 tents, sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, inflatable mattresses, and pillows, along with 2 emergency lights. Everything had been neatly packed, and she inquired whether the payment would be made via WeChat Pay or Alipay. Typically, such attentive service was rare, especially during busy hours. However, Mr. Jiang's substantial purchases warranted such consideration, having spent over 7 million within merely half an hour. Observing his extravagant shopping spree, Si Nan felt a twinge of conscience and contemplated offering a discount. To her surprise, after settling the bill, Mr. Jiang handed her a stack of 100 yuan bills as a tip, requesting her assistance in delivering the camping gear to the entrance for his friend, who would be arriving shortly. Without waiting for her response, he hurried back to continue his shopping, treating items that bore a retail price of 30,000 as if they were merely 3 yuan. Si Nan found herself momentarily dazed, questioning whether she was operating a discount store. She counted the stack of tips, 38 bills in total. Consequently, her professional smile grew warmer. Johann instinctively muted her smile, pulling out his phone to scan the QR code, and inquired about the total cost. After a moment's hesitation, Si Nan tentatively quoted a discounted price of 88,000. Having checked on Xiao, she noted that a tent could cost 3 to 4,000, with other miscellaneous items totaling around 4,500, making the discounted price of 8,800 reasonable. However, Mr. Jiang had advised her to add an extra 0 to the quotation, indicating that the wealthy heir who would come to collect the goods might be somewhat naive and extravagant, and if the price appeared too low, he might suspect the quality was subpar. Si Nan found the world of the wealthy rather abstract and perplexing. Nevertheless, seeing Mr. Jiang's earnest demeanor, she decided to follow his advice and adjusted the price accordingly. As anticipated, Johann promptly entered the amount and payment password on his phone. Wait a moment. The girl in the back seat suddenly interjected, halting the transaction. Zhang Yi, unable to remain seated, rushed to inspect the items in the shopping cart, exclaiming that she could purchase the same goods online for merely a few hundred yuan and deemed the price of 88,000 outrageous, accusing them of being unscrupulous merchants. After making her point, she raised her gaze to a smirk of derision on her lips, asking, "So it's you?" Si Nan was taken aback, asking, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Zhang Yi, disinterested in explaining further, coldly demanded, "Are you an employee here? Call your manager. I want to file a complaint. Otherwise, I will report you for your unscrupulous charges." Si Nan furrowed her brow, understanding Zhang Yi's strong reaction, as she too felt the price was indeed steep. However, the abrupt threat of a complaint seemed targeted, and Si Nan found it hard to believe it was without ulterior motives. Moreover, she struggled with recognizing faces and could not recall ever having met Zhang Yi. Thus, she chose to dismiss the thought and replied, "Miss, while we are a factory store, Mr. Jiang has selected designer custom camping equipment, of which there are only a few models available worldwide. The pricing is clearly marked, and purchases are voluntary. If you find the price unreasonable, you are free to decline." Zhang Yi scoffed, "Designer custom? I've never even heard of this brand." "You're trying to pass off a knockoff as something special, thinking we're all fools? This is fraud." Before Si Nan could respond, Johann interjected sternly, "Zhang Yi, if you don't understand, please refrain from making baseless accusations." Zhang Yi stared at Johann in disbelief. Yet Johann maintained his serious demeanor, insisting on the validity of Mr. Jiang's choices, questioning why she was making a scene over something he had chosen. Feeling the heat rise to her cheeks, Zhang Yi recalled that her earlier anger stemmed from being reprimanded by Si Nan for defending her friend, which had left her feeling resentful. Compounded by her later experiences with her friend, she felt increasingly aggrieved. Recognizing her own misjudgment, she chose to remain silent and refrain from further complaints. However, Johan was not inclined to let her off easily. He unzipped the tense packaging to show her, stating, "Have you even examined the quality of these items? These are not the kind of cheap product you find online for 9 yuan with free shipping, easily blown away by a gust of wind." He then picked up the instruction manual and explained, "This uses 420D cotton fabric, which is not only breathable, but also provides excellent insulation, suitable for overnight stays in the mountains. Moreover, it features a waterproof layer with a pressure resistance of 5,000, and the structure is designed to withstand storms without issue. If you cannot afford this price, I am not insisting you pay. The key is, if something goes wrong while camping with us, we do not wish to be entangled in the consequences. It's just a matter of a few tens of thousands of yuan. Quality corresponds to price. If you do not understand, please do not jump in and make a fool of yourself." With each of his statements, the color in Zhang Yi's face deepened. She had not anticipated that Johan would continue to elaborate as if she had committed an unforgivable offense. Was he ill in some way? If it weren't for Si Nan provoking her earlier, she would not have acted so foolishly out of frustration. "All right, I realize I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Why are you being so aggressive?" Zhang Yi, her eyes reddened, looked at Johan with a mix of indignation and stubbornness. "Shuan fruv need, bividrid. Are you not the one who started the confrontation without understanding the situation? I am merely presenting logic, yet you feel wronged? As if we're the ones bullying you." He found the situation utterly perplexing. Choosing to adopt a more lenient stance, he waved his hand and reminded her, "You say you acknowledge your mistake, but you have yet to apologize to her." Zhang Yi, infuriated, stomped her foot. "Johan, are you deliberately trying to put me in a difficult position? I haven't even said anything." Johan stood there, confused, unable to understand why his attempt to reason with her had become a source of her distress. Ignoring him, Zhang Yi turned to Si Nan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and said, "I'm sorry. Is that enough?" Her demeanor suggested she felt excessively persecuted, as if everyone was against her, leaving her feeling both wronged and helpless, compelled to submit. Zhang Yi was increasingly infuriated, biting her lip as she approached Si Nan. "I have already apologized to you. Why are you still silent? What do you want?" Si Nan finally realized that the girl was not finished with her theatrics. It was no wonder, having become a mother, she frequently encountered her 2 children embroiled in disputes, both of them wailing in her ears, demanding justice from their mother. Consequently, she developed an instinctive ability to tune out such chaos, a reflex born of necessity. "It's all right." Si Nan hastily waved her hand, opening for business. She was well prepared to encounter an array of peculiar customers, so she bore no grudge against Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi replied, "Though, you need not be so earnest." Seeing her momentarily taken aback, Si Nan added with sincerity, "I truly mean it. I never engage in pleasantries." Zhang Yi remarked, "In our line of work, it's crucial to have a broad mind. If we were to take every eccentric encounter to heart, wound-tea we go mad." Zhang Yi felt utterly uncomforted, even a bit restless, desiring to lash out. But Si Nan had already shifted the topic, smiling at Johan. "So, do you still want these camping supplies?" "Absolutely." Johan promptly settled the bill. Observing the incoming sum of 88,000, Si Nan's smile was radiant. What a splendid day it was. She had not anticipated that her impromptu trial run would proceed so smoothly. Coupled with the previous 7 million, she had garnered a staggering 70 million in revenue within just 2 hours of opening. Not only had she covered this month's rent, but she also boasted a net profit of 7 million, likely even more. The benefactor was still browsing inside. Once Johan had finished moving his belongings, Si Nan retrieved the shopping cart and couldn't help but beam. "Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you back anytime." Just as Johan was about to drive away, he suddenly spotted a familiar yellow Hummer ahead, though the license plate was different. Initially, he thought little of it, but the more he pondered, the more suspicious he became. Upon exiting his vehicle to investigate, he realized, to his dismay, that it was indeed a clone plate. That dastardly fat man was cunning. Zhang Yi and Lu Shanshan had been waiting in the car for a while, and seeing Johan had not returned, they decided to search for him. Upon disembarking, they saw Johan sprinting into the supermarket. Both were bewildered. Was there gold to be found inside? Shall we take a look? Lu Shanshan suggested. Zhang Yi scoffed, disdainfully remarking that there was nothing interesting in a marketplace located in such a remote area. Likely, it was filled with rustic folk, and surely it was filthy. However, since they were already there and Johan had entered, it was no loss to see what was inside. Lu Shanshan persuaded Zhang Yi to accompany her. To their surprise, the interior was lavishly decorated. Lu Shanshan could not help but exclaim in awe. Zhang Yi retorted, "What is so remarkable? It's just a shopping mall. We frequent such places in the city." Yet, despite her words, her eyes betrayed her fascination as they joyfully explored. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed from the second floor. "Jiang Chailin, you lack loyalty. You disregard martial ethics. You hoard everything for yourself. What on earth? How did you get in here?" Jiang Chailin,'s panicked voice followed. "Miss, I want to book the entire venue. Hurry, get this person out." Just because you have money doesn't make you special. As if no one else has money. I want to book the venue too. Miss, quickly bring me the QR code. Zhang Yi and Lu Shanshan exchanged puzzled glances. Si Nan, seated at the cash register, was equally dumbfounded by the scene unfolding on the second floor. Were these two children? Did they feel the need to compete for everything? The goods they clutched in their hands were identical to those still on the shelf. Yet they refused to take the available ones, insisting on snatching from Jiang Chailin. If they were to fight over it, and something got damaged, who would be responsible? Si Nan, with an expressionless face, activated the microphone. "I regret to inform you that the items you are holding are no longer for sale. Please put them down immediately. Thank you." Additionally, a gentle reminder, our establishment advocates for civil shopping. Item snatching is prohibited. Violators will be expelled. Perhaps Si Nan's tone exuded maternal authority, compelling them to cease their antics. They each took their shopping carts and resumed their shopping. However, Jiang Chailin, who had been leisurely browsing, now rushed to purchase items at an astonishing pace since Johan had entered. He would spot something and, without a second thought, toss it into his cart before continuing his spree. Johan was equally relentless. In less than 10 minutes, they had filled an entire shopping cart and approached the register, prompting Si Nan to question her pricing strategy. Surely, she had not set prices as low as a discount store, given their shopping fervor. Perhaps she should add an extra zero to the retail prices. After all, her inventory was unstable, relying heavily on Chiu's finds amidst the ruins. This batch had been secured from an intact, upscale marketplace. But who could predict if she would be so fortunate again? If everything sold out at once, how could she maintain quality stock for future operations? Thus, adding an extra zero seemed quite reasonable. Si Nan remained indifferent, casting a glance at the two. "Are you certain you want to purchase all of these? There are no discounts during the trial period, and all sales are final." "No problem. I want them all. Please total my order." "Sure, plead." Jiang Chailin interjected. "I arrived first. The lady should total mine first. I can offer you an extra 20 as a tip for each item, as if anyone can offer more. I'll add 30. I'll add 40. I'll add 50. I'll add 100. I'll add 200. Si Nan narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint passing through them. "Are you two here to create chaos?" "Of course not," they both exclaimed in unison. Jiang Chailin sheepishly scratched his head. "Miss, please don't misunderstand. It's just that I have some personal grievances with him." Si Nan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what is the story?" Would have been Si Nan's greatest delight when she operated her stall. It was undoubtedly the gossip she could indulge in without spending a dime. Fortunately, Jiang Chailin was quite forthcoming, leaning closer to the cash register. "Let me tell you, this guy is quite troublesome." Si Nan quickly glanced at Suhan, her eyes encouraging him to elaborate. "We are neighbors, having known each other since childhood, and our families have been closely acquainted for generations. I thought people from prestigious families would be somewhat dignified, but to my utter astonishment, this Zhou is a shameless rascal." Johan cast him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, "Jiang, do you dare to speak ill of me while I stand right here?" Jiang Chailin ignored him, continuing his lament. "Miss, you don't understand my plight. Because we are from well-to-do families and are neighbors whenever my family buys me toys or clothes." He knows about it the very next moment. I often suspect he has hidden surveillance in my home. The worst part is, doesn't he just know? He buys the exact same items. Isn't that bizarre? From food to toys, he always wants to have what I have. It's one thing for toys, but even our clothes are identical, making us look like twins. Jiang Chailin exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. The irony was that one of them was tall and muscular, while the other was a chubby little fellow. The same attire worn by different individuals reveals the true essence of their appearance. Who is unappealing, who feels wronged, and who truly understands. Yet, Jiang Kellen's mother remains blissfully unaware, convinced that the duo's penchant for brotherly outfits exudes both charm and flair, capturing the attention of passers-by and filling her with a sense of accomplishment. Consequently, every time she purchases something for her son, she eagerly shares the links with Johan's mother, sometimes even going so far as to buy double the quantity. Poor Jiang Chailin, the unwitting control group, has been left with a childhood trauma. To this day, a staggering 89% of the garments in his wardrobe mirror those of Johan. Not only clothing, but even the decor in his bedroom and study, as well as watches and accessories, and even socks. Remarkably, the similarity reaches an astounding 80 to 90%. Upon hearing this, Si Nan cast a peculiar glance at Johan, as if to say, I never would have guessed you were this type of person. Suddenly, she lost interest in her calculations and was merely curious. Could it be that you harbor a secret admiration for the chubby one? Johan's expression darkened. How could that be? Please don't say such nonsense. I do not. I'm not. Si Nan leaned back slightly, pursing her lips, her brow raised. If that's not the case, then your bizarre behavior is indeed difficult to explain. Johan, at a loss for words, retorted, Is it really that hard to explain? This chubby boy has always been notoriously picky, not just in terms of taste, but also in aesthetics, and even in food, choosing only the finest. When he visited my home as a child, and the servant brought out 3 identical plates of fruit, he would invariably select the sweetest and most delectable one. His discerning eyes captivated not just me, but every child in our class who aspired to wear the same clothes, shoes, and accessories he did since kindergarten. Even as adults, they meticulously study his social media, emulating his fashion sense. Si Nan was enlightened. She had not realized that the chubby boy was, in fact, a paragon of fashion. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes. Johan shrugged, feigning nonchalance, explaining that most of the items he purchased were limited editions. Those unable to afford them or lacking timely access simply fell short, rendering him the sole standout. Regardless, he was not short on funds and preferred to avoid squandering time on trivial matters when there were readily available, complimentary-style advisors at his disposal. Jiang Chailin glared at him. Johan wore a smug smile, for he was indeed astute, spending wisely and never wasting money on superfluous items. Shopping alongside him, I have never spent a single penny unnecessarily. I have acquired numerous treasures while saving a considerable amount of pocket money and conserving time and effort for more pressing matters. Is that not delightful? Jiang Chailin was infuriated, often feeling the urge to call the authorities. However, being a mere shadow is not a crime. Even if I report him, it is his own money. Complaining to his parents would be futile, as both families revel in this dynamic, believing it to be a testament to their friendship. Ugh, you are such a perverse individual. Johan shrugged, his expression sincere. Ultimately, whoever wears the same outfit is the one who appears unappealing. And I have never found myself in an awkward position. Jiang Kellen's heart ached, and tears threatened to spill. This was the very reason for his frenzied shopping spree today. He cast a pitiful glance at Si Nan, pleading, Sister, I implore you, be a good person and tell me how much it would cost to secure the entire venue. I want to expel this perverse individual. After all, the merchandise in Si Nan's store not only boasts superior quality, but also unique and exquisite designs, ensuring he would not encounter duplicate items, especially since he primarily selects limited editions and one-of-a-kind pieces. Johan wanting to buy the exact same items? Absolutely out of the question. God knows how regretful he felt at this moment. No, to be precise, from the instant he stepped into this store, he wished he could sever the finger that sent Johan the location. Sister, I have made up my mind. Even if it means exhausting my entire fortune, I shall replace every item in my home that resembles his. I can even offer a higher price for the exclusive venue. Please, I beg you. Save the pitiful life of the control group. Si Nan glanced around at the nearly identical shopping carts stacked on either side, feeling quite conflicted. Opening a business means both the palm and the back of the hand are in service of the benefactor. She pondered whether she should accommodate such a request from a benefactor and how to best navigate this situation for optimal resolution. Time was of the essence. Si Nan attempted to mediate, urging both to remain calm. Our store still offers numerous limited editions. Why not explore separately and treat it as a treasure hunt? Whoever secures a limited edition first claims victory. Johan immediately shook his head, frowning. I do not enjoy shopping. It is tedious and a waste of time. Si Nan, so, Johan, I trust his judgment. I want to purchase what he selects. Jiang Chailin, let us duel, you vile dragon. As tensions mounted, Si Nan proposed, how about we eliminate her to add excitement for both of you? Si Nan could only scratch her head in frustration, asking, did you not just buy a plethora of items yourself? Johan sheepishly scratched his head, explaining, I was just irked. We agreed to be lifelong brothers. And yet he dares to indulge without me. Even the camping gear he had you retrieve for me was what he left behind. I saw it. The best items are all in his shopping cart. How outrageous. It's utterly disloyal for him to indulge without me. I will take the whole platter along with the dishes and see how he eats. Chapter 44. Sister, do you sell your store? Just as he finished speaking, Johan suddenly had a revelation, his eyes alight with excitement. Right? Sister, do you sell your store? Why not sell it directly to me? Si Nan, what do you mean? If you sell the store to me, then everything in it belongs to me. I will take even the pots and see how he tries to compete with me. Johan declared innocently. Si Nan, for heaven's sake. She merely jested, but he genuinely seemed intent on exterminating her to entertain them. Si Nan shot him a blank stare before raising an eyebrow, stating, the store is not for sale. However, we are currently hiring internally, and employees have priority in the selection process. Before she could finish, the chubby boy immediately raised his hand, exclaiming me, Sister, pick me. I want to apply. Johan shoved the chubby boy aside, insisting, choose me. My appearance is far better than his. Simply standing in the store, I would serve as the perfect human mannequin. I would surely multiply our store's revenue tenfold. Compete with me? I am the deity of social media, the aesthetic arbiter of the affluence circle. Just a single post could skyrocket our revenue 100-fold. Your measly tenfold is nothing. Sister, with your beauty, kindness, wisdom, and intelligence, you will undoubtedly choose me. Johan scoffed and slapped his black card on the counter, challenging. I can guarantee our store's monthly revenue will be at least 10 million. If you can, go ahead and swipe your card. Does the little penny pincher dare to challenge me? Who do you think you are? It seems everyone has pocket money these days. Jiang Chailin was indignant. Johan smugly declared, having money means little. An employee who dares to spend for the boss is the true asset. Do you dare to compete on who can spend without batting an eye? Jiang Chailin found himself laughing in frustration. Are you unwell? Johan, why are you so childish? We are here to interview. Which psychiatric hospital did you escape from? I am a kind-hearted person trying to help you call your family. 78, Qingshan Road. Landline number 8. Feel free to call. Jiang Chailin was taken aback, the address sounding oddly familiar. Oh no, that is his home address. As the two began to escalate their argument, Si Nan pondered, are today's youth truly this abstract? Yet still, an employee willing to spend for the boss, guaranteeing a monthly sales figure of 10 million. Who could refuse? Sister, who should we ultimately hire? Suddenly, both turned their gazes toward Si Nan. However, Si Nan wore a troubled expression and sighed softly, stating that they merely operated a small shop, unable to afford a grand Buddha. Johan waved his hand dismissively, asserting that they were all the youngest in their families and were not in need of money. They worked solely for their own enjoyment. Their families did not expect them to return to inherit wealth, as long as they steered clear of gambling and drugs. Their families would not interfere with their choices. It was likely that if their elders saw them diligently seeking employment, they would be pleased and reward them with a red envelope to wish them good fortune. Jiang Chailin chimed in with a smile. The allowance for the following month might even see an increase. Johan added in agreement. The two exchanged a knowing glance and burst into laughter. Thus, it seemed that their jobs were merely a side venture, while their true income lay in their allowances, augmented by an extra zero. Si Nan could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Nonetheless, she maintained a degree of clarity, aware that the whims of these wealthy young men might not be reliable. She did not wish to become a mere participant in the play of the affluent. But aren't you still in school? This place is quite far from the city, Si Nan probed cautiously. So you should think it through. Don't complain about the distance after just a couple of days and suddenly decide to quit, she cautioned. Is it really that far? Jiang Lin shrugged. Not really. We live on a mountain, and it usually takes about 25 minutes to drive down. Going elsewhere takes at least 30 minutes. We're quite accustomed to it. Johan nodded in agreement, stating that it only took him 50 minutes to drive from school to the shop. And as long as he didn't have to start work at 8, he would certainly arrive on time every day. As for school, Jiang Lin thoughtfully stroked his chin. The school belongs to both our families, and applying for online course privileges with the professor shouldn't be an issue. As long as we fulfill our class hours and submit our thesis and graduation project, obtaining our diplomas should not pose a problem. Si Nan felt somewhat overwhelmed by their confident demeanor. After discussing so much, she noted that their expressions had grown serious, indicating they were not merely joking. With a sigh of resignation, she conceded, "All right, a 3-month probation period. If you both wish to continue after that, come back for notice." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin eagerly suggested, "Then let us add each other on WeChat. Forget everything else." He promptly displayed his QR code. Meanwhile, Johan's eyes lit up. "So, does this mean you're hiring both of us?" Si Nan nodded, explaining that the marketplace spanned 3 floors, each divided into different sections, and once officially operational, 1 or 2 employees would surely be insufficient. Additionally, there was a private collectibles club next door that was also hiring. Jiang Lin's smile faltered, his face falling. "If you hire both of us, what is the point of working here? We'll just be competing." Johan retorted, "That is not how it works. If you don't show up, I'll have priority, and you won't even have a choice." Jiang exclaimed in frustration. "Dumb. This is ridiculous." In truth, Si Nan felt it necessary to remind them, "You might be overthinking this. We're just preparing to open, so the good products are plentiful now. However, good items are not available every day. Once you pick from this batch, you'll have to see what fate brings next." "I don't care. I want priority." Jiang insisted. "Me too. Shuanekot. It really isn't necessary," Si Nan sighed. "Our boss has been abroad for years, with thousands of buyers collecting fine goods from around the world daily, which then arrive here for sorting. New items come in irregularly, and even I don't know when new stock will be available. It all depends on luck. Whoever is on duty when new goods arrive gets the first choice." Regarding the duty schedule, she added, "Since you're still students, we can't be too harsh. You must prioritize your studies. We'll implement a rotating schedule based on your availability, and a few hours a day will suffice." "It's all about fate." Jiang Lin and Johan protested. "That's unnecessary. I don't believe in fate. My destiny is in my own hands. I can work every day." Jiang Lin declared. Shuhan, unwilling to back down, exclaimed, "I'll buy an RV tomorrow and live in the factory parking lot, ready to work 24 hours a day." Ultimately, Jiang Lin and Johan successfully sold themselves into employment. Si Nan felt a bit dazed. The world of the wealthy was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Just look at the troubles faced by these 2 super-rich heirs. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she could never have imagined that she would spend 2 hours comparing prices for a mere eraser costing 2 yuan 50, just to save 18 cents. Meanwhile, these 2 affluent young men were willing to sell themselves to Si Nan as if they were mere laborers, one trying to escape being compared to a childhood friend, the other seeking to avoid being overshadowed, though there was some rivalry involved. No need to question the logic behind it. Wealth allows for capriciousness, and they lived life as they pleased. Following this brief interlude, their roles transformed. They were now not only customers, but employees as well. Remarkably, they adapted to their new identities with astonishing speed. Even before officially starting their positions, they began to act as if they were already part of the marketplace, shopping and working simultaneously. They seemed to have grasped their superior Si Nan's temperament, although she appeared gentle and courteous, exuding an amiable demeanor. She was actually quite reserved and almost indifferent. Once provoked, she would not be accommodating. Thus, both young men behaved themselves, aware that as exemplary employees, they should not expect their supervisor to serve them. It was unthinkable. What if their supervisor decided to make their shifts less favorable? The salary was of little consequence, but their shifts had to be more favorable than Jiang or Zhou's. That was non-negotiable. Therefore, they were determined to leave a good impression on their supervisor. They oscillated between the roles of customer and employee, diligently selecting merchandise to purchase and then acting as self-service cashiers to scan and check out. Si Nan, feeling assured, allowed them to handle their own payments, relishing the freedom. After all, she believed in trusting her employees. After an hour, she glanced at her phone and was astonished to see over 17 million in her bank account. She nearly fainted. Logging out, restarting, and checking again confirmed the figure. Indeed, over 17 million. Upon inspecting the transaction history, she found it all stemmed from Jiang Chailin and Zhou Han's recent purchases. Si Nan swallowed hard. After all, she had not noticed the shop being emptied. What on earth had they bought? Upon investigation, she discovered that in the collectibles section, both young men had fixated on a limited edition car model no larger than a thumb. Si Nan remembered that the tiny trinket was exquisitely crafted, a miniature replica of the full-sized vehicle. However, it was merely a toy car for children, priced at 380 yuan. She had assumed that this price was already outrageous. Little did she know, Jiang Chailin and Zhou Han had nearly come to blows over this model. Ultimately, Zhou, unable to outbid Jiang in a fit of frustration, added 4 zeros before the decimal point to the model's retail price. Si Nan thought to herself, is this guy out his mind? Who would pay 3.8 million for a thumb-sized model car? Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Chailin hesitated for a brief moment, cast a fierce glare at Zhou Han, and with gritted teeth declared, just wait for me, before adding the item to her shopping cart and proceeding to check out. Si Nan was left utterly astonished. Did she really make the purchase? It was hard to believe that there were no personal grudges involved. The situation was not an isolated incident. Si Nan glanced at the other price tags, realizing that a vast majority of the items had their prices inflated by 3 zeros, with a significant number even marked up by 4 zeros. Only a minuscule fraction bore an increase of merely 2 zeros, and tags with just a single zero were virtually non-existent. For a fleeting moment, Si Nan felt that her presence in this marketplace was somewhat presumptuous. She felt unworthy. It was a classic case of fish and clams contending, with the fisherman reaping the benefits. As a cunning merchant, what could Si Nan possibly say? She hastily returned to fetch a stack of blank paper, swiftly scribbling the phrase no returns or exchanges in bold letters, which she plastered prominently at the checkout counter, the staircase, and the entrance. The message was clear. I have warned you. However, Si Nan still felt a twinge of guilt. She feared that she might inadvertently deceive the naive children, leading to potential trouble with their parents. Thus, she inquired once more, isn't our current pricing a tad excessive? Impossible. This is already a very reasonable price. Moreover, since we are offering factory pricing, we have even provided discounts. Xuan replied honestly. Fearing that Si Nan might not believe him, he proceeded to elaborate with a plethora of dizzying product specifications and features. Si Nan, confused yet impressed, found herself accepting the reality that her youthful and earnest university colleagues were equally perplexed. Ultimately, she complained that Si Nan's constant movement was obstructing Zhou Han, who promptly dashed off to order cake and milk tea for delivery, respectfully presenting it to Si Nan. Sister, I implore you, take a break. We can handle the work. Just focus on counting the money. Si Nan could hardly refuse such an extravagant request. All right then. Thank you for your hard work. Not at all. Farewell, sister. Si Nan swiftly departed with the milk tea and cake. Coincidentally, Si Zhenbong arrived, urging her to return home quickly. As Bao Gu had awakened, and she had received a letter from Qi Yu, Si Nan then recounted how she had recently hired Jiang Chailin and Zhou Han for part-time work, and after switching to Si Zhenbong to take over, she hurried back. Halfway through her journey, she suddenly recalled that she had yet to discuss salary and benefits with Jiang Chailin and Zhou Han. She quickly sent them a private message. Both responded promptly, with remarkably similar content. Sister Nan, sorry, I'm busy. Sister, sorry, I'm occupied. Si Nan thought to herself, fine. The one collecting the money is unconcerned. Why should I, the one paying, feel anxious? Meanwhile, Si Yin returned home and, in a fit of rage, wreaked havoc in the living room. Upon witnessing this, Wu Shufan felt compelled to reprimand her. What a calamity! A girl with such a temper could frighten anyone. The critical issue was that her eldest son's family had moved away. With everything destroyed, where could she possibly relocate? Wouldn't buying new items require spending money? Truly a spendthrift daughter. Just as the scolding words reached her lips, she swallowed them down. With a forced smile, she soothed Si Yin until she finally revealed a smile herself. Yin, I just encountered the village chief while strolling in the village. He praised you immensely, declaring you the most outstanding young person of our village's new generation. He mentioned that he has been waiting at the village committee, eager to discuss matters with you and your affluent classmates whenever you have time. Si Yin, filled with pride, almost lifted her chin to the ceiling, dismissing it with a wave. What a big deal. Just wait a few days until those 4 or 5 particularly wealthy classmates from our association gather, and I'll bring them along. Chapter 46. The true favorite of the group unbeknownst to Si Yin. The wealthy classmates she referred to had nearly all been offended by her. Now, they were secretly disparaging her. At the mountain camp, members of the photography association huddled together, venting their frustrations. It was truly remarkable how someone without a princess's destiny could carry herself like one. When the president and goddess Ya arrived, they couldn't reach her by phone. Wasn't she supposed to be down below to greet everyone? She had run off to enjoy coffee outside. She claimed to be worried that everyone might not know the way to the village. Was she out of her mind? She had even sent the group's location directly to the village entrance. The most comical part was that Zhou Han had to take a detour to fetch her. Consequently, the shortcut he took was under construction, resulting in a blown tire that forced him to find a repair shop. Rumor had it that while Zhou Han was getting his tire fixed, she was even assaulted at the entrance of the repair shop. Unbelievable, was it so brazen? Although they often wished to slap her, they couldn't help but feel sympathy. Otherwise, she would still be at home crying, too afraid to show her face. This was directly relayed to me by Shan. One of the girls scoffed, recalling how Zhang Yi and Shan had initially defended her, only to later realize they had aided a thankless wretch. Upon returning to the village entrance, the princess had run away in tears, leaving the 3 of them in a state of bewilderment. Even more absurdly, the princess had caused Shan and the others to forget their tents. If they couldn't procure camping gear, they would either have to sleep on the mountain tonight or find a hotel in town. Alas, the vice president and Zhou Han were equally unfortunate. They were likely still scouring for supplies. This little mountain town was hardly likely to have camping gear available for sale. They would probably need to travel quite a distance to find it. Some individuals should refrain from attempting tasks beyond their capabilities. What was supposed to be a delightful event had turned into quite the disappointment. Chill, let us keep it down. At least she didn't mislead us about the camping site. The scenery here is lovely, and we can capture many beautiful photographs to take home. Regardless of her presence, we can still have a splendid time. Indeed, after all, this is an association event. Let us not let the president overhear. Unbeknownst to them, these conversations were overheard in their entirety by President Wang Han and Xia Jiu. Previously, you mentioned enjoying the environment here and expressed a desire for Si Yin to help you find a property to convert into a guest house. I think it's best to reconsider, Wang Han remarked. Xia Jiu was taken aback, but she has already located the place for me. So soon? Wang Han inquired, sommevat surpriset. Yes, it happens to be the house of Si Yin's uncle, and family members are easier to negotiate with. Plus, I have seen the photos, and I find the location quite appealing. Unfortunately, it's for rent only, but renting is still acceptable. The previous occupants have already moved out, and I'm also coordinating with a design company to create the design drawings. I plan to send you the drafts in the next couple of days. If I back out now, wouldn't that be playing with people less feelings? Xia Jiu stated innocently. If If they moved out in such a hurry, there might be issues with the property. Xiaojiu paused, recalling that Si Yan had said her uncle's family was living there previously and had no problems. But I have a nagging feeling that something is off. Zhou also messaged me, saying he would not participate in this project and advised us to reconsider. Xiaojiu's face flushed with anger. How could he do that? I have already rented the venue. Rented? How is it that you just arrived today and you signed a contract? Wang Han asked in astonishment. I haven't signed a contract, but I have already transferred the rental fee, Xiaojiu replied. Wang Han was overwhelmed. Goodness, why didn't you discuss it with me before making the transfer? What do you mean? Are you worried about the money? You were the one who gave me the card to spend freely. If you put it that way, then I want to use your money. Consider it a loan. I will have my father pay you back later. Xiaojiu retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. That is not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Or do you think I'm not cut out for business, just like my father? And you are using Si Yan as an excuse to avoid investing in me? Wang Han felt a headache coming on. Xiaojiu is quite different from Si Yan. She is a genuine princess raised in pampered luxury, possessing a naive disposition. When she throws a little tantrum, Wang Han finds himself at a loss, only able to placate her for the time being. Aware of Wang Han's habitual indulgence, Xiaojiu knows he does not genuinely wish to fall out with her. After a brief period of coaxing, she naturally reconciles with him. I believe you all are overthinking matters. Isn't it simpler to be straightforward? Why complicate things unnecessarily? Look at you, with all that worrying, you're starting to sprout gray hair and wrinkles. Wang Han, with a sense of helplessness, listens. Xiaojiu quickly wraps her arm around his and playfully chides. Don't always assume the worst in people. It just so happens that someone's grandson has reached the age for kindergarten, and Si Yan has advised her uncle to rent out their house in the village. Then find a place in town for the convenience of the child's schooling. Isn't it quite normal to do this for a child's education? Xiaojiu continues. To facilitate this matter, Si Yan specifically sought help from an agent, spending an entire day running around town, even paying out of her own pocket to rent a 4-bedroom apartment for her uncle. Only then did her uncle agree. Si Yan is helping me, and I certainly can't expect others to cover the costs, so I transferred the rent up front. Besides, with you and Jiang Chaolin backing me up, who would dare to bully me? Is it really possible that Si Yan is so thorough in her dealings? Wang Han seems a bit skeptical. I don't care. I've set my sights on that house. Don't hold me back. Xiaojiu huffed, giving him an annoyed glare. Fine, my dear ancestor. I will surely help you secure that house, but Si Yan might not be reliable, so I still need to do some checking. I wouldn't want her to lead you astray, Wang Han replied. Xiaojiu agreed verbally, but thought to herself that Wang Han was overly anxious. It's just a run-down house in a village. Rural folks are poor, and money can easily settle things. They have no real source of income, and, hearing that she is willing to spend, would gladly agree to the arrangement, especially since they could move to town. It's not that complicated. Si Nan is still unaware that her old house has already been occupied and sold. She spent half an hour playing with the children in the toy room, finally passing Bao Gu's assessment and successfully receiving the clearance document from Qiyu. Thank you for your kindness. Si Nan pretended to be quirky, receiving the document with exaggerated gestures of gratitude, which sent the twins into fits of giggles. She then took the letter and waded through the pool of bubbles to a soft mat by the bubble pool to read it. In Qiyu's letter, he mentioned that the museum is located in the central district, but he currently cannot make it there. However, he has mostly gained control of the upper district, where the affluent reside, and he expects to gather a considerable amount of valuable items. He inquired about the types of materials the market is accepting, promising to set aside what she needs and bring the remainder back to the base for submission. This left Si Nan perplexed. What valuable materials could be found in a wealthy neighborhood? It would be nothing more than food, clothing, and jewelry. Yet today, she witnessed Jiang Chaolin and Zhou nearly coming to blows over a model, ultimately spending $3.8 million to acquire it. Si Nan suddenly realized a crucial point. Poverty had limited her imagination. Unable to envision the possibilities, she decided to change her perspective. The marketplace just so happens to have ready-made patrons. Chapter 47. The private butler, if she observes what the wealthy patrons purchase, she can acquire similar items. The odds are in her favor. Thus, After receiving approval from the children, Si Nan, with a cup of milk tea in hand, swayed her way towards the marketplace. At this moment, Jiang Chaolin and Zhou Han had already purchased a multitude of items, filling the empty space on either side of the checkout counter. Upon seeing Si Nan approach, Zhou Han hastily thrust a platter of fresh fruit into her arms. "Sister, we'll talk later." Si Nan, Amuzed, thought, with such a savvy customer and employee, could they possibly send her another dozen? Grateful, she chose merely to observe, not wishing to disturb the industrious patrons, and joined the bewildered onlookers. Si Jinbong initially believed they had only bought a few boxes of miscellaneous daily necessities, leaving him astonished. He quickly summoned Chui Guo from the company, thinking they could work together to help the major client load their purchases onto their vehicle. However, Jiang Chaolin politely declined, stating he had not finished shopping yet. As the pile of goods continued to grow, Si Jinbong and Si Shuibo began to question their very existence. "What is this? The Haven Tea finished shopping yet? Si Zimban Gustamid. This isn't shopping. It's as if they're moving." Having witnessed great spectacles before, Si Nan remained unfazed, patting Si Jinbong on the shoulder to soothe him. "Don't be alarmed. Rich kids can afford to be extravagant. We can't fathom their world, but we'll get used to it." Si Jinbong couldn't help but feel for their money, furrowing his brow. If they take all this home, won't their parents just thrash them? Shouldn't we advise them to stop buying? Si Nan had never encountered a business owner who advised customers to buy less. Her father was the prime example. "Straighten up, father. Have you forgotten? We intend to be shrewd merchants." Si Nan quickly tugged at his sleeve, lowering her voice in warning. "But what if their parents come to return the items? That would just create more hassle for us." Si Jinbong expressed his strong unease. Si Nan shrugged, fully embracing her role as a cunning merchant. "Then I suppose I have no further responsibility. I've plastered labels all over the merchandise in the marketplace, and there are no returns or exchanges. If they dare to return anything, I simply want to do business with them again." Si Jinbong chuckled, unceremoniously undermining her confidence. "Let us see how far you can go. You think you can still do business with them? You're not even begging them to buy. Dad, you don't understand. Our products are excellent. We need not worry about sales." Si Nan's eyes sparkled as she gave Si Jinbong a mysterious glance. Si Jinbong seemed to grasp the message, instinctively straightening his posture. His expression conveyed a realization. The allure of foreign goods is irresistible. Si Nan had only realized today, through Zhou Han's explanation, that the pre-apocalyptic civilization Chi Yu hails from is likely far more advanced than the world she currently inhabits. Whether in technology or industrial capabilities, it surpasses her own realm. Hence, the items in the marketplace captivate Jiang Chaolin and Zhou Han so intensely. Even a simple pack of toothpicks could be sold for 350 yuan each. Glancing at their shopping receipts, Si Nan noted that both Jiang Chaolin and Zhou Han had purchased 20 packs of toothpicks each. Suddenly, she understood. Her world is not lacking in daily necessities. After all, where could one not find toothpicks? You could buy a large pack for just 9 yuan. Yet, it fails to satisfy the desires of the wealthy. What the affluent seek is quality and refinement. Hence, some luxury brands can sell even a garbage bag for thousands of yuan. This means the range of products she could sell in the marketplace is virtually limitless. As long as the quality is assured and the design is exquisite, everything can be sold. But how should she convey this to Chiyu? Surely, she cannot express that she wants everything. Si Nan felt a twinge of guilt. Just then, 5 trucks drove through the unattended gate into the parking lot, lining up at the entrance of the marketplace. Soon after, a dozen staff members clad in blue uniforms, white gloves, and caps disembarked from the vehicles and formed a line. Before long, 5 more trucks arrived, and again, a dozen staff in blue uniforms descended, aligning themselves in formation. Si Nan, Si Jinbong, and Si Shuibo exchanged bewildered glances, reading a mutual sense of confusion in each other's eyes. Approximately a minute later, 2 black sedans arrived, from which emerged a man and a woman dressed impeccably in tuxedos. "Greetings. I am the personal butler of young Master Jiang. May I inquire which items belong to my young master?" "Greetings. I am the personal butler of young Master Zhou. May I inquire which items belong to my young master?" Si Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. Their smiles and gestures were identical. Their opening lines were word for word the same. Even the angle of their bows was strikingly similar. Are they robots from the same manufacturer? Si Nan, a smile of the same profession gracing her face as she greeted them. Hello. The items on the left were purchased by young Master Jiang, and those on the right were acquired by the Zhaoshang group. If you wish to collect the goods, please present the pickup proof. Thank you. The two stewards were momentarily taken aback. Pickup proof? The young master hadn't mentioned that. In synchronized movements, they pulled out their phones, their finger speeds and dialing alarmingly similar. Before long, young Master Jiang and young Master Zhou arrived pushing shopping carts, looking bewildered as they faced Si Nan. Sister, do we have a pickup proof for the marketplace? Where's it issued? Ah, no, I just thought of it, Si Nan replied with earnestness. After all, the esteemed guests had purchased such valuable items. One couldn't simply allow any passerby to take them away. Naturally, Si Nan would never confess to her mischievous intent. The two stewards were simply too amusing, and she wanted to tease them, observing their reactions. Jiang Chailin pondered for a moment, realizing the logic. How careless he had been. Thankfully, Sister Nin had thought of it. Otherwise, that unscrupulous fellow might have taken advantage and swapped out his goods. Thus, he hurriedly presented his payment records and verified his purchase list, ensuring that none of his items had been stealthily swapped into another's cart before allowing his private steward to pack each item carefully for loading onto the vehicle. Shu Han, feeling indignant, protested, "Am I such a shameless person? Steward, please ensure the list is meticulously verified. We cannot allow any unscrupulous individuals to mistakenly take my belongings." Si Jinbong cast a furtive glance, nearly questioning if he had developed a case of visual floaters. Why were there so many zeros on that payment bill? Si Nan calmly handed him a piece of apple. Eat. Keeping your mouth busy will mask your ignorance. Do not let others see you with that bewildered look as if you have never encountered the world. Do not inquire how she knew. Experience was her answer. Ultimately, aside from the various items of the checkout, both had also purchased an entire set of large furniture, including beds, mattresses, sofas, TV cabinets, and desks. They instructed the stewards to ensure everything was meticulously packaged and protected before carefully loading them onto the truck. Si Jinbong's expression turned peculiar. He wondered what expression those people would have if they saw his grandson tossing these items about while snoring. Chapter 48. Si Jinbong stands his ground. Si Nan was on cloud 9. After just one day of trial operations, she had earned nearly 200 million. One could say that for this entire year, she could abstain from business altogether or even rest for a lifetime. Of course, resting was not an option. She had 2 children to raise and could not delay her collaboration with the financial backer. This was merely the beginning. What if one day the financial backer suddenly placed an order to purchase aircraft and artillery? Not to mention whether she had the capability to procure such items. At the very least, the funds must be adequate. After all, someone was prepared to empty an entire city for her. Yet she could not even afford a single piece of aircraft or artillery. That would be utterly unreasonable. Fortunately, after this day of trial operations, Si Nan gradually grasped the direction to take. She pondered what business could be easier than making money from the wealthy. Earning money from the affluent was akin to working a day instead of a year compared to the common folk. She, as a shrewd businesswoman, should refrain from exploiting the ordinary people. Henceforth, the marketplace would adopt a high-end approach. The key was that she could not devote excessive time to the marketplace. Completing the procurement orders for her financial backer was of utmost importance. Just then, Si Nan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly handed the keys to Si Jinbong before striding out of the marketplace. She had overlooked a crucial detail. The last time she procured daily necessities for the financial backer was over half a month ago. That small 3-wheeled vehicle supplies must be running low. The apples and tea eggs were likely nearly finished. Si Nan silently scolded herself for being so heartless. The financial backer frequently sent her gifts, and she hadn't even thought of this. Though he hadn't mentioned it, she must be considerate. She needed to replenish a batch of daily necessities for the financial backer. At that moment, Zhang Yi and Lu Shanshan, who had been browsing in the women's clothing department for most of the day, approached arm in arm, each holding a dress. Zhang Yi, recalling that her dress cost over 2,000 and was among the most expensive in the entire women's clothing section, proudly lifted her chin and shouted at Si Nan, waitstaff. It's time to check out. However, Si Nan was lost in thought and did not hear her, striding away in haste. Zhang Yi was furious, stamping her foot. What kind of service is this? This marketplace is located in such a remote area, yet they have such an attitude. It will surely go bankrupt. Si Jinbong took offense at her words, but before he could speak, Si Shuibo stepped forward and said, Young lady, how can you speak like that? She simply didn't hear you at that moment. Is that so difficult to understand? Today, Si Shuibo had come to realize that their factory was not just any factory. Working with Si Nan assured a prosperous future. And as the fourth employee in the factory, once it developed, he would be considered a founding member. His future was bright. Therefore, Si Shuibo could not tolerate anyone cursing their factory with bankruptcy. Not a single word could be heard, perhaps due to Si Shuibo's robust appearance. He looked rather fierce when serious, causing Lu Shanshan to retreat with Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Yi, emboldened by the presence of her two male classmates, showed no fear. Did I say something wrong? Knowing there are customers in the store, you still don't come to assist. It's unacceptable. When a customer wishes to pay, the staff absconds. How can business be conducted like this? You have such poor service and still have the audacity to complain? Miss, may I kindly ask you to consider the situation? Si Shuibo, while maintaining a stern demeanor, spoke gently. Firstly, we are not officially open yet. That person you just saw is not a staff member, but our leader. You requested assistance, hoping we could accommodate. And our leader kindly opened the door for you to browse. The employees have not yet started their shifts, and you complain about insufficient service? Si Shuibo glanced disdainfully at the dress in their hands, thinking it amusing how one could be so arrogant over a single dress. The two boys had purchased 5 truckloads of items, yet they had treated him, a security guard, with utmost respect, clearly well-mannered individuals. What were these two so haughty about? It was truly laughable. Opening in such a remote area, they spoke as if business would flourish once they opened. Even he, a security guard, dared to argue with customers. If anyone were to come, they would likely be driven away by such behavior. Zhang Yi maintained hati attitude. Such brazen reasoning. Yet Si Shuibo could not help but feel anger rising at her words. Realizing that as a security guard, it was inappropriate to engage in disputes with customers. He could only glare silently. Who are you glaring at, you little security guard? Are you planning to fight? Zhang Yi retorted, clearly displeased. Si Shuibo, suppressing his anger, continued to stare. Si Jinbong quickly patted his shoulder. With a cold demeanor, he stepped forward. What being a security guard? Does that make one inferior? Can a security guard not stand up and reason? Must a security guard kneel and serve your whims? We all work for a living. It is not an act of self-punishment. If one is right, why fear speaking? I may not have influence elsewhere, but in our own establishment, such reasoning holds no merit. Will you buy this or not? If not, quickly set it down and leave. What did you say? You dare tell a customer to leave? Zhang Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Call your boss out. I want to file a complaint. The complaint hotline is over there. Feel free to call. Si Jinbong pointed to the 2 customer service hotlines posted on the wall. Complain all you wish. If anyone responds, I'll concede defeat. Zhang Yijiang has arrived. Just wait for me. Si Jinbong chuckled, awaiting her call. In a moment, his phone rang, but it was hung up in an instant. Undeterred, Zhang Yijiang dialed another number and rambled on incessantly. All right, miss, I have understood your concerns. Please press the speakerphone. A cold yet courteous voice resonated from the other end. Zhang Yijiang found the voice somewhat familiar, but couldn't quite place it, so she activated the speaker. Hello, I am Manager Si. Was the situation described by that young lady accurate? Si Jinbong scoffed. Not accurate. She is spouting nonsense. So you did tell someone to get lost? Manager Si inquired coldly. Indeed, I said that. Si Jinbong boldly retorted. Zhang Yijiang found it amusing. How could such a foolish person exist in this world? 2 security guards offended a customer, received a complaint, and still dared to act so arrogantly? She eagerly awaited the moment they would be ordered to kneel and apologize to her. She was ready to enjoy the spectacle. I sincerely apologize, miss. My staff was at fault. They failed to express our company's stance politely. Humph. Zhang Yijiang haughtily snorted, still processing the unusual tone from the other end. She was calculating that such atrocious service warranted more than just an apology. She expected a discount of at least 30 to 40% as compensation. Little did she know, the following moment, that cold voice turned indifferent. Our company's stance is this. If you are here to cause trouble, then I regret to inform you that we cannot accommodate your business. Please place the merchandise down. Turn left and exit the store. Otherwise, we will be compelled to call the police and reserve the right to pursue legal action. What did you say? Zhang Yijiang thought she had misheard, feeling both furious and amused. On what grounds do you intend to sue me? Chapter 49. Who's your ally? The voice remained calm, devoid of any emotion. According to civil law, your public insults and defamation toward my employees infringe upon their right to reputation, which constitutes the crime of insult and defamation. There are surveillance cameras and recordings providing evidence. Furthermore, your conduct within our store has raised suspicions of public disturbance. I suspect you are deliberately trying to extort discounts through this ruckus. Thus, we reserve the right to seek compensation for any reputational and economic damages our company incurs. Zhang Yijiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Am I at fault here? She was undoubtedly indignant. But Lu Shanshan quickly searched online and discovered that such charges did indeed exist. Lu Shanshan showed her the phone, and Zhang Yijiang began to feel apprehensive. Deep down, she knew she was in the wrong. However, she found it absurd that a small local store would sell a skirt for 2,000 yuan, which was clearly a ripoff. Yet, they had come out today with Jiang Chailin and Zhou Han, two affluent second-generation heirs, making her hesitant to haggle. Instead, she sought to provoke them. Thinking these unsophisticated country folk would be intimidated by her threats of a complaint and would likely offer her a discount to appease her, considering it a small price to pay to avoid trouble. She even contemplated threatening to expose them online if they refused to comply, reasoning that they wouldn't want to incur greater losses over something trivial. Who would have imagined that this local store would stand its ground so firmly? Zhang Yijiang suddenly felt out of her depth. Just then, she spotted Johan and Jiang Chailin approaching with a shopping cart brimming with items, and she feigned tears. Appearing aggrieved, Si Jinbang and Si Shuibo looked on in astonishment. Is she acting? They were baffled. One moment she was aggressive, and the next she was weeping uncontrollably, as if they were the ones bullying her. What now? Are you a vulnerable group? And does crying justify your behavior? What happened? Jiang Chailin asked, bewildered. Si Jinbang, equally exasperated, pointed at Zhang Yijiang. She complains about our service and says our prices are exorbitant, threatening to report us. She's just trying to extort discounts. Zhang Yijiang, Lu Shanshan, is this honesty? Johan was irritated. How can someone create such a fuss over a mere purchase? If he had spent this time generating business, he could have earned millions. He walked over, picked up the price tag of the skirts, and was shocked to find they were only priced at over 2,000 yuan. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "What on earth? Who set this price? It's outrageous." Zhang Yijiang's eyes lit up. She wanted to say, right? You also find it ridiculous. Wonderful. With Zhou Gongzi backing her, those troublesome folks were doomed. But in the next moment, Johan pulled out a pen from his pocket and casually added 3 zeros to the price tags of their skirts. Zhang Yijiang. As Johan added the zeros, he expressed relief that they hadn't paid yet. Otherwise, they would have suffered a great loss. He lamented that he had been so engrossed in shopping that he overlooked the women's apparel section. Such lucrative sales almost slipped through his fingers. Dumbfounded, Zhang Yijiang and Lu Shanshan exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Oh, my apologies. The prices of these 2 skirts were incorrect, or rather, the prices in the women's apparel section are all wrong. This is the actual price." "You mean these 2 skirts cost over 200,000 yuan? Otherwise, this is still the factory discount price. Fortunately, you were too greedy and noisy, or you would have taken a huge advantage." Lu Shanshan. Zhang Yijiang remained unconvinced. "Are you kidding me? In such a small local store, a skirt costs 200,000 yuan? Johan rolled his eyes. "Do you think everyone is as idle as you? Does playing tricks help you generate sales?" Zhang Yijiang. "What do you think this place is?" Jiang Chailin, equally perplexed, glanced at them disdainfully. Although this is a factory store, it primarily targets the high-end market and operates on a membership basis. If you're not a member, you cannot even enter. Moreover, Becoming a member is not easy. One must spend at least 10 million yuan in a single transaction to qualify. Si Nan. What a surprise. They had a store this impressive? Why was he unaware? If Si Nan were here, he would likely throw up his hands, bewildered, and say, "Don't ask me. I know nothing. It's just the sales champion's rules." The sales champion has the final say. Jiang Chailin remained composed. What you deem a small store is, in reality, strategically located in this serene area to avoid the bustling crowds. It offers not only a pleasant environment and fresh air, but also provides esteemed clients with a discreet and luxurious shopping experience. Si Jinbong cast a guilty glance at Jiang Chailin, pondering why he was unaware of this. Was it not because unscrupulous intermediaries monopolize the market, forcing Si Nan to seek venues in remote locations, ultimately stumbling upon this hidden gem? Jiang Chailin, the sales champion, did not care. His lips curled into a satisfied smile. If you think this place is remote, it's because they simply do not cater to your demographic. Wealthy individuals with cars and drivers can reach here in just a few minutes. They possess both leisure and wealth, and do not perceive distance as an issue. To conclude, the reality is that ordinary people lack the qualifications to shop here. You are benefiting from my presence. Had it not been for my acquaintance with Manager C, do you think you would have gained entry? How dare you cause a scene here? Jiang Chailin's attitude was haughty, yet internally he mused, "Please do not come. This is a treasure trove I have discovered. The fewer people who know, the better." He did not want anyone competing with him for the best goods. His gaze fixated on the skirt in Zhang Yijiang's hand, thinking that his elder sister would surely adore it. Today, he had splurged. If he could procure a skirt to please his sister, he might just receive a generous reward. Laughter erupted within him as he thought to himself. Yet he could not allow such sentiments to manifest outwardly, lest Zhou Jinpi discover his intentions and come to contest him. Jiang Chailin believed he was concealing his thoughts masterfully, unaware that Zhou Han had already discerned his ruse. Before Jiang Chailin could react, Zhou Han seized a moment to inquire, "So, are you two planning to purchase those dresses? If not, I shall take them. I will buy them." Lu Shanshan scoffed and promptly handed over the dress she held. What a jest! Each dress cost 2,000 yuan, which equated to a significant portion of her monthly living expenses. The notion of a 200,000 yuan dress was utterly beyond her means. Zhang Yi was seething with frustration. She genuinely adored that dress. Had she known its exorbitant price, she would not have made a fuss earlier. She should have seized the opportunity while these two country bumpkin security guards were oblivious and quickly purchased it. Simultaneously, she could not help but harbor resentment towards Jiang Chailin and Zhou Han, these two fools who clearly did not recognize their own allies. It was evident that she was the one standing with them. If Jiang Chailin were privy to Zhang Yi's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. Who among them was truly an ally? Observing that one dress had already been snatched away, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Enough of this indecision. If you cannot afford it, hand it over to me. Chapter 50. Treating Si Nan as a confidant. Zhang Yi and Lu Shanshan's expressions turned decidedly uncomfortable. After spending hours perusing the store, they had finally chosen the dress they loved most. For the sake of this garment, she had mentally prepared herself to subsist on nothing for an entire month. Yet, unexpectedly, it had been taken from her by Jiang Chailin and Zhou Han. Even if it was taken, what could she do? She was impoverished, unlike the wealthier individuals who could afford such luxuries. She could only swallow her frustration. However, leaving the store empty-handed was a painful thought. To be fair, the merchandise in this marketplace was exquisite. They had yet to explore the other sections. But even the women's clothing department had captivated them, each piece's design and quality rendering it irresistible. According to Jiang Chailin, this marketplace operated on a membership basis, meaning they would not have the opportunity to return in the future. Thus, despite the two security guards scowling at them, they stubbornly continued browsing. Little did they know, Zhou Han and Jiang Chailin were insidiously opportunistic. Zhang Yi had assumed their persistent presence was born from guilt, intending to offer them a consolation garment. Instead, they followed closely behind merely to inflate the prices. Every time Zhang Yi spotted a piece she admired, Johan would audaciously add 2 or 3 zeros to the retail price. Jiang Chaolin, though more subtle, would incessantly deliver scathing critiques while they tried on clothes. The crux of his remarks was that they were unworthy, that they looked dreadful in the garments, and that the designer would likely wish to leap from a building if they saw their creations adorned on such figures. Ultimately, Zhang Yi came to a realization. Their intentions were deliberate. Because she had mentioned a desire to file a complaint, they sought to humiliate her in this manner. Unbeknownst to Si Nan, events unfolding in the store were a mystery to her. Given that the benefactor's space was connected to Baoji's, allowing for transactions at any time, there was no need to procure instant noodles or military rations. Instead, she resolved to source the freshest, all-natural, untainted food for the benefactor. Considering that she was currently on the front lines amid the ruins, cooking was undoubtedly inconvenient. Thus, she could prepare meals here and send them over for the daily sustenance. Consequently, there was no immediate need to purchase meat or other perishable items. Si Nan concluded that this shopping trip should focus on acquiring fruits and milk for nutritional replenishment, along with some medications and gasoline. There was no urgency for milk, medication, or gasoline, as supermarkets, pharmacies, and gas stations remained open into the evening. However, she was eager to procure seasonal, fresh fruits. Therefore, she ventured into the village to find local farmers. Upon inquiry, she learned that the current seasonal offerings included green jujubes and cherry tomatoes. The villagers were warm and friendly, quickly introducing her to an elderly woman whose green jujubes and cherry tomatoes were claimed to be the finest. The elderly woman allowed Si Nan to sample a handful, and indeed they were delicious. The green jujubes, in particular, were crisp, sweet, and juicy. Si Nan was instantly enamored. She quickly inquired, "Annie, these green jujubes are exquisite. I would like to buy more to share with my mother, my grandmother, and my aunts. Would that be possible? We don't have much else. Just an abundance of green jujubes and cherry tomatoes. Take as many as you wish. I will weigh them for you afterward." The elderly woman was exceedingly accommodating. "I assure you, we grow these fruits for our own consumption. Thus, no pesticides are used, just organic fertilizer. It has taken considerable effort to tend to them. So how could they not be delicious?" "Delicious indeed," Si Nan exclaimed as she picked the fruits. "Annie, since you say I can take as much as I like, I shall not hold back. But please, do not swing a hoe at me if I pick too many." The elderly woman thought to herself, "How could you possibly finish all of them? You would have to eat until you burst." However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts when Si Nan's phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Si Nan, without hesitation, answered the call. To her surprise, it was Zhang Yi once again. "Hello, is this Manager Si?" "Yes," Si Nan replied coolly. The voice on the other end became animated. "I know your store has a reputation for taking advantage of customers, disregarding those of us who are less fortunate. But you cannot humiliate us in this manner." Si Nan was bewildered. What on earth? Fortunately, Zhang Yi did not wait for her to respond. Instead, launching into a recount of the recent events. "You cannot blatantly force someone out. Using these underhanded tactics to humiliate us is unacceptable. But what have I done to deserve such ridicule from your marketplace?" Si Nan thought to herself, "What have you done? Surely, you must have some awareness?" Regrettably, Zhang Yi, in her emotional fervor, rambled on without granting Si Nan an opportunity to interject. "Yes, I may have employed certain tactics that might have seemed disdainful to you. However, I am not a wealthy individual. I simply wish to obtain something I adore but cannot afford. Is there any wrongdoing in that?" Zhang Yi felt justified in her actions. As a consumer, she had no obligation to consider the perspectives of the capitalists. Her only fault lay in her poverty, a circumstance that rendered her inferior to the financially privileged. Thus, these so-called super-rich second-generation individuals looked down upon the likes of her, finding amusement in mocking and humiliating them. But she had neither stolen nor robbed. Was it a crime to strive for a meaningful existence? Why the need for such humiliation? Si Nan was perplexed. "Why are you calling me to express such grievances?" "Manager Si, I realize I misjudged you this morning, and I apologize. However, I believe you. Having emerged from a rural background to attain your managerial position, can empathize with my plight." Si Nan began to understand. Zhang Yi believed that, as a fellow woman, she could appeal to Si Nan, having been toyed with by her supposed allies, Jiang Chaolin and Johan. Unable to contain her frustration, she disregarded their previous conflicts and sought sympathy from her. Ugh, Si Nan was left speechless. I'm a customer service hotline, not a confidant. Miss Zhang, I truly have matters to attend to. Could you kindly summarize your request? Si Nan inquired courteously. Working in service, one becomes somewhat desensitized. Despite her mild irritation, this woman's unexpected call was a significant inconvenience. After selecting the freshest green jujubes and cherry tomatoes for the benefactor, she wished to inquire with a neighboring farmer about the availability of custard apples before they finished watering their crops for the day. However, upon inquiring, Zhang Yi began to sob uncontrollably, her cries heart-wrenching. Si Nan, maintaining her composure, stated, "Will you speak or not? If not, I shall hang up. My request is to file a complaint." Zhang Yi exclaimed fervently. Jiang Chaolin and Johan are currently employees of your marketplace, are they not? They just subjected me and my friend to personal insults in your marketplace. Si Nan chuckled coldly. She may be unaware of others, but Si Nan knows she is currently overwhelmed with the urge to retaliate. So what is this? A kindergarten student's complaint, unable to locate a parent, thus seeking out the unit leader? Si Nan's tone turned frigid. Miss Zhang, there's a saying about provoking the lowly. Have you ever heard of it? Chapter 51. Are you a reincarnate? Si Nan scoffed, unable to refrain from cursing. Since you insist on having someone like me, who has been through this, speak to you, I will be blunt. I hope you can bear to hear it. Miss Zhang, first and foremost, being poor is not a shameless excuse. You were the one who stirred up trouble first, yet you are the one calling to complain about being humiliated in the marketplace. But you seem to forget that others are not fools. Do you expect them to endure your insults and still smile at you? You claim it's correct to strive for what you desire, but must you trample on others to achieve your goals? Why should others owe you anything? Furthermore, are you 3 years old? If you truly possess the capability, stop merely boasting verbally when bullied. You can retaliate. Being both cowardly and inept, all you do is chatter. I'm not criticizing you, but anyone with a modicum of temper would find it hard to restrain themselves from retaliating against someone like you. The reasons are simple. First, the provocateur is despicable. You present yourself as someone deserving contempt. Second, you are both despicable and incompetent. Retaliating against you poses no risk, no concern for consequences. To put it more bluntly, they are intentionally bullying you. What can you do about it? Dare you insult them in their presence? You do not dare. You only hide away and secretly call to complain to me. Yet you are acutely aware that you cannot provoke them. Thus, we will not provoke them either. For they are not only employees of our marketplace, but also our very special VIP customers. Would I be foolish enough to take any action against them due to your complaint? You are too naive. I will not take any action. I will merely scold you until you are furious. Even if you were to die of anger, you have to swallow it. Who asked you to be in such an inferior position? Si Nan was genuinely infuriated. She unleashed a torrent of curses, and several times Zhang Yi tried to argue back. However, Si Nan did not afford her the opportunity. After finishing, she hung up. Si Nan was not one to endure grievances, and after venting her frustration, she felt entirely cleansed and relieved. She resumed humming cheerfully, continuing to pick green jujubes and cherry tomatoes. In the end, the ant stared at the barren jujube tree and the remaining fruit-bearing tomato plants, lost in thought for quite a while. She mused, "You truly meant what you said. The problem is, you could at least leave me a few for a taste." Perhaps it was a sense of imbalance. The neighbor cultivating cherimoya had finished watering her plants and inadvertently walked away, causing Si Nan to feel a twinge of regret. However, once she finished picking the jujubes, the ant promptly called the neighbor back, enthusiastically facilitating a transaction. As a result, cherimoya, priced at 68 yuan per pound, was gathered without hesitation by the ostentatiously wealthy Si Nan. Seeing the ant's astonishment, the other ant felt a sense of balance restored. She cheerfully remarked, "Let's earn money together." Although she said this, she actually acted accordingly. Noticing Si Nan's fondness for local produce and her stylish attire despite riding a tricycle, she quickly inquired, "Miss, would you like some free-range eggs?" Si Nan replied, "Yes." "How many do you have?" The ant hurriedly called out, asking who had surplus free-range eggs to bring. In the end, she helped Si Nan gather a large basketful. Not only did Si Nan's wealthy patron desire them, but she wanted them too. Just right for the twins to replenish their nutrition. After collecting the eggs, the aunt asked again, "Miss, would you like some homemade cured meat and sausages?" The pigs used for the cured meat and sausages are raised on our farm. Additionally, she had just prepared some meat dumplings, green rice balls, and radish cakes. Si Nan replied, "I want them all." She purchased everything and packed it to take home. When she finally returned laden with goods, the aunt waved farewell with a smile. "Miss, if you want to buy local specialties next time, remember to come to our village. We also grow many papayas, bananas, longans, yellow-skinned fruit, and lychees." At that moment, Si Nan regretted not bringing Bao Gu along. With just this amount of goods, the tricycle was already stuffed full. She had no choice but to return home first. Let Bao Gu handle the goods, then take the tricycle to the town pharmacy and continue her shopping. In the marketplace, she purchased 10 boxes of milk and 10 boxes of jade duo bao all at once. As she prepared to check out, she caught a glimpse of the fruit section where fresh durians had just arrived. Si Nan's eyes lit up. Durians were a treasure. Not only could the flesh be eaten, but as the saying goes, one durian is worth 3 chickens, perfect for supplementing Chi Yu and the others. After consuming the flesh, the shell could even serve as a weapon. She decided to buy a few more boxes. She envisioned Chi Yu using the durian shells to craft some weapons, armor, or shields, and even if they encountered zombies, they could easily fend them off. The imagery was quite splendid. The more Si Nan thought about it, the more excited she became. Accidentally, she purchased 20 boxes of durians, requesting the staff to assist in transporting them using a cart to load onto the tricycle. With such a large quantity of goods, Si Nan decided to buy 5 boxes of Red Bull to fill the remaining space. However, there was still some room beside the driver's seat. Si Nan casually headed to the pharmacy. Truth be told, she wasn't sure what medication to buy, but she believed it was better to have too much than too little. She thought to herself, better to buy wrong than miss out. So she decided to grab a few boxes of everything available at the pharmacy. When it came time to check out, the pharmacy nurse looked at her with wide eyes. Her expression quite peculiar. Si Nan asked, "Excuse me, is there a problem?" The nurse shook her head repeatedly, glancing around cautiously. Seeing that there were no other customers in the store, she leaned in closer and whispered, "Miss, you must be a reincarnate, right?" Si Nan was left utterly bewildered. What on earth? The nurse, suspecting Si Nan was wary of her, immediately adopted an understanding demeanor. She lowered her voice again and said quietly, "Miss, I truly mean no harm. It's just that seeing you suddenly purchase so many medications piqued my curiosity, as this is how it's often portrayed in books." Books? What do you mean? The nurse opened a novel app, showing Si Nan a book she was currently reading, titled Rebirth in the Apocalypse, hoarding billions of supplies. Si Nan thought about how to explain this misunderstanding. What excuse should she find? She was in a hurry, even if Si Nan presented herself as unapproachable, claiming she merely wanted to stock up on common medications for her family. The nurse smiled knowingly, casting her a look that implied, "You can't fool me." Si Nan retorted, "You are overthinking it. How about this, miss? This is my family's shop, and I will give you a discount to save you some money on your supplies. Just tell me, is it because the apocalypse is approaching that you are hoarding so many supplies? You are a reincarnate from the apocalypse, aren't you? When is it going to happen? Could you share a little?" Si Nan insisted, "I truly am not. You are overthinking it." Seeing Si Nan adamantly refusing to divulge anything, the nurse huffed and proceeded to check her out. Si Nan, chuckling, swiftly grabbed 2 large bags of medicine and hurried out. Chapter 52. Chi Yu. Do mom and dad look beautiful? Who understands family? Is it just me? Or are people nowadays overly vigilant? Si Nan nearly broke into a cold sweat. It seems that in the future, I must be more discreet about hoarding supplies, especially when purchasing medications, gasoline, or weapons. I can only buy in small batches over time to avoid raising suspicions and getting into trouble. Si Nan initially planned to return with this load of supplies before going to stock up on gasoline. On her way back, she realized that it seemed she was being followed. An inconspicuous white sedan had been trailing her at a leisurely pace, only veering onto the highway ramp when she turned into the factory. Initially, Si Nan thought little of it, but as time passed, her unease grew. If it were merely a coincidence, How could a small car possibly travel slower than her tricycle? The road was a wide, three-lane highway, yet it followed her without overtaking. This defied logic. Although Si Nan felt something was amiss, she lacked the means to investigate further. She could only remain vigilant and advise her parents and children to maintain a low profile in their activities. Upon returning home, Si Nan recounted her experience to Si Bong and Juan. Si Bong remarked, "Are you feeling guilty, leading you to suspect others? We are merely ordinary folks and hardly make enemies. Who would stalk us?" Si Nan looked at him incredulously, thinking, "With our family's sharp tongues, are you certain?" Fortunately, Si Bong was self-aware enough to count on his fingers. Your grandmother and uncle certainly lacked the capability for this. Si Yin had mentioned meeting some influential wealthy individuals at school, but if it were her, knowing our whereabouts would have prompted her to confront us directly. The two girls from this morning, one looked like a toothless tiger, while the other appeared too refined for such sordid dealings. Could it be that intermediary from before? Si Bong slapped his hand, declaring it was highly likely. Those intermediaries are notoriously cunning. Si Nan insisted, regardless of who it is, we must remain discreet during this period, heightening our vigilance to keep Bao's secret safe. Si Bong and Juan nodded in agreement. Suegua and Bagu proved to be quite capable, managing to recruit over 80 workers for the factory within a few days, including 15 agricultural laborers who had already begun working. With the sudden influx of personnel, vigilance was indeed warranted. Although all the workers had been meticulously screened by Suegua and Bagu, and several supervisors hired directly by Si Bong and Si Nan, it was prudent to exercise caution. By the way, another batch of supplies was expected to arrive shortly, and both the marketplace and the factory needed to commence operations without delay. Si Nan remarked that otherwise, the warehouse would become increasingly cluttered, risking the damage of some valuable items over time. Who could have imagined that a toy car designed for children from another world could fetch 380,000 here? The trial operation alone generated 200 million, which left Si Nan feeling exhilarated. Fortunately, she had a penchant for such excitement. The mere thought of earning money invigorated her. "I have already arranged for the grand opening in 2 days, although time is tight, and we have little prepared. Perhaps we should postpone to next month?" Juan suggested. Si Nan waved her hand dismissively. "No need to wait. Let be the day after tomorrow. We will not create any extravagant fanfare. A simple offering of incense and firecrackers, along with a reservation for several tables to treat the staff and landlord will suffice." "All right," Juan nodded. Turning to Si Bong, "You handle the banquet arrangements. Your experience will be invaluable. Also, reserve several additional tables for our affluent patrons from the other world to join in the festivities." The couple exchanged knowing glances. Si Nan failed to notice the subtle expressions of her parents as she ascended the stairs to fetch Bao Nu, intending to send the recently acquired supplies to Chiyu. Upon reaching the toy room, she was taken aback to find it overflowing with gold and silver treasures. Had Chiyu emptied a pirate's treasure trove? The twins were rolling and playing amid the piles of wealth, giggling with delight. Upon seeing Si Nan enter, Si, adorned with an array of exquisite jewels, immediately opened her arms, seeking a hug. Si Nan, bemused yet indulgent, picked her up, only to nearly suffer a fracture at that moment. Goodness! How much weight had Bao Nu attached to herself? Did this little one not feel the burden of all this? Clearly, Si, with her sparkling laughter, felt no heaviness. She found it utterly delightful. The shiny trinkets in the toy room paled in comparison to these genuine treasures. "Mama, this is for you. And this. Within 5 minutes of entering, Si Nan found herself adorned with an array of jewelry identical to Bao Nu's style. Even her ears had been draped with lengthy pearl chains. Whether it looked good or not, Si Nan could not ascertain. She merely felt as though she had been compressed a few inches. The problem was that she could not move. Any attempt to do so elicited a plaintive protest from Bao Nu. "Mama, don't move. I'm not done dressing you yet. Brother, hurry, I want the blue beads." At her command, the doting Si resignedly dove into the pile of jewels, quickly retrieving a diamond-studded sapphire necklace that exuded substantial value, handing it to Si. She measured it against Si Nan's hair, scrutinizing it with an air of maturity, only to shake her head and toss it aside, declaring it unattractive. Brother, I want the pink beads. Si Nan winced internally, silently pleading, Oh dear, please don't discard it. What if it gets scratched? My heart aches. In the end, Si somehow managed to drape 7 or 8 colorful gemstone necklaces over Si Nan's hair, clapping her hands in satisfaction, exclaiming how beautiful it was. Manga, give me your phone. I want to take pictures. Si Nan resigned, could hardly move under the weight of the jewels, and could only numbly retrieve her phone with her gem-adorned hands and hand it over. Yay! Si Nan raised her jewel-encrusted hands, indulging them, yay. The twins erupted in applause, delighted. Mama looks so beautiful. They danced excitedly, causing the jewels to jingle and tumble. Si Nan thought to ask if her little ancestors were satisfied and whether she could finally address serious matters. However, as she began to part her lips, she heard Chi's cheerful voice declare, Brother, hurry and show the phone to Chi-Yu's daddy. Let him see how beautiful Mama is. Si Nan barely had time to intervene. Meanwhile, Chi-Yu swiftly dispatched the last zombie with his hoe, the corridor strewn with carnage, a nauseating stench permeating the air. Even with a mask, the odor was inescapable. Fortunately, Chi-Yu had become desensitized to it all. This world felt like a hell on earth, long since decayed. Suddenly, a sweet, childlike voice echoed in the space. Daddy Chi-Yu, come quick. The innocent tone washed over Chi-Yu like a refreshing spring, instantly cleansing him of all malice. A smile crept onto his lips. When he first heard the term daddy, Chi-Yu was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly understood. Si Nan was a single mother, and the twins had never met their father, having lost him before their birth. It was only natural they would yearn for paternal affection, projecting their feelings onto him. Chi-Yu found it hard to shatter their illusions, opting instead to allow their fantasy to flourish. Of course, he also had his own motives. He, too, was all alone in this world. He had no relatives and was even oblivious to his origins. After the apocalypse, he awoke amidst the ruins of a disaster, having lost all memories of his past. Gradually, through sheer instinct for survival, he attracted a group of brothers around him due to his exceptional survival skills. However, most of these brothers had families. Each time they returned from a mission to the base, their loved ones would wait anxiously for their return, eager to welcome them. If they returned safely, joy would be shared among family members. If tragedy struck, there would be mourning at the city gates for the fallen. Yet, he remained solitary, perpetually alone. People assumed he was cold and indifferent, unwilling to forge connections, which is why he often presented himself with an air of aloofness. In truth, who truly relishes the taste of solitude? Thus, when Si affectionately called him daddy, Chi-Yu surprisingly embraced this title. Although he was unsure how to react at that moment and maintained a facade of indifference, internally, he felt a surge of happiness. It was from that moment onward that he suddenly realized he had family. That feeling was particularly grounding. Perhaps it was from that instant that his mindset began to shift. Whenever he collected valuable supplies, his first thought was not of trading them, but of wondering if he could present them to them, pondering whether they would like it. Daddy Chi-Yu, perhaps lost in thought. He did not respond promptly, prompting Si to continue calling out to him. Chi-Yu rubbed his temples, letting out a resigned sigh. This little one was undeniably clingy. But what could he do about his own dear child? I'm here, he replied affectionately. Instantly, Si's excited voice rang out. Daddy Chi-Yu, look at the photos I took for you. Photos? It was then that Chi-Yu noticed in their shared space that the treasures he had stored were now extracted by Si Bei, leaving only a mobile phone in the otherwise empty area. The phone appeared somewhat outdated, its screen slightly cracked, yet the wallpaper was quite appealing, shimmering with a style that Si would undoubtedly adore. Unlike her older brother, who always acted seriously, she had a penchant for glittering things. Beautiful, Chi-Yu replied indulgently. Isn't it especially beautiful? That's my mother. I dressed her up, Si said proudly. It took Chi-Yu a moment to focus on the woman's face in the photograph. Is it her? The woman in the photo exuded a cool elegance. Yet upon closer inspection, her eyes radiated warmth. Even adorned with various jewels, she managed to appear anything but gaudy, instead exuding a bright and resplendent charm. Despite her fingers being laden with rings, 3 or 4 on each finger, making it difficult to bend them, she was still attempting to form a peace sign, which was inexplicably endearing. Chiyu found himself momentarily entranced. "Daddy Chiyu, you haven't answered me yet. Isn't my mother exceptionally beautiful?" Chiyu smiled and replied earnestly, "Yes. She is exceptionally beautiful. My mother is the most beautiful, the best woman in the world. I love my mother so much," Si declared. Si Bebe, unwilling to be outdone, immediately chimed in, "So do I." Chiyu's reaction remained unknown to Si Nan, who was nearly mortified by her twins' declarations. All right. I know you both love your mother the most. She loves you both dearly as well. Now, please hand the phone back to me," Si Nan said, feigning sternness. Si immediately responded with seriousness. "Mommy, Daddy said you mustn't be harsh with Nyonyo. Daddy also said you are especially beautiful. But being harsh isn't beautiful." Chiyu felt somewhat wronged, as he had never uttered that first part. Si Nan's face flushed with embarrassment as she insisted. "Quickly return the phone. I have important matters to attend to. Also, I bought delicious food for your father. Do you want to take it to him? If not, I'll return it." The twins, upon hearing this, immediately exclaimed, Yes. Si Nan retrieved the phone with a huff, then sought a secluded spot to quietly open the album and view the photos. Who is this extravagantly adorned madwoman? She wondered, aghast that she had so blatantly sent that photo without any beautification or editing. The late nights had taken their toll, leaving her face marked with blemishes and dark circles. "Forget my image," she lamented. Meanwhile, Dong and the others had cleared the zombies at the other end of the passage and hurried to reunite with Chiyu. They were met with the sight of him standing motionless, head bowed, amidst a corridor strewn with the remains of zombies, the only sound being the faint crunching of something. Dato looked at his brothers in horror, tears welling in his eyes. Silently, he thought, "Oh no, is the boss infected? Has he become a zombie?" The others were expressions of disbelief. "Be boss," Dong choked out. The figure, previously engrossed in chewing, paused momentarily before slowly turning to face them, revealing the brothers' expressions of utter shock. Chiyu furrowed his brow. "What is going on? Who is in trouble?" Dong's face lit up with relief. "Boss, you're still alive." Chiyu replied, "If I weren't alive, would I be standing here talking to you?" Dong whimpered, "You don't understand. You were just standing there, motionless, eating, and it was horrifying. We thought, in such a scene, who but a zombie could eat?" Chiyu, speechless, glanced down at the green jujube in his hand, a smile creeping onto his face. This jujube was remarkably sweet, and it wasn't tea procured through trade. She had thought of him and had brought it for him to eat, claiming she had picked it herself, all to ensure he savored the freshest and finest fruit. Perhaps this was what it felt like to have family behind you. While he fought in front, they remained safe and sound behind him, while life flowed on peacefully. Dong and the others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Dong, with concern, asked, "Boss, are you poisoned? That fruit in your hand must be toxic, right?" Chiyu, Chapter 54. Chiyu's head throbbed at the thought of how to manage the overwhelming amount of gold in the vault. He could not be bothered to engage in further conversation with them and turned to continue on his way. Their objective today was the vault. Having arrived, it was fortunate that Chiyu had discovered a vault at the City Planning Bureau nearby, the largest in the entire city, and it would be a shame to miss it. Even more fortuitously, while searching for the vault entrance, he had stumbled upon the safe and had collected its contents. At the time, he had been too preoccupied with avoiding the safe's traps to examine what he had taken, so he had promptly sent it to Baoga. Indeed, the largest vault in the city lived up to its reputation. The safe had been a delightful surprise. Thinking of the photo, where she and the children played amidst the treasures, their faces filled with warmth, and the children eagerly sharing with him, Chiyu could hardly wait to see their expressions if they were to receive a room full of gold bars. It would surely bring them joy. Generously, Chiyu took out a bag of jujubes to share with Dong and the others. Previously, they would often bring him items, claiming they were made by their mothers, wives, sisters, or daughters, and due to limited resources, they would spare him some out of pity for his solitary existence. Chiyu wasn't foolish. who would refuse to share resources. Naturally, he accepted their offerings with gratitude. In the past, he had merely viewed supplies as supplies, indifferent to who had prepared them. Now, he understood that fruit handpicked by family was exceptionally sweet. But who could have known? Upon encountering the bag of jujubes, the Dong and his companions were struck with expressions of sheer terror, as if Chi Yu had offered them a venomous poison. Chi Yu chuckled, unhesitatingly reclaiming all the green jujubes, much to his advantage. His recent consumption of spatial abilities had been significant, and this delectable fruit was hardly sufficient for his own needs. With nothing else to occupy his time, he thought it would be quite pleasant to keep them as snacks. As the world's largest treasury, the security system was, of course, exceptionally robust. Protected by numerous mechanisms, the outside zombies could not breach the sanctum. The deeper they ventured, the more tranquil the dark corridors became. Even the stench of decaying zombies gradually dissipated until not a trace of it remained. Chi Yu took the lead, effortlessly dismantling the treasury's traps that left others bewildered. For him, it was as simple as solving a basic arithmetic problem, all while leisurely munching on jujubes. His companions were filled with admiration, their spirits soaring as they encountered several waves of zombies, transformed by the treasury's security. Despite the formidable strength of these zombies, they were dealt with without incident. Chi Yu had promised that once they entered the treasury, his brothers would have the first pick. Regardless of the method they employed, anything they could carry out would belong to them. The remaining gold bricks would be his to claim. This promise invigorated his comrades. Previously, gold had been worthless, discarded on the streets without a second glance. Now it could be exchanged for supplies with their leader. They also discovered that Chi Yu's upgraded spatial system allowed for the exchange of any resources, signifying that gold would once again become a valuable currency. Thus, they were driven to collect fervently. Furthermore, transportation was no longer a concern, as Chi Yu assured them that they could rent his space to assist in transporting their bounty back to the base. For most spatial ability users, leasing space for goods was a vital survival strategy in the apocalypse. They resembled walking banks. While spatial abilities were not combat-oriented, the wise who adeptly utilized their powers could thrive in any environment. Many hidden powerhouses in the black market were, in fact, spatial ability users who maintained a cadre of warriors and ability wielders for their protection. Among them were formidable spatial ability users like Chi Yu, who, due to their strength, often preferred solitude. Yet, Chi Yu was a rarity, willing to accompany novices on their journey. According to the norms, as the team's principal combatant and leader, Chi Yu was responsible for disarming all the traps, and thus, he deserved the first claim to the gold acquired. Once he had his fill, the remaining scraps would be shared among the team. However, Chi Yu chose a different path. His spatial capacity was ample, and it connected with Bao-Ji's space. If he were to take the gold first, he would likely leave nothing for them. Yet, he understood the importance of allowing his subordinates to taste the fruits of their labor, ensuring they would willingly exert themselves for him. Approximately an hour later, Chi Yu successfully disarmed the final mechanism, leaving only the last door designed to withstand a nuclear explosion. He did not engage directly, but entrusted the task to Lao He, the gold ability user, for practice. Lao He did not disappoint, swiftly opening the treasury's door. At the moment the door creaked open, everyone was left in awe. Before them stood a series of gold walls, each 5 meters wide and 3 to 4 meters high, stretching an estimated 7 to 800 meters in length. The Dong marveled at the sight, recalling how he once deemed gold worthless. Now, witnessing such a spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Enough chatter, let's move. Lao Hai Uget. The group cheered, rushing towards the bounty of wealth. They knew they could not move the gold walls, so they hurried towards the shelves in front, desperately stuffing gold bricks into their bags. Chi Yu leaned against the door, nonchalantly savoring jujubes, though internally he was troubled. He had grown complacent. The sheer volume of gold was too much for his space to accommodate. Although Bao Ji's space was vast, it could not be used for storage. He hastily asked Bao Gu to inquire about the size of his mother's factory's vault, uncertain if it could hold such a quantity of gold. If not, he would have to reluctantly abandon a portion, hoping for another opportunity to return. Fortunately, De Dong and his companions remained grounded, knowing that as long as they followed Chiyu loyally, they would never face starvation. Each filled their backpacks with a few gold bricks, assessing the weight to ensure it was manageable. They also carried several pieces in their arms as they exited, despite the relatively small size of the gold bricks. Each weighed 125 grams, equating to approximately 25 jin. For bricks weighed 100 jin, Chiyu had stated that 1 gram of gold could be exchanged for 1 pound of rice, 50 pounds of pure well water, or 1 pound of meat or vegetables. 1 gold brick could be traded for 12,500 pounds of rice, enough to feed a family for 20 years. Even if they hid in the base and refrained from undertaking missions, they would not fear starvation. However, not everyone shared Dong's perspective. For instance, Zhang San and Li Pao filled their backpacks to the brim with gold bricks, leaving no crevice unfilled, even stuffing their clothing pockets and shoes until they were overflowing, resorting to cramming them into their mouths. Dong couldn't help but scoff at their greed. That's disgusting. I refuse to let the gold you pulled from your mouth and stinky socks enter our leader's space. It would tarnish it. Lao Hei Sculpt. If they can carry that backpack, I'll concede defeat. Dong pondered this and realized the truth. Chiyu had permitted them to take whatever they desired, and they were heedlessly stuffing their bags without considering if they had the strength to extract them from the treasury. Only gold that could be removed in one go belonged to them. What a group of greedy fools. Leader, may I propose a suggestion? Could we perhaps raise the standards for recruiting new team members slightly? Chiyu glanced at him coolly. Dong continued earnestly. I do not mean to disdain their greed, though their avarice is indeed unseemly. However, having such fools in our ranks could eventually hinder us. In this perilous apocalypse, many have perished not from disasters, but simply from their own foolishness. It's one thing to perish due to one's own stupidity, but it's far more infuriating when the ignorant drag the team down with them. Lao Hei sneered otherwise. Why do you think the leader allows them to take whatever they want? Suddenly, Dong's eyes lit up. Leader, you're testing them. Chiyu bit into a jujube, savoring it elegantly, remaining silent, which served as an implicit agreement. As a team that had scarcely faced defeat, they nearly met their demise in this zombie-infested city. If there were no conspiracies at play, Chiyu would not believe it for a moment. It was not difficult to deduce who wished for his demise. The current base leader recently suffered from a severe illness, and due to a lack of medicinal treatment, his health has deteriorated significantly. He is now but a shadow of his former self, and it is estimated that he cannot endure much longer. Unless a healer with extraordinary abilities is willing to risk their life to save him, the base will likely change hands within a year. Currently, various factions within the base are poised to make their move. Just before Chiyu embarked on this mission, the incumbent base leader requested a private meeting with him. He expressed his hope that Chiyu would successfully complete this task, procure a batch of seeds, and resolve the base's food production issues. Subsequently, he intended to recommend Chiyu as a candidate for the next base leader, citing this achievement. It is evident that this clandestine meeting has leaked. There are those who do not wish for Chiyu to return alive to the base, leading them to bribe a member of his team to set a trap for him, although the traitor was apprehended by Chiyu and severely injured. Subsequently thrown into a horde of zombies where he likely met a gruesome end, the question remains, is the team truly free of treachery? Chiyu harbors doubts. For every traitor discovered, there could be another lurking. Greed in itself may not be a fault, but a person devoid of moral boundaries, when presented with sufficiently enticing offers, may resort to any means. While Chiyu would not indiscriminately condemn his entire team based on a single betrayal, he would certainly remain vigilant. As Old Hay remarked, none of those remaining in the treasury could carry away any gold bricks. Chiyu did not indulge them. After consuming the dates in hand, he proceeded to gather the remaining gold from the shelves, along with a significant portion of the gold wall, into his spatial storage. He filled both his connected space and personal storage to capacity, leaving only 2 square meters for survival supplies and rental purposes. Just as Chiyu was about to turn and leave, Zhang Sin anxiously called out, "Captain, you forgot to collect our backpacks." Chiyu shot him a cold glance, uninterested in engaging, and took a bite of a date from his space as he strode toward the exit. "Chiyu, what do you mean by this? Are you deliberately targeting us? Why do you only collect their supplies and not ours?" Zhang San fumed. Old Dong spat in disdain. Who do you think you are to make such a noise here? Did you not understand the rules? Only those who carry gold out of the treasury may use the boss's space. Now that it is full, I'm afraid there's no extra space for rent. You'll have to figure out a way to transport your gold back yourselves. Old Dong relished the moment. Chi Yu raised an eyebrow and tossed him a green date. Old Dong knew he had struck the right chord. Those familiar with Chi Yu understood his intense disdain for foolishness. Sometimes, when the boss is too lazy to address the ignorant, is the perfect opportunity for the sharpest tongue to step in. Old Dong proudly tossed the green date in his hand, feeling satisfied as he glanced at Old Hay. Clearly, he was the one who understood the captain best. His earlier mistake had allowed Old Hay to seize the moment. Old Hay, expressionless, remarked, "Childish," and turned to follow Chi Yu's footsteps. Zhang, Sam was seething. He shouted after Chi Yu's retreating figure, "Chi Yu, you have disappointed me greatly. I never expected you to be this kind of person. I believe you to be an enlightened leader. Everyone says you are loyal to your brothers, which is why I joined your team. But who knew you would be a dictator and so fickle?" Zhang San continued to raise his voice. "I know you dislike me. That's fine. You can target me, but you should not take it out on others." Chi Yu appeared unfazed, ignoring him completely, except for a cold retort as he passed Li Pao. "I do not keep fools in my team." Li Pao was momentarily taken aback, still processing this statement as he watched Chi Yu and the others march away. His expression shifted to one of alarm. This was not good. Zhang San pleaded, "Pao Ge, I know you care about the brothers, and you genuinely look out for them. I think Li Kai should be our team leader." Li Pao shot him a fierce glare. "Shut your mouth." Zhang San was taken aback. "What? If it weren't for your greed, nagging in my ear, I wouldn't have lost my mind over a few gold bricks." Li Pao cursed, hastily pocketing 2 gold bricks before hastening after Chi Yu. "Pao Ge, why are you running so fast? Are we leaving the gold bricks behind?" Zhang San inquired. "What do you need the gold bricks for? The treasury's mechanisms have already reactivated. If you cannot keep up with Chi Yu, do you think you can navigate those traps and escape alive? Choose between wanting to live or the gold. Your decision." Li Pao replied without looking back. Meanwhile, Si Nan was unaware of the events unfolding with Chi Yu. She was diligently working in her study on the 3rd floor, preparing for the grand opening in 2 days. She needed to draft some regulations and make arrangements so that when the workers arrived, they would not be disoriented and unsure of their tasks. Additionally, she needed to prepare several electronic invitations for the landlord and 2 major investors, as the first batch of clients was expected to spend a staggering 200 million. Suddenly, Bao Gu rushed in, breathless. Mama, Chi Yu Papa asked how big our vault is." Zibai scampered in excitedly. "How big? Let me think, wait." Si Nan's expression abruptly turned serious. "When did Chi Yu ask you this?" Si Bei thoughtfully scratched his chin, his eyes lighting up. "Just now while I was playing with blocks." Si Nan gasped in shock. Bao Gu had been playing with blocks for over an hour. She quickly asked, "Did Chi Yu put anything in your space just now?" "Yeah." Zibai nodded earnestly. "He just put in a lot of things." "A lot?" Si Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. There was no time to waste. She swiftly picked up Bao Gu and rushed to the warehouse. She had thought that the space would leak only when Bao Gu was asleep, but today she realized it also leaked when he sneezed. Don't ask how she knew this. The weather had been erratic lately, and Bao Gu had shown signs of cold. During lunch, while the family was eating, Bao Gu suddenly sneezed, and hundreds of paper airplanes rained down from above, some landing in the soup, which made him cry for quite a while, claiming these were treasures sent by Chi Yu Papa. At that moment, Si Nan felt fortunate that it was merely paper airplanes. Had it been something else, they would likely all be in the hospital now. Later, she had even written to Chi Yu, requesting that if any supplies were to arrive, he should kindly notify her in advance to avoid any uncontrolled situations caused by Bao Ji's sneezes. After all, the child was still too young to manage the space effectively. And as a mother, she had to worry more. Clearly, however, her little one was too engrossed in playing with blocks to remember this. Luckily, there was no time for blame now. Si Nan needed to hurry and release the items from the warehouse. The little one, blissfully unaware of any wrongdoing, found it amusing to be carried by his mother, giggling as they ran. "Mama, look, this is the plane I just built. Isn't it pretty?" "Very pretty," Si Nan replied quickly, trying to show enthusiasm as she sped along, feeling breathless. "You did a great job, Bao Ge." Her tone was somewhat perfunctory, primarily because she was out of breath from running through the long corridor. Come on, Mama, keep going. The plane has to fly. Baoge. Hold it in and don't speak. Mother scolded sternly. You mustn't sneeze now. At that moment, Si Bebe seemed to realize something and quickly covered her mouth, nodding. Who would have thought that fear would manifest? Just as Si Nan was carrying Bao Gu up the stairs to the second floor. Si Bebe's little face suddenly flushed bright red. However, how could a child contain it? After suppressing it for a moment, achoo, Si Nan was taken aback, realizing the impending disaster. Sure enough, in the next moment, a cascade of golden bricks tumbled down the staircase. Si Jinbong, who was repairing a hoe at the door, and Chun Xiujuan, who was on the phone with a fortune teller in the living room, rushed over. They were met with an overwhelming sight of countless golden bricks cascading down like a waterfall. Such extravagant wealth left everyone dumbfounded. Si Nan, standing on the stairs, was equally stunned. Mom, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Si Bebe quickly apologized, realizing she had caused trouble. It was all because she had been too playful, forgetting to deliver the letter her mother had written to Chi Yu's father. Later, when Chi Yu's father asked about it, she had been too engrossed in building a plane with blocks to pay attention or inform her mother immediately. It was all her fault. Overwhelmed with these thoughts, Si Bebe suddenly burst into tears. Si Nan felt a pang of compassion. How could she blame her? After all, Bao Gu was merely a 3.5-year-old child, having only been out of diapers for 6 months. Being playful was entirely normal. Seeing Bao Gu sobbing with guilt, Si Nan hurried to comfort her. It's all right, look, none of us are hurt. It's just that things accidentally fell. We can tidy them up again. Really? Si Bebe's eyes brimmed with anxiety. Si Nan, puzzled by this reaction, reassured her, of course. Mom often forgets things when she was young, and we learn from our mistakes. Just remember next time. Will you not want me because Bao Gu is naughty and didn't listen to Mom? Si Bebe asked, her eyes glistening with tears. Si Nan was taken aback. Why would you think that? Si Bebe, looking dejected, replied, but every time we accidentally drop something, great-grandmother scolds us, saying we are useless little creatures. Si Nan frowned. Does great-grandmother always scold you like that? Si Bebe, unable to lie, cried and confessed, great-grandmother is always very fierce, scolding my sister and me, saying we are lazy bugs, only knowing how to play and not work, and calling us born fools who can't do anything, just dragging down the family. She even says it's because we're bad that we don't have a father, and that Mom is unwanted because of us. Other aunts in the village say we are the worst wild children, not allowing other kids to play with us. They say children like us should be driven out of the village and sold to the big bad wolf. Mom, I'm sorry. Bao Gu really knows he was wrong. Bao Gu will listen to Mom in the future, not play around anymore, and will do the things Mom asked him to do seriously. Si Bebe clung tightly to Si Nan's neck. Si Nan could feel his little body trembling incessantly. Mom, please don't drive me away. I don't want to be taken by the big bag and sold to the wolf. Si Nan was shocked, her heart twisted with pain. She had no idea Wu Shufen had said such things to the children in private. She had no clue how many times Wu Shufen had repeated those words in front of the twins for Bao Gu to articulate them so clearly. He was just a child not yet 3.5 years old. That wretched Wu Shufen. How could she speak such nonsense in front of the children? Chun Xiujuan, still holding her phone, couldn't help but curse. Our precious child, who is cherished by the entire family, is not in need of her to take care of him. How dare she scold my grandson like that? As she spoke, Chun Xiujuan herself was overcome with sorrow. Si Nan and Si Jinbong's expressions were equally grim. In truth, Wu Shufen had not been entirely unhelpful with the children. In the past, she would come over for lunch and dinner, and when Si Nan was busy in the kitchen, Si Jinbong might occasionally ask Wu Shufen to keep an eye on them for a moment. But who would have thought that such a brief moment could lead to this kind of trouble for the child? Chapter 57. She had been too lenient with Wu Shufen. The more Si Nan thought about it, the angrier she became. Gradually, she recalled some details. Each time, Si Jinbong asked Wu Shufen to help watch the children. It started off well, but as soon as Si Nan brought out a dish, she would hear her scolding the children in a flurry. It sounded urgent, but in reality, it was all complaints about how the two children were restless and rambunctious, always running off and disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the past, When Si Nan heard Wu Shufan's harsh words, she felt uncomfortable. Were her children really that bad? Why were they clever and adorable in front of her? It seemed so deficient in Wu Shufan's eyes. She felt indignant. However, she also understood it was because Wu Shufan looked down on the eldest family and even more so on her, Si Nan, which led to her poor attitude towards the children, labeling them unfairly. She hadn't thought much of it at the time. After all, children are just children. They are playful and curious about everything. It was normal for an elderly woman like Wu Shufan, who always complained of poor eyesight and aching legs, to struggle to keep up with 2 kids. But upon reflection, when Wu Shufan was supposed to be watching the children, where was her attention? She would take the kids outside, then focus solely on playing cards and gossiping. When the children ran off, she wouldn't say a word. As long as they were still within her sight, even if they were playing with something inappropriate, she would turn a blind eye. Only when the children were lost or nearly got themselves into trouble would Wu Shufan start scolding them, using it to prove that the children's misbehavior was not her fault, but a result of their wildness and foolishness. Moreover, she made sure to announce it to the whole village, letting everyone know how hard she worked to watch the children, portraying herself as a pitiful victim. Simultaneously, she would criticize Si Nan, accusing her of being an irresponsible mother who never cared for the children, while comparing them unfavorably to the seemingly perfect younger son's family. Si Nan had previously felt guilty. After all, she was raising the children alone while juggling work, and it was indeed impossible to devote all her attention to them. So, whenever she heard Wu Shufan publicly chastising her for neglecting the children, she felt powerless to retort. Until now, hearing her child express such feelings filled her with rage. Suddenly, she realized that she had been far too lenient with Wu Shufan. Merely cutting ties without confronting her was far too lenient. Otherwise, who would account for the emotional scars inflicted on her child's tender heart? Si Nan's heart ached. She set Bao Ge down, knelt before him, and looked deeply in his eyes, saying, "Bao Ge, some people are born to be wicked. For instance, great-grandmother is a malicious villain." Si Bei, with tear-streaked cheeks and long eyelashes, blinked earnestly and asked, "Just like the evil witches in fairy tales?" Indeed, bad people are selfish. They deliberately say hurtful things to provoke you, to make you angry, lose your calm, and make mistakes, or simply to disgust you. Their words are as foul as a stench. Do we need to lean in and sniff it when someone lets out a bad smell? Si Bei scrunched her face in disgust, proudly declaring, "I certainly won't." Si Nan continued, "So, we must never take the words of bad people to heart. Regard her merely as a bothersome nuisance, casting a disdainful glance her way before swiftly distancing oneself, avoiding the unpleasant odor entirely. Do you understand?" Si Bei nodded earnestly. "Excellent." Si Nan gently tousled his hair, adding, "Our precious Bao Ge is truly remarkable. While other children his age are merely beginning their early education, my Bao Ge has already collaborated with his mother to amass 2 billion. Without Bao Ge's contributions, how could we have moved into our new home and established a factory? When Shiyu encountered his misfortune, the adults were preoccupied with logistical support and had no time to attend to you and Baonyo. Yet, Bao Ge not only refrained from crying or throwing tantrums, but also willingly took on the responsibility of caring for his little sister. Regardless of how late or tiring it became, even when you were so exhausted that you could barely keep your eyes open, you complied without hesitation when your mother requested your assistance in delivering supplies, making not a single mistake. Who else can boast of such a capable 3-year-old? In any case, Mother believes our Bao Ge is the best." At this, Si Bei's face broke into a radiant smile, puffing out his chest with pride. Qin Xiujuan wore a peculiar expression, casting a furtive glance at Si Jinbong, and reproached, "Is it appropriate to discuss such matters with a child so young?" Si Nan, however, was forthright. "Father, I have no fear in revealing this to you. Wu Shufan dares to speak such nonsense to my child. She has made herself my lifelong adversary. I am a person of small-mindedness. She bullies my child, and I will certainly seek retribution. Even if you scold me for being unfilial, my stance remains unchanged." Si Jinbong's gaze darkened momentarily, but quickly regained clarity. With a snort, he replied, "I have already severed ties with her. Why bring this up?" Si Nan responded seriously, "After all, She is your biological mother. Shouldn't I inform you before declaring war on her? Si Nan shot her a fierce glance, questioning whom she was disparaging. Is he not Bao-Ge's maternal grandfather? Human hearts are inherently biased. It is permissible for Wu to favor her younger son's family, but not for Si Nan to show favoritism towards his own beloved grandson. He chose not to engage in further banter. With so much idle talk, it will be better to ponder how to handle the mountains of gold bricks scattered about. Si Nan remained composed, retrieving a tissue to wipe Bao-Ge's runny nose. There is nothing to be surprised about. Approximately 2 hours ago, Qi Caishen delivered a house full of treasures. It is merely a heap of gold bricks, nothing more, merely a matter of watering them. Day by day, one must grow accustomed to it. Mother, please do not shake your hands. You made my nose sore. Bao-Ge protested with a furrowed brow. Si Nan conceded, acknowledging that she still required time to adjust to this sudden influx of wealth. Initially, she had thought that what she sent was merely debris collected from ruins, which is why she intended to send it to the warehouse. Who could have anticipated that it would be a cascade of gold bricks? The renovations at the warehouse have yet to be completed. It seems we will need to upgrade another warehouse. Si Nan scratched her head. Si Nan chuckled, and when he spoke again, his voice trembled slightly, stating that it is not merely the warehouse that needs attention. Our factory's perimeter walls, gates, and security systems must all be upgraded. He envisioned walls so fortified that even a tank could not breach them. Otherwise, he feared sleeping at night. Qin Xiujuan could not help but glance at her phone once more, confirming for the umpteenth time that the call had indeed ended. She then inquired, "Where shall we hide all these gold bricks?" With such an abundance, one might wonder whether this is a blessing or a curse. There is a fear of being discovered. Stealing gold bricks is trivial, but if one were to plot to harm us, that would be a true calamity. Chapter 58. What exactly did Qiyu teach her son? The warehouse renovations were underway, with dozens of workers bustling about, hammering and banging, making it easy to expose their activities. If the factory cannot be concealed, then we must hide it at home. Si Nan suggested. With Qingming approaching, we have merely severed ties with Wushufen, not our ancestral roots. We must still honor our ancestors in return for the Qingming rites. This is a fitting opportunity to hide the gold bricks in our family home. Qin Xiujuan concurred, stating that it is a good idea. Our home is quite secluded, with few neighbors around. Even villagers out for a stroll tend to avoid the old village, which feels eerily desolate. This is perfect. Furthermore, the villagers are aware of our family's financial struggles. Who would suspect that we have gold bricks hidden away? Si Nan, however, shook her head, remarking that while a rational person might think so, Wushufen is not a rational individual. Our factory operations cannot remain concealed indefinitely. Once Wushufen learns of our success, what do you think her reaction will be? If she comes to pester us for money and leaves empty-handed, do you think she might, in a fit of madness, secretly dig up our floor in the dead of night? Si Nan and Qin Xiujuan paused, taken aback, and then inexplicably nodded in agreement. It certainly sounded like something Wushufen would do. That madwoman could find a needle hidden in my home. If we concealed gold bricks, wouldn't that be like delivering them to her on a silver platter? Qin Xiujuan scoffed. So you mean to hide them here? Si Nan pointed to the floor. Si Nan nodded, declaring that the most perilous location is often the safest. We shall conceal all the gold bricks right under our noses. Si Nan appeared puzzled, noting that while the house is spacious, it sees daily traffic, and there are not many places to hide. Within the private residence, however, there are indeed several secret storage areas. One is adjacent to the clothing and hat room of the elderly on the first floor. Another is in the corner of a storage room on the second floor. The largest one is beside the clothing and hat room in the master bedroom on the third floor. There's also one behind the study on the third floor. The last one, though not as discreet, is in the clothing and hat room of the children's room, with the entrance concealed within a wardrobe, making it difficult for adults to access. The space is limited, akin to a child's private sanctuary. The other secret vaults are well hidden, requiring both a password and fingerprint for entry. Had it not been for Huang Debin's initiative to inform Si Nan and arrange for someone to change the passwords and fingerprints, Si Nan would never have discovered them. While the security is relatively sound, collectively, They cannot accommodate such a vast quantity of gold bricks. Moreover, this private residence is not truly theirs. It is rented, although Si Bong and Huang Deben have a good rapport and mutual appreciation. They are not at the point of complete transparency. To brazenly hide all the gold bricks in the private vault would leave Si Bong uneasy. Si Nan smiled mysteriously, claiming that she had a clever plan. She then instructed with Shufin and Si Bong to take Bao Niu outside while she whispered a few words to Bao Ge. Perhaps feeling remorseful for his earlier mischief and eager to prove himself, Si Bei listened intently. Yes, yes, I understand, mother. Si Bei nodded vigorously. Si Nan smiled and ruffled his little head, feeling both pained and pleased that her child was so understanding. Perhaps this is what it means for children from impoverished families to mature quickly. Si Nan instructed Bao Ge to first collect the gold bricks scattered on the floor into a space, then took him on a tour of the private residence, measuring with a tape while sketching on a draft and constantly writing calculations. To Si Nan's surprise, she had never taught Bao Ge mathematics, having only shown him how to count. Yet, Si Bei seemed to possess an extraordinary talent in this regard. He comprehended the drawings and followed Si Nan closely, absorbing everything she said and managed to remember the dimensions of the room accurately. When Si Nan made a miscalculation, he was quick to point out the error. Si Nan was utterly astonished. Have I given birth to a genius child? And I was unaware. Bao Ge is not a genius. It is Chi's father who taught me. Si Bei felt bashful, unwilling to claim credit, and added, moreover, mother, what you just mentioned are not numbers I'm unfamiliar with. Every evening, as Papa Chiu regales us with bedtime stories, he always selects a book adorned with illustrations of rockets and airplanes. The diagrams and calculations within are far more complex than what you just mentioned, Mama. Initially, Bao Ge struggled to comprehend them, but after several listens, he finally grasped the concepts. Si Nan's eyes widened in astonishment, and she couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "What on earth, Chiyu? What extraordinary knowledge have you imparted to my son? You must step forward and accept my humble bow." At that moment, Si Nan felt utterly bewildered. She needed a moment to gather her thoughts. Who among her family could understand? Awakening from a midday nap to suddenly find herself with an otherworldly partner was already surreal. Yet this partner not only facilitated her remarkable transformation from a meager existence to that of a billionaire within mere days, but also acted as a free nanny, available around the clock to assist with childcare. While it was one thing to have help with childcare, which she could manage to some extent, she never expected him to actually educate her child. She assumed he would merely play with the kids and engage in casual conversation. Little did she know that his storytelling would inadvertently nurture a genius. This early education catapulted them to unprecedented heights. If someone were to suddenly claim that Chiyu had ascended her son to celestial realms, Si Nan would genuinely believe it. The overwhelming fortune felt almost disorienting, leaving her questioning whether the recent events were merely a dream. Contemplating this, she couldn't resist biting her own arm. Ouch, that hurt. Oh well, even if it were a dream, she was already part of it. And what could she do if it turned topsy-turvy? She would simply go along with it. Si Nan quickly reassured herself, finding solace in her acceptance of the situation. Having prepared herself adequately, she led Si Bei into the living room and earnestly inquired, "Are you ready, Bao Ge?" "Yes, yes." Si Bei nodded vigorously. "Then let's begin." Si Nan replied with a raised brow and a smile. Together, they joyfully counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With each count, they leapt joyously, and in that instant, everything in the living room, including the custom carpet that covered the entire floor, flickered and vanished. After jumping in the living room, they moved to the elderly's room on the first floor, then to the kitchen, bouncing around each corner of the first floor before ascending to the second and third floors. They joyfully explored every nook and cranny of the house. Half an hour later, Si Nan wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and invited her parents and Baonu inside. "What are we looking at?" Chun Xiujuan asked, cradling Baonu with a bewildered expression. "What else is there to see? Look at her smug face. She must have hidden the gold somewhere for us to find." Si Zimbang scolded, walking in with an air of knowing. However, as he derided their childishness, his eyes betrayed him eagerly scanning the surroundings. Si Nan and Si Bei stood with hands in pockets, shaking their legs, and boastfully challenged, "Feel free to search. If you can uncover a gold brick from anywhere, I shall gift you one. Indeed, I will add another." Si Bei Gaimdin. Si Jinbong huffed, feigning indifference. "Who cares for your gold bricks? I just can't stand your smugness. Today, you shall learn a lesson in humility." Si Nan clicked her tongue, amused by the old man's stubbornness, as if no one could see the excitement in his eyes. Back in the village, he often criticized the children for playing in the mud. Yet he was the first to lead them to the muddy fields. If it weren't for certain people's pride, he would likely be the first to dash barefoot into the mud. Truth be told, he was the one who relished playing the most. Of course, some elders cared about appearances. Si Nan refrained from exposing this and instead playfully waved her hand, encouraging them to proceed. Baonu, upon hearing this, became excited. Her chubby little hands raised high. "Mama, I want to play too. I want to play the treasure hunt game. How about you be left out?" Si Nan smiled brightly. "All right, our Baonu is quite the hide-and-seek champion." "Of course," Si declared, hands on her hips, chest out, and while feeling proud, she also sought to negotiate. "Mama, even though Baonu is little, if she finds a treasure, you must reward me with a gold brick too, and I want to keep it in my own little vault. Not in your care." Si Nan readily agreed. "No problem. Mama, you can't trick the little one this time," Si insisted with a serious expression, causing Chun Xiujuan to chuckle. Si Nan, maintaining a serious demeanor, corrected her. "What do you mean by tricking a child? Don't slander me. I am merely safeguarding Baonu's treasures, as she is still a child. If any bad people come to steal, she cannot defend herself, can she? But I am an adult, capable of driving away the bad guys. Hence, I am protecting her treasures. When Baonu grows up, I will gradually return them to her." "All right then," Si acquiesced quickly. However, a glint of shrewdness flickered in Si Nan's eyes as she feigned nonchalance. "But Baonu is different now. She has her own treasure vault, doesn't she?" Yes. Si nodded vigorously, her keen little eyes darting around before she quietly divulged, "It's in the wardrobe in my room. But you mustn't tell anyone." Si Zimbang, Cheng Xujun, and Si Bei all looked up at the ceiling. Oh dear, they truly did not wish to eavesdrop. If Si, the forgetful one, lost track of her belongings and came crying to them for compensation, they wouldn't be able to shout louder than her. Si Nan immediately made a zipper gesture across her mouth before continuing. "So, Mama shall now begin to test Baonu. All the gold bricks that Baonu wins today, Mama will not safeguard them. Baonu must personally take care of them." "Really?" Si's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course. Do you have confidence in completing the challenge and safeguarding your little vault?" Si Nan raised an eyebrow. The flames of competitiveness ignited in Si's eyes as she nodded vigorously. "Baonu can definitely do it." "Wonderful. Si Nan prized levishly. And remember, Baonu must keep our family's secret safe. No one must know we have gold bricks hidden at home, or else the bad people will come to steal them." "I promise to complete the task," Baonu declared with a sweet salute, much to everyone's amusement, as they couldn't help but chuckle at her earnestness. Unlike Baoga, the little one understood the nuances of their conversation, while Si remained a naive child. With the secret so significant, Si Nan could only repeat her instructions tirelessly, hoping to prevent any accidental slip of the tongue. Having given all necessary reminders, Si Nan finally announced, "Let the competition begin." No sooner had she spoken than Baonu eagerly began her search. Brandishing a magnifying glass she somehow acquired and commenced her earnest quest for clues. Su Zhenbong, unwilling to be outdone, donned his reading glasses, clearly ready to compete with Baonyo. Only Chun Xiujuan remained leisurely, primarily accompanying them in their antics. However, who could have anticipated that the most relaxed individual would be the first to discover a peculiar detail? "Why is the basement door locked tight?" Chun Xiujuan inquired, perplexed as she attempted to unlock it with her key, only to find that even after unlocking, the door would not budge. It was as if it were a false door, completely blocked behind it. Si Nan promptly produced 2 gold bricks and handed them to her. "No need to push. I've instructed Bao Ge to fill in the basement. This door cannot be opened." Chun Xiujuan gasped. "Filled in the basement? It has 2 levels. Each level is at least 300 square meters. All filled." Si Nan nodded solemnly. Chun Xiujuan was momentarily dazed, pondering the amount of gold bricks that must have been used. She had initially thought the scene she witnessed on the staircase was extravagant enough. Little did she realize, she had underestimated the situation. Observing her bewildered expression, Si Nan smiled mysteriously. This is just the beginning. I need to sit down for a moment to recover, Chun Xiujuan said. Yet, as soon as she sat down, she leaped up again. Oh no, am I floating? Could it be that I've been rendered foolish by this overwhelming wealth? Why does the ceiling seem so low today? Si Nan, with a beaming smile, presented her with 2 more gold bricks. Congratulations, Miss Chun Xiujuan, you answered correctly once again. What? Chun Xiujuan was still trying to regain her composure. Si Nan stomped his foot and gestured silently, indicating under the carpet there are 5 layers. Chun Xiujuan stared in disbelief, extending 5 fingers. 5 layers of gold bricks? Si Nan nodded gravely. All of them? Si Nan nodded again, stating that the entire residence, save for the children's room, was covered. Chun Xiujuan exclaimed, then why does the space in the house seem smaller? She pointed tremulously at the wall of bookshelves. Si Nan, with a flourish, produced over 10 more gold bricks and piled them at her feet. Thumbs up, Miss Chun. Behind the bookshelves, wardrobes, and wine cabinets. They're all gold walls. Chapter 60. Chi Yu is not a wise ruler. The talented leave the team. This overwhelming wealth left Chun Xiujuan in a daze. Meanwhile, Si Jinbong and Si Cici were continuously uncovering gold bricks from safes in various rooms, private vaults, hidden drawers and wardrobes, concealed compartments behind paintings, and even from decorative 2-meter-high vases. Si Nan was equally generous, rewarding the 3 of them with a substantial amount of gold bricks as a double bonus. The gold bricks given to his parents and Bao Niu were naturally meant for them to hide away. Si Jinbong looked at her with an odd expression. Are you doing this on purpose? You've hidden so much that there's no place left, and now you're giving us this pile of gold bricks. What do you expect us to hide them? Si Nan simply looked up at the ceiling. Well, these are your gold bricks, you figure out. On the other hand, Chi Yu was unaware of Si Nan's troubles. After leading Dong and others out of the vault, he noticed that the gold bricks in the space were diminishing. Oh, is there space becoming available? He pondered, since they were already there, and not knowing when he would have another opportunity to return. He decided to take advantage of the moment. You all go ahead. I left something inside, he remarked, turning back into the vault. Datu was puzzled. Didn't he, the boss, already take everything? What could he possibly have left behind? At that moment, an inconspicuous tasker in the crowd suddenly spoke up. Li Pao and the others haven't come out yet. The boss must be going back to assist them, right? Despite having followed Chi Yu through various challenges without incident, the traps inside were notoriously perilous even before the apocalypse. The boss is just being righteous. If you ask me, why bother going back to help them? They're just a bunch of selfish, greedy individuals dragging the team down. Don't say that. They are taskers who came out together. The captain probably doesn't want to leave them behind. It's just the boss's loyalty. Otherwise, even if they were trapped in the mechanisms, they would deserve it. As soon as these words were spoken, an angry voice erupted. What did you say? Soon after, 6 battered taskers staggered out, clearly having endured a harrowing experience with the traps. Before anyone could clearly see the speaker's face, a figure rushed out and knocked the man who had said they deserve it to the ground. The man quickly retaliated, cursing as he engaged in a brawl. Li Pao, witnessing Dong and his comrades as Chi Yu's confidants, did not intervene despite the chaos. Thus, he shouted sternly, enough. Zhang San, who had been pulled up, was still defiant. We lost 7 brothers to the traps. These people say they are our brothers, yet when we faced peril, they not only refused to help, but also took delight in our misfortune, saying we deserved it. I am merely seeking justice for our fallen brothers. You seek justice for them? Zhang San, do you truly believe others are unaware of your true nature? You're the one causing trouble day in and day out. If you hadn't been stirring up discord and inciting others to oppose the boss, would these people have disobeyed his orders? You are responsible for their demise. What? Am I your father? You brought this upon yourself. Must I hold your hand and kick you along? Shenhua, your words are too harsh, Li Pao replied, maintaining a serious demeanor. Shenhua scoffed. Is it my words that are harsh, or are you just embarrassed and angry because I've exposed you? You should be aware of your own shortcomings. Do you really think everyone else is too foolish to see through you? Li Bao frowned. While Zhang San was merely expressing his sorrow for their fallen brothers, momentarily overtaken by emotion. We are all part of the same team. Why must you be so aggressive? How absurd. Li Pao, do you think you're someone important? How dare you lecture me? Chen Hua pushed Li Pao out. Just because Zhang San and the others usually flatter you and call you Pao good does not mean you can act like the boss. Let me tell you, this team belongs to Qi. We are Qi US team, not yours. Exactly. If you have the capability, go form your own team and take on missions instead of trying to create factions in someone else's team and acting like the leader. Lipo is countenance darkened. He admitted that this time he had been greedy and was suffering the consequences. However, he did not anticipate that as he finally escaped, he would still face the derision of his teammates. He had never imagined that this was the team led by Qi Yu. Outside, there were rumors that he was the next enlightened ruler of the base, hailed as the most united and undefeated team in the apocalypse. He sneered coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd, finally resting his gaze onto Dong and the others. I have overestimated Qi Yu. A wise bird chooses its tree. Since Qi Yu is not a wise ruler and cannot tolerate any shortcomings among his subordinates, it would be better to leave such a team behind. Let us go. Observing Li Pao limping away with his injuries, the two furrowed his brow and quietly asked, I sent Li Pao a talent? Shouldn't we do something? At the very least, he should wait for the boss to come out before leaving. Lao He shot a meaningful glance at Chun Hua, then quickly returned his gaze to the Dong. The Dong shrugged, casually tossing a jujube in his hand. Let him go. Does our boss lack talent in his ranks? What is he anyway? Just because he has a few years on him and people flatter him, he thinks he is the boss? I'll tell you, this team is under Qi. We don't need to coddle a giant baby like him. If it were up to me to pamper him, he is not even worthy. The disdainful tone left no room for doubt. Li Pao's footsteps faltered, his expression growing increasingly grim, ultimately departing with the severed head without a backward glance. Upon hearing Baoga mention that a new batch of gold bricks had been stored in the space, Si Nan felt utterly drained. She could hardly fathom that one day she would have so much gold that she would be plagued by the dilemma of finding places to store it. Qi Yu, on his end, remarked that the space could not be occupied for long. If it came to that, he would have no choice but to discard some to free up space. Gold. Discard it. Si Nan could never agree to such a thing. Eventually, when there was truly no place left to hide it, Si Nan decided to embrace chaos. She directly elevated the flooring of the club by 3 layers and brazenly constructed a thick wall of gold bricks in the VIP lounge. Even the bottom and surrounding areas of the feng shui fish pond were layered with gold bricks, transforming it into a golden pool and reducing the space significantly. This was a blatant display of extravagance. Si Shui Bo was so startled that his legs grew weak, hastily suggesting that this situation was untenable. He proactively provided Si Nan with a comrade's phone number, recommending that she seek a more professional security team for collaboration. He volunteered to step down and guard the entrance. Si Nan, fearing for her safety, was keen to heed advice. Upon investigation, she discovered that this was indeed a top-tier security company, one of the finest in the nation and renowned worldwide. Without hesitation, she signed the employment contract, and the elite security team was promptly deployed. Along the way, she also allocated funds to upgrade the entire factory security system. Chapter 61. Does he still wish to be the base leader? Plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. Si Nan had initially anticipated that supplies would arrive in the next few days, intending to commence operations swiftly to get the factory running. Who would have guessed that the supplies would arrive so promptly? And not just any supplies, only gold bricks. Now, Si Nan was no longer in a rush to open for business. At least until the security system upgrade was completed, she dared not confidently open her doors. She decided to write to Qi Yu, proposing a 2-month hiatus. When Qi Yu received her letter, he was en route to the museum with his brothers. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately replied in agreement. Upon noticing Qi Yu's sudden pause, Chun Hua expressed surprise, questioning, Boss, aren't we continuing the sweep? This is the prime opportunity to clean out the city. A city that had been a desolate wasteland for 3 years held treasures akin to unopened bounties. offering surprises at every turn. Which tasker would not wish to partake in such a treasure trove? Previously, the city had been under the tyrannical rule of the Zombie King, with millions of zombies under its control, forming a colossal beast that fortified the city like an iron fortress, deterring any taskers from daring to take risks. However, with the Zombie King now thwarted and missing, the countless zombies, though still numerous, were leaderless, a perfect opportunity to clear out the area. Otherwise, if word got out and attracted other tasker teams seeking a share, or if the Zombie King regained its strength and authority, returning to scavenge for supplies would become exceedingly difficult. Who didn't teen know that your mother was a woman? The boss's decisions were undoubtedly based on reason. One cannot expect to consume a whole feast in a single bite. Do you understand? Chenhua then realized, suspecting that Chi Yu's space was full. Though it was somewhat regrettable, what could be done? After all, they were not space manipulators. Even though Chi Yu's space was unfathomably vast, it was not infinite. Lao He keenly sensed the emotions reflected in Chenhua's gaze and narrowed his eyes. Did he harbor dissatisfaction with the boss's limited space? Was he blaming the boss's capabilities for holding him back? A glint of menace flashed in Lao He's eyes. What did he think he was? How dare he criticize the boss? Just as Lao He was about to erupt, he suddenly caught Chi Yu's calm glance, compelling him to suppress his anger. Chi Yu pondered for a moment and commanded, "Let us withdraw." The group swiftly located the convoy they had previously concealed. The convoy primarily consisted of off-road tanks, along with 3 RVs and 4 large trucks, all filled with supplies gathered over the past few days. In truth, even without Chi Yu's space, the shipment of goods from just a few trucks would suffice to sustain them comfortably for several years. Yet human greed knows no bounds, especially in a world stripped of humanity. Fortunately, Chi Yu was unfazed. He retrieved gasoline from his space, instructing his brothers to fill all the vehicles. And then they set off with the convoy. After the convoy departed, a few ominous gazes emerged from a derelict building. How infuriating! Who would have thought Chi Yu could be so cunning? He had indeed found gasoline, but concealed it entirely, refusing to fill the vehicle's tanks. Moreover, the supplies in those trucks were ones they had a hand in collecting. Why should they be allowed to take everything? Zhang-san, do you mind shutting up? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been expelled from the team. This is the apocalypse. Don't assume the world revolves around you, pampering you at every turn. Wei Yin, what do you mean by that? Zhang-san retorted indignantly. The one targeting us is Chi Yu. He knows full well this is the zombie's lair, yet intentionally left us here. This is outright attempted murder. Instead of cursing the true culprit, you dare to blame me? Wei Yin seethed. If not you, then who else? Of course, it's Chi Yu. Once we return to base, I will definitely report him for attempted murder of a teammate. Let us see who would still want to join his team. Does he seriously think he can become the base leader? He must be dreaming, Zhang-san declared venomously. Wei Yin found him maddening. He couldn't understand why Li Pao insisted on protecting this lunatic. He merely wished to silence him for good. As the small leader among them, Li Pao focused intently on the direction the convoy had taken, remaining silent and deep in thought. Enough. Stop the bickering. A shorter companion interjected, glancing disapprovingly at the two. What good is anger? Let us think about how we can escape this ruin. We have no suitable weapons, and without Chi Yu, we cannot dare to use our abilities recklessly. If we're surrounded by zombies, whether we can escape alive remains uncertain. Just as the words left his mouth, a tremendous commotion erupted in the distance. Not good. The roar of engines has attracted the zombies. Run. Thankfully, the concrete roads in the ruins had been newly laid by Chi Yu. The convoy moved smoothly, with any zombies that lunged at them meeting a grim fate, crushed into pulp along with the ones that had been embedded in the hardened concrete. Chenhua, driving an off-road vehicle at the rear of the convoy, could not help but grumble, "Damn it. After painstakingly clearing a territory, we're just leaving like this. I refuse to accept it. What can we do? The boss's space is already full. If we don't leave, what good will staying do?" His companion urged. "Why is Chi Yu's space full?" "It's precisely because he collected that treasury, filling his space to the brim." The companion frowned slightly, remarking that the captain's space. He can utilize it however he sees fit. We can only blame ourselves for not being space manipulators. Besides, Dedong is right. One cannot expect to eat an entire feast in one go. Even if there were 1,000 space manipulators, they couldn't empty an entire grade A city from the pre-apocalypse in one sweep. Yet Chun-Hua remained unconvinced, asserting, is the issue truly space limitation? The crux is Chi-Yu's short-sightedness. The base is on the verge of change in leadership. Why are we still following him? Is it merely for the sake of completing tasks and gathering a few supplies? His companion fell silent. Chun-Hua shook his head to himself, feeling profoundly disappointed in Chi-Yu. He could not believe that he was such a narrow-minded individual, overlooking so many intact production facilities in the city, fixating solely on the gold. He disdainfully remarked that he did not wish to keep the hens that laid eggs, but rather only took the eggs home. With a cold smirk, he mockingly speculated whether they were worried that they might take the production equipment back with them, rendering their golden egg-laying space useless. Since the betrayal within the ranks, Lao He had become increasingly vigilant. While others busied themselves scavenging resources, he quietly gathered a cache of usable listening devices amidst the ruins of the hotel. Seizing the opportunity to inspect and repair the vehicles, he discreetly installed them. Consequently, Chi-Yu and the two overheard everything spoken in Chun-Hua's vehicle. The two, incensed, spat in disdain, questioning what right he had to slander their leader behind his back. He vowed to confront him upon exiting the vehicle. Lao He scoffed, reminding him that there were numerous traitors among them, and eliminating one would not resolve their issues. Instead, they should root out all of them. In Chapter 62, Chi-Yu sat in the back seat of the off-road tank with his eyes closed, lost in thought. No one knew what occupied his mind until half an hour later, when a convoy burst forth from the zombie-infested city, and the intercom crackled with Dedong's exclamations of discontent, lamenting the loss of another vehicle. Chun-Hua had fled. A smirk graced Chi-Yu's lips. It seemed he could not suppress the urge to reveal his identity. With the zombie king defeated, the city was littered with resources, a tempting feast that no one could resist. If Chi-Yu refrained from indulging, others would not be able to take advantage of the chaos. As expected, one by one, they became restless and concocted excuses to leave. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lao He, who instantly understood. Quickly switching seats with the two, Lao He seized the moment as the vehicle turned and silently leaped out alongside Chi-Yu. In the blink of an eye, their ghostly figures vanished at the edge of the city's ruins. His team was a mixed bag, with many spies from various factions embedded within. Chi was well aware of this. His solitary nature and refusal to align with any faction made him a source of apprehension. In the past, Chi merely sought to survive in this apocalyptic world, indifferent to power struggles. As long as the spies fulfilled their tasks, he turned a blind eye to their petty scheming and covert recruitment of talents. He was unfazed by the scrutiny, as he had nothing to hide. However, the situation had changed. He now had family. The secret of his space and the existence of the Si family must remain concealed from adversaries. Thus, the traitors, Zhang San and Chun-Hua, had to be dealt with. Moreover, he had yet to avenge the design team that nearly led to his downfall. Although he had eliminated one traitor, he questioned whether only one was involved in this scheme. Were the other spies truly innocent? Especially Zhang San, whose name was so perfunctory it reeked of deception, treating Chi-Yu as though he were a fool. Even amidst dire straits, Zhang San relentlessly instigated conflict, seemingly eager for the brothers to perish. Since he craved sacrifice so desperately, Chi-Yu saw no reason not to oblige him. The first to be captured was a fellow traveler who had been misled by Chun-Hua to abandon the group, only to be discarded along the way. Upon capture, the traveler protested vehemently, questioning the injustice of their actions. He argued that they merely sought to gather more resources, claiming Chi-Yu had hoarded plenty for himself. Chi-Yu remained silent, fixated on him, while Lao He coldly interjected that greed often leads to ruin. He reminded the traveler to reflect on the fate of those who followed Li Pao. They could not hope to dominate the ruins without their leader. Yes, Chi was formidable, but they were not without merit. The traveler asserted his independence, claiming he could gather resources on his own, and even if he perished, it was his life to risk. Why should they detain him? He brazenly questioned Chi Yu's authority, dismissing him as merely a squad leader. Before he could finish speaking, a shard of glass flew through the air, severing his neck. He clutched his wound in disbelief, staring at Chi Yu, who coldly regarded him, akin to a grim reaper observing a mere insect. The traveler stammered, questioning why Chi Yu would kill him. Chi Yu raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "What do you think?" The traveler protested that he had merely informed the second-in-command of Chi Yu's daily activities, claiming no malice. He insisted that the second-in-command cared for him and had thwarted numerous plots against him from rival factions. Chi Yu, having received the answer he sought, ceased the trivial exchange, retracting his gaze and dispatching the traveler with a swift kick, ending his life. Lao He was taken aback. "Boss, he is not the second-in-command's man, is he?" Chi Yu cast a dispassionate glance at him, asserting that a woman who could ascend to the position of second-in-command in a predatory world was hardly benign. He questioned why it was assumed she could express affection for him while simultaneously embedding spies within his ranks. The others, oblivious to the danger, gathered around, gossiping and indulging in their fantasies. Chi Yu felt exasperated, weary of their ignorance. He turned away, striding forth while biting into a crisp jujube, the sweet and refreshing taste momentarily calming his frayed nerves. Lao He stood dumbfounded, pondering whether they had misjudged the dynamics. No longer did he merely view them as foolish. He found himself genuinely infuriated. Something was amiss. Lao He kicked the lifeless body to confirm its demise before hastily pursuing Chi Yu. "Boss, then who is the real sister-in-law? Can you divulge a hint?" Chi Yu frowned, suspecting that Lao He had been possessed by the Dong's spirit, questioning when he had become so inquisitive. Opting to ignore him, Chi Yu retrieved another jujube from his space and shoved it into Lao He's mouth. To his surprise, Lao He's eyes gleamed with excitement. Boss is not angry. There's even a hint of a peculiar smile. It seemed even his actions against the zombies had taken on a gentler demeanor. Truly, he was a man in love. Si Nan was unaware of Chi Yu's circumstances, only noting his apparent busyness in recent days. The children had attempted to engage him in play, but hearing he was occupied with battling monsters, they hesitated to intrude. Without Chi Yu's presence, the children appeared listless throughout the day. It was not until Chi Yu found time to read them a bedtime story that their spirits revived, falling asleep with sweet smiles adorning their faces. Si Nan, feeling neglected, was astonished by the depth of the bond between her children and Chi Yu. Thankfully, with the factory's delayed opening and the children no longer clinging to her, she seized the opportunity to grant herself a long-overdue holiday. Heaven knew she had not taken a day off for herself since becoming a mother over 3.5 years ago. A woman burdened with daily toil could hardly avoid irritability. Si Nan resolved to appease herself as needed. Thus, under the guise of market research, she ventured out alone to shop. However, she ultimately discovered that her own store was far more enjoyable to browse. After 3 days of shopping, aside from purchasing food, she had not spent a single penny. The abundance of goods lining the streets was merely a facade of commercialism designed to exploit consumers through mass production. Even among competing brands, product designs, similar styles, and identical models abound. There are even numerous products that exhibit such a lack of creativity that they are generated directly by AI and mass-produced. Si Nan increasingly finds this rather dull. Indeed, one cannot indulge in overly discerning tastes. Chapter 63. The daring warrior. Just as she was about to return home, a commotion suddenly erupted ahead. For a woman on vacation, how could one resist the allure of gossip? Si Nan promptly approached with her milk tea, eager to take a front-row seat. To her surprise, a round-faced, plump young lady was live-streaming an anti-fraud campaign. How outrageous! This was no longer merely a matter of neglecting consumer interests. It was a blatant insult. While making money is acceptable, the avarice displayed is utterly revolting. A bracelet sold for 300 yuan? Clearly, it is mere street vendor merchandise. Yet they dare to claim it as a special designer edition with an intimidating package. A quick search online reveals numerous identical products, all sourced from the same wholesaler. Yet they deceive consumers into believing they are designed by entrepreneurial designers, claiming superior materials and craftsmanship, while accusing others of imitation. How laughable! Si Nan glanced at the store S sign and recalled that it was quite a popular local internet celebrity shop. According to its promotion, the founder is a product designer who graduated from a prestigious university, a strikingly handsome romantic young man. In honor of the white moonlight in his heart, he established a miscellaneous brand named Wenru Banliang, intending to transform his feelings for her into the minutiae of daily life. It was said that each product in the store was specially designed by the designer for his beloved, infused with unique tenderness and romance. Such claims sounded impressive. Regardless, whether online or offline, they attracted a devoted following. Naturally, Si Nan had never stepped inside to purchase anything, so she held no authority to comment. How absurd! The young lady cursed fiercely, calling them a bunch of hypocritical trash. As the number of onlookers swelled, a man suddenly burst out from the miscellaneous brand store, angrily pointing his finger at the young lady and accusing, "Hui, you are deliberately stirring trouble today, aren't you? Don't listen to this crazy woman. She's no anti-fraud blogger. She is merely a hater of our boss. Because of unrequited love, she has come to disrupt us." Oh, Si Nan raised an eyebrow. Is this not an anti-fraud campaign? Is there a personal vendetta involved? Si Nan savored a pearl and chewed thoughtfully, her eyes igniting with a more intense curiosity. Huh, am I your boss's hater? Are you brave enough to bring your boss out to confront me? The young lady suddenly laughed maniacally, her eyes filled with sarcasm. With her hands on her hips, she pointed aggressively at the store and scoffed. I do not deny that I have a personal grudge with your boss. Today, I am here to expose your ugly facade. Not just because of personal grievances, but also because I cannot tolerate your hypocritical display. You create personas online to deceive consumers, only to sell inferior products at exorbitant prices. You openly deceive customers in your stores, and when someone comes to reveal the truth, you accuse them of causing trouble. The young lady made it clear that she had enmity towards them, and she was determined to confront them. Yet, she claimed to be a reasonable person. Who told you to act unethically? I have every right to expose you. Si Nan couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at this female warrior. How brazen! You dare slander me? Present your evidence, or I shall sue you for defamation. Who says I lack evidence? This entire batch of products before me was purchased through other channels, and I have proof on my phone. I challenge you to bring your goods forward for comparison. Naturally, you might argue that your materials are different. For fairness, I will personally fund a comprehensive inspection of both parties' products at a dedicated testing agency, and we shall let the report speak for itself. You cannot claim that I am slandering you. You must provide the product from your store for testing. We will package them on-site and send them to the testing agency while live streaming to prevent any accusations of tampering or malicious fraud. I ask you, do you dare? The female warrior was poised, articulate, and well-founded in her reasoning. Si Nan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Indeed, the man seemed to falter. Just then, Si Nan noticed something peculiar. Though the man claimed to represent the store, he did not appear to be wearing the store's sales uniform. There were no logos or identification badges on him. The employees in the store looked bewildered, seemingly unsure about the man who had rushed out. They hesitated to act, whispering amongst themselves. Si Nan pondered. Could this man truly not be affiliated with the store? Was he merely an actor hired by the young lady to play along? Si Nan was eager to voice her suspicions, fueling the flames of gossip even further. Just then, the young lady proposed a new tactic. Fine. If you dare not allow the inspection, how about a confrontation? I heard that your so-called talented designer is here today. It is rumored that your boss once declared that without this woman, he would perish. Surely this esteemed designer holds considerable influence in your company. Why not bring her out for a public confrontation? Stop hiding like a turtle. Hui. The man suddenly gritted his teeth, as if touched by a nerve. He glared at the young lady, warning her with his eyes. You are clearly being deliberate. You claim to be fighting fraud? In reality, you are merely jealous because you know Mo-chan is with Xin1, and you harbor malice out of unrequited love. You crazy woman. You found out that Xin1 is here today, so you came to stir trouble. Hui's eyes flashed with a hint of madness, and she coldly laughed. Am I the crazy one? Am I jealous? Am I seeking revenge? How ridiculous! In the next moment, Hui abruptly suppressed her emotions, shrugged indifferently, and said, Gu Wei, There's no need to muddy the waters with personal grievances. You think you can divert the topic? I am here specifically to expose the vile brand and simultaneously deal with the scoundrel and the scheming mistress. There's no conflict. Hurry and call Si Nan out, or I will reveal photos of her caught in the act as a mistress. Gu Wei's eyes flashed with malice. You crazy woman. What do you want to confront Si Nan about? Come at me. Confront me. The more he spoke, the more ferocious his expression became. Si Nan, momentarily distracted. Ponder the names. Chun, Gu Wei, Si Nan. Why do these names sound so familiar? Just as she was wondering, another commotion arose nearby. Chapter 64. Witnessing the drama unfold, Si Nan savored a pearl, excitement bubbling within her. Was the male lead of this farce about to make an appearance? Oh, the plot thickens. Just as she was caught up in the moment, the male lead pushed through the crowd, striding directly toward Si Nan. Si Nan was momentarily bewildered, thinking, does this person have poor eyesight to be walking towards me? Si Nan? Si Nan, what? Do we know each other? Gumontak Chen S. brow furrowed. You don't recognize me anymore? Si Nan stammered, should I? Yet, was recognition truly the crux of the matter? Gu Mo Chen clenched his jaw. You really don't remember me? As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes in the vicinity swiftly turned toward Si Nan. Even Wang Wei glanced over, momentarily perplexed before seeming to recognize her, her eyes widening in astonishment. In an instant, the onlookers began to speculate about Si Nan's identity. Si Nan remarked, the milk tea no longer seems appealing. Well, whether or not you recognize me is of little consequence. The key point is that you seem to have other matters to attend to, so why not take care of those first? Please do not encroach upon my space. For heaven's sake, is this the time for reminiscing? She had no desire to become a subject of gossip herself. Gu Mo Chan appeared to realize the gravity of the situation, nodding slightly, but just as he was about to turn away, he suddenly pulled out his phone and said to Si Nan, shall we exchange contact information? I would like to get in touch later. Si Nan replied, there is no need for that. I am merely passing through today and likely will not return here, so it is truly unnecessary. Gu Mo Chen's expression darkened. Is that so? However, I have some matters I need to settle with you. If you find it inconvenient to share your contact information, then I will have to keep you here until I have resolved the issues at hand. Si Nan was taken aback. Sir, are you unwell? To her surprise, Gu Mo Chan actually contemplated this for a moment, then scoffed. Indeed, it is thanks to you. At that point, the crowd became increasingly curious about Si Nan's identity. Si Nan felt somewhat exasperated, noticing others filming the scene, while Gu Mo Chen maintained his stance of not allowing her to leave without exchanging contact details. To avoid any further entanglement, Si Nan reluctantly added him on WeChat, restricting the connection to mere chat. Feeling somewhat unlucky for not having consulted an almanac before stepping out, she promptly exited the shopping mall. However, she did not dwell on this incident. On her way back, she received a message from Gu Mo Chun inquiring about her whereabouts, to which she could not be bothered to respond. Unexpectedly, he persisted, sending several voice messages shortly thereafter. Si Nan thought to herself, is this person unhinged? If he were a typical old acquaintance, she might have entertained the idea of engaging in conversation. Although she found his name somewhat familiar, she could not place it. It was essentially equivalent to being unfamiliar and insignificant. The crux of the matter was that the spectacle she had witnessed today was evidently precipitated by this man's entanglement with two women. While Si Nan was curious to learn more, her intuition warned her that getting involved with him would undoubtedly lead to trouble. She had a profound aversion to complications, so she decided to sever any ties the moment she sensed a potential issue. After a few days of cold treatment, Gu Mo Chan gradually ceased his attempts to contact her. Ultimately, he was not someone of great importance, and Si Nan chose not to dwell on it. Although she claimed to be on a 2-month vacation, in reality, after a few days of idleness, she found it unbearable. She realized she was simply not made for a life of leisure. Without some form of engagement, she would grow bored to the point of madness. During this time, her benefactor, the Gold Master, was busy tidying up his affairs and could not attend to new orders, leaving her to arrange her own tasks. Yet, Si Nan could not help but acknowledge that Shi Yu was remarkably easy to please. He had emptied an entire vault for her without making any demands for compensation, merely requesting that she stock up first. He accepted whatever she provided without hesitation. Si Nan casually delivered a small truckload of supplies, and he happily consumed them over several days, appearing thoroughly satisfied. Despite the ease of caring for a benefactor, Si Nan knew she had to be considerate. After all, he had filled his abode with gold bricks, leaving no room for storage. It was only fair to provide him with some finer sustenance. Thus, during her idle days, she contemplated what supplementary provisions to procure for Chi-Yu. He had mentioned that prior to the cataclysm, their world had been a civilization of significant technological advancement. From mechanized agriculture to artificial intelligence and artistic development, they had been quite progressive. This implied that they were accustomed to finer living. Regrettably, the subsequent calamities had obliterated everything. Various laboratories lay buried beneath the surface like buried mines, detonating one after another, resulting in endless repercussions. Consequently, strange bacteria and viruses began to spread, causing mutations in both flora and fauna. The zombie virus was among the most infectious and widespread. Now, the entire world had succumbed to chaos. Survivors, exhausted from merely surviving, gradually lost their aspirations for a better life. However, if given the opportunity, who would willingly choose hardship? Si Nan believed that the supply she had provided Chi-Yu could indeed be beneficial to him. Yet, he maintained that in the depths of despair, mere survival was sufficient. There was no need for extravagance. Even if he were offered a palace, it would ultimately be unsustainable. Within a month or two, unforeseen disasters could easily reduce it to rubble. Rather than witness the rare remnants of beauty being destroyed again, it was better to send them to Si Nan. At least the civilization of their world, its former glory, could be recorded in another form. Such thoughts were tinged with a sense of melancholy. Si Nan, while not entirely in agreement, understood the sentiment. She believed that life was a hell in itself. Even in her seemingly peaceful world, there were endless troubles. It was merely a series of challenges to overcome. Living in the present and enjoying the moment was all one could do. Naturally, she could empathize with Chi-Yu's feelings. Should she voice such thoughts, it might come across as insensitive. After all, the survivors in their world had once been filled with hope, aspiring to rebuild civilization and live well. Yet, what truly despaired the survivors were not the ubiquitous bacteria and viruses, but the relentless and unpredictable natural disasters. Time and again, their hard-won post-disaster civilization was obliterated by calamities. The resource mines, painstakingly uncovered at great cost in human and material terms, repeatedly collapsed under the weight of disasters. The production equipment salvaged from the ruins gradually became mere scrap metal after enduring relentless destruction. The nascent civilization they had painstakingly rebuilt was repeatedly reduced to rubble, as if an invisible hand were mockingly observing the drowning survivors, stirring up waves to drag them back beneath the surface whenever they surfaced for air. Time and again, hope was eroded, leaving only a desire for total submersion. To regain hope seemed an insurmountable task. Si Nan did not claim to possess the capability to change that. So it was best to refrain from grandiose statements. Perhaps all she could do was to ensure that Chi-Yu lived a more comfortable life in his world, providing him with good food and drink. Suddenly, an idea struck Si Nan. How could she have forgotten? Chapter 65. What is the true nature of this place? While fixed castles were challenging to sustain in that world, mobile fortresses could certainly work. For instance, a super luxury RV, or, thinking even more broadly, a custom-designed villa with a mobile chassis, amphibious capabilities, and equipped with various defense systems, akin to an off-road aircraft carrier. Coincidentally, Chi-Yu's space could accommodate such a structure. When disaster struck, they could simply store the mobile fortress within his space. Once the calamities had passed, it could be released, much like bringing in laundry when it rains. Ultimately, if the mountains do not yield, the people must adapt. Even amidst an apocalypse, if Chi-Yu's space could provide an advantage, why could they not elevate their existence? With this thought in mind, Si Nan swiftly took action. She pulled out her phone and sent a message to Jiang Che-lin, outlining her concept and inquiring if he had any connections in the relevant fields. After waiting for a while without a response, she began searching for information online. attempting to create design mock-ups using AI. Little did she know that Jiang Che-lin was not intentionally ignoring her. He was simply in the mountains for the past few days, where the signal was poor. Initially, he had no plans to stay long, intending only to make a brief appearance before finding an excuse to leave. Camping with a group of unfamiliar strangers can be a rather amusing experience, despite the lack of tranquility and the compulsion to engage socially. It might be more enjoyable to simply work alone in a quiet marketplace. Nevertheless, Nanjia has already acquiesced to his proposal of transitioning the marketplace to a high-end, membership-based model. Only those with a membership card that boasts a balance of several million can enter and browse. This implies a work environment that is leisurely and undisturbed, with few customers to disrupt one's tranquility, allowing for the delightful pastime of shopping for exquisite goods. How enticing this job seems. Jiang Che-lin eagerly anticipates returning to work. He has even conceived a business model for the adjacent establishment. The first floor as a tea house and exhibition space. The second floor featuring a Michelin-starred chef for private dining. The third floor dedicated to beauty and massage services. And the fourth floor, along with the rooftop, transformed into a private club and open-air bar. He cannot wait to discuss this with his superior, Nanjia. Who would have thought that a casual camping trip would unveil a lucrative opportunity, inadvertently earning him a few thousand in pocket money? Such a fortunate twist of fate. This stroke of luck is attributed to his discerning taste, as the camping gear he and Johan brought along was recently acquired from Nanjia. He initially intended to ensure a comfortable stay, believing that even on the mountains, one should not have to endure hardships. However, upon displaying their camping equipment, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. The gear exuded an aura of grandeur while seamlessly blending with the natural surroundings, compelling onlookers to abandon their scenic photography in favor of capturing the essence of their setup. It seemed as though they were being paid to promote the camping gear. At first, Jiang Che-lin found this bothersome and considered shooing them away. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Johan, who typically preferred solitude, was unusually silent. Upon inquiry, he discovered that Zhou was secretly profiting by renting out their tent for photo shoots at designated times. Among the affluent clientele was none other than Wang Han, the president of a photography association who was extravagantly spending to appease his girlfriend, Si Nan. Reflecting on his recent financial struggles, having exhausted his pocket money and maxed out his father's supplementary card, which led to a family ban on his allowance for the next 6 months to repay debts, Jiang Che-lin felt a surge of indignation. He possessed camping gear that was superior to Johan's, so why should Zhou get all the glory and profits? This made no sense. Thus, Jiang Che-lin decided to confront Johan, daily presenting various items purchased from Si Nan to attract the attention of affluent clients. Unintentionally, he transformed what was meant to be a simple camping team-building activity into a miniature outdoor equipment exhibition. He effortlessly earned several thousand in pocket money through rental fees and the temporary lease of equipment, until he could no longer extract any more from the affluent clients. Wang Han and Xia Zhiyu, and decided to pack up, citing the need to return to work. Xia Zhiyu initially wanted to accompany him to see the treasure trove of a marketplace that Jiang Che-lin and Johan spoke so highly of. However, Jiang Che-lin coldly declined her request, stating, "I'm sorry, but our marketplace operates on a membership basis. You cannot enter." Jiang Che-lin bore an air of arrogance. Xia Zhiyu, indignant, protested, "Why not? It's just a small marketplace in a mountain valley. I'm a member of Xiang's club. I spend at least 3 million a year. How dare he look down upon her?" Jiang Che-lin shrugged, his expression clearly conveying disdain. Just because you spend 3 million a year, does that mean it's your own money? He feared being entangled with the delicate-sounding princess and sought to avoid confrontation. He casually remarked to Wang Han, "If you wish to become a member, a first-time deposit of 30 million is required to gain entry. Otherwise, even if you're my brother, I cannot take you inside. After all, I am merely a lowly worker." Johan nodded seriously, adopting an expression of helplessness. Xia Zhiyu remained unconvinced, but was restrained by Wang Han. Later, she stomped her feet in frustration. "Why did you pull me back just now? I refuse to believe that place is anything extraordinary." Wang Han replied solemnly, Do not be foolish. That place is not simple. Si scoffed. It's just a small marketplace that I've never even heard of. What could possibly be so special? Wang Han sighed. You are underestimating the situation. My surprise is not merely about the 30 million membership fee. In our circle, many establishments impose such barriers to prevent unnecessary social hassles. There are clubs that require a verification of 100 million. What intrigues me is the true nature of that place. Consider who Jiang Che-lin and Zhou Han are. Why would they willingly work in such a modest establishment? Do you truly believe it is an ordinary place? Xiaojiu shrugged. While they may come from prominent families, have you overestimated their character? Back in middle school, they once embarked on a budget trip to Southeast Asia for fun and nearly didn't return. I almost forgot that. These two have indeed engaged in many reckless endeavors. They even volunteered at an aquarium for half a year simply due to their fondness for dolphins. If there were truly significant figures involved in this new establishment, why have we heard nothing about it before its opening? Does that seem reasonable? Xiaojiu pressed on. I'm just concerned they might be getting deceived. Wang Han's expression turned serious. What do you mean? I've heard that the place is run by Si Nan's cousin, Xiaojiu remarked. Chapter 66. What kind of enchantment is cursing me in secret? I've heard that Si Nan's cousin is a young widow. Although she has 2 children, she remains quite beautiful. Xiaojiu suggested with a hint of implication. Wang Han was taken aback. Are you suggesting that Jiang Che-lin and Zhou Han are being seduced by this widow, and that they are working there because of her? Xiaojiu shook her head in distress. I do not know. I am merely speculating. I've heard that the widow has a rather scandalous personal life and is quite manipulative. Wang Han frowned. Who told you this? Xiaojiu innocently responded. Si Nan told Zhang, Yi, and the others. What else did they say? Wang Han inquired further. They mentioned that the woman was kept by older men when she was younger and later attempted artificial insemination to secure a better position, but was discovered by the legitimate wife and subsequently ostracized, leading her to return to the countryside to give birth to her illegitimate children. Initially, she planned to act discreetly until the children grew up to reclaim her inheritance. However, it seems this young widow is unsatisfied with solitude, as she dresses flamboyantly to sell lemon tea at the night market, though what else she sells is unclear. Recently, her chaotic private life has led her into legal troubles, and it is rumored that she cunningly ensnared a man into a legal predicament. Xiaojiu appeared worried, yet her eyes sparkled with curiosity, betraying her eagerness for gossip. Wang Han affectionately regarded her, exasperated. You are too naive and innocent. Why do you indulge in such gossip? Do you not fear corrupting your ears? At that moment, his gaze darkened. Zhang Yi and Lu Shanshan are not good influences either. They constantly stir up trouble in front of you. But what they say is true. Xiaojiu insisted earnestly. Wang Han, with a hint of irritation, lightly tapped Xiaojiu's head. I never claimed that what they said was false. That woman at the market is undoubtedly problematic. What I mean is, you little fool should not be so naive. Whether it's Zhang Yi, Lu Shanshan, or Si Nan, do you think they're entangled with you for no reason? They merely see your innocence as an opportunity to infiltrate our circle. Xiaojiu, indignant, retorted. Why do you always think the worst of people? Isn't it normal for girls to exchange gossip? You naive child, you consistently idealize others. Do you really think they share these things with you out of goodwill? A few days ago at the market, those two were dealt with by Che-lin and his group, and now they turn to you with their nonsense, treating you as a pawn, and you remain blissfully unaware. What? Are we just going to ignore this? Jiang Che-lin and Zhou Han are our lifelong friends. We cannot stand by and watch them be deceived by those unscrupulous women. Wang Han pondered before saying, You need not concern yourself with this. I will have a word with them later. Xiaojiu pouted, thinking to herself that boys are all the same, even if he speaks to them. What if they refuse to listen? Wouldn't he just cover for them? No. When she returns, she must speak with Aunt Jiang and Aunt Zhou about this matter. She cannot bear to see her childhood friends go astray. What Xiaojiu was contemplating remained a mystery to Jiang Che-lin. As he descended from the mountain, he received a message from Si Nan and promptly drove towards the market. Zhou Han, originally tasked by Wang Han to take Zhang Yi and Lu Shanshan back to school, impulsively stepped on the gas to follow Jiang Che-lin without a second thought. Left behind, Zhang Yi and Lu Shanshan exchanged bewildered glances. He must be doing this on purpose. If he didn't want to take us, why agree to it in the first place? Now the president has arranged everything, and the other cars are full, leaving just the two of us here, clearly to make us uncomfortable. Zhang Yi stamped her foot in frustration. Lu Shanshan, equally targeted, felt tears welling in her eyes. Why should they be treated this way? Just because they come from ordinary backgrounds? Must they endure bullying? Shanshan, don't cry. We must hold our heads high. So what if they are super rich? In this age of the internet, even if his father is the wealthiest, he must value his reputation and fear public scorn. What are you planning, Zhang Yi? Don't act recklessly. We cannot compete with them. Zhang Yi contemplated, realizing they could not match Jiang Che-lin and his friends, but surely they could handle a widow who only knew how to use her looks, right? The root of all their troubles stemmed from that wretched widow manager at the market. If it weren't for her meddling, Jiang Che-lin and Zhou Han would not have come to humiliate them out of the blue. Lu Shanshan, feeling apprehensive, suggested they let it go. That manager has Jiang Che-lin and Zhou Han backing her. It's best not to provoke them. If we anger Jiang Che-lin and Zhou Han, school life will become unbearable. What are we afraid of? We may be poor, but our spirit must not be diminished. Why should we quietly endure humiliation? Zhang Yi declared defiantly. Of course, we can be smarter about this. We may not be able to confront Jiang Che-lin, but surely someone can. I have a recording. I will send it to Xia Jiyu. She will undoubtedly present it to the elders of the Jiang and Zhou families. When the elders discover that their descendants are being manipulated by a widow, they will see through her true nature. If they learn that their young were seduced by a widow, wasting lavish sums just to win her favor, and even competing over her to the point of being reduced to working as laborers at that market, do you think we will need to act ourselves? Someone will naturally seek retribution for us. Zhang Yi chuckled with satisfaction. Si Nan, engrossed in creating designs with AI, suddenly sneezed, nearly deleting the design she had painstakingly crafted. She cursed under her breath. Which miscreant is cursing me? Regardless of the curse, she wished for it to rebound upon itself. After a moment of thought, she made a donation on a charity platform, clasped her hands in prayer, and beseeched the heavens to protect her from any schemes that may come her way, ensuring that evil people receive their just deserts. As Zhang Yi sneezed repeatedly in response, Si Nan remained oblivious. She saved her AI design, reflecting on how she despised certain businesses for exploiting AI to profit from consumers. Yet the convenience of AI design was undeniable. Even as a novice, after just half an hour of research, she could generate a design that closely matched her vision using keywords. The most remarkable part was that AI understood her creative impulses, producing designs that were utterly enchanting. Yet, the question lingered. How feasible were these designs? Si Nan pondered her collection of gold bricks and mused that breaking a layer of floor tiles might yield enough to realize her vision. One gold brick weighed 125 kilograms, with the current price around 680,000, equating to approximately $5 million per brick. Given that her living room alone contained more than 100 gold bricks, she reasoned that investing more money would surely lead to success. If one layer was insufficient, perhaps 2 layers would suffice. Chapter 67. Jiang Che-lin wishes to adopt Si Nan as his mother just as she finished organizing her design drafts. She saw a message from Jiang Che-lin stating he was on his way. He had the necessary connections, but they needed to discuss the specifics in detail. Si Nan was elated. With the factory and conference center undergoing a comprehensive security system upgrade, it was inconvenient to sit down for discussions. Thus, Si Nan set up a sunshade at the entrance of her residence, placed a small tea table, 2 wicker rocking chairs, and brewed a pot of tea, laying out some fruits and snacks. Though they were her employees, she felt it was essential to show proper courtesy. Once the setting was arranged, Si Nan sat in the rocking chair, savoring the view, facing the vast, verdant fields. The gentle breeze accompanied by a blue sky and white clouds created an atmosphere of utter relaxation. Engaging in discussions in such a setting uplifted the spirit. In the fields ahead, Si Zhenbong, accompanied by several workers wearing straw hats, waded barefoot through the moist paddies, joking boisterously as they planted rice. Nearby, Aunt Chen Xiujuan and several other women were gathering mugwort, planning to make some green dumplings as snacks. Today, Aunt Shui brought along her grandchildren, and the twins, along with a group of children, were running around the sun-drying area, their laughter filling the air. Even as Si Nan sat there, sipping tea and observing the scene, a smile inevitably graced her face. No wonder when she previously suggested buying machines for farming, Si Jinbang and Chen Xiujuan vehemently opposed her. They insisted that every living thing has a spirit, and the best crops and sweetest fruits emerge from hands that touch the earth, rather than machines. While machines might offer efficiency, the produce they yielded lacked flavor. They preferred to invest in hiring more hands to work the fields together, rather than risking contamination from machinery oil that could taint their vegetables. Si Nan had been baffled by this at the time, but now it seems she finally understood. They were content with their lives. With finances secure and resources abundant, the quality of their harvest mattered little. Regardless, food was always available for purchase, removing concerns about sustenance. Naturally, people's attitudes toward farming shifted. As her parents aged, she decided to let them be. Day by day, they joyfully tended to their fields, laughing and chatting as time passed, and it was indeed quite pleasant. Jiang Chailin was truly a fortunate young master, blessed with extraordinary luck. He arrived just in time for the fresh Qing Tuan to emerge from the steamer, savoring their warmth. Chen Xiujuan discreetly instructed Bao Gu to deliver a large platter to Qiyu, while bringing another one to Si Nan, with nearly half of it finding its way into Jiang Kellen's stomach. Zhou Han, arriving a few minutes later, lamented the loss of several Qing Tuan, exclaiming he had missed out on billions, leaving Si Nan both amused and exasperated. Once sufficiently filled, Si Nan presented her design blueprint and inquired whether it could be realized. Jiang Chailin wore an expression of bewilderment, as if to say, "Sister, are you jesting? You present an AI-generated design and ask if it can be constructed?" The fantastical nature of this concept is beyond what even a science fiction film would dare to depict. He wondered if it was still possible to salvage the Qing Tuan. Zhou Han shook his head, pleading, "Sister Nan, I implore you, spare us our lives." After a moment of silence, Si Nan stood and commanded, "Follow me." She led the two men to her study, where she revealed an imposing safe standing at 185 meters tall. Jiang Chailin and Zhou Han were momentarily blinded by the gleaming gold within. The safe, measuring 185 centimeters in height, 675 centimeters in width, and 63 centimeters in depth, was packed to the brim with gold bars. Si Nan retrieved 2 bars and placed them in the hands of each man. This vault represented their budget, just delivered by the boss a few days prior. The boss had stated that if they required more, they could make a request. His sole stipulation was that the quality must be impeccable. The aesthetics were secondary. It was essential that the design was functional, mobile, and offered robust defense, with a comfortable living environment and meticulous attention to detail. To summarize, their employer was quite affluent and demanded nothing but the best. Upon completion, each of them would receive a gold bar as a reward. Furthermore, Si Nan confided, "I must tell you, our boss is not only exceptionally handsome, but also remarkably generous, especially towards his own." Although no deadline was imposed for the design, if their efficiency and quality pleased him, it was possible that an additional bar could be awarded in his delight. What do you think? Can this design be realized? Jiang Chailin and Zhou Han clutched the gold bars tightly. They had just taken a small bite, and though the bars were massive and somewhat cumbersome to handle, they were undeniably real. This was no mere confection. These were genuine gold bars. Upon closer inspection, they noted the weight inscribed on each bar, 125 kilograms. With current gold prices, each bar was worth over 8 million. Together, they amounted to over 16 million. That was equivalent to their combined allowance over 3 years. Reflecting on their own meager savings, depleted after 20 years of accumulation and now with only a 4-digit balance, while owing a substantial debt to their own families, they felt that nothing was impossible. Absolutely possible. "Sister Nan, you can rely on us," Jiang Chailin declared with determination. "Even if it costs me my life, I will compel the designer to transform this fantastical blueprint into reality." Zhou Han eagerly nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, we may lack in other areas, but our discerning eye is impeccable. I assure you, every inch of what we create will be exquisite. There will be no room for error. One could only imagine Zhou Han's exhilaration at that moment. Thankfully, he was alert enough to notice Jiang Chailin speeding away and promptly chased after him. Otherwise, this monumental opportunity would have been monopolized by Jiang Chailin. Indeed, following the fortunate child of destiny, a life of ease was within reach. No, it was more accurate to say that aligning with Sister Nan was the wisest choice of his life. Unfortunately, before he could express his loyalty, hoping to be the first thought of when Sister Nan encountered future opportunities, Jiang Chailin had already stolen the limelight. Sister, from this day forth, you are my dear sister. If it weren't for fearing I might age you, I would gladly adopt you as my mother. In any case, from now on, whatever tasks you assign me, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly, loyal and unwavering until death. Jiang Chailin clutched the gold bar tightly, nearly kneeling in his pledge of loyalty. As alluring as the gold bars were, the prospect of the mobile castle was simply too dazzling. What boy could resist such temptation? Though they did not possess the means to indulge in extravagant spending like their boss for the sake of passion and dreams, the chance to partake in this project was thrilling enough. Should they succeed, it would be a tale to share with their descendants for a lifetime. He would have no regrets in this life. Chapter 68. Discovering Two Great Treasures. Isn't this a life of ease? Boss, when do we commence work? Jiang Chailin inquired with starry eyes, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to earn some money. Si Nan waved her hand. No rush. The factory is currently undergoing comprehensive repairs. Likely in about a month. Oh, Jiang Chalin's enthusiasm waned slightly. Is something wrong? Do you need money urgently? Si Nan asked. Jiang Chailin awkwardly scratched his head, admitting he had overspent recently. Si Nan straightened her posture, casting him a measured glance. Our house rules state that goods sold are non-refundable. You understand that, right? Returning items is out of the question. Jiang Chalin's expression grew serious, and glancing at Zhou Han, whose eyes gleamed with excitement, he immediately declared, returning is absolutely not an option. Zhou Han appeared somewhat disappointed. Jiang Chailin retorted with a playful scoff, quickly adding, Sister, I simply want to save more money. Otherwise, the next time I see something I like and lack the funds, I'll be heartbroken. Si Nan raised an eyebrow at him. As long as you don't seek refunds, I'm not worried about your financial troubles. It was inconceivable that she would allow such a loyal customer to be troubled by monetary concerns. Absolutely not. Although the market and factory have yet to officially open, you have already begun assisting the boss, correct? Thus, you may start working from today. Is that acceptable? Jiang Chailin and Zhou Han nodded vigorously. Si Nan couldn't help but chuckle, realizing they were indeed naive, rich kids who had yet to face the harsh realities of society. I haven't even discussed the salary with you yet, and you're not worried I might sell you off? Others might be, but we trust that Sister Nan is not that kind of person. Jiang Chailin promptly replied. Zhou Han nodded in agreement. Sister, don't let our appearances fool you. We've had social simulations since childhood. In terms of assessing people, my brother and I have never been taken advantage of. Jiang Chailin rolled his eyes. Who are you calling brother? You're just a pesky leech who knows only how to take advantage of me. Zhou Han was unfazed, cheerfully wrapping an arm around Jiang Chalin's shoulders, declaring, good brothers for life. Observing their playful banter, Si Nan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, they were vibrant university students, their youthful energy enviable. However, with the matter at hand, it was essential to clarify the terms of their salary. The base salary during the probation period was modest, at $800 per month, but the commission structure was generous, given their outstanding business capabilities and her trust in their character. She did not wish to impose limitations on their sales scope. They were free to sell products from both the market and the club, receiving a commission of 3 on personal sales. Any additional projects assigned by the boss would have separate commission and performance calculations. Si Nan gestured towards the gold bars in their hands, and they immediately understood. Understanding the situation, Si Nan's expression was somewhat peculiar. Our family boss possesses a peculiar habit. He enjoys rewarding employees with gold as bonuses and commissions. Regarding this, I hope you do not find it distasteful. After all, gold is not a circulated currency. Those who have experienced the frustration of having a house full of gold but lacking cash flow will surely understand the pain of exchanging gold. Si Nan and Han, however, laughed heartily, nearly shaking their heads off like rattles. "Sister, rest assured, we are sensible children. We do not mind." Si Nan smiled, relieved. After pondering for a moment, she added casually, "By the way, our family boss also engages in trade abroad, dealing in commodities such as grains, pharmaceuticals, coal, and oil. If you have connections to find quality suppliers, we might entrust you with this aspect of procurement and calculate your commissions." "Such a fortunate opportunity?" the two exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Si Nan's eyes brightened as well, but she feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Do you have connections?" Si Nan replied with a mysterious smile, "Sister, while we may lack direct connections for grains, we have a strong background in coal, oil, and pharmaceuticals. The Zhou family has prospered from coal mining, and my maternal family has a long-standing history as imperial physicians, owning a pharmaceutical factory. Moreover, a few years ago, my family acquired an oil field in the Middle East and has been looking for ways to penetrate the market. If our boss has sales channels, it would be splendid." Si Nan attempted to make a gesture of agreement, but with gold bricks in his arms, he could only stomp his foot in excitement. The thought of succeeding in this venture raised his standing within the family significantly, possibly securing him a place in the family business in the future. Si Nan felt elated, having stumbled upon two significant treasures. Si Nan wasted no time and quickly arranged for 7 or 8 relevant personnel to come for a meeting. Si Nan discreetly had someone investigate these individuals, and the findings left her astounded. Some were small yet formidable private studios, while a few were students who had already won numerous awards in mechanical design. One individual arrived alone, appearing rather lackadaisical, dressed in flip-flops even though the weather had not yet warmed. Yet, upon seeing his transformed RV, reminiscent of a transformer, she remained silent. Remarkably, there was even a company with a military background. Si Nan maintained an outward calm, while inwardly, she rejoiced, thanking the heavens for introducing her to Si Nan and Han. Indeed, one may underestimate the capabilities of second-generation heirs, but their connections are undeniably formidable. With such a powerful team at work, provided the finances are sufficient, what could not be achieved? Although Si Nan had invited them to the factory, they were seated outdoors, gathered around a small table, enjoying green dumplings, jujubes, cherry tomatoes, and sipping Si Nan's homemade milk tea while conversing. However, due to Si Nan and Han's esteemed status, no one dared to act disrespectfully. They all appear to treat Si Nan with utmost respect, while secretly speculating about her true identity. More specifically, they pondered who stood behind her, as her background was readily available to those who sought it, raising suspicions that it was manipulated in a rather flawless manner. In a grand residence within the capital, an elderly lady scrutinized the documents in her hands, her brow furrowed. Nothing could be found. She squinted at her old servant. "Is it possible that you have been bribed by that wretched boy?" The servant repeatedly shook his head. "Madam, you wrong me. Even if you gave me 100,000 guts, I would not dare. Everyone in this household knows that the young master is your precious darling. Even the old master would not dare to lay a finger on him. I am fully aware that he has been led astray by an unknown widow. How could I possibly assist him in deceiving you?" "Umph, as if you would dare," the elderly lady remarked, still frowning. "But who exactly is this widow?" Chapter 69. The widow's mysterious background. Having navigated the power circles for most of her life, the elderly lady had encountered all manner of dubious characters. Although the Xia family's child confidently presented purported evidence, she did not take it at face value. Instead, she personally dispatched someone to investigate. The results revealed that the widow indeed had questionable aspects. The records indicated that Si Nan had been an exceptional student, aesthetically pleasing, and, after graduating from university, she successfully secured a position at an investment firm. Her future appeared limitless. Yet, suddenly, she resigned to return home and have children. Since then, she had immersed herself in rural life, willingly embracing the role of a village woman and a mother, never returning to the workforce. However, based on the descriptions in the documents, how could a fiercely competitive academic genuinely settle for such a life? The elderly lady was unconvinced. She suspected that Si Nan's actions must have other underlying reasons. The most critical point was that the investigation revealed Si Nan had never been in a romantic relationship, which raised questions about where a boyfriend would come from and how she became pregnant. This situation was indeed peculiar. Could it truly be as rumored, that she was being kept by someone, resulting in no trace of a romantic history? Perhaps she willingly abandoned everything to retreat to the countryside as a village mother because the father of those twins was someone of significance? She might have secretly given birth to the children, waiting to rear them before returning to claim her inheritance. But if that were the case, why was she suddenly making such a spectacle? The investigation results indicated that Si Nan had recently had a falling out with her relatives in the village who were akin to vampires. A person who had maintained a low profile for a long time suddenly severed ties with her family. Shortly afterward, she moved out of the countryside and swiftly opened a factory and a retail outlet. The entire situation became increasingly enigmatic. How had she accomplished this? The products sold in the outlet, which the elderly lady had reviewed, were exquisitely crafted, with unique and elegant designs, clearly reflecting exceptional taste. She had personally nurtured her grandson's taste from a young age, knowing his character. He was never particularly ambitious and preferred to indulge in pleasures. Merely a born idler of privilege. Therefore, it was not surprising that such a tasteful outlet could easily drain her grandson's finances. The elderly lady was concerned about Si Nan, the widow, as she possessed too many enigmatic qualities. The most unsettling aspect was that even the lady's own people could not uncover the identity of the person behind Si Nan. This was the most terrifying part, indicating that the individual was so powerful that even she could not glimpse their existence. "Madam, how should we handle this matter? Should we send someone to summon the young master back home?" The old servant inquired anxiously. Although the young master did not participate in family affairs, he remained one of the heirs of the Jiang family, and his status was evident. Moreover, he was the elderly lady's most cherished grandson. If someone deliberately targeted him in hopes of exploiting his identity for their own purposes, what then? The key issue was that the young master was alone at school, accompanied only by a personal steward. Though the lady and the eldest granddaughter were also in that city, the granddaughter was focused on her career, and the lady could not manage the young master. If the young master were truly brainwashed and utilized for nefarious deeds, she feared there would be no one to rein him in. What use is summoning him back? If he has been ensnared, can anyone keep his spirit intact? My goodness, could that woman be a seductress? The old servant gasped. The elderly lady shot him an exasperated glare. What era are we in, where there's still such beings? But what if? He retorted. In this day and age, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. There are countless monsters and demons disguised as humans in this world. The young master remains so innocent. What if he truly falls victim to misfortune? He is no longer a mere child of 3. If he could be so easily harmed, it would only reflect his foolishness, a lesson he must learn. The elderly lady let out a cold hum. Naturally, the old servant understood that her words, though dismissive, stemmed from genuine concern for the young master. She would never allow him to suffer. The thought of him being wronged would surely cause her great distress. "Hey, you old rascal, growing bolder with age. Dare you mock me?" The old servant pleaded for mercy while tending to the lady's hands, casually suggesting, "Shall we send someone to investigate that factory? Let us assign someone to monitor it around the clock. I refuse to believe they won't slip up." The elderly lady pondered for a moment, agreeing that they must keep a watchful eye. Otherwise, their darling could be devoured whole, and they would be left scrambling to recover what was lost. However, they must proceed with caution to avoid alerting that widow. The factory is hiring. After all, they should infiltrate it with more personnel, develop numerous informants, and scrutinize every angle meticulously. Their little rascal has finally shown some promise, and this old woman cannot blatantly extinguish his enthusiasm. She must discreetly arrange everything to prevent anyone from outsmarting them. The old servant smiled as he handed her a bowl of stew, for in truth, the elderly lady still cherished the young master. After gracefully finishing the soup, she remarked, "That widow has managed to tame our little rascal quite effectively. She seems to possess some skills, as she has not been idly causing chaos these days. I find myself rather curious about her. Why not pay a visit to the young master?" He hasn't returned to the capital in 2 weeks, and you've been mentioning him daily. It would be beneficial to see him in person. Just the other day, he even invited us to check on him in the group chat. Did he genuinely invite us to check on him? It was merely a ploy to lure us in for his own amusement. The elderly lady scoffed. Regardless of the true intent, she longed for the young master. Should he truly succeed, their presence would surely delight him. You old rascal. Are you suggesting he has bribed you? The elderly lady shot her a reproachful glare. Nonetheless, what purpose does speculation serve? It would be wiser to meet her and ascertain whether this woman is divine or demonic. Should I discover that some formidable entity dares to provoke the Jiang family? Ha! Her gaze darkened, a fleeting glint of ruthlessness flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, Xiaojiu felt a sense of triumph, convinced that the widow was doomed. The Jiang matriarch was notorious in her youth as a formidable woman. In her time, when the Jiang family was led astray by the previous patriarch, teetering on the brink of ruin, it was the matriarch who emerged to stabilize the deteriorating family, guiding them back from the precipice. During the most perilous moments, the current family head was even kidnapped and taken to Southeast Asia, barely escaping alive, thanks to the matriarch's personal intervention. Tales of her prowess abound within their circles, and everyone speaks of her as the earthly emissary of death. Thus, Xiaojiu was raised with the understanding that while she could be arrogant, one cardinal rule remained: never offend a member of the Jiang family, for they have a woman of formidable strength among them. Chapter 70. Xiaojiu captures Si Nan. Although the Jiang matriarch has seldom ventured out in recent years, anything related to Jiang Chaolin invariably falls under her keen oversight. Why that widow chose to provoke Jiang Chaolin is beyond comprehension. She, an outsider, dares to attempt to ascend the social ladder through seduction? How absurd! A self-destructive endeavor. Of course, the widow's fate matters little to Xiaojiu. Her ire stems from being outmaneuvered by the sisters, Si Nan and her sibling. Sitting on a bridge, swinging her legs while leisurely enjoying ice cream, she looked down at Si Nan, who was being toyed with by security guards. I heard you particularly enjoy imitating me at school? She sneered. You think you're worthy of that? Had it not been for Zhang informing her of Si Nan's incessant mimicry, Xiaojiu would not have become the laughingstock she was. The very thought incensed her, and she flung her ice cream, striking Si Nan squarely in the face. Si Nan, battered and bruised, was now too preoccupied with her pain to care, pleading tearfully, Miss Xia, I understand my mistake. I want to do it again. Please spare me this once. Xiaojiu blinked innocently, feigning curiosity. Do you truly comprehend your error? Through sobs, Si Nan implored, I genuinely understand my mistake, Miss Xia. I beg you to let me go. No, you do not. With an angelic smile, Xiaojiu raised her delicate hand, dismissively gesturing for Si Nan to be thrown into the river, demanding she awaken to her true identity. What audacity! Claiming to be a princess? Some individuals are born to be lowly, and they must accept their fate. At the very least, if she were to humbly embrace her role as a loyal dog, Xiaojiu, recognizing her loyalty, might have taken her under her wing, providing her with the finest of everything. Yet, alas, she harbored lofty aspirations and a fragile existence. As a mere dog, she dared to scheme against Xiaojiu. Fortunately, Wang Han had been astute enough to send someone to investigate the village. Otherwise, she would have been deceived again. That apartment was never up for rent. It was all a ruse orchestrated by Si Nan to swindle her money, treating her as a fool. Had she not discovered this in time, the embarrassment would have been insurmountable. Now, however, it was too late. Xiaojiu's family was already aware of her plans to open a bed and breakfast, and countless eyes were watching her. This was not merely about running a bed and breakfast. It was an opportunity to demonstrate her capabilities to the family. Yet Si Nan had played her, treating her as a simpleton. The indignation burned within her, a resentment that would not easily dissipate. Even more infuriating was that, in a desperate attempt to salvage the situation, she had approached Jiang Chaolin, hoping he would persuade Si Nan to rent her the apartment despite the misunderstanding. Jiang Chaolin had outright refused, claiming to be too busy to concern himself with her affairs. What could he possibly be so busy with? Was he not simply revolving around that widow? For the sake of a widow, he abandoned his closest friends. Well then, let misfortune befall that widow. It would be best if she vanished from this world entirely. As Si Nan neared unconsciousness, Xiaojiu casually waved her hand, instructing someone to retrieve her. Peering through binoculars, she confirmed Si Nan was not merely feigning distress before deriding. Indeed, the lives of the lowly are particularly fragile. Is she truly so pathetic that a mere tussle nearly proves fatal? Of course, Xiaojiu would not allow Si Nan to perish. She beckoned the doctor on standby, urging him to intervene. Admiring her manicured nails, she indifferently remarked, "Make sure she doesn't die. I would not want to bear the stain of blood on my hands." "Yes, miss." When Si Jinhua and Wu Shufan hurried to the riverbank, they found no trace of Si Nan. "Where have you hidden my daughter? You must return her at once. This is kidnapping, which is illegal. If you do not release my daughter, I will report you to the authorities." Si Jinhua spat vehemently. Wu Shufan joined in, rolling about and crying out, "Help! Murder!" drawing a crowd of onlookers. Originally, it was Xiaojiu who arranged for someone to leak information to Wu Shufan, timing it perfectly. Indeed, upon Wang Han's arrival, he witnessed Xiaojiu besieged by a throng of unruly individuals. Had it not been for the protection of her bodyguards, the poor little princess might have been torn to shreds. He bellowed loudly, swiftly leading his men to subdue all those brought by Si Jinhua. Xiaojiu, terrified, collapsed into Wang Han's embrace, weeping incessantly. "You finally came. These people are so frightening. They terrified me. You are still casting blame? It was you who abducted my Yin. Speak quickly. Where have you hidden her?" Si Jinhua exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with rage. Xiaojiu shook her head vigorously through her tears. "I had someone bring Si Nan here because I wanted to ask her why she deceived me, despite my trust in her. Si Nan said it was my fault for being gullible and having too much money, that I deserved to be tricked. I was infuriated and simply wanted someone to intimidate her a bit. But she lost her mind and suddenly jumped into the river, and then she disappeared. I never intended to harm her. I only wanted her to return my money. I feared for her life and immediately sent someone to search for her. But they found nothing. What should I do? Si Nan hasn't drowned, has she?" Xiaojiu wept, her delicate skin as tender as an infant's, her youthful appearance accentuated by her tear-streaked face. Who could bear to see her in such distress? Wang Han glanced at the bodyguards behind Xiaojiu, noting that several were still damp, clearly having just emerged from the river. He believed Xiaojiu's words without question. While comforting the little princess, he coldly warned Si Jinhua and the others, "Si Nan is suspected of fraud, and we have already reported this to the authorities. Even if she manages to escape now, she cannot elude justice forever. If I do not see her within 3 days, your family should prepare for imprisonment." Though young, Wang Han hailed from a prestigious background, exuding an air of authority that made Si Jinhua and Wu Shufan shrink back in fear. They began to doubt whether Si Nan had truly fled into the water, which was not inconceivable given her swimming abilities. They decided to return home and discreetly contact Si Nan. However, after 2 days of searching, Si Nan remained unreachable, and with no surveillance in the area, no one knew which direction she had taken. As the deadline approached the next day, Wu Shufan was beside herself with worry. Where could that wretched girl be? She runs off with the money and lives carefree. But what about us? That young man looked fierce, accompanied by a dozen formidable bodyguards. If they really decide to imprison us tomorrow, what will we do? Perhaps we should flee, suggested the little ant. Where to? We can't abandon the house or the land. Si Jinhua retorted, exasperated. What else can we do? If those wealthy individuals truly wish to ruin us, it will be a matter of moments. The little ant trembled. Surely not. What era are we in? This is a society governed by law. Wu Shufan quivered slightly. The little ant scoffed. What does that matter in a society governed by law? People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. With enough money, one can hire thugs to disturb our peace. If they truly wish to frame us, we lack the legal knowledge to defend ourselves. How can we compete? Upon hearing the little ant's words, Wu Shufan's expression changed dramatically. She slammed her thigh, pointing an accusatory finger at the little ant. How could you say such things? If you had warned me earlier about the lawlessness of the wealthy, I would have made sure to keep Yin from provoking them. We as a poor family should simply live peacefully. The little ant found this ironic. After all, who had been the one loudly proclaiming their intentions to take advantage of every opportunity. When trouble loomed, it was easy to blame the girl. Mother, if you feel this way, why not sever ties with us? When the time comes, our family's fate will not implicate you. She retorted sharply. Why did Yin Yin do this? It was for our family's sake, to help us ascend to a higher social class. Such actions inherently carry risks. Who told you to favor one child over another? You had already severed ties, but insisted on leaving the house to the eldest. They don't even want that dilapidated house. If you had reclaimed it, we could have simply rented it out, avoiding all this trouble. Wu Shufan, in disbelief, exclaimed, Are you blaming me now? Who dares blame you? I merely lament my own misfortune for being burdened with such a selfish mother-in-law, the little aunt mocked. Wu Shufan felt her heart racing, glancing at her younger son, hoping he would defend her against the insolent woman. Everyone in the village knew of her favoritism, yet here she was, receiving no reward for it. In that moment, Wu Shufan began to recall the goodness of her eldest son's family. Just as the issue remained unresolved, her mother began quarreling with her daughter-in-law, leaving Si Jianhua with a headache. Enough. Is bickering now of any use? We should be focusing on how to navigate this crisis, he declared fiercely. I can't think anymore. I'm too upset, the little aunt exclaimed, embracing defeat. In the end, it's the victors who prevail. If I'm burdened because of my daughter today, so be it. Whatever happens, happens. With that, she stormed into the bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Wu Shufan's eyes widened in shock. What did this mean? How could she dare show me such disdain? We are in dire straits, and it is all due to her burdensome offspring. Mother, Si Jianhua, overwhelmed by the noise, said, If you truly fear being implicated, then sever ties with us. What did you say? Wu Shufan clutched her heart, incredulous. You want to cut ties with me? For whom have I endured these years? Mother, can you not be reasonable? No one wishes to sever ties with you. It is you who fears Yin Yin's implications, causing this uproar. Let us not forget, Yin Yin is also my daughter, Si Jianhua replied. In the end, Wu Shufan managed to convince herself, Jianhua, you don't truly wish to sever ties with me, do you? You're speaking out of concern for me, right? Si Jianhua remained silent. Wu Shufan quickly reassured herself. You are my own flesh and blood. How could you abandon me in times of crisis? Yin Yin is still young. She is merely frightened and hiding. As parents, we cannot turn a blind eye. How can I reason with this? Am I capable of resolving this matter? Tomorrow, we may be taken away to prison. Si Jianhua buried his face in his hands, despair etched across his features. Wu Shufan's heart ached for him. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Tomorrow, when that wealthy young man arrives, we will tell him that everything was orchestrated by the eldest. We too are victims of his schemes. The money was taken by Si Nan. Let that wealthy young man seek him out for retribution. Mother, do not speak foolishly. We've already severed ties with the eldest. The whole village is aware of this. How can we implicate him now? Si Jianhua frowned deeply. Can he simply declare severed ties and expect it to be so? I raised him for decades. Even without merit, I've endured my share of hardships. How can he presume to cut ties so easily? Wu Shufan huffed coldly, asserting that as the eldest, it was his duty to assist his brothers in times of trouble. Moreover, all this began due to his house. Does he not share any responsibility? He and his family have moved away. What need has he for the village house? He has no land or fields here. And he certainly won return to retire, so he might as well compensate us for the house. If that wealthy young master does not take any action, we can simply compensate him for the house, and the matter will be resolved, right? Si Jianhua looked troubled, wondering how that could possibly work. How could not work? Wu Shufan pondered this idea more and more, thinking it rather clever. Are you foolish? Do you really believe that young master wishes to see us imprisoned? What benefit would that bring him? Even if we deceived him of several tens of thousands of yuan, to him, that is merely a trivial sum, barely enough to cover a meal or purchase a handbag. Do you truly think he values that money? Ultimately, he is after the house. Otherwise, he would have reported us to the authorities already. Why grant us 3 days to linger about? Si Jianhua seemed to be swayed. Yet he retorted that their elder brother would never agree. Besides, their elder brother's family had already moved away. Where we find him? Are you truly that naive? Wu Shufan chided, "We may not know where your elder brother is, but that young master is wealthy. He will surely hire someone to investigate. But what if he cannot find him? In the end, he may still return to seek us out." Si Jinhua questioned. "You are so simple-minded. Why not be a little more adaptable? If you were not so honest in your dealings and learned a thing or two from your brother's family's audacity, I wouldn't have to worry so much." Wu Shufan sighed lightly. "Very well then, who told you to be my own flesh and blood? I cannot help but shoulder this burden and think for you. If even that young master cannot locate him, wouldn't that be splendid? It indicates your elder brother's family has long fled. At that point, we could privately negotiate with the young master, asking him to assist us in finding connections to transfer the house into our names, and then we could rent it out. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Would that even work? How could it not? I see your elder brother's demeanor. It seems he has no intention of returning in this lifetime. Why not go to the village and obtain a certificate stating that your brother's family met with a fatal accident, leaving no survivors? Then according to the rules, the house would naturally fall into my possession." Chapter 72. Why is Gu Maching investigating me? When Chun Xiujuan received the call from Chuigua, her expression darkened with anger. "What happened?" Si Nan inquired. "Those two wretched beings, Wu Shufan and Si Jinhua, actually cursed our family to perish in a car accident, and in such a horrific manner that the vehicle exploded, leaving no remains." Si Nan chuckled. No wonder Qin Xiujuan was furious. Today, their entire family was preparing to go pick up a new car. How could she not be angry when they had yet to even leave home? "Enough, mother. Do not be upset. You have known Wu Shufan long enough to understand that someone like her cannot produce anything good, and she is bound to face her own downfall. We should focus on ourselves and not concern ourselves with her. I'm just frustrated that our family has to endure such malevolence." Qin Xiujuan huffed, though seeing her family dressed in new clothes calmed her fury considerably. Indeed, Nan Nan is right. Why bother with that vile woman? After all, she is creating her own misfortunes, and sooner or later, heaven will deal with her. Conversely, ever since we severed ties with her, our family has been thriving. Now that the factory is running, we no longer worry about food or clothing, and the children, having faced adversity, have become more sensible. Today, we are looking forward to celebrating our new car together. We should be joyful and not allow that unpleasantness to dampen our spirits. I am curious, though. Someone like Wu Shufan would not act without motivation. She must have ulterior motives. Si Nan wore a gossiping expression. Si Zhenbang shot her a disapproving glance, cautioning her against indulging in gossip, which could only lead to trouble. Chun Xiujuan laughed at Si Nan's jest. "You are not mistaken. After they spread the news of our family's demise, they plan to present a dubious death certificate to the village authorities, hoping to claim our ancestral house for themselves." Si Nan found it hard to believe. How could they come up with such a flimsy scheme? Not to mention the village officials are not incompetent. Even if the police cannot locate someone, they would only report them as missing, not easily declare them deceased. Does Wu Shufan lack even this basic understanding? Si Jinbang scolded. Why should we care about them? Plenty of villagers know we are still alive. It is just those two who are oblivious, prancing about like fools. And others can only laugh at their antics. Si Nan chuckled. I suddenly feel a sense of anticipation. When we return to pay our respects in a few days, how would Wu Shufan react upon seeing us alive and well? The three of them exchanged glances and could not suppress their laughter. They were merely jesters, and their antics would soon become a humorous tale to share. What Si Nan did not expect was to encounter Hu Wei on the road. They nearly passed each other, but due to an unpleasant smell in the ride-hailing car, Chun Xiujuan rolled down the window, and in that fleeting moment, Hu Wei turned back and followed Si Nan all the way to the 4S dealership. As soon as Si Nan stepped out of the car, she was blocked by a small vehicle. Si Nan, do you remember me? Hu Wei inquired. Si Nan did recall her, but chose not to admit it, merely gazing at her silently. I mean no harm. I simply wish to converse with you, if you are amenable. Hu Wei suddenly approached, though somewhat forward. Her demeanor was cordial, and after a moment's contemplation, Si Nan decided not to reject her. After all, she was intrigued about what entanglements existed between herself and Gu Maching. How had she unwittingly drawn the attention of that eccentric? After considerable reflection, she finally remembered that Gu Maching was a classmate from her high school. More accurately, He was a peer from her school, for she and Gu Maching were never in the same class, nor even the same grade. It was merely that Gu Maching was an academic prodigy and rather handsome, leading to many rumors of a romance between Si Nan and him, describing them as a match made in heaven. In reality, Si Nan had only ever encountered him through their shared rankings, as both were regulars in the top 3 of their respective grades. Yet, in reality, they had never exchanged a single word. All relations between them were merely fabrications of their classmates' imaginations. Si Nan pondered deeply, unable to comprehend how she had provoked this eccentric. After adding her on WeChat, he would send her messages at odd hours, as if he were a jilted lover. Si Nan had reviewed her past medical records and even combed through her seldom-used social media, confirming that she had never experienced amnesia. Thus, the only conclusion she could draw was that Gu Maching was indeed a lunatic. Although she had no intention of engaging with him, several days later, she received more unsolicited messages, with long-lost middle school classmates suddenly reaching out to inquire if something had transpired between her and Gu Maching. It seemed Gu Maching had been frantically seeking information about her. To make matters worse, Gu Maching's current girlfriend also sent her a message, warning her in a rather unpleasant tone not to overstep her boundaries, claiming that she, a woman of ill repute, was unworthy of someone as distinguished as Gu Maching. Si Nan was left utterly bewildered. Although she had been unjustly insulted, she could only comfort herself not to engage with a mad dog. However, her curiosity grew. What colossal misunderstanding lay behind all this? What scandal had been hidden? Just as Hui approached, Si Nan thought it would be a shame to let this opportunity go to waste. She asked Hui to wait for her for a moment while she went to collect the car. After all, while she was eager to uncover the gossip, she had to ensure her parents and child were settled first and could not leave them waiting idly. The 4S dealership initially orchestrated a series of ceremonial gestures: cake, afternoon tea, fresh flowers, a red carpet, and an array of souvenirs. However, Si Nan merely bundled the afternoon tea and souvenirs, dismissing the need for photographs. After verifying that the vehicle was in order, she signed her name, collected the keys, and departed with a throng of family members. Her swift and decisive actions resembled the mundane task of purchasing a cabbage at the market. The young salesman at the 4S dealership attempted to add her on WeChat, yearning for a farewell embrace from the affluent lady, but Si Nan, eager to indulge in gossip, waved her hand and departed without a backward glance. The young man could only wave with teary eyes, expressing his reluctance. "Dear esteemed Buffett car owner, do remember to visit us often." Si Nan shot him a glance, shivering at the awkwardness, before hastily fleeing. Having acquired the vehicle, Si Nan directly handed the car keys to Si Zhanbong and generously bestowed large red envelopes upon her parents, encouraging them to take the children wherever they wished to go, freely and lavishly, with ample funds at their disposal. Si Nan then climbed into Hui's car. Hui appeared astonished. Amused, Si Nan inquired, "What? Are you afraid I might misbehave in the car?" Hui wore a peculiar expression. "Wasn't that car worth millions? I thought you had been in the village all these years." Si Nan raised an eyebrow at her. Realizing her faux pas, Hui quickly added, "I apologize. I did not mean to pry. I inadvertently came across an investigative report about you when I was with Gu Maching, so I truly apologize." Now it was Si Nan's turn to wear an odd expression. "So, why did Gu Maching choose to investigate me?" Chapter 73. Do you know who the biological father of the twins is? Hui was taken aback. "You genuinely don't know what happened back then?" Si Nan shook her head. "Then do you know who the biological father of the twins is?" Hui pressed again. Si Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. She regarded Hui with suspicion, just as her phone rang. Nan, hurry to the children's park. Something has happened to Bao Niu." Upon answering, Si Zhanbong's anxious voice echoed through the receiver. Si Nan's expression shifted dramatically. She could not afford to inquire further and quickly bid farewell to Hui. "Let me give you a ride. It's not a good time to hail a cab," Hui offered, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will not divulge your information to anyone." After a moment's contemplation, Si Nan nodded. "I appreciate your assistance." Hui intended to continue their conversation in the car, but Si Nan remained preoccupied with her WeChat messages, making it inconvenient for Hui to interject. Si Nan was sending messages to Si Zhanbong and Chen Xiujuan, as the presence of outsiders made voice messages impractical. She could only communicate through text. However, both elder figures were not adept at typing, leading to a rather convoluted exchange. After a considerable duration, Si Nan managed to convey a message. Si Bebe and Si had a quarrel. Si cried and declared she no longer wanted her brother and wanted to find their father. After uttering this, she vanished in the blink of an eye. Si Jinbong and Chun Xiujuan scoured the entire children's park but found no trace of them. Chun Xiujuan was frantic, yet hesitant to involve the authorities, fearing it might implicate Si Bebe. They could only await Si Nan's arrival to discuss further. Hu Wei, unaware of the situation, sensed the gravity of the matter from Si Nan's expression and asked, "Has something happened to the children?" Si Nan looked at her in surprise. Hu Wei hesitated before stating, "Si Nan, what I am about to say may come off as intrusive and somewhat inappropriate. However, I am genuinely curious. Do you truly not know who the children's father is?" Si Nan perceptively detected something amiss. "Do you know something? 4 years ago, at the Huangting Hotel in the capital, I was there with Gumachin. At that time, Gumachin was targeted by a wealthy woman who schemed to lure him to the hotel and even drugged him. However, Gumachin sensed something was amiss from the outset and managed to escape. Later, I found him in the supply room of the Huangting Hotel." Si Nan's eyes widened in shock. In truth, when Hu Wei mentioned the Huangting Hotel, a sense of foreboding washed over her. For 4 years prior, she had also been at the Huangting Hotel. At that time, her company project was deliberately obstructed, and her supervisor, realizing that the party representative had taken an interest in Si Nan, sought to leverage the project to coerce her compliance. To secure the project, her supervisor intentionally created an opportunity for Si Nan to deliver materials to the party at the hotel cafe. In hindsight, Si Nan realized she had been overly naive and focused solely on performance, rushing to the cafe without a second thought. After sipping a glass of lemonade, she sensed something was off, and in the ensuing chaos, she overturned a cafe table, seizing the opportunity to escape. She vaguely recalled hiding in a supply room. What transpired thereafter remained hazy in her memory. The only thing she distinctly remembered was the scent of blood that wafted through the air as she instinctively wished to flee, only to be seized by the ankle and tumbling into the arms of a man. The lighting in the supply room was dim, and her mind was already clouded, making it difficult for her to discern the man's features. However, she sensed that he had a magnificent physique, devoid of any excess flesh, and his voice was captivatingly smooth. He had coldly warned her not to make a sound, nor to touch him inappropriately. Yet, these details were not the crux of the matter. The significant point was that she lost consciousness shortly thereafter. When she awoke, she found herself in a precarious situation, hastily tossing a 100 yuan note before fleeing. Goodness, what a coincidence! Could that man have been Gumachin? Si Nan pondered, a look of incredulity on her face. Hu Wei chuckled softly. "You remember now, don't you? When I found Gumachin, his clothing was quite disheveled, and the atmosphere in that room bore the remnants of what had transpired. Subsequently, Gumachin went into a frenzy, desperately searching for the woman who had violated him. Eventually, upon reviewing the hotel surveillance footage, he discovered that the woman was you, and he abruptly ceased his search. His family was puzzled, yet I was the only one who discerned the truth. In that moment, his eyes sparkled with delight. Did you know? Despite your numerous disguises, he recognized you immediately. From that instant, I surmised that you were the white moonlight he had kept hidden in his heart." Si Nan was taken aback. "What on earth?" "Afterward, he relentlessly sought you, but you seemed to have vanished into thin air. He visited your hometown several times, yet your family always insisted that you had not returned. He deduced that you might be evading him, and out of consideration for you, he gradually quelled his pursuit." Si Nan could only scoff inwardly. If her assumptions were correct, she had indeed hidden away to give birth, not for any other reason, but because she had furiously taken legal action against the company and the party, and her supervisor had threatened her life. She had to remain concealed. Fortunately, she had provided a false home address when she joined the company. Otherwise, a continuous stream of visitors would have frightened her parents to death. Did you know? When Robin Leon was actually established for you, everything he has done is merely to convey that he has always been waiting for you. Si Nan scolded. She truly did not wish to delve into this matter. The truth was rather chilling. Nonetheless, Gu Machin was quite peculiar, as he had intended to establish his first store in this small town. Yet feared his intentions would be too overt. Thus he avoided it until he filled the surrounding towns with stores, only to open one here last month. To his surprise, upon arriving in this town, he learned of your marriage and the birth of twins. Originally, he had planned to let go, but upon discovering that your husband had passed away, he gradually began to investigate the twinsage, suspecting they might be his children. At this juncture, Hu suddenly chuckled. I have known him since childhood. A year ago, my family arranged our marriage, and we were supposed to wed last month. However, he suddenly announced a broken engagement, revealing that he had taken up with a designer at his company. I foolishly believed him, thinking it was that vixen who had ensnared him. I felt quite indignant. I knew he had always harbored feelings for you. If I were to lose him to you, I would accept it, for you are the white moonlight in his heart. It is inconceivable that I could be outdone by a suddenly emerging Si Luo Cha and Balianhua. I resolutely refuse to accept it. Do you understand? I even harbor suspicions that this Si Luo Cha might have ensnared Gu Mo Chun in some sinister scheme. It was only on that day at the mall that I realized all of this was part of his machination. He was acutely aware of my fiery temperament and feared that I would cause trouble for you. Thus, he orchestrated this elaborate ruse, unhesitatingly employing that Si Luo Cha, who has long sought to ascend by his side, merely to divert my ire and mislead me. However, he never anticipated that upon seeing you, he would lose control and inadvertently reveal everything. At that moment, I understood that I was utterly defeated. Si Nan was at a loss for words. In truth, her emotions were extremely complex. Yet, none of that mattered. When you spoke to me, was it related to the disappearance of my daughter? Si Nan cast a grave glance in her direction. You are remarkably astute. It's no wonder he has been so infatuated with you. Hu forced a self-deprecating smile, but quickly composed herself and stated with seriousness, it is highly probable that your daughter was taken by him. Chapter 74. Gu Mo Chin harbored no doubts that Si Nan would annihilate him. After bidding farewell to Hu Si Nan dashed through the parking lot to reunite with her parents, all the while contacting Gu Mo Chun. You finally reached out to me, Gu Mo Chun remarked. Si Nan did not dilly-dally. She plunged straight to the point. Did you kidnap my daughter? There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line before he conceded. Let's meet. Si Nan's gaze darkened suddenly. Very well. Beneath the gaze of no one, a whirlwind began to form. Since the upheaval in her life, Si Nan had plummeted from a celebrated academic star to a woman scorned by all. Before she could even process this drastic change, she had transformed from a girl into a mother of two, to provide for her children. Si Nan endured scorn and experienced the vicissitudes of life. She was not made of iron. She, too, felt fatigue. Were it not for her children and parents needing care, she might have succumbed to depression, dragging this wretched world down with her. For years, she had maintained a facade of indifference, treating this harsh world with cold detachment. As time passed, she believed she had seen through everything, that life was merely a fleeting dream. All those trapped in this cage of trials should not take things too seriously. Yet, he had crossed a line by involving her children. He deserved to die. In the desolate cafe, Mo Chun sat alone by the floor-to-ceiling window, the gentle sunlight streaming in, casting a halo upon his blue suit, rendering him particularly striking. The young girls passing outside were all captivated by his handsome visage, as they shyly took out their phones to snap clandestine photos, while some audacious ones even sought to enter the cafe for his contact information. Alas, they were all politely turned away by the attendant stationed at the door, who had clearly been instructed to do so upon recognizing Si Nan from her photograph. I recall you wrote an article in high school expressing your fondness for thorny roses. Gu Mo Chun gazed at Si Nan with profound affection, extending a rose towards her. Si Nan smirked, accepted the rose, then kicked over a nearby table, forcefully flinging the thorny rose at Gu Mo Chun. She struck with determination, aiming directly at his face, and Gu Mo Chun could only shield his head with his hands. Despite this, his face was still marred by several bloodied scratches from the rose's thorns, a sight both shocking and vivid. The hidden filming crew initially failed to react, even questioning whether this was a scripted scene. Amidst the swirling red rose petals, One dared to strike, while the other willingly endured, creating a strikingly beautiful yet violent tableau. Particularly as both main characters were exceptionally attractive. Si Nan's face bore no trace of rage, only an icy glare directed toward Guillemot-chan, as if she were a deity observing a demon crawling up from hell, ready to crush him back into the abyss, ensuring he would never rise again. They had never seen anyone strike with such grace. This young lady is incredibly fierce and stunning. Just then, a furious growl echoed through the cafe. Are you all dead? It was only then that onlookers realized the situation. Watching Guillemot-chan being slapped twice by Si Nan and then kicked into a table leg, curling up on the floor, they recognized something was amiss and rushed to intervene. However, the bouquet of roses in Si Nan's hand acted like a whip, bringing misfortune to anyone who approached. Before long, Guillemot-chan and his filming crew were all being chased away by Si Nan's relentless strikes. Enough! Guillemot-chan could no longer endure. Si Nan, have you gone mad? You clearly agreed to my terms on WeChat. What does this mean? Do you no longer wish to see your daughter? Si Nan picked up Guillemot-chan's phone from the ground, which conveniently displayed their conversation. Before entering, he had outlined the conditions for seeing her daughter, stating that she must cooperate in filming a video. Si Nan had consented, but he had not specified how to cooperate. So Si Nan had taken the liberty to express herself in her own way. With a cold scoff, Si Nan replied, "Haven't I already complied with your request? This is a performance in its truest form. Do you like it?" Guillemot-chan opened his mouth to retort, but Si Nan's foot grounded him to the floor. She had evidently lost all patience. "Where's my daughter?" Guillemot-chan chuckled. "You choose to communicate with me in this manner and expect me to divulge information? You are utterly unreasonable." Si Nan narrowed her eyes. "Is that so?" "Guillemot-chan, you are exceedingly self-righteous. I have already reported to the police. They will arrive shortly. If you don't speak, I will accuse you of kidnapping." Guillemot-chan laughed. "See, she is also my daughter. A father taking his daughter away. How does that constitute kidnapping?" "Si Nan, do you understand the law?" Si Nan scoffed coldly. "Are you certain? Have you conducted a paternity test? Is my daughter truly yours?" Guillemot-chan paused. "What do you mean?" Si Nan shot him a disdainful glance, implying, "I have a heightened sense of cleanliness. You, reeking of filth, even if I were poisoned and dying, I would not touch you. What makes you so confident that my daughter is yours? Haven't you seen photos of my twins? Have you not looked in a mirror? My children are so beautiful. Where do they resemble you?" In truth, after hearing Hu Wei's words, Si Nan had pondered whether the man from that night was indeed Guillemot-chan. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. Others might find Guillemot-chan handsome, but Si Nan was not swayed. Even during their high school rumors, she found him repulsive. How could one who felt discomfort at first sight ever become intimate? It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Guillemot-chan felt a flicker of uncertainty in the face of Si Nan's resoluteness. Si Nan taunted him. "You are indeed a kidnapper. If you do not return my daughter, prepare to rot in prison." Guillemot-chan's expression was complex, yet he steadfastly refused to reveal Si Shishi's whereabouts. Only when the police arrived did he, with a hint of self-mockery, relent. "I did not anticipate that you would view me in such a light. I did not abduct your daughter. She is not in my possession. I merely wish to see you." "What did you say?" At that moment, Si Nan felt as if she would explode. Although she had promptly reported to the police, and they were reviewing surveillance footage around the children's park. With Si Jinbong and Si Shueibua still searching, Si Nan had been misled by Guillemot-chan's false information, causing valuable time to be wasted. If something happened to Si Shishi, you deserve to die. Had it not been for the police restraining her, Guillemot-chan was certain Si Nan would have ended his life. He let out a derisive laugh, saying, "I'm sorry, but I have already sent someone to search for her. Do not worry. Si Nan cold discold." Sorry? If apologies held any weight, the world would not be plagued by so many criminals. Taking a deep breath, Si Nan fixed his icy gaze upon Guillemot-chan. "If a single hair on my daughter is harmed, I shall drag you down to ruin with me, even if it means descending into hell." Chapter 75. Chi-Yu Daddy. Help! CCC has gone missing, and Si Nan is frantically scouring the world for his daughter. By the time Chi-Yu realizes something is amiss, it is already deep into the night. He is preoccupied with hunting down a traitor while simultaneously gathering supplies. losing track of time in the process. Only when he comes to his senses does he realize something is missing today. Si did not cling to him, begging for bedtime stories. Upon inquiry, he learns that Si has vanished. Everyone is in a frenzy searching for the little sister. Si Nan has been away from home the entire day. And even though the cafeteria aunt prepared a meal, no one has the appetite to eat. Si Bebe, not daring to cause trouble, hides in a corner, curling up alone, feeling miserable yet stifling his tears. It is only when Chiyu comes to ask that he can no longer endure it, bursting out of his room to hide in the wardrobe, sobbing bitterly. Though no one scolds him, Si Bebe understands that it is indeed due to their quarrel that his sister ran off in distress. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, my sister wouldn't be lost, he cries sorrowfully. The sound of the child's heart-wrenching sobs fills the air, leaving Chi-Yu's heart shattered, yet he feels powerless to console him. For no matter what he says, Si Bebe cannot absorb it. Chi-Yu longs to embrace him, assuring him that it is not his fault. He is merely a 3.5-year-old child. Even adults have their disputes, let alone children. Unfortunately, he cannot do so. He feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness, never before experiencing such profound frustration and impotence. All he can do is combat the relentless zombies while attempting to soothe Si Bebe's emotions. Moreover, Chiyu is concerned about Si Nan. To her, her children are her lifeblood. With her daughter missing, she must be in utter despair. With every swing of his axe, he curses the undead, thinking, damn it. He previously felt fortunate that although he was alone in this world, having family in another realm was enough. Now he realizes that he is far from content, even resenting his existence in this alternate world where he can do nothing. Old Hay watches in bewilderment as his leader suddenly goes berserk, surrounded by the remains of countless zombies. What is happening? Just as he contemplates, a faint sobbing sound reaches his ears, instantly putting him on high alert. Even Chi-Yu, who is in a frenzy, quickly calms down, narrowing his eyes toward the source of the sound. Old Hay thinks to himself, who on earth is so foolish as to cause trouble at this moment? I can only silently light a candle for them. His thoughts are understandable, given the eerie nature of the sound, which resembles a child's cries. In a city overrun by zombies, where even adults struggle to survive, how could a child possibly be present? A moment's contemplation leads him to suspect that something sinister is at play, attempting to lure them into a trap. Old Hay scoffs, ready to confront whatever trickery lies ahead. But Chi-Yu restrains him. Just moments ago, he had been in a rage, yet now his eyes are sharp and focused, regaining his combat readiness. Do not let your guard down. There may be a trick, Chi-Yu warns. Old Hay nods in agreement. Chi-Yu gestures for Old Hay to find a position to ambush while he himself approaches slowly as bait. Old Hay nods in understanding and swiftly disappears into the ruins. Chi-Yu stealthily draws near, stopping within 50 meters of the sound, concealing his presence. Upon receiving confirmation through his earpiece that Old Hay is in position, he picks up a stone and hurls it at an abandoned car by the roadside. The sobbing instantly ceases, startled by the noise. Chi-Yu seizes another stone and throws it toward the source of the sound. In the next moment, a shriek pierces the air, followed by a small figure bursting forth from a dilapidated vehicle. Both Chi-Yu and Old Hay are taken aback. Could it truly be a child? What if it is a mutated zombie in disguise? There is no time for further thought, as the commotion has already attracted the attention of zombies, who begin to swarm toward the small figure standing in the middle of the street. The child, terrified, turns to flee but inadvertently stumbles into a crack in the road, falling to the ground. Just as the zombies are about to pounce, the small one cries out, "Daddy, help." Chi-Yu, who is about to conceal himself, freezes at the sound of that familiar voice. Without a moment's hesitation, his body reacts faster than his mind, launching forward like an arrow and dispatching the approaching zombies in a matter of moments. "Daddy." The little one immediately recognizes Chi-Yu. Despite his unkempt appearance after days without shaving or tending to his hygiene, yet she knows him instantly. Strangely, his previously restless heart finds solace, as if an empty room has suddenly been filled. Seek. She can hardly believe his eyes. Si, disregarding her princess demeanor, nods vigorously through tears and snot, exclaiming, "It's me. Daddy, quickly save me." Those terrifying monsters are going to eat me. What are you doing here? Chi can hardly fathom the situation. A soft, squishy bundle clings to his legs, melting his heart. He quickly scoops her up, and she wraps her arms tightly around his neck, shaking her head tearfully. I don't know. The bad brother bullied me, so I hid behind the beautiful flowers, and then a bad dog scared me, and I called for mommy and daddy. But I don't know how I ended up here. Chi-Yu's expression is difficult to read. Though he feels a surge of relief that she is safe, a dangerous thought flits through his mind. How wonderful it would be if he could keep her here forever. But that is impossible. After all, Si Nan is her mother, and he has no right to keep another's child. He can only patiently explain to her, no matter what. You cannot hide and make grandma and grandpa unable to find you. You don't know that your family is terrified because you are missing. Your mother is still searching for you. Your brother said that because he couldn't find you, he saw your mother secretly crying. CCC immediately lowers her head, murmuring, I'm sorry, I want to do it again. Chi-Yu's heart melts at the sight of her remorseful demeanor, and he finds it hard to scold her. However, figuring out how to return her home is proving to be a headache, especially as more zombies are drawn to the commotion. Chi-Yu can only hold CCC tightly in his arms, covering her small head with his coat to shield her from the gruesome scene. Determined to fight their way out. Chapter 76. Chi-Yu's dilemma. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Old Hay watches the unfolding scene through binoculars, utterly dumbfounded. Is he hallucinating? In the desolate ruins of a city overrun by zombies, a small bundle unexpectedly emerged. The usually aloof and merciless leader tenderly cradled the little one, thoughtfully draping a piece of clothing over the child's head to shield them from the gruesome violence surrounding them. If it weren't for his blurred vision, he might have truly believed he saw a flicker of joy and excitement on the leader's face, as if he had regained something precious. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly dealt with the remaining zombies, and Old Hay, with his gun in hand, darted forward. As he approached, before he could utter a word, he heard the small voice chirp, Daddy Chi-Yu, tell the bad uncle I want to eat coconut mango sago and a lot of tomato sauce beef noodles. I also want ice cream and milk tea, okay? Old Hay gasped in disbelief. Daddy Chi-Yu? For a moment, he contemplated knocking his own head with the rifle slung over his shoulder, questioning whether this scene was merely a figment of his imagination. Could they have encountered a psychic zombie, and had he fallen under its spell? In the next instant, he witnessed Chi-Yu gently ruffle the little one's hair, speaking softly. All right, Old Hay exclaimed. What the hell? This is truly bizarre. His expression turned grave as he fixated on the child, who was gazing at him with innocent eyes. Just then, the little one noticed him and tilted her head with a bright smile, making a shushing gesture. Be quiet. Daddy is busy. Uncle, just wait a moment. Old Hay was utterly perplexed. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his sniper rifle, having recently acquired ample ammunition from a trader they had dealt with. He suspected that the child might be a transformed psychic zombie. After all, how could a child resemble their team leader so closely? Their leader was clearly a handsome young man. Before he could pull the trigger, he was unexpectedly counterattacked by Chi-Yu, who seized a sniper rifle from him. Boss, you're hallucinating. Let go of that zombie. Old Hay exclaimed anxiously. Chi-Yu shot him a look of exasperation, lazily reminding him, I am a purifier. Mental attacks are ineffective against me. Old Hay finally grasped the situation. This child was indeed real. But how could that be possible? Chi-Yu, exasperated with Old Hay's confusion, turned to CCC. I informed your mother that you are with me, but she doesn't believe me. She insisted we send her a video. No. The little one protested, waving her hands. If Mom sees me looking all dirty, she'll definitely scold me. Chi thought it was unnecessary to worry about that, considering that at this moment, her mother would be powerless to reprimand her. Who would have guessed that the child was a spatial ability user? This was a revelation Chi-Yu had just discovered. While he was busy battling the zombies, overwhelmed by their numbers and protecting the little one, he had nearly been ambushed. In a moment of dire need, the child had instantaneously transported him away. However, she remained unaware of her own abilities. It only happened when she was anxious, triggering her latent potential. Earlier, when she had been frightened by a vicious dog, she subconsciously thought of Chi-Yu and, without knowing how, suddenly appear by his side. She was completely oblivious to the fact that she had teleported, let alone how to return. Chi was left with a monumental headache, having no choice but to take the child with him and explain the situation to Si Nan. It was hard to believe, even for Chi. Yet, dwelling on such matters was futile. The situation had unfolded, and they needed to address the immediate challenges. After searching for a while, Chi finally located a relatively intact hotel building. He swiftly ascended to the top floor's presidential suite. The suite had its own access control and was free from any signs of intrusion since the apocalypse. The furniture remained largely untouched, though coated in dust. With a mere wave of his hand, Chi revitalized the entire room. Old He assumed Chi intended to take refuge there, but little did he know, Chi merely sought to give the child a bubble bath. Listening to the delightful singing emanating from the bathroom, Old He felt increasingly bewildered. He wished to advise his leader that even with immense powers, one should not be so reckless. But Chi was beyond listening. His primary concern was whether Old He could braid the child's hair. Old He stared at Chi, and, after a long moment, he realized he could not rely on him for help. He resigned himself to that fact and turned to another bathroom. Momenslate. The sound of splashing water filled the air. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Old He had become estranged from the concept of cleanliness. He had never considered himself dirty. In fact, he took pride in his uniform shade of black, which served as the perfect camouflage for survival. But now, as he glanced down at himself and around the impeccably clean room, he suddenly felt out of place. Perhaps he should tidy himself up? After about half an hour, the trio finally emerged in the living room, with Old He having hurriedly cleaned himself and donned a set of men's pajamas found in the guest room. Finally resembling a human being, he was allowed to hold a small teddy bear, which he handed to Si. Chi had initially not wanted to be in the video, but Si insisted he hold her, and with no choice, he complied. Facing the camera, they were supposedly recording a video. However, the serious expressions and tones reminded Old He of incarcerated individuals promising never to commit crimes again. Similar, yet not identical. Chi could not quite grasp why he felt so guilty, but upon hearing Old He's words, he immediately became alert, realizing he must conceal any hint of his inner thoughts about abducting Si. As the little one clung to his neck, that feeling intensified. Thus, upon learning that Si had no idea how to return, he felt a twinge of delight. Yet, these buried emotions must remain hidden from Si Nan. Ahem, Miss Si. Rest assured, I will take excellent care of Si and ensure she suffers no harm. I vow with my life, Chi declared with utmost seriousness, akin to a solemn military oath. Si immediately echoed, Mommy, I understand my mistakes. I promise I won't run off again, and I will definitely listen to Daddy Chi while I'm here. Upon witnessing the video, with her daughter disheveled and acting as a mere accessory to a man, Si Nan's feelings were hard to articulate. Indeed, the boomerang of fate may arrive late, but it always returns. Had she known that the space abilities of Bauga could bring her immense wealth in this apocalyptic world at the cost of losing her beloved daughter, Si Nan would prefer a mundane life over such riches. In that moment, she was torn between relief and sorrow, grateful that her daughter had been found, yet heartbroken that she had crossed into another world overrun with zombies, mutated beings, and countless natural disasters. Though the room had been tidied up by Chi, it appeared no different from a luxurious suite before the apocalypse. However, upon closer inspection, one can behold the desolation outside the expansive windows. Even across the way, through the glass panes of the adjacent building, the barren streets reveal the eerie silhouettes of wandering zombies. It is a veritable hell on earth, fraught with peril. Even robust adult men cannot be certain of their survival in such a world. How much more precarious is the situation for her delicate daughter, Si, who weeps inconsolably at the slightest scrape. How could Si Nan find peace of mind knowing her daughter has ventured into the apocalypse? Yet, what recourse does she have? She longs to traverse through time and space, to snatch back this mischievous little child and discipline her soundly. But alas, she cannot. As a mother of a child with extraordinary capabilities, whose son connects with men from alternate realms and whimsically tosses items from a spatial domain, what cannot she accept? It is merely the addition of a daughter endowed with spatial abilities who might inadvertently traverse time and space. Calm. The mother can persuade herself, considering her daughter's journey akin to a spring outing. The world is vast, and it is essential for children to explore it. Having soothed herself, Si Nan diligently packed essentials for Bao Niu and had Bao Ge deliver them. Despite the harsh conditions, life must go on. Furthermore, how could she allow her child to suffer in the face of adversity? Even in the apocalypse, Si Nan is determined to ensure her daughter emerges as the wealthiest child in that world. Of course, wealth aside, if the little one desires ice cream or milk tea, those indulgences are out of the question. Si Nan coldly denied Chiyu's request, even when someone was deceived by a 3-year-old charm. Attempting to pass off the desire as his own, Si Nan decisively exposed him and administered a stern lecture. With a face full of remorse, Chiyu suggested that perhaps they could forego ice cream and milk tea today, as she pouted on the verge of tears, but resolved to remain strong. Chiyu felt his heart shatter, ultimately promising that if she could master the use of her concealed arrows, he would personally prepare milk tea for her. Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately agreed. Her concealed arrows, crafted specifically for her by Lao He using gold elemental abilities, were said to be a means of self-protection according to Chiyu's father. Yet for Shi, they were merely a delightful toy, far more entertaining than mud. Her enthusiasm was palpable. If she mastered them, milk tea would be her reward, a truly joyous prospect. Thus, the ruins became home to several vibrant figures. Each day, 2 men clad in suits or combat attire traversed the debris, relentlessly pursuing traitors, accompanied by a little girl in combat gear, adorned with a princess gown, practicing her aim with her pink concealed arrows against a line of bound zombies. Remarkably, their combat attire appeared pristine, as if they had stepped out for a photo shoot. To this, Chiyu could only shrug his shoulders. With a cleanliness-obsessed woman at home, what could he do? These garments were tailored to their measurements, crafted by Si Nan at her behest, with dozens of sets produced at once. Even Lao He managed to acquire 7 sets. Before each meal, Si Nan would conduct a video check, fearing they might neglect hygiene and inadvertently consume bacteria and viruses. In the event of illness, with no doctors available, even if Si Nan could procure medicine, she would be at a loss as to which remedies were effective. Previously, Chiyu and Lao He, being rugged men, had little regard for such matters, bearing any consequences of their meals. But times had changed. Now, they were responsible for a delicate little princess. They must set an example for her. After a day of combat, upon returning for meals, they would first bathe and change. If their clothing became soiled, they would remove it and send it to Si Nan for laundering. Who else in the apocalypse changed outfits 3 times a day? Could they not maintain cleanliness? Chiyu was quite content with this arrangement, as he was inherently fastidious. However, Lao He found himself in a predicament. He no longer went by Lao He, for he felt unworthy. He had assumed a new moniker, Lao Bai. Each night before sleeping, he would gaze at his pale hands and mourn the loss of his once sun-kissed skin for 3 minutes. After 3 years of nurturing his dark complexion, it was gone. Yet, after only 2 days of lamentation, Chiyu dragged him out for a beating. Where is the justice in this world? He preferred to be filthy, to blend into the world. What was wrong with that? Why must he be compelled to bathe? Chiyu rubbed his furrowed brow and, with a firm kick, silenced him. The child is sleeping. How cruel it is not to allow one to weep. Lao He extended his hand in a plea. Big brother, look at me. In this state, I am nothing more than a walking light bulb. Can I still aspire to be an exceptional sniper? Chiyu callously pushed him away. Had he never seen a movie? Those radiant women in red high heels could also be outstanding snipers. Why couldn't he? If he could not, he should reflect upon himself rather than lament his skin. What of living in an apocalypse? Is that a justification for lacking hygiene? Lao He thought, this merciless man has changed. To avoid criticism from women, he is attempting to manipulate me? Lao He refused to comply, muttering about how the woman was far away in another world, and if she had the ability, she could come and give him a beating. He felt a surge of defiance. Tomorrow, after the battle, he would forego bathing. If she had the audacity, she could come and confront him. However, He soon recognized his folly. While Si Nan could not traverse dimensions to chastise him, she could certainly deprive him of food. Observing Chi and Si Shi eat heartily after cleaning up, rewarded with large roasted goose legs and braised pig trotters. While he was left with a meager bowl of scallion oil noodles, he felt a pang of envy. Of course, he could choose not to eat. After all, he was merely a freeloader. He could toss aside his chopsticks and return to his nutrient solution. But he was unwilling. After 3 years of subsisting solely on that vile concoction, who would willingly consume it if not for survival? In any case, he would not drink it. He shamelessly sought out meals of scallion oil noodles. If he could secure roasted goose legs and pig trotters, how delightful that would be. Having gained this enlightenment, Lao He became more fastidious than anyone else. Whoever dared to deny him the first opportunity to bathe would face his wrath. Chapter 78. A business opening that earned over 30 small goals. Since Bao Nyo's arrival in this world, Si Nan had transformed into a workaholic, her actions growing increasingly audacious. She entrusted the management of the marketplace and club entirely to Zhou Han and devoted herself to procuring various combat supplies for Chiyu. Just days prior, she had dispatched a shipment of coal and oil, and now she was contemplating enlisting Jiang Cholin's help to assemble a laboratory dedicated to the development of combat mechs and robots. She was occupied, spinning like a top. Even the factory, marketplace, and club opening were compressed into a single day for convenience. Si Nan allocated funds to Zhou Han, granting him free rein to execute the opening ceremony. He executed the task splendidly, resulting in a lively and grand event. However, Si Nan only made a brief appearance, conducting a simple motivational meeting for the core team and leaving behind a substantial quantity of gold melon seeds for Si Jinbong and Zhou Han to distribute as bonuses to the staff. 2 2-gram seeds for each employee. She departed, missing even the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Old Madame Jiang, as the VVVP client recommended by Jiang Cholin, received a special invitation as one of the first elite clients, enjoying the privilege of early entry for selection during the opening. Of course, such privileges were mere gimmicks devised by the children, and old Madame Jiang regarded them with indifference. She merely sought to support her grandson and participate in the festivities. She had no intention of purchasing anything. She merely wished to seize the opportunity to meet Si Nan. However, little did she know that she would not even catch a glimpse of Si Nan, and even her own grandson, whom she managed to meet briefly, proclaimed himself to be exceedingly busy, stating that he had only managed to carve out 2 hours to visit them all. He left her with the remark, "Grandma, I need to buy some things first. We'll chat later," and vanished without a trace. The other special guests who received the first round of invitations were mainly those invited through the connections of Jiang Cholin and Zhou Han. Initially, their mindset mirrored that of old Lady Jiang. Upon entering the marketplace, their demeanor oscillated between arrogance and polite pleasantries. Yet, upon observing Jiang Cholin's actions, Zhou Han exclaimed in surprise, abandoning the elder he was entertaining, and hastily summoned his personal butler to grab a shopping cart and join the fray. The onlookers found it amusing, thinking these 2 young men were merely putting on a show, deeming it a rather clumsy psychological tactic. However, soon enough, they witnessed the typically aloof and discerning old Lady Jiang curiously picking up items to inspect, subsequently requesting a shopping cart, and loading it with goods one after another. This piqued the curiosity of the crowd, redirecting their attention to the merchandise in the marketplace. As a result, none of the first batch of clients exited empty-handed that day, with each spending an average amount equivalent to half a small target. The incentive was that spending a small target allowed one to acquire a ticket for the day's inaugural auction at the club. Many, upon hearing this news, immediately returned to spend an additional half a small target. Notably, many attendees were the wives and daughters of affluent families, and some were young gentlemen of the same generation as Jiang Cholin and Zhou Han. Upon learning of the offer, they promptly called their husbands or heads of the family. The reason was simple. If the items available at the marketplace were so exquisitely crafted, what treasures could the auction at the club possibly hold? For business people, money is merely a number, but fine goods are different. They possess not only collectible value, but also serve as a symbol of status and power. At critical moments, they can unlock connections and act as keys to new wealth, or even provide salvation. Thus, on the first day of operations, Si Nan garnered over 30 small targets solely from selling membership cards. She promptly divided these 30 small targets into 3 portions: one for her parents' retirement fund, another for Bao-Ji's education fund, and the third entirely invested in the laboratory, urging Jiang Che-lin to expedite team assembly and commence research. Unbeknownst to anyone, on the day of the grand opening, a few figures lurked across from the marketplace, 2 of whom were Si Jinhua and Wu Shufan. They had initially intended to scheme against Si Nan's family, fabricating a tale that her entire family had perished, and shifting the blame for previously deceiving Xia Yu regarding rent onto Si Nan. Little did they know that Wang Han saw through their ruse, revealing that Si Nan's family had not perished but was instead being supported by a wealthy foreign benefactor who had provided them shelter and sustenance in this factory. Didn't they say Si Nan was highly favored by that rotund foreigner, entrusted with managing the entire factory? Why is she nowhere to be seen during the ribbon-cutting ceremony? Si Jinhua pondered with confusion. They waited by the roadside all day, anticipating Si Nan's appearance to expose her supposed truth of being supported, believing that she would acquiesce to their demands to preserve her dignity. Even if she did not transfer the house into their names, she would likely offer them money to placate them. If they could reimburse Wang Han, then Si Yin would no longer need to hide. They planned to persuade Si Zhenbong to rent the house to them, which they would then sublet to Wang Han, thus profiting in the process. However, as darkness fell and the marketplace closed, with the last employee riding away on a motorcycle, Si Nan's shadow remained elusive. Could it be that she knows we are waiting for her and is deliberately hiding? Wu Shufan wondered. Originally, they had intended to act on Qingming Festival, but they had failed to encounter her that day as well. Unbeknownst to them, due to CCC's time travel, Si Nan had been busier than a spinning top and had no inclination to return to mock Wu Shufan and her family. Only Si Zhenbong and Chun Xiujuan hurried back with a large roasted pig and a variety of offerings to pay respects to their father and ancestors, praying for their daughter and grandson's safety and smooth sailing, and for their granddaughter to navigate the perils of another world. They spent the entire time on the mountain, not even returning to the village. Wu Shufan and Si Jinhua remained in the village, waiting in vain, completely oblivious to this. It was only later, when the village elders descended from the mountain carrying half a roasted pig to distribute among the family as elders, that they learned Si Zhenbong had already completed his ancestral rites and departed. That day, Wu Shufan received no share of the roasted pig, which left her infuriated, causing her to lose sleep and subsequently vandalize Si Zhenbong's home. Unbeknownst to her, she was confronted by Ba Gu and the village elders, resulting in her being forced to compensate 50,000 yuan for a mere damaged floor. What if Si Nan has grown weary of that foreigner and decided to end things? Si Jinhua mused, furrowing his brow. Damn it, if that's the case, we would be at a tremendous loss. With such a large factory, if she could secure a managerial position for us, we would never have to worry about food. Who would have thought that this flirtatious minx, so capable in usual matters, couldn't he even hold onto a foreigner? Wu Shufan spat in disdain. What shall we do now? Si Jinhua cursed under his breath. Shall we return for now? This cursed place is infested with mosquitoes at night. Wu Shufan grumbled, preparing to leave with Si Jinhua, when suddenly a shadow rushed towards them. Chapter 79, doing everything possible to accumulate more resources for the child. Si Nan had no intention of engaging with the likes of Wu Shufan and Si Jinhua. After weeks of relentless busyness, she finally welcomed some good news. The laboratory personnel had been assembled, and work could commence immediately. The design blueprints for the mobile castle RV had also been completed. Originally, Si Nan's design concept was tailored specifically for Qi Yu, but after Bao Nio's time travel, she had added a princess room to ensure Bao Nio's comfort. The last-minute request to modify the blueprints had initially overwhelmed the manufacturing team, but given the generous compensation Si Nan offered, they worked through the night to revise the plans. If all goes well, within half a month, the amphibious mobile castle would be ready for completion. Si Nan finally let out a sigh of relief. The subsequent task was to closely monitor the progress, as there was little else she could contribute, allowing herself a moment of respite. Sister Nan, the blueprints are ready. But with such a tight schedule, the mobile castle may not turn out perfectly. Lin expressed his concerns. Si Nan shook her head, stating that although the urgency from the boss was pressing, the interior decoration did not need to be perfect from the outset. They should focus on constructing the framework first, and any unsuitable elements could be adjusted later. The key was that the framework and external defense walls must be sufficiently robust, using materials comparable to those of a tank. No corners could be cut in terms of materials. Si Nan did not wish to rush, but Chiyu had informed her that it had been raining continuously in his area for a week, showing no signs of abating. If this continued, the ruins could experience flooding, potentially causing the collapse of the buildings at any moment. This meant they needed to be prepared for evacuation at any time. Therefore, during this period, he and Lao He were tracking the traders while simultaneously working to gather supplies. They hoped to eliminate the traders before the flood struck, averting future troubles. And only then could they safely leave. Currently, as they moved within the urban ruins, Chi would seek out undamaged buildings to serve as temporary shelter for CCC, ensuring she remained as comfortable as possible. But what would happen once they evacuated? Upon leaving the urban ruins and entering a desolate wasteland, would they truly force the child to endure the hardships of life on the road? Despite the tight schedule, the end-of-the-world mobile castle, Mo Shi Dong Changbao, undoubtedly has numerous details that cannot be finalized all at once. However, it is certainly preferable to enduring the hardships of life outdoors. Si Nan merely hopes to complete the transformation of the amphibious mobile castle before they depart from the ruins of the city. Let there be no further unexpected events. By the way, do you have any connections to procure a fey? Si Nan suddenly inquired. Lin looked at her with a peculiar expression. Sister Nan, are we venturing into that kind of business? What kind of business? You know, the one that involves BU and private matters. Si Nan rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? I merely intend to prepare a fey for our boss, who enjoys sea fishing. If one day he unexpectedly comes to inspect the work, we ought to arrange some recreational activities for him afterward, just in case. Understand? Si Nan thought it prudent to purchase a fey in advance and store it in the warehouse. In the event of an unforeseen disaster, such as a sudden flood, Chiyu and the others could pilot the fey to escape the city ruins without the panic of searching for escape tools. Lin replied, I'll have my personal butler check on it. Please wait 5 minutes. Si Nan remarked, another day of sun exposure. What is it like to have a personal secretary? The answer is simply delightful. Si Nan did not concern herself with whether Lin brought a personal butler to work, as she was not responsible for paying the butler's salary. As long as Lin could fulfill his work responsibilities, what did it matter? Over this period, Si Nan had come to understand the saying, it is difficult for the poor to conduct business, yet the wealthy find it remarkably easy to make money. The poor must toil themselves, as one person's strength is always limited. No one is omnipotent and cannot achieve perfection in every endeavor. Conversely, as long as the wealthy are astute, they can hire exceptional talent to assist them, allowing matters to progress swiftly and smoothly. Whether it is Lin bringing a personal butler to work, or Johan seeking to simplify his own life by enlisting top-notch corporate consultants and headhunting firms through his family connections to design a nearly perfect leadership team for Si Nan. The factory and marketplace have already been established. Si Nan merely needs to steer the major decisions and ensure timely salary disbursement each month, while Johan manages the day-to-day operations and implements various measures and policies flawlessly. With this management team in place, Si Nan no longer needs to be at the factory every day, which has significantly lightened her burden. This is a problem that can be resolved with money, so why not embrace it? The key is that with this management team, even if Si Nan were to encounter unforeseen circumstances in the future, as long as the factory continues to operate and the ever-growing trust fund supports them, her parents and Bao Gu will no longer have to worry about financial matters for the rest of their lives. It must be said that Lin's personal butler is quite capable. In less than 5 minutes, he sent over a stack of evaluations and recommendations for the fey, presenting 3 options labeled A, B, and C for Si Nan to choose from. Indifferent to making a selection herself, Si Nan let Lin decide, taking care of the payment instead. Just as she completed the transfer, a video call from Jiang Che-lin's father came through. Si Nan had previously engaged in a transaction involving oil with him, establishing a business partnership. That collaboration had gone smoothly, and afterward, Si Nan discreetly asked for his assistance in procuring a batch of arms. Jiang Huan had looked at her oddly at the time, but ultimately said he would inquire. During this video call, Jiang Huan promptly asked Jiang Che-lin to step away, and Si Nan sensed he had good news. Indeed, Jiang Huan did not disappoint her. However, the other party requested an in-person transaction and insisted on payment in gold. Si Nan chuckled. How fortuitous. She had an abundance of gold. After confirming the transaction date, Si Nan asked Jiang Che-lin to arrange for a private jet charter. After sending Jiang Che-lin off, Si Zhenbang entered the study with a bowl of soup. Upon seeing his daughter's weary visage, he sighed. I understand you are worried about your daughter and are doing everything possible to accumulate more survival supplies for the children. But do not forget, you have another child. How long has it been since you attended a Baoge? With that, Si Zhenbang left. Si Nan stood dazed for a moment before making her way to the drying field, where she observed Baoge and Chen Xiu one planting watermelons. The small figures, illuminated by the setting sun, gradually took on a semblance of young manhood. During this time, Si Nan had been preoccupied with preparations, anxious that her efforts might fall short, making life difficult for Bao Niu and Qi Yu in that ever-changing apocalypse, thus neglecting Baoge. She had heard that Baoge now rose early each day to engage in physical training and martial arts practice alongside Bao Niu under Qi Yu's guidance. Additionally, Qi Yu would carve out time to provide early education, and during the rest of the day, he would work in the fields with their grandparents. He was remarkably sensible. Si Nan no witty whatsoever. She was unaware of the content of Qi Yu's early education, but she noticed Baoge was increasingly exuding the aura of a soldier. Chapter 80. Her child is uniquely different. A 3.5-year-old child no longer played in the mud, but diligently helped with farming. Watching him with his determined and focused gaze while tending to the crops, Si Nan felt a pang of heartache. After all, he was just a 3.5-year-old child. Si Nan removed her shoes, rolled up her pant legs, and went to lend a hand. Mama, Si Bei exclaimed upon seeing Si Nan, his eyes shining with delight. Si Nan affectionately ruffled Bao Ji's hair. Baoge has grown into a sturdy young man. With their mother's affirmation, Si Bei stood even taller, proudly declaring, I am no longer a child. I could do many things. Indeed, Baoge is truly remarkable. However, you are still just 3.5 years old, my dear. At this age, the most important things are learning and growing, so you mustn't overexert yourself. Otherwise, you might not grow tall and end up being short when you grow up. While acknowledging Baoge's recent efforts, Si Nan spoke with a tone of gentle advice. Mama, don't worry. I study every day, Baoge replied. Qi Yu's father thinks it's not good for my sister to wander around the ruins with him. So he has Bao Niu stay in the space to study using a learning machine. But Bao Niu is a bit slow, so I teach her everything I learn. Zibai explained. Si Nan felt a pang of guilt, realizing she had overlooked Bao Ji's education during this time. She had intended to send him to kindergarten in a few months, but had neglected his learning in the meantime. Thankfully, Qi Yu was there to compensate for her oversight. However, Si Nan was curious. A learning machine? Where did that come from? It was found by Qi Yu's father in a house. He tried it out to see if it still worked, but the screen was broken, so I asked Brother Johan to help me replace it. As she spoke, Si Bei stealthily glanced around, then quietly removed his gloves and produced a tablet learning machine from the space. Brother Johan fixed it for me, but didn't want to return it, saying he would trade it for something. Baoge isn't foolish. Qi Yu's father said this was the only one that worked in the entire ruins. There was originally a pair of glasses, but those broke and couldn't be repaired. Qi Yu's father said if any other parts of this learning machine broke, it would be hard to find someone to fix it, so we need to be careful with it. I just knew it must be something good, so I won't get it to him. Si Nan chuckled, looking at her clever little 3-year-old and confirming, without a doubt, that he was indeed her child. She had originally thought to spend some time comforting her child's tender heart after neglecting him, but it seemed Baoge had managed quite well on his own. Upon observing Si Bei's clear and bright eyes, it was evident that she bore no negative emotions from being overlooked during this period. She had meticulously organized her daily activities, including study, leisure, and caring for the elderly. Her mother could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of pride. She understood that a significant part of this was attributable to Chi Yu's influence. Although he was not the child's biological father, he treated her as if she were his own, compensating for the paternal love that was absent in her life. This kindness was something Si Nan felt she could never repay. Mother, with this learning device, you need not worry about my and Bao'Nyo studies anymore. You can pursue your own interests with peace of mind, Si Bei said thoughtfully. Si Nan embraced her tightly and planted a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, "Indeed, Mother is the happiest woman in the world." As she regained her composure, she took the learning device in hand. At first glance, it appeared no different from a tablet one might find in the modern world. However, upon opening it, she discovered an array of remarkably advanced educational content. Si Nan had previously familiarized herself with early childhood education courses. Children at Bao'Nyo's age typically learned about shapes, colors, the importance of washing hands before meals, how to use scissors, build with blocks, and practice climbing stairs without holding onto the handrail. Yet, what could a 3.5-year-old learn from this tablet? Basic agriculture, principles of biological and animal structures, mechanics, engaging experiments in physics and chemistry, and even lessons on the mysteries of the universe, its origins, and the science of parallel worlds. Si Nan was taken aback. Not only could a child of such tender age grasp these concepts, but even she, a graduate student, had not delved into such a breadth of knowledge outside her field of study. Nevertheless, the video content was presented in an accessible and engaging manner, easily understood even by someone like Si Nan, who had pursued higher education. As for whether other children of the same age could comprehend it, she was uncertain. In her household, one child could understand while the other could not. However, she was acutely aware that her 2 children were anything but ordinary, rendering comparisons moot. At the very least, in terms of physical capabilities, they did not require training in using scissors or ascending stairs without assistance. Consequently, Si Nan quickly accepted the reality that perhaps the educational system of this world was not particularly suited for her children. If Chi Yu were willing, allowing the children to learn from him could be a more advantageous choice, though she remained uncertain of his willingness. While contemplating these matters, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Si Nan promptly instructed Bao'Gu to return the learning device. The visitor was a worker from the factory, also a former villager of Si Nan's. "Trouble is brewing. Xiaowan, Nanzong, you must hurry to the factory entrance. The Jinhua family has brought a large group to cause a scene, claiming our people have kidnapped Wu Shufan and Si Jinhua. They are holding Zhenbang hostage, threatening to take him if we do not release the others. What's wrong with that crazy woman again? It's serious. I've heard that her brother has a history of mania, and some say they are involved in shady dealings. If they become violent, anything could happen. We should head over immediately." Upon hearing this, the workers in the fields hastily set down their tools and rushed to protect Chen Xiaowan and Si Nan as they made their way to the factory entrance. However, Chen Xiaowan firmly grasped Si Nan's arm, insisting, Nan, you take Bao'Gu home first. We don't want to frighten the child. I can handle this. Mother, I'm not a child anymore. Besides, although Bao'Gu is young, our factory security is not to be underestimated. It won't be easy for them to create chaos. Let him come along. It will be fine. Si Nan was determined to prepare Si Bei for the realities of life. After all, her daughter had traversed into a post-apocalyptic world, honing her skills in using hidden weapons to fend off zombies. Compared to that, this situation seemed trivial. Moreover, who knew if her son might suddenly face unexpected circumstances? What if he were to traverse into another world as well? Overall, she realized that she could not allow her children to remain sheltered. This consideration had influenced her earlier thoughts about taking Bao'Gu abroad for trade. Her children were inherently different from others, and she needed her family to swiftly understand and accept this reality. Chapter 81. Who kidnapped Wu Shufan unable to resist Si Nan's insistence. Chen Xiaowan acquiesced to her wishes. Although Si Nan asserted that their side was strong, one could never be too cautious. She remained close to Si Bei, fearful that the child might be inadvertently harmed by the madman. When Si Nan and her group arrived at the entrance, the security personnel had already retrieved Si Nan. Upon seeing the visible blood on her father's face, Si Nan's expression darkened immediately. Si Nan, you arrived just in time. The entire village knows you are a troublemaker. Did you orchestrate the abduction of my husband and mother-in-law? The woman shrieked. Si Nan had no desire to engage with her, and instead furrowed her brow. Questioning the head of security, what transpired here? I apologize, Nanzong. We were negligent. The head of security admitted remorsefully. This is not the fault of the security team. One of their employees interjected, eager to clarify. Initially, this woman was pretending to be vulnerable. Upon seeing the manager approach, she sat on the ground crying, claiming her husband and mother-in-law had been taken. She was wailing, asking what she should do. The manager couldn't allow her to sit there crying and attempted to help her up. Suddenly, her brother burst forth in a fit, accusing the manager of misconduct and attacked without warning. It was utterly insane. Si Nan's cold gaze swept over the woman. That was merely a misunderstanding, the woman protested. Goodness, I haven't seen you in days, yet your eyes have become terrifying. It feels as though they could devour a person. Even her own brothers stepped back 2 paces, intimidated by a mere glance from Si Nan. Si Nan was uninterested in whether it was a misunderstanding. With a casual wave of her hand, she instructed the head of security, arrest these individuals and contact the police to handle the situation. The woman, feeling cornered, exclaimed, Have you lost your mind? You are the one who kidnapped my husband and mother-in-law, and you dare to call the police? Si Nan let out a cold laugh. And do you know why I have the audacity to call the police? First, where is your evidence that I abducted your husband and mother-in-law? The woman faltered. They said they were coming to find you yesterday, but they didn't return after arriving. So it must be you who took them. Si Nan cast her a chilling glance. Is this what you call evidence? No matter. Since you lack proof, let us involve the police and allow them to investigate. Furthermore, we will also address your malicious assault, public disturbance, and previous unlawful occupation of my family's property all at once. The woman attempted to protest, but was swiftly taken away by security personnel. Si Nan dismissed her with a glance, decisively restoring order before turning to leave. Damn it, millions are at stake. I don't have time to deal with these peripheral figures. Yet, the woman's demeanor had not seemed like that of someone merely seeking a handout. Could it be that Wu Shufan and Si Jinhua were genuinely missing? Recently, Chun Xiu had mentioned that Si Yan had gone missing, allegedly due to offending wealthy individuals and absconding with their money. In truth, Si Nan was indifferent to the fates of Wu Shufan, Si Jinhua, or Si Yan. However, she recalled Chi Yu mentioning that Bao Gu's ability to activate the jade pendant space, along with Bao Nio's spatial abilities, was likely due to genetic traits. The pendant had belonged to that man. Thus, Si Nan suspected it was linked to his genetics. But others were unaware of this. Could it be that someone had already set their sights on them and captured Wu Shufan and the others? Si Nan had become particularly sensitive to the term missing. There remains no clue regarding her previous stalking incident, which evokes a sense of fear that the pursuer is not an ordinary individual. In a world so vast, what extraordinary beings and events exist? If her own children can awaken their innate talents, it stands to reason that others may possess their own unique abilities. Si Nan would not arrogantly assume she is an exception. This realization instills in her a disquieting premonition. If her suspicions are correct, then she cannot remain passive regarding the disappearance of Wu Shufan and Si Jinhua. Si Nan is not one to sit idly by. With a plan forming in her mind, she promptly summoned the head of security, instructing him to review the surveillance footage in hopes of uncovering some clues. After all, speculating endlessly here serves no purpose. The truth will reveal itself once they apprehend the individuals responsible for abducting Wu Shufan and Si Jinhua. In the pitch-black chamber, Wu Shufan groggily awakened to find herself bound to a laboratory table, her limbs firmly restrained, rendering her utterly immobile. However, she could catch glimpses of the laboratory surroundings through a mirror on the ceiling. Adjacent to her, another table contained a similarly bound figure. Yet this person appeared pallid, resembling a lifeless corpse drained of blood, their visage strikingly horrifying. As Wu Shufan pondered her situation, a sudden realization struck her. Where was her son? The moment this thought crossed her mind, she directed her gaze once more to the individual on the table beside her. This time, she scrutinized intently, and moments later, she could no longer contain her frantic struggles. The person next to her was indeed her son, seeing Si Jinbong lying there motionless. Wu Shufan was unable to ascertain whether he was alive or dead. She desperately wished to scream, to cry out, yet discovered that when she opened her mouth, no sound emerged. Had she been rendered mute by poison? Why was this happening? Where was she? Wu Shufan gazed despairingly at the ceiling, tears streaming down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Chi Yu remained oblivious to the events unfolding with Si Nan. He and Lao He lay in wait within a building, armed with binoculars, anticipating their quarry. The traitors had nearly been eliminated, leaving only Zhang San, Li Pao, and a few others. Over time, CCC had grown accustomed to the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic life. Lao He had initially assumed that such a soft and delicate girl would be exceedingly fragile, dragging the leader down. Yet who could have predicted that this seemingly dainty child possessed an extraordinary resilience? Even in the face of grotesque zombies, she exhibited no fear, occasionally offering sardonic commentary. At this moment, CCC imitated them, peering through the binoculars while crouched on the rooftop to observe the scene below. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Daddy Chiyu, are those zombies real? They can't be, right? Why do they walk like they're disabled? But movies say zombies are terrifying. When people see zombies, they flee in terror. But why run? Can't they even handle the disabled?" CCC blinked innocently, filled with curiosity. Chiyu, ever responsive, contemplated for a moment before saying, "Perhaps it's because the zombies' bodies smell too foul." CCC paused, then nodded in agreement. "It really stinks. Much worse than the fertilizer my grandpa uses." Lao He raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Is that really the reason? Do they hide from zombies not because of their potent toxicity, with a 100 infection and mortality rate? Who would want to die if they could survive? Naturally, they would run. Just as he intended to interject further, a distant rumble interrupted them. Chapter 82. With such a boss, who can remain disloyal? Oh no, the flood is coming. This building likely won't withstand it. We must evacuate immediately. Lao He shouted. However, as soon as he spoke, Chiyu spotted figures rushing in panic through the binoculars. Zhang San, Li Pao, and others. This building provided the perfect sniping position, but it had been ravaged by the apocalypse and could not endure the flood's onslaught. As the water surged into the street corner, they had no time to waste. Yet Chiyu and his companions had pursued these individuals through the ruins for so long, finally tracing Zhang San and Li Pao's whereabouts, and had set an ambush. These individuals were exceedingly cunning, and if they missed this opportunity to prevent their escape from Zombie City, it would be challenging to exact revenge later. Crucially, Zhang San must die. Chiyu felt a profound sense of urgency. If Zhang San lived, the secrets of his space, including those of Si Bei and the existence of another world, would be exposed, undoubtedly placing Si Nan and the others in grave peril. Previously, he had claimed that all resources in his space came from the system, but that was merely a ruse. Those with ulterior motives would analyze the situation carefully and might not fully trust him. If there were no doubts, there would be no fear. But if doubts lingered, they could become a source of calamity. He had intentionally revealed his circumstances, driven by desperation for survival, and to lure out the snake from its hole. For those enduring the hell of a post-apocalyptic world, the notion of another peaceful existence would be irresistible, and those with extraordinary powers would not remain passive. One could only imagine the reckless actions desperate souls might take. No one could guarantee their behavior. Chiyu resolutely refused to allow any danger to befall Si Nan and the others, even at the cost of his own life. This secret must remain buried in the ruins. Before parting ways with his team, Chiyu entrusted a list to Dedong, instructing them to eliminate the individuals mentioned as they traveled. Now, only a handful remained. After a moment of contemplation, Chiyu made a decision. He quickly seized the sniper rifle from Lao He's hands and cradled CCC in his arms, determined to get her to safety first. He grasped Lao He's shoulder tightly, and though no words were spoken, his gaze conveyed a silent plea. If he perished, Lao He was to care for his daughter. It was a look of entrustment. "Boss." Lao He's heart sank. "Let's go." Si Yu's expression was resolute. With no other choice, Lao He, seeing the flood approaching, could only clutch Si tightly and flee. Si seemed to sense the urgency, stretching her hands and crying out, "No, I don't want to go. Daddy, I want to be with Daddy." Red-eyed, Lao He held her close, running as fast as he could while soothing her. "Be good, precious girl. Your daddy is an incredibly capable warrior in this apocalypse. He will be fine. We must trust him. We are too weak to stay and hold him back, so we need to find a safe place to wait." Si appeared to understand, and though her eyes were swollen and tears flowed freely, she ceased her protests. For her father had said that in the apocalypse, cry would attract zombies. She did not want to draw them near and impede her father's escape. Unbeknownst to Si Nan, Chi was facing dire circumstances. The abduction of Wu Shufan and Si Jinhua filled her with a sense of foreboding, fearing that their captors were targeting her son. Consequently, she had instructed the head of security to tighten security around the factory, ensuring that any suspicious individuals were apprehended without hesitation. It was no surprise when 2 individuals were indeed captured. "What do you want? We haven't provoked you. Why are you detaining us? This is a crime. Do you understand? Release us immediately, or we will call the police," protested the tall villain. While he was referred to as tall, he was, in truth, under 5'9". The other individual was petite, estimated to be around 4'8". Both were clad in camouflage attire. Having been caught while hiding in a tree across the street from the factory, one wielding binoculars and the other operating a drone that occasionally circled overhead. In this manner, what kind of remarkable talent could possibly emerge? Si Nan's gaze was laced with sarcasm. Ever since her daughter traversed realms, her temper had soured, leaving her with little patience to engage in their trivialities. She languidly reclined in the grand chair. Her slender fingers, delicate as white jade, waved dismissively, instructing them on etiquette, indicating when they could speak honestly before bringing them back for questioning. "Yes, boss," the head of security replied respectfully. Although they were external hires and not trusted confidants trained by Si Nan, her generous demeanor could not be overlooked. As long as they performed admirably, she would reward them handsomely. These bonuses would be dispensed directly into their hands, bypassing the company. With such a benevolent employer, who could fail to remain loyal? They were compelled to be loyal. For some reason, the tall individual felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing the security guard's scrutinizing gazes, trembling as he stammered, "Please don't come any closer. This is illegal." The head of security chuckled. How could one resist the allure of such golden opportunities? He reassured them, "Don't worry. My brothers will be gentle." The tall individuals exclaimed in dismay, "Oh no, this is making us even more frightened." They struggled desperately, but the head of security remained unfazed, gesturing for his subordinates to swiftly drag the 2 away. Surprisingly, the duo, undaunted, began to plead for mercy before they had even exited the room. "I swear, I've told you everything." Si Nan narrowed her eyes, seemingly contemplating whether to trust his words. The tall one quickly added, "We were merely paparazzi. Someone paid us handsomely to keep an eye on you. Truly, we were only responsible for filming and relaying the footage, documenting your family's movements throughout the day. That is all. We know nothing more." "Really know nothing?" Si Nan queried, "Or do you simply think I am a fool?" "Sister, how could we dare deceive you?" the tall one exclaimed, casting a terrified glance at the security staff. The security guards exchanged bewildered looks. The head of security made a gesture as if to gouge out an eye, causing the tall one to shrink back, almost on the verge of tears. Si Nan regarded them coolly, her expression betraying no emotion, leaving the tall one perplexed about her intentions. They promptly presented their chat logs for her review. "I am not lying. The person who hired us is very mysterious. We do not know who they are, but they are quite generous. Moreover, we are not required to do anything other than monitor your family of 5 and the factory's activities." Si Nan responded, "Since you claim to have been observing us, you must have some knowledge about the 2 individuals who went missing at the factory entrance, correct?" The moment she spoke, their faces took on an odd expression. "What do you know? Speak quickly. Otherwise, we want to be polite." The tall one recoiled, nervously stating, "Those 2 are truly not our concern. We do not even know who captured them." Observing their expressions and the way they averted their gazes, Si Nan discerned that their words were insincere or at least incomplete. So, you witnessed them being taken, did you not? She pressed. Chapter 83. Chiyu is dead? We were indeed in the tree at that time. But we were also unfortunate. The capture of those two has nothing to do with us. Yes. Those two were unaware of what was happening. We did not even notice them initially. They insisted on coming to our tree to cool off. They lingered for an entire day, leaving us too scared to even go to the restroom. Get to the point. Si Nan demanded. The point is, it was very dark at that time, so we really couldn't see clearly. Si Nan let out a cold scoff. It seems you truly are refusing to drink the wine offered to you and instead are choosing the punishment. We have told you everything we know, they insisted. I doubt that, Si Nan retorted, her tone skeptical. The tall one fell silent, while the shorter one, steeling himself, asked if we tell the truth. Will you let us go? Of course, I'm not a police officer. I cannot concern myself with others' affairs. The shorter one pondered for a moment. We genuinely do not know who captured them, but we heard they claimed to be your family, so we reported the information. Within 5 minutes, a van arrived, and in the blink of an eye, those two were taken by several men in black. We barely had time to react. Afterward, we reported the incident, but the response was cold and dismissive, instructing us not to intervene. If I am not mistaken, the individuals who captured those two are likely the same group that hired us. However, we are utterly in the dark about why they wanted those two or why they employed us for such tasks. We are merely here for the money. Si Nan raised an eyebrow. Is that all? The shorter one pressed his lips together during our voice report. I thought I heard someone mention they had already put them on a plane and experiments would commence soon. Beyond that, we could not hear. That is all we know. We said everything we can. Can we leave now? Si Nan smiled. Of course, we are good citizens. Please come over. I merely have a few questions to ask. Once we finish, you are free to go. The tall and short individuals exchanged incredulous glances, surprised by her willingness to cooperate. Could it be a trap? Ultimately, they decided to flee. However, just as they exited the factory, they were intercepted by the hat-wearing uncle at the entrance. As for the curses they hurled at Si Nan in their hearts, she paid them no mind. She was well aware that these two were not virtuous people. Their covert surveillance of her factory was already an affront. Setting aside the matter of the kidnapping, they were somewhat complicit. It was better to return and clarify matters with the hat-wearing uncle. The trail of clues had abruptly ended. Si Nan's curiosity intensified. Who was the individual who had hired them? It was now certain that these people were targeting her family. Yet, she and her parents were merely ordinary farmers. What could possibly attract such attention? The focus must have been on Bao Ge. Si Nan pondered deeply, gazing at her phone as she fell into contemplation. This was something the head of security had just confiscated from the shorter individual. Continue the investigation, she declared, refusing to believe that, with sufficient funds, there would be no trace left to uncover. While handling these matters, Si Nan operated from a private club. Upon exiting the establishment, she and the security personnel donned expressions of innocence, appearing harmless. After much contemplation, she ultimately shared the events with her parents during dinner. Chun Xiujuan was momentarily taken aback, while Si Jinbang's demeanor turned serious. So, you mean to say that Bao Ge is being watched? Si Nan nodded gravely. But how is that possible? We have been extremely cautious. Si Jinbang furrowed his brow. Si Nan chuckled softly. How can it not be possible? Bao Ge can activate the jade pendant space, and your dear granddaughter suddenly traverses to another world. Is it conceivable that there are no other extraordinary individuals in this realm? If they have discovered us, they undoubtedly possess their own means of detection. Some can read a target's thoughts merely by proximity, while others have ears that hear from 1,000 miles away and eyes that see far beyond. In the eyes of certain remarkable individuals, we common folk are akin to ants, lowly creatures incapable of comprehending their world. Yet Si Nan found it perplexing. If the target was indeed Bao Ge, why not simply capture him outright instead of going through the trouble of covertly surveilling him? Who were these shadowy figures pulling the strings? Although the trail had gone cold, Si Nan refused to abandon her pursuit of the truth. To her delight, the following day, she received a text message. Specifically, it was the mysterious figure who had contacted the shorter individual, requesting a meeting to discuss matters. Si Nan's heart soared with joy. Indeed, when one is drowsy, a pillow is offered. She immediately acquiesced. 2 days later, Si Nan drove alone to a private club, only to unexpectedly encounter an individual she did not foresee. Si Nan was taken aback. "Is it you?" She recognized her. This woman was the top client on the VIP list provided by Si Nan. There was no way she could fail to recognize her. "Indeed, it is I who lured you out," she said. "I am aware that you're investigating that person. Cease your inquiries. He is not someone you can provoke." Old Madam spoke candidly. Si Nan furrowed her brow and inquired, "Does the Jiang family have any connection with him?" Old Madam shook her head, stating, "What merit does the Jiang family possess? He is beyond our reach. To him, we Jiang family are merely errand runners." Si Nan's expression grew grave. Even the prestigious Jiang family of Jingdu could only serve as errand runners for this shadowy figure. What exactly was his background? Yet, curiosity aside, Si Nan's resolve remained unchanged. With a cold demeanor, she replied, "If you have come to act as an intermediary, I must decline." Old Madam's eyes expressed a hint of admiration, but she soon shook her head. "I recognize your capabilities. Those with talent possess their own means. Yet, even the talented are not immune to greater forces." Si Nan retorted, "That man has already set his sights on me. If I do not provoke him, will he simply let me be?" Old Madam paused for a moment before responding honestly, "No." Si Nan pressed, "So I'm to sit idly by?" Old Madam advised, "Young one, heed my counsel. In the game of adults, there is always give and take. You possess a vast family estate, loving parents, and another daughter." Si Nan understood that Old Madam intervened because Lin was currently working under her. Old Madam feared for her cherished grandson. Thus, she had come to offer guidance. However, Si Nan had anticipated this day. Even if she could not prevail, she was not one to surrender easily. Upon returning home with a somber expression, she found the atmosphere in the living room even heavier than her own demeanor. Si Nan frowned, questioning what has happened. Upon seeing her return, Baogu immediately rushed into her arms, weeping profusely, startling Si Nan. "What is the matter?" she hurriedly inquired, lifting him to comfort him. "Wu, Chiyu's father has died." Hearing this news, Si Nan nearly lost her composure. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and asked in a steady voice, "Baogu, do not panic. Why do you say that? I have been unable to contact Chiyu's father for several days. I thought he was just busy and did not want to disturb him. However, today, Chiyu's father sent a letter to the space, and after my grandfather read it, he declared that Chiyu's father had died." Si Bei sobbed as he released items from the space in batches, an array of supplies, a vast amount of gold, and ultimately, a letter, Chiyu's final note. Si Nan held the letter, her hands trembling. How could this happen? How could he die? Si Nan murmured. The atmosphere in the private residence instantly turned somber. As human beings, who can remain unfeeling? Having spent time together, Chiyu and Si Nan's family had forged deep bonds. The children regarded him as a father figure, and Si Zhanbang and Chun Xiu, one had long considered Chiyu as family. Previously, after watching a video sent by Chiyu, the couple even joked that Chiyu resembled Si Shishi so much that had it not been for Si Nan and him being from two different worlds, they might have suspected that the twins were Chiyu's children. Who could have anticipated such a sudden turn of events? Upon hearing the news of Chiyu's death, how could anyone remain unperturbed? Moreover, Chiyu was one of the bridges connecting the two worlds. With his demise, Bao Ji's connection to that world was severed. What would happen to Bao Niu? Although Chiyu had stated that he had arranged for trusted allies to escort Bao Niu away, and that all his resources and wealth left in that world would be inherited by her, with his brothers aiding her. Si Nan knew he had made every effort to secure her safety. But how could Si Nan truly find peace of mind? The mobile castle, weaponry, and various supplies had yet to be delivered. All the preparations she had made during this time had become futile. Most critically, she was only 3.5 years old, suddenly thrust into a new world without parental protection. How could a 3.5-year-old orphan survive in an apocalypse? Si Nan dared not contemplate further. Fear rapidly spread, engulfing her limbs. If she were not still holding Bao Ge, she would likely have collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, in a laboratory closely monitoring the factory, a researcher abruptly stood in terror. The energy source has vanished. Upon uttering these words, chaos erupted in the laboratory. What? How could this happen? Why has the energy source disappeared? A disheveled middle-aged man with graying hair leapt up from his seat, stumbling forward. Upon seeing the data line on the screen, eerily still, his heart sank like a stone. For more than 4 years, he had dedicated his life to researching parallel universes and time travel. It was as if the heavens favored him when, 4 years ago, he unexpectedly captured a wave of miraculous energy. Regrettably, that energy wave appeared only briefly. At that time, he was in another city, and by the time he booked a flight to arrive at the hotel, the signal had weakened and ultimately vanished. He thought he had missed his chance. Yet, he was unwilling to resign himself to defeat and continued to investigate in that city. Perhaps fortune favored the persistent. 7 months later, he managed to capture that miraculous and powerful energy once more. Although it had diminished compared to 7 months ago, it had re-emerged. He tracked the energy source to a hospital, ultimately focusing on a pregnant woman. He never anticipated that the energy capable of connecting the two worlds would originate from a pregnant woman. Due to this research breakthrough, he received a mysterious funding. The benefactor was formidable, akin to an omnipresent hand, always quietly smoothing out any obstacles, allowing him to remain undetected while focusing on his studies. For over 3 years, he had been lying low, secretly researching that pregnant woman. Finally, 3 months ago, the energy source surged again, releasing a substantial amount of gold and various advanced items from that world. He knew that she had successfully opened a channel connecting the two worlds and established contact with the other realm. The data collected during this time was impeccable. He was merely one step away from initiating the first experiment. Should it succeed, he might just unveil the temporal gateway, linking the two worlds. Success was almost within reach. But suddenly, the signal source vanished entirely. Weekend was nearly driven mad. Investigate. Quickly find out why the signal source has disappeared. Weekend shouted frantically. Unfortunately, the factory security was impenetrable. Not even a mosquito could slip through. In the blink of an eye, the signal source had been absent for a week. Weekend, with lips blistered, was in a state of agitation. This will not do. He suddenly stomped his foot. We cannot sit idly by. I must go and inquire personally. Si Nan had not anticipated such an unwelcome visitor. Weekend was brought before Si Nan, bound hand and foot. Upon arrival, he immediately revealed his identity and proposed a private discussion with Si Nan. The security captain was somewhat wary, but Si Nan, after reading the letter Weekend had delivered, consented. Not for any other reason, but because of what she had gleaned from the letter. She only realized that she had been under surveillance for 3 years, monitored and secretly studied by others, all while remaining oblivious. This revelation sent shivers down her spine. The only reason for this scrutiny was that Bao Ge had severed ties with Chi Yu. If this individual was targeting Bao Ge and had been covertly analyzing her for over 3 years, perhaps he was her last chance. Even if the possibility was slim, Si Nan was determined to take a gamble. In the private conference room, Si Nan sat poised in the grand chair, her gaze coldly fixed upon the disheveled, middle-aged man before her. She recognized him. He was a familiar face, a loyal patron from the night market, where she used to set up her stall. It was astonishing to realize that someone who had been silently observing her was so brazenly present, and she had been completely unaware. Perhaps it was the intensity of Si Nan's gaze that rendered Zhou Emo somewhat uneasy, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, Si Nan broke the silence. She spoke directly. So, do you have a way to transport me to that world? Zhou Emo was evidently taken aback by her candor. Yet he appreciated straightforwardness and nodded in agreement, stating that it was possible. However, he added that his experimental data was insufficient and that her cooperation was essential. I assure you, I can open that door. What kind of cooperation do you require? Si Nan inquired, noting that the energy source had dissipated, rendering normal research impossible. She suggested a more unconventional approach. Just tell me plainly, how can I assist? It may require your DNA data, Zhou Emo replied, glancing at Si Nan with trepidation. To his surprise, Si Nan readily consented. I have but one request. Transport me to that world.